Chapter 1. For the One I Cherish. June 2032. Port City. At a colossal press conference. The venue was filled with tens of thousands of attendees, and an array of high-end cameras was set up beside the stage, while countless journalists aimed their lenses at the podium, fearing they might miss crucial news at any moment. Have you heard? What? What is it? The heir of the Fu family has acquired the Bai family. No way. Is that true? Weren't they childhood sweethearts? Didn't they say they were going to get married? What's going on? It can't be false. Look, as soon as the acquisition was made, they called a press conference. It seems the Bai family will no longer exist in Port City. Oh my heavens! I cannot fathom the world of the wealthy. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, each person murmuring, eager for a definitive answer. Finally, as time passed, the press conference reached its climax. Just as the audience began to lose patience, a commotion arose from one direction. Without exception, the crowd turned to face it, ready to thrust their microphones at the approaching figure, but were thwarted by the staff before they could advance. Simultaneously, the venue fell silent, all eyes trained on the same direction. A man clad in an expensive black suit sauntered in, one hand tucked into his pocket. His features were chiseled and resolute, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, lips pressed into a firm line, exuding an aura of coldness. Even with countless cameras trained on him, he remained as indifferent as frost, showing no sign of concern. The audience could only glimpse the sculpted profile of the man, his prominent nose strikingly evident, his neatly cropped hair glinting under the lights, while the dark blue diamond stud in his earlobe stood out conspicuously. In the next moment, he reached the stage, turned to face the audience, and his tightly pressed lips finally parted. "Hello everyone, I am Fu Sai." With a resounding wow, the previously hushed audience erupted into a frenzy. Within mere seconds, the sound of shutters clicking, voices rising. "Mr. Fu, what brings you to the public eye for the first time? Mr. Fu, were you behind the acquisition of the Bai family? Mr. Fu, could you share the current status of your engagement to Miss Bai?" Fu Sai's indifferent gaze swept over the throng of reporters, his brow furrowing slightly before returning to its previous state. He disliked showing any signs of weakness. At that moment, his assistant noticed Fu Sai's expression and leaned into the microphone at his lips, saying, "Anyone who makes a sound will be promptly expelled from Port City." His words were exceedingly tactful, avoiding any crude language. Once the crowd quieted, Fu Sai spoke again. "There will no longer be a Bai family." With that one statement, all questions were addressed. "My partner in marriage can only be Xu Muwan, and will always be Xu Muwan." Xu Muwan? The name spread through the audience like wildfire. Yet no one recognized that there were no wealthy heirs with the surname Xu in Port City. Some, perplexed, dared to ask, "Mr. Fu, who is Miss Xu Muwan? Could you enlighten us?" Just as everyone assumed Fu Sai would remain silent, he replied, "She is the one I cherish. To destroy the Bai family was also for her. I have never had any feelings for the so-called Miss Bai." With those words, Fu Sai turned to leave. The reporters attempted to follow, but were blocked. After Fu Sai departed, he made his way to the largest prison in Port City. "Let me out! Do you know who I am? I am the eldest daughter of the Bai family, the future mistress of the Fu family. You filthy wretches dare to imprison me. When Fu Sai arrives, you will all regret it. Hush! Get away, you dead rat." At that moment, a woman was screaming frantically into prison, while the guards outside paid her no mind. Once a glamorous figure, she now appeared disheveled, her clothes in tatters. The prison guard, growing impatient with her incessant shouting, approached with his phone in hand. "Why are you screaming? You, the future mistress of the Fu family, are about to become the most hated person in town. Just take a look." The guard tapped the iron door with his baton. Initially intending to snatch the phone away, the woman fell silent upon seeing Fu Sai. The words he spoke at the press conference echoed in her mind. Before she could scream, footsteps approached from outside. Sai, I'm here. This must be a misunderstanding." "Why? Have you forgotten? We were childhood sweethearts, inseparable." "Ciye." The woman reached through the bars, attempting to grasp Fu Sai, who had just entered. At that moment, the guard respectfully greeted Fu Sai and opened the prison door, then left, leaving only Fu Sai and his assistant Bai Nan. "Do you wish to end up like her?" The instant Fu Sai entered, his fierce gaze locked onto by Rui Xue, who was attempting to reach for him. With a forceful kick, he sent her staggering back before accepting the black bag Bai Nan handed him and tossing it at her feet. The black bag appeared to be dripping with blood, and the woman trembled as she opened it, screaming in terror. Ah. 2 hours later, when Fu Sai emerged from the prison, he no longer exuded the arrogance and bloodlust from before. His once straight posture now bent slightly, his steps growing heavier. Bai Nan, wanting to offer Fu Sai a handkerchief for his now soiled hands, suddenly saw Fu Sai clutch his chest and expel a mouthful of fresh blood. "Young master," Bai Nan exclaimed, rushing to support the wavering Fu Sai. Yet Fu Sai paid no mind. After spitting out blood, he casually wiped the corner of his mouth and commanded, "Take me to Jiuxiang Road." Upon hearing that address, Bai Nan's expression darkened, troubled. "Young master, perhaps we should return today. The madam has been waiting for you." Bai Nan was reluctant for his master to go to that place, which was steeped in Xu Muwan's essence. With each visit, it seemed he was bound to remain ensnared there for a lifetime. But Fu Sai ignored him and climbed into the car, clutching his chest. Jiuxiang Road. Dressed in an exquisite suit, Fu Sai stood in stark contrast to the cramped and filthy alley. Yet he stepped out of the car and ventured inside alone. Upon reaching a certain corner, he stopped, gazing intently at a specific spot, as if caught in a hallucination. She appeared, clad in a flowing white dress, standing in the alley, clutching her bag tightly, inching closer to him and cautiously inquiring, "Hello, do you need me to take you home?" Fu Sai felt that this voice was the sweetest melody he had ever heard. In that moment, he seemed to be transported back in time, recalling how the girl had timidly approached him. He instinctively took a step forward, yearning to embrace her, but she was merely a fleeting shadow. His eyes brimmed with tears. It was hard to believe. Just a month ago, they had shared this very space. How had they become so irrevocably separated? Chapter 2. He has yet to confess to her. Fu Sai pressed onward, arriving at a rented apartment. He familiarized himself with room 502, retrieving the only key he possessed to unlock the door and step inside. As he opened the door and beheld the familiar surroundings, tears fell uncontrollably from his reddened eyes, his bony fingers shielding his forehead. He helplessly sank to the floor of the entryway, leaning against the wall, his gaze vacant. He could not bring himself to enter. That room, filled with memories. Before long, Bai Nan followed him inside. Upon reaching the doorway, he found Fu Sai slumped on the floor, as if bereft of all hope. His heart ached at the sight. Everyone spoke of the young master as heartless, indifferent to the kindness shown to him by others. Yet few knew that such individuals, once they fell in love, could be the most passionate. Fu Sai stood and walked further inside. As he approached the living room, he faintly heard a delicate voice. Fu Sai. Dividing line. A month prior, Fu Sai had been drugged by someone he once considered close, his so-called good brother, Li Yin, who had slipped a substance into his drink during a meal and subsequently sent several women to him. However, he managed to resist, and before he could address the situation, as he staggered out of the room, his enemies had already set their sights on him. In desperation, Fu Sai pulled out a small knife he kept in the car, swiftly slicing his own arm to maintain his consciousness. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone to call for help, he realized it had been left behind in the private room. Cursing under his breath, he steered the wheel with one hand while the blood flowed freely from his other arm. He appeared impervious to pain, his thin lips pressed tightly together, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His sharp, knife-like gaze fixated on the rearview mirror, deftly evading the pursuit behind him. In a swift motion, upon realizing the car behind was closing in, Fu Sai flung open the car door and, with the accelerator pressed to the floor, leaped from the vehicle. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, he discarded his coat and pressed it firmly against his bloodied left arm, then dashed into the labyrinthine alleys of the 9 lanes. Uncertain of how long he had run, though the effects of the drugs coursing through him were being forcefully suppressed, perspiration continued to trickle down his body, and his arm bled profusely. He sank down at a corner. Just as he was about to signal for help with his watch, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Hello, do you need me to take you home?" For reasons unknown, Fu Sai, who had intended to call for assistance, instinctively lowered his hand that bore the watch and nodded slightly. At the moment he acquiesced, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the girl's shimmering eyes. "Can you stand and walk?" Despite her inquiry, the girl showed no inclination to assist him. Fu Sai shook his head weakly and said, "Could you come over and help me a bit?" He could not comprehend why he, who had always shunned the proximity of others, would voluntarily seek the girl's support. Fu Sai mused that perhaps he was captivated by the pristine white of her dress, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, untainted by the world. He harbored a morbid curiosity about staining her white dress with his own blood. The girl hesitated, repeatedly lifting her leg cautiously, yet she dared not approach him. This struck Fu Sai as somewhat amusing. She was the one who had offered assistance, yet now hesitated to come closer. I truly cannot walk anymore. Could you lend a hand? If not, I could just lie here for a while. Fu Sai himself was puzzled by his own state of mind. Upon hearing this, the girl stepped beside him and grasped his arm, guiding him forward. Come on, my home is just ahead. As she drew near, Fu Sai was enveloped by a delicate fragrance of jasmine, stirring feelings within him that he had struggled to suppress. He pushed her away. I can walk by myself now. By this point, her white dress had already been stained with blood. Are you all right? We're almost there, she inquired, her tone tinged with urgency. Due to the night, Fu Sai could not discern her expression, unaware of the look on her face upon seeing the blood on her dress. That night remained etched in Fu Sai's memory forever. He often pondered whether, had he not returned home with her, had he not become entangled in her fate, she might have escaped death. Divider. Fu Sai rose, closing the door behind him, and slowly made his way to the modest living room. Fu Sai, do you want to eat this? Fu Sai, it's time for dinner. Fu Sai, as long as you enjoy it, I'll make it for you often. Fu Sai, Fu Sai. He could no longer hear that shy and demure girl call him by his name. He had not yet mustered the courage to confess his feelings for her, had not yet brought her to the grand house, nor had he presented her with the world's most delectable tiramisu. Gazing around the living room, Fu Sai wandered towards the familiar room. He remembered how she had brought him back after his injury, selflessly relinquishing her own room for his comfort. Despite his long-standing disdain for overly sentimental environments, he had willingly resided in her space. Though his injuries were not particularly severe, he lingered there for a month before departing. Entering the room, Fu Sai's gaze fell upon a small desk not far away. He approached it, murmuring softly in the quiet room. Xu Muwan, I'm just going to take a look at your desk. You won't be upset, will you? You are so well-behaved and kind, you surely won't be angry. I've seen it. May I sit for a moment? It was known that the girl had no strict demands of him, except for one, not to come near her desk. Fu Sai's voice echoed hollowly in the stillness of the room. Sitting before the desk, he observed the neatly arranged books and various small trinkets scattered about, so many little toys, some old and broken, yet she could not bear to part with them. Indeed, there was nothing of great value on the desk, but the moment he sat down, a wave of inexplicable healing washed over him. Many nights, he had leaned against the door, watching her diligently study and write at that very desk. At that moment, a tightly locked drawer beneath the desk caught Fu Sai's attention. He instinctively tugged at it, finding it immovable. Suddenly recalling something, he hurried to a corner of the room and retrieved a key, then knelt down in a daze to unlock the drawer. He had never anticipated that this long-locked drawer would unveil the long-hidden secrets cherished by Xu Muwan.
Chapter 3. A heart filled with him. In 2015, he proclaimed that there was no obstacle in the world that could not be overcome. As long as there was wind, hope would surely find its way to you. How beautifully he spoke. I believed him. In 2016, I finally discovered his name. It was Fu Sai. Fu Sai, such a melodious name, though it seemed somewhat incongruous with his appearance. In 2017, his home was so far away, Gangdu, a bustling and affluent city, but I had never visited. With enough effort, surely I could make the journey. In 2018, after 3 long years, I saw him once again. He had grown taller and more handsome. I couldn't fathom why, but upon seeing him again, my heart raced wildly. In 2019, I entered high school. I was accepted into the best school in my vicinity. I thought if I worked diligently, surely there would be a chance to see him again. I longed for him. If only he could come here every year. This year, the happiest event was not my acceptance into a prestigious high school, but the realization of a significant truth. It seemed Xu Muwan had developed feelings for someone. In 2020, I still yearned for him, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next year, which would mark 3 years since we last met. Surely he would come then? In 2021, as I prepared for the college entrance examination, he did not appear. I set a goal for myself. I wanted to visit his city and witness the same scenery he did. In 2022. I succeeded. I arrived in the dreamlike Gangdu and finally met my beloved Fu Sai. The moment I stealthily caught a glimpse of him at school, I truly understood the chasm that lay between us. He was adored by all, not only outstanding but also hailing from one of Gangdu's wealthiest families, and it seemed he had a childhood sweetheart fiancée. So many events transpired this year. Concerning him and myself, despite knowing it was impossible, I still did not wish to give up. In 2023, I uncovered a remarkable fact. Our birthdays fell on the same day, December 31. How fortuitous, how delightful. I felt that for a moment, there was a connection between us, yet I found myself increasingly unable to keep pace with his life. He was graduating, achieving remarkable success, while he remained unaware of my existence. 2024.by 2029, it had been 15 years since I met and fell for Ciye. This year, I made a decision. I no longer wished to harbor feelings for him, as he was to become engaged to the girl he loved. In 2030, I overestimated myself once more. I still cherished deep feelings for Ciye. The diary entry ceased abruptly in 2031, the year of their encounter. Ciye, now engulfed in sorrow, was shrouded in darkness. His eyes a terrifying crimson. He had always believed he was the one who loved her first, intending to confess his feelings, only to discover she had known him all along and had secretly harbored feelings for him for so long. No wonder she dared to bring home a bloodied man of unknown origins in the dead of night. Ciye sat on the ground, tightly clutching the only diary that held even a trace of her warmth. Outside, Bainan saw no one but heard the young master's choked, low voice and felt a pang of sorrow. The young master was crying. He had never witnessed such a sight before. It had become a frequent occurrence since Xu Muwan's passing. The sole girl he ever loved. After repeatedly perusing the diary, Ciye noticed a small iron box inside. This time, he hesitated to open it. He was afraid it contained more about her feelings for him. Detailing her silent affection year after year, from surprise to longing, from joy to despair, time passed, and at last, he chose to open the box. In the next moment, his scarlet eyes widened in shock, his body trembled uncontrollably. For before him lay numerous safety charms inscribed with his name, 7 in total, each marked with a date, the earliest dating back to 2024, ever since he took over the Fu family business in 2024. Countless individuals had sought his demise, including mercenaries contracted to take his life, yet, he never imagined that while others wished for his death, in a quiet corner, his sweet girl was fervently praying for his protection. What merit did Ciye possess? He recalled a night shortly after they met when he casually asked, Xu Muwan, you're already 30, why are you still single? Perhaps no one had ever posed such a question to her. Or perhaps his gaze had made her blush, for she stammered and could not find her words. He remarked, such a well-behaved, beautiful, and kind girl, how could she be without someone by her side? It turned out she was filled with thoughts of him. Had it been 2 months prior, he would have been immensely delighted and would have boisterously proclaimed that Ciye was indeed loved, and finally had someone to love, but now his heart ached. A pain he had never known before, 1,000 times more agonizing than any wound from weapons. Clutching the diary in one hand and the box in the other, he stepped outside. Bainan, upon seeing the young master in that moment, felt a sharp intake of breath. Unaccustomed to such a disheveled sight, Miss Xu had only known him for just over 2 months, yet her influence was profound. In February, the weather in Gangdu was cold, the chill winds howling. Ciye remained clad in the black suit he had worn to the press conference, with visible dried bloodstains on the collar. The once smooth fabric was now wrinkled. He arrived at the largest cemetery in Gangdu, seated before a tombstone, clutching the safety charms and flipping through the diary, murmuring before the gravestone inscribed with Xu Muwan's name. Unaware of what he was confessing. As night fell, Ciye still refused to depart, despite Bainan and the Fu family urging him to leave. 3 days and nights passed, and Ciye remained there. Intermittently speaking, his lips cracked, his clothing in disarray, and his short hair tousled. Young master, perhaps you should drink some water or eat something? Bainan cautiously inquired, his own eyes brimming with tears. Of Bainan, do you think she felt pain when she was hit by the car? She feared pain, yet was remarkably strong. Each time she accidentally bumped into a table while walking, even though tears welled in her eyes, she never uttered a word of hurt. She was timid. Every evening, she was almost too afraid to venture out alone, yet, this timid girl had once brought the battered Ciye home. One fateful night, when Ciye left the cemetery, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, gradually intensifying, blanketing him as they fell, chilling him to the bone. Chapter 4. Ciye passed away in the 16th year of loving Xu Muwan. After leaving the cemetery, Bainan observed that on the second day following Ciye's departure, his once jet-black hair had begun to show strands of white. Nevertheless, Ciye remained indifferent, returning instead to the small house that belonged to him and Xu Muwan. The following day, he took the 7 safety charms that Xu Muwan had sought for him to a temple. Standing outside, Ciye gazed at the swirling incense, and he could almost visualize the girl kneeling before the Buddha, earnestly praying for his protection. Suddenly, his eyes grew warm, and he pressed a hand to his forehead, concealing the tears that threatened to fall. When he lifted his gaze again, his eyes were dry. As he stepped inside, among the rows of wooden safety charms awaiting their offerings, he spotted his name, knelt down, and sincerely bowed. Just as he stood, a monk nearby spoke to him calmly, benefactor, you must be Ciye. A flicker of surprise crossed Ciye's eyes, and before he could respond, the monk continued, you were just looking at the safety charms for Ciye. Yes, master, I am here to express my gratitude. Ciye replied with respect. In the past, he had dismissed such beliefs, thinking that one should strive for what they desire through effort and means, believing that fate lay in their own hands, not in the heavens. But now he believed, the girl had prayed for him so fervently over the years, and he had enjoyed a life of peace, except for her. Foolish girl, one must protect oneself before safeguarding others. You have finally arrived. There was a female benefactor who, without fail, came each year to pray for your safety. This charm was meant for you. However, she said she could not give it directly. So I agreed to keep it here, provided she would return to express her gratitude. She came year after year, kneeling for hours, reciting scriptures with me, which speaks volumes of her sincerity. The monk nodded slightly toward Ciye. Thank you, Master Da. I understand. I have come to express my gratitude. Ciye had thought he could guess how the girl sought each subsequent safety charm for him, but after hearing the monk's words, his heart felt as if it had been violently torn apart. What did that feel like? He wondered if he could join her in the afterlife. To outsiders, it might seem he had only known Xu Muwan for 2 months. Yet it was sufficient for him to love her for a lifetime, perhaps even across lifetimes. Ciye was resolute in his affections. Either he did not love at all, or once he did, it became his greatest vulnerability. Since fulfilling his vow at the temple, Ciye appeared to have returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, those who knew him well, such as Bai Nan and his family, were acutely aware that Ciye had descended into a profound abyss. They were oblivious to what currently sustained him through life. Without this, it seemed likely that Ciye would no longer exist in this world. Each day, he traversed a monotonous path between his workplace and his modest dwelling on Jiuxiang Road. As the months passed, it became evident that Ciye's hair had turned entirely white, a shocking transformation that left those in Gangdu who had encountered him utterly astonished. Despite the well-meaning entreaties from those around him, Ciye had forsaken all social interaction following Xu Muwan's passing. Outside of work, he spent his days sequestered within his home, indifferent to the world around him. By the time Ciye reached the age of 35, his family could no longer endure his solitude. They relentlessly urged him to marry and have children, lest the Fu lineage perish. Ciye remained unresponsive, coldly stating that anyone who dared to gossip about him would find their family name donated to charity, leaving them destitute. This proclamation silenced all dissenting voices. Year after year, the heir of the Fu family in Gangdu was the subject of scandalous revelations. Living alone in a rented apartment instead of the luxurious villa that belonged to him, upon the dissemination of this news, it became apparent that the object of his affection was but a cherished memory, one that had long since departed from the realm of the living. While some felt a sense of relief, the greater sentiment was one of shock. It was well known that the Prince of Gangdu could have any woman he desired, with countless admirers at his feet. Yet he chose to remain loyal to a woman who no longer existed. However, the astonishment did not end there. On the 16th anniversary of Xu Muwan's death, a headline rocked the nation. Fu family heir Ciye passes away. Fu family prince dies young in a certain rented apartment on Jiuxiang Road. Room 502, the day unfolded under a radiant sun, with birds chirping melodiously outside. A man reclined on the sofa gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, casting reflections onto his face. In that fleeting moment, he was transported back to years gone by when he first laid eyes upon her. Her delicate figure, filled with trepidation yet brimming with affection for him, was indelibly etched in Ciye's memory. Muwan, it's been 16 years, and I have held on. But I can endure no longer. I am finally ready to seek you out. 16 years, neither long nor short, yet for someone who reminisces daily about a lost love, each day feels like an eternity. At that moment, Ciye's hair was already a stark white, cradling a yellowed notebook and faded talismans in his arms, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon these cherished possessions. His eyes gradually closing. In that instant of closure, he seemed to perceive a delicate pink butterfly fluttering in through the window, gently alighting upon his collar. He savored the passage of life, feeling no fear, only an overwhelming anticipation. Xu Muwan, I never understood what it meant to love someone until I met you. Your petite form has occupied my heart. In 2048, at the age of 48, Ciye departed from this world, having succumbed on the 16th anniversary of Xu Muwan's death, in the very small house where only a month's worth of memories of her lingered. Following Ciye's demise, his assistant bequeathed his estate to charitable foundations and impoverished areas across the nation under Xu Muwan's name. Furthermore, he ensured that Ciye and Xu Muwan would be interred together, fulfilling Ciye's last wish. In that year, Gangdu was forever deprived of Ciye, and room 502 was sealed off from the world. P.S. Can anyone discern why it was 16 years? Chapter 5, Rebirth. The 15 years missed. In March 2023, Gangdu was blanketed in a flurry of snowflakes, gently cascading to the ground, draping the earth in a pristine white mantle. The branches lining the streets bore delicate patches of snow, while towering buildings stood resolutely against the snowy backdrop, exuding an indescribable beauty. In the Fu family mansion, the family gathered on the first floor, each face illuminated by radiant smiles. Amidst the merriment, a couple busied themselves with their respective tasks, one listening to a work report from an assistant, the other engaged in a phone call. What is the matter with you two? No wonder my dear grandson rushes straight to his room upon returning. If I had to witness this, I too would be vexed. It would be better if he stayed away altogether, spoke Xu Min, the matriarch of the Fu family and Ciye's grandmother. Mother, please don't be upset. Engage with them for a moment while I fetch your birthday gift, came the reply from Mo Tongyu. Fu Chiye's mother, who despite being in her 40s, bore no signs of age, clad in a tailored silver suit, her long hair elegantly styled, and her meticulously applied makeup accentuating her stern countenance, evoking a sense of breathlessness in those who beheld her. Xu Min was about to retort when her husband Fu Hanyang interjected, offering a pastry as a gesture of consolation. Let it be, they are not new to this behavior. Today is your birthday. Don't let it ruin your mood. Indeed, grandmother, don't mind aunt and uncle, come and see the birthday gift I prepared for you, chimed in another voice. Yes, mother, brother and sister-in-law simply enjoy it this way. Just turn a blind eye. The lively chatter in the living room was abruptly interrupted by a commotion from upstairs, a distinctive sound that was unmistakably footsteps. All eyes turned toward the staircase, where a tall figure rushed down, clad in casual attire and house slippers, not sparing a glance for the bustling living room as he bolted out the door. Brother, yea, my dear grandson, the voices of the family echoed in unison. But Fu Chiye did not look back, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. What has gotten into him? Is he possessed? I have no idea. My brother has always been emotionally stable, even in the face of calamity. He would merely raise an eyebrow. Has something happened? Quickly, call Bainan to follow him. Except for Fu Chiye's parents, the others were left in confusion. As Fu Chiye barreled out, he nearly collided with Bainan, who was prepared to deliver a birthday gift to the matriarch. Young master, I have prepared a birthday gift for the matriarch. Bainan's words trailed off, his usually composed demeanor revealing unmistakable surprise. Young master, you drive, Fu Chiye insisted, gripping Bainan's collar and dragging him outside. In an instant, Bainan's neatly pressed suit became wrinkled, and he wore an expression of shock and bewilderment. It wasn't until Fu Chiye thrust him into the driver's seat and slammed the door that Bainan finally comprehended the situation. Had the young master, towering at nearly 6'3", just manhandled him, who stood at 6 feet? Young master, Bainan began to inquire, but a choked, furious cry erupted from the back seat. To the school. Bainan fell silent, not out of fear but sheer astonishment. He had witnessed the young master crying, the corners of his eyes reddened, brimming with tears. Coupled with the absence of a proper coat and the fact he was still in house slippers, he was compelled to understand what could possibly elicit such a response from Fu Chiye. 10 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt at the entrance of Gangdu University. Without hesitation, Fu Chiye flung open the car door and dashed inside. Bainan was taken aback. It was still snowing lightly, and Fu Chiye, clad only in a black long-sleeve loungewear, rushed forth, grabbing a spare coat from the car. Bainan followed suit, running after him. At that moment, Fu Chiye disregarded any semblance of decorum, his eyes stinging with emotion as he fixated on a specific direction within the school, sprinting ahead. In Gangdu, anyone who frequented the internet would recognize Fu Chiye, especially as he was the darling of Gangdu University, consistently ranking at the top in every aspect. This notoriety afforded him the privilege to dictate his own schedule. With outstanding academic performance, a well-off family, and an impeccable appearance, he attracted countless gazes as he exited the vehicle. It was no surprise that onlookers were shocked by his current state, hastily pulling out their phones to capture this rare moment. Documenting the scene, within minutes, the campus forum erupted with chatter, reporting that Fu Chiye was seen running toward the female dormitory, clad in thin clothing, tears streaming down his face amidst the swirling snow. In no time, Fu Chiye arrived at the female dormitory, scanning the throngs of girls, yet none bore the visage he longed to see. He had been reborn. Just moments ago, he had returned to the family mansion to celebrate his grandmother's birthday. After an all-nighter at work, he had gone straight to his room upon arrival, seeking rest. However, restless sleep plagued him, cold sweat beating on his brow, until he was jolted awake, bearing the memories of his past life. Observing the familiar decor and the absence of wrinkles on his face, he realized he had been granted a second chance. The heavens had heard his fervent wish, and it was no surprise. This was the very thing he had yearned for over the past 16 years, only this time, he was the protagonist, not Xu Muwan.1.3. That moment, he felt no chill upon his skin, only the warmth of love and excitement for Xu Muwan swelling within his chest. He had come to accept the reality of his rebirth. However, the anguish of his previous life lingered painfully. He had spent every waking moment yearning for the girl from his dreams, longing to embrace her and experience her tangible existence. Yet, he had stood beneath the girl's dormitory for an hour, his gaze fixated on the entrance, but she had yet to appear. Fu Sai felt as though he was on the brink of collapse. Regardless of the onlookers, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and stopped one passerby. Could you help me go to 30? His words faltered mid-sentence, and in a daze, he turned and walked away, taking refuge under a nearby tree by the dormitory. Lingering there, the woman he had stopped, still caught off guard by his approach, quickly succumbed to disappointment. Fu Sai had regained a semblance of composure. Moments earlier, he had nearly blurted out her dormitory and name, only to realize that she did not yet know him. She recognized him, yet he remained oblivious to her existence. How disheartening it was to acknowledge that the girl had harbored an unspoken affection for him year after year. Through 15 springs, summers, autumns, and winters. He had missed out on her for 15 years. Chapter 6. The 9th year of their encounter. As twilight descended, the sky had already surrendered to darkness, due to the cold. It felt as though it were the dead of night despite being nearly 6 in the evening. Fu Sai had stood by the girls' dormitory for 4 hours, by Nan, baffled by Fu Sai's peculiar behavior that day. Stood nearby, receiving a barrage of phone calls from the old residents. He stepped forward, standing a short distance behind Fu Sai. Young master, the old lady is calling you back for dinner. And meanwhile, on a bustling street in Gangdu, Xu Muwan had just finished her part-time job and stepped out of the restaurant, only to receive a call from her grandmother. Hello, Grandma, Xu Muwan answered sweetly. I know, I've eaten a lot, went out with friends. Don't worry, I have plenty saved up. You're turning me into a little rich lady, and you, Grandma, take good care of yourself. I'll come back to see you during the May Day holiday. Their conversation flowed back and forth, revealing the warmth of their bond. After hanging up, Xu Muwan's lips curled into a smile as she glanced at her phone, which had just received her part-time salary, 2,500 for 6 days of work in March. Her little savings had increased, bringing her immense joy. With the snow gently falling from the sky, Xu Muwan, a girl from the south, delighted in the sight of the snow, even as she feared the cold. Wrapping her creamy white scarf tightly around her neck and slipping her hands into her down jacket pockets, she strolled down the street. Even on a snowy night, the enthusiasm of the people in Gangdu for shopping remained undeterred. As Xu Muwan observed the couples passing by, a twinge of envy stirred within her heart. If only she could be with him, how wonderful that would be, since the restaurant was close to the school. Xu Muwan chose to walk back, taking about 20 minutes to arrive. As she entered the campus, she overheard whispers from those passing by. Normally, she would ignore such chatter, focusing solely on her studies, or rather, on earning money. Since starting college, however, the subject of the gossip was none other than Fu Sai, the one she secretly cherished. Hey, you all should check this out, this video is incredible. Is Fu Sai chasing after love in the snow? Did he forget to put on clothes? He looks like he just rolled out of bed. Don't you know Fu Sai is running towards Ruishua's dormitory? She just moved into the school recently. Oh, I'm so jealous, why can't he be mad for me? The voices continued, yet Xu Muwan pressed forward, acutely aware of her own turbulent emotions. In that moment, she disregarded the cold, pulling out her phone to dive into a forum she seldom visited. Sure enough, posts about Fu Sai flooded her screen. Someone had surreptitiously captured footage of him, and as she clicked on a video, she saw Fu Sai running in slippers, seemingly in tears. Instantly, Xu Muwan's eyes grew warm with unshed tears. She quickly lifted her gaze, determined not to let her emotions spill over, but no matter how high she raised her head, her eyes betrayed her, weeping for Fu Sai. How deeply he must love Ruishua. She had never seen nor was she aware of this side of him. Despite this revelation, Xu Muwan could not bring herself to close the video, her eyes red as she continued to scroll, adeptly saving every image and clip to a locked album on her phone, even the blurry ones that barely captured his silhouette. Only when she reached the end of the posts did she reluctantly shut her phone and continue walking. As she treaded along the snow-laden paths of the campus, Xu Muwan gazed down at the footprints clearly marked in the snow. Lost in thought how swiftly time had passed, this year marked the 9th since she had met Fu Sai. Get away, don't show yourself before me, Ruishua. From now on our engagement is null and void. The Bai family's fate is no longer tied to the Fu family in any way. Just as Xu Muwan approached the base of the dormitory, a familiar voice reached her ears, though infrequently heard. It was unmistakable. In the chaos of unrequited love, she remained ever so cautious. She looked up to see Fu Sai standing there, with Ruishua his fiancée by his side. But why had Fu Sai just uttered such words? To annul their engagement, and why was he so fierce towards Ruishua? Upon hearing the mention of the engagement being called off, Xu Muwan felt no sense of false hope or relief. She had never believed she had a chance with Fu Sai, they belonged to different worlds. Xu Muwan blinked back the tears that threatened to spill, her feet involuntarily halting. Her lack of optimism did not stem from negativity. Rather, it was the instinctive response of anyone in love to elevate the object of their affection. If Fu Sai was a towering tree, resilient against the fiercest storms, standing out amongst the crowd, she was but a humble weed, unnoticed yet steadfast. The weeds possess remarkable resilience, they can be easily uprooted by a careless foot. How could a weed ever grow into a tree? Yet Xu Muwan forgot. While it is true that weeds struggle to become trees, they can still find solace in the shade of the grand tree, coexisting harmoniously on the same patch of grass, both indispensable to one another. No, Sai, what is wrong? Is it because I went out with Li Yan and couldn't return to the old residence to celebrate Grandma's birthday with you, but I came back early and found you weren't there? Ruishua's words trailed off as she reached for Fu Sai's hand, only to have him shake her off. Her face was a mask of shock, unable to fathom Fu Sai's behavior that day. After Li Yan had dropped her off at the Fu residence, she had received a message saying Fu Sai had come to school. She assumed he was looking for her, but evidently that was not the case. And his words felt so foreign. Fu Sai suppressed his disgust and shot a cold glance at Ruishua. Although nothing had happened yet, it did not mean he would forgive her for the transgressions of their past life. He had never been one to exhibit kindness or magnanimity. Moreover, his thoughts were consumed by Xu Muwan, and the moment Ruishua appeared, his emotions could no longer be contained. It was because of her that he had suffered so profoundly in his previous life. He had no desire to engage with Bai Ruishuo, forcing himself to remain calm as he glanced at his watch. Just as he prepared to move, his heart inexplicably tugged him in a certain direction. Suddenly he froze, the taut string in his mind snapping at that instant, as the figure he had dreamed of nightly materialized before his eyes. Chapter 7, Shock and Fall. Before him stood a girl clad in white pants, a short beige down jacket, and a creamy scarf that concealed half her face. Her shoulder-length hair mirrored her appearance from many years ago, though her face was obscured. Fu Sai knew well the beauty of her enchanting smile and the allure of her subtly pouted lips. He shifted his stiff legs, attempting to approach the girl. Xu Muwan planned to casually walk past, believing they were strangers, yet, upon seeing Fu Sai stride towards her, she momentarily forgot how to breathe, her heart racing as he drew nearer. Fu Sai, you've hurt me. Bai Ruishuo's choked voice broke through Xu Muwan's thoughts, prompting her to quickly turn away, feigning calmness. How could she have thought Fu Sai was approaching her? He was likely just trying to leave. Shaking her head, she resolved to flee back to her dormitory, but then a voice called out from behind her. This time, it was not Bai Ruishuo, it was Fu Sai, calling her name. Xu Muwan, magnetic, subdued, restrained, and heavy, these were the fleeting sensations that washed over Xu Muwan in an instant. She had no time to delve deeper, for her heart seemed unable to endure the overwhelming impact, beating furiously in her chest. She did not turn around. Perhaps she was convincing herself that she had misheard. That Fu Sai had not called her at all, yet deep within her heart, she could not accept this excuse, for she had harbored a secret affection for him for so long, intimately familiar with his every move. Don't go. Just as Xu Muwan wrestled with her inner turmoil, Fu Sai's voice resonated once more, prompting her to instinctively turn around. To her astonishment, Fu Sai was indeed walking towards her, his gaze fixed upon her. This revelation sent a jolt of shock through Xu Muwan. Could it be that Fu Sai recognized her? Did he know her? Why had he called her? And now was he truly looking at her? She dared not blink, her eyes wide with disbelief. Even as the cold wind stung her skin, she remained motionless, fearing it might all be a figment of her imagination. As Fu Sai approached within 3 meters of her, she was suddenly struck by panic and turned to flee back to her dormitory. She thought that perhaps if she could calm herself, she would realize that none of this was real. However, in her haste she stumbled. Her right leg caught on her left, and she fell to the ground, the impact jarring her knee against a step. Of the pain was excruciating, and she could not suppress a cry. Muwan, Fu Sai watched helplessly as she fell, his outstretched hand missing her entirely, the sense of panic reminiscent of the helplessness he had felt in a past life when he could not save her from a car accident. He longed to hold her tightly in his arms, yet, just as he grazed her arm, Xu Muwan instinctively recoiled, gritting her teeth against the intense pain as she struggled to her feet, limping back toward the dormitory. Fu Sai was about to pursue her when he was stopped by Bai Nan. Young master, it seems this young lady does not recognize you. Bai Nan had witnessed the entire scene unfold. The young lady's evident surprise and fear, her refusal to allow the young master to touch her, suggested she had been frightened. Bai Nan's words snapped Fu Sai back to reality. Yes, in Xu Muwan's eyes, he was still a stranger. No wonder she had reacted with such distress. Had he truly scared her? Without further thought, Fu Sai instructed Bai Nan to fetch some medicine. Xu Muwan had injured her hand, and now she was running around. If it were not for their current circumstances, he would have confessed his feelings to her on the spot, embracing her openly. Despite Bai Nan's overwhelming curiosity, he restrained himself, sensing that the young master was decidedly out of sorts, and promptly set to his task. In the meantime, Bai Ruishuo had approached Fu Sai once more. Having observed everything, why would Fu Sai call out to a girl? While he might not have feelings for her, he certainly would not be interested in any other woman. He had always kept his distance from other girls. Sai, what's wrong? Why did you just call out to a girl and even intend to assist her? Bai Ruishuo swallowed the remainder of her sentence upon catching a glimpse of Fu Sai's fearsome expression. His gaze was colder than the biting wind, and before she could inquire further, Bai Nan returned with a bag of medicine. She quickly lowered her head, feeling an unfamiliar distance from the Fu Sai she had known. From a young age she had understood that Fu Sai was inherently aloof, always maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. She had harbored feelings for him but had never dared to reveal them, knowing he did not reciprocate. If he were to discover her affection, she feared she would no longer be the only girl permitted to draw near to him. Fu Sai regarded the woman before him, his eyes sharp enough to pierce, yet when he saw Bai Nan carrying a white medical box, the chill in his demeanor softened slightly. He swiftly approached, taking the medical box from Bai Nan. He carried it to the girls' dormitory but stopped at the front desk where the dormitory supervisor sat, engrossed in her phone. Auntie. Fu Sai addressed her respectfully. Initially, she had no intention of acknowledging him, but upon catching sight of his long legs, she glanced up, hastily putting her phone down and standing up with enthusiasm. Fu handsome. Although the dormitory supervisor was in her 40s, she was quite adept at navigating the internet and was always up to date with the latest gossip. Fu Sai, though not fond of being scrutinized, had no choice but to endure it as he had a favor to ask. Auntie, I would like to request your assistance with something. As soon as Fu Sai finished speaking, The dormitory supervisor replied eagerly, of course, Fu Handsome. Whatever you need, just say the word. How can I assist you? She seemed ready to chatter endlessly. 10 minutes later, the dormitory supervisor arrived at the third floor of the dormitory with the medical box in hand. Inside, Xu Muwan had hurriedly returned, limping anxiously to her room, relieved to find it empty. As her 3 roommates had gone to a school lecture, she exhaled softly, grateful that they were not present. She would have had no explanation for her condition. Despite wearing thick pants, the fall had been too severe, and now she rolled up her pant leg to reveal her knee, which was scraped and bruised, a mix of blood and discoloration, although she typically despised pain. She was indifferent now, sitting in a chair, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. Chapter 8, a substitute for delivering medicine, until a knock at the door jolted her from her reverie. Xu Muwan was momentarily startled, noticing the wetness on her face. She absent-mindedly wiped her eyes, realizing that she had been crying without her knowledge. Remembering there was someone outside, she attempted to rise, but her knee throbbed painfully. "You can just come in. I didn't close the door properly," she called out. It was unlikely to be her 3 roommates. While 2 of them might not have the key, Lulu always had hers. Wearing it as a necklace, the person outside, upon receiving permission, pushed the door open. "Hello, classmate." The dormitory supervisor entered, immediately noticing Xu Muwan sitting with her pant leg rolled up, her clear eyes red and puffy. Evoking a sense of sympathy, all her earlier gossiping thoughts vanished in an instant. Xu Muwan, surprised to see the dormitory supervisor, asked, "Auntie, why are you here?" The dormitory supervisor placed the medical box on the floor and knelt before Xu Muwan. Intending to examine her injuries. "My dear, doesn't it hurt? You should have treated this injury. I happened to see you fall, and out of concern I came to check on you." Her tone was natural, radiating genuine care. And Xu Muwan had no reason to doubt her intentions. She would never suspect Fu Sai had sent her. As the dormitory supervisor's hand reached toward her leg, Xu Muwan instinctively recoiled. "Thank you for your concern, Auntie, but I can manage on my own." She was not accustomed to the touch of strangers. "Don't be difficult. Let me help you. It's just a small effort. We should be careful while walking, otherwise such beautiful legs might bear scars." "And that would be a pity," the dormitory supervisor remarked as she naturally took out her phone to snap a picture before proceeding to retrieve cotton swabs and disinfectant from the medical box. Xu Muwan could hardly resist the dormitory supervisor's enthusiastic care. "All right, thank you, Auntie." As the supervisor attended to her, she began to understand why Fu Handsome was fond of this girl. Xu Muwan appeared so gentle. Her skin fair and unblemished, her shoulder-length black hair framing her face, and her eyes, now red from crying, resembled a pitiful little white rabbit. "If it hurts, do let me know. I'll try to be gentle." The dormitory supervisor noticed the injury on Xu Muwan's otherwise pristine skin, and her tone grew cautious. "It's all right, Auntie, just do what you need to do." "Thank you." Xu Muwan bit her lip, diverting her gaze from the painful wound. She was reluctant to look, fearing that merely observing it would intensify the pain. The dormitory supervisor took note of this and thought to herself that if Fu Handsome saw her like this, he would surely be heartbroken. 10 minutes later, the supervisor stood, providing Xu Muwan with instructions on caring for her wound. Xu Muwan was both surprised and delighted, having been at Hong Kong University for so long. It was the first time she had encountered such warmth from the dormitory supervisor. Perhaps her fall had indeed been quite pitiful. After all, she had fallen in front of Fu Sai. The thought of her comical tumble made her feel embarrassed. Now not only did her knee hurt, but her heart ached as well. When her roommates returned, Xu Muwan had yet to recover. "What happened, Can Bao?" Liang Lulu was the first to enter the dormitory and saw Xu Muwan lost in thought at her desk. But more surprising was the bandage on her knee. As soon as Lulu spoke, the other 2 roommates rushed to see what on earth happened. "We haven't seen you in just a day." Renlin had no time to set down her bag before she squatted beside Xu Muwan. Her expression filled with concern. "Can Bao, what happened to you?" Bui also questioned her. Xu Muwan's 3 roommates were all from the north, while she hailed from the south, resulting in a noticeable height difference. At 1.62 meters, Xu Muwan was considered quite tall in the south, but among her 3 roommates, who were all around 1.72 meters, she was the petite one. Xu Muwan, feeling the chill of the weather, often dawdles when it's time to rise, wrapping herself snugly in layers of clothing, donning 3 layers inside and 3 outside. Her roommates have affectionately nicknamed her Silkworm Baby. As the sole southern girl in the dormitory, she possesses a delicate softness and a complexion that seems almost uncharacteristic for someone from the south, which leads her 3 companions to indulge her whims. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just stumbled and fell outside the dormitory, and the dorm matron saw it and came up with a first aid kit to bandage me." Xu Muwan waved her hand dismissively. "Your eyes are red. Were you crying from the pain?" Renlin inquired, sitting beside her and gently wiping the tears from her eyes, continuing, "You usually whine for ages even after a slight bump, and now with your knee all bandaged up, why didn't you call us?" Xu Muwan, still tense from the encounter with Fu Sai, felt her eyes welling up again at her roommate's concern. "It hurts, Silkworm Baby, your eyes are so red, it makes me feel all tender inside," Bui interjected. Handing her a tissue to dab at her tears, despite her gentle name Bui was anything but delicate. Leon Lulu was about to speak when she heard Xu Muwan mention the dorm matron helping her with the bandage. Leaving her momentarily speechless. Wait, silkworm baby, are you certain it was the dorm matron who treated you? I'd sooner believe it was the cleaning lady, she exclaimed in disbelief. Are you sure, Lulu? You raise a valid point. While our dorm matrons aren't particularly fierce, they're hardly known for their warmth. They seem rather indifferent, or so the seniors say really, but it was definitely the dorm matron who helped me. She was quite kind. Xu Muwan reflected, remembering the matron's genuinely concerned expression. Meanwhile, the dorm matron, upon returning to the dormitory after tending to Xu Muwan, promptly sent the photo she had taken to her newly added WeChat contact. Initially intending to type a message, she felt that mere words could not convey the emotion she had just experienced, so she opted for a voice message instead. After sending 5 lengthy voice notes, she finally set her phone down, only to be reminded of the long legs she had just seen. What has happened to her? Fu Sai's eyes were red-rimmed as he gazed at the images sent by the dorm matron. Noting the blood on her knee. At that moment, he felt his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 9, The Greatest Sadness of Secret Love. In the dead of night, Fu Sai remained stationed beneath the dormitory. Though now it was devoid of people, save for Bai Nan and a few bodyguards. Sensing his phone vibrating in his pocket, Bai Nan sighed in resignation and approached Fu Sai, who was lost in thought while staring at a particular window in the dormitory. Young master, the old residence is calling, Bai Nan stated. Bai Nan, I wish to see her. Fu Sai murmured, leaning against a tree. The girl who occupied his thoughts day and night was now so close. And he longed to tell her that he knew her and adored her deeply. He desperately wanted to. Bai Nan was taken aback. Had the young master ever expressed affection for anyone before? Young master, if I may be so bold, are you referring to that girl? Though shocked, Bai Nan managed to contain his surprise. The young master's demeanor had resembled that of someone wounded by love. Isolated in their own despondence, yes, the girl I love will one day be the young mistress of the Fu family. Fu Sai had no intention of concealing his feelings, given a second chance by fate. He possessed the means to protect Xu Muwan.1.3 in this lifetime. They would be inseparably bound together, with no one able to come between them. Bai Nan's eyelids flickered. Young master, what do you mean? What about Miss Bai? He was aware that the young master had no affection for Bai Ruishui, yet their families had an engagement forged in childhood, long before they even existed. He had always assumed that the young master had no interest in any other girl, thinking he would conform to the arrangement, but now this unexpected development could have made headlines in the city if not for his quick action. I will only marry Xu Muwan, with Bai Nan's reminder. Fu Sai recalled his family's engagement with the Bai family. He glanced at the dormitory before departing, with Bai Nan hastily following suit. Bai Nan, having witnessed the earlier encounter, processed the implications of the young master's words before they reached the car. As he sat in the front passenger seat, he retrieved his phone and sent a message in a group chat. The young master is off to see the girl he likes. We heading back now. In the backseat, Fu Sai suddenly spoke, causing Bai Nan's heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, he withdrew his phone, fearing that the young master had discovered his covert communication. But the next words brought him relief. Tomorrow, I want to hold a press conference under my name. Young master, you aren't planning to announce something, are you? Bai Nan's intuition began to piece together the situation. Though he refrained from voicing it. Fu Sai cast a glance at him without responding. Engrossed in his phone, Bai Nan astutely refrained from probing further. Very well, I will make the arrangements for tomorrow. Should I notify the major media outlets in advance? Indeed, invite them all. There's no need to keep this under wraps. Fu Sai declared resolutely, determined to pursue his girl openly and clearly, without the burden of other identities. In this lifetime, he would solely be Fu Sai for her. Bai Nan gasped. With no need for secrecy, the news would inevitably become common knowledge. Young master, what about the situation with your parents? Bai Nan hesitated. Unsure of how to proceed, they have never cared for me, and they have even less right to do so now, Fu Sai replied coldly. At the old residence, those who received Bai Nan's message exchanged glances, then instinctively lowered their heads to furiously type on their phones. Old man, has our dear grandson found someone he likes? They resolved to clarify things upon his return, especially since Miss Xue had subtly suggested a proposal for marriage that very evening. Fu Sai's grandfather, Fu Hanyang, felt delighted at the news of his grandson's affections, but the engagement was indeed a complicated matter. Hearing this, Xuemin felt displeased and tapped Fu Hanyang's leg. I don't care, my dear grandson has finally found a girl he likes, and I will support him no matter what. You must support him too. Engagements can be broken, and if my grandson wants to call it off, that is perfectly reasonable, especially since it's about love. Xuemin was about to continue her tirade when Fu Hanyang, fearing her escalating anger, quickly interjected. All right, yes, father, my mother is right. Besides, this engagement was arranged before Fu Sai was even born, which is inherently unfair. Fu Nanyan chimed in. Even Xiao Xinyan, lounging on the sofa and playing games, voiced support. I will always stand by my brother. Fu Sai entered the old residence and immediately heard these words. He scanned the room but did not see the two individuals he expected. As the others turned to look at him, particularly Xu Muwan, who was eager to inquire further, he noted her anticipatory gaze. "Grandma, I apologize for my absence during your birthday dinner. I was feeling unwell and have some matters to attend to tomorrow," he stated, before heading upstairs without further elaboration, knowing that someone would surely speak on his behalf. The only person who followed him was Bai Nan, the identity of the speaker being quite evident. "All right, dear grandson, take care to rest well. Tomorrow, I shall have someone prepare your favorite dishes," Xu Muwan offered. Having learned that he had been out to see a girl, despite having a myriad of questions, she softened upon seeing his weary expression, opting instead to let it go for now. That night, Fu Sai was destined to be sleepless, just as Xu Muwan, curled up in her blankets in the girls' dormitory, was also wide awake. Unbeknownst to each other, they both longed for one another. Xu Muwan stared at the ceiling, her eyelids unmoving, tears once again spilling from the corners of her eyes. She recalled her father's words about pursuing what one loves, even if unattainable, at least having made the effort without any regrets. She had held on to that sentiment, yet when it came to the one she adored, she lacked the courage to even strive for it. "Father, you taught me to fight for what I want. But you didn't teach me how to pursue someone from an entirely different world. I feel so insignificant. He is a lofty young master, and I am merely a girl from the countryside. He is someone I can never hope to reach, and no matter how hard I try, even tonight, when I saw him, I couldn't bring myself to look him in the eye." The sadness of unrequited love is perhaps the greatest sorrow of all. Fu Sai and Xu Muwan, these two names would forever remain unconnected. Chapter 10. Add my wife on WeChat. The following day, Fu Sai rose early and departed from the old residence, leaving no trace of his presence by the time others awoke. Xu Muwan checked her phone for messages in the WeChat group, realizing he had gone off to see the girl again. "Let it be. Once he has finished with his business, we'll ask him for details. Let's go have breakfast. I am merely concerned about how we will explain the dissolution of the engagement between Sai and the Bai family. After all, our two families have coexisted harmoniously for such an extended period and have supported each other through the majority of our lives." Fu Hanyang waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to worry about? With me here, weren't you feeling perfectly fine just last night?" Xu Muwan remained silent, just as she was about to sit down for breakfast when she spotted Beishan and Tongyu descending the stairs. Ready to leave, she hurriedly called out, "Beishan, Tongyu, aren't you having breakfast?" "Mom and Dad, I'm skipping it. There's a meeting at the company this morning." Tongyu replied, already at the entrance changing her shoes. Fu Beishan took the servant's suit jacket and made to leave as well. "Mom and Dad, I won't eat either. Why is it that both of you are so engrossed in work? Not only do you neglect your son, but now you disregard your own health as well." Xu Muwan lamented, but by then, the couple had already exited the door. "Forget it, they will realize it later. Let them not blame us for not reminding them." For the first time, Fu Hanyang felt that even if their careers were flourishing, what use was it if their family life was in shambles? Early in the morning, Fu Sai drove to a certain street in Gangdu, and as he arrived at the familiar street and shops, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him that he had come to buy breakfast for Xu Muwan. During the month he lived at her home in his previous life, if she didn't have to go to work, she would always come to this old Shanghai restaurant to buy rice rolls paired with a cup of pure hot soy milk. Initially, he couldn't understand why she chose to frequent this particular rice roll shop, even though there was one downstairs that was even tastier and more in line with Gangdu's flavor. However, one day, unable to contain his curiosity, he asked her while she was eating the rice rolls. She replied, "Because the old Shanghai restaurant is run by an elderly couple who have no children, and their rice rolls have a homely taste that I adore." With that simple statement, he grasped the girl's sentiment. Not dwelling on the past, Fu Sai stepped forward to queue at the entrance of the old Shanghai restaurant, his tall figure clad in a tailored black suit, drawing attention effortlessly. He was strikingly handsome, with deep-set eyes and a perfectly sculpted nose, every detail of his face flawless, particularly the black ear stud adorning his left ear, exuding an air of restrained nobility intertwined with untamed wildness. True to his name, he was indeed wild. People are not lacking in the ability to recognize beauty. Within a minute of him queuing, two girls dressed in JK uniforms approached him, their expressions flushed with shyness. Fu Sai had his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the elderly couple bustling inside the shop, completely oblivious to the two girls nearby. "Hello, handsome, may I add you on WeChat?" one of the girls asked, her voice soft and timid as she tucked her hair behind her ear. To be honest, her voice was not unpleasant, rather, it was exceedingly gentle. However, to Fu Sai, it was akin to the buzzing of a mosquito, soft yet irksome. "Add my wife instead, you can then ask her about the rice rolls taste," he replied, reaching for his phone to open Xu Muwan's WeChat. The two girls, upon hearing his response, looked utterly crestfallen, and after a polite apology, they quickly left. Fu Sai leisurely tucked his phone away. Over an hour later, Fu Sai returned to the university, heading once again to the girls' dormitory. Perhaps it was early on a Sunday morning, but the surroundings were remarkably quiet. It was evident that the college students were indulging in the luxury of sleeping in winter. Being able to wake up naturally on a weekend is the pinnacle of happiness for university students. The dormitory matron had been waiting at the entrance. Young Master Fu, you're here. I specifically arranged to take the early shift, she greeted. Fu Sai nodded slightly. Auntie, please make sure to check her wound. Of course. No problem, the matron replied. She couldn't understand why he pursued someone so discreetly. How could the object of his affection discern his intentions? Yet she refrained from questioning further, as delivering breakfast was a task worth a month's salary for her. Fu Sai handed the breakfast to the matron, then found a discreet spot to wait with his phone. He scrolled through WeChat, pausing at the search bar to add a friend. He recalled her WeChat ID. Having intended to add her since his rebirth yesterday but hesitated, wondering how to explain himself so she would believe him. However, perhaps driven by instinct, he entered the WeChat ID he had memorized. In the next moment, her familiar avatar appeared before him. It turned out she had always used this avatar, never changing it. It was no wonder she had been able to harbor feelings for him for so long. She truly was a heart-wrenching foolish girl. The avatar depicted a girl standing against the backdrop of a sunset, and he immediately recognized her silhouette from the moment he first added her on WeChat. Fu Sai clicked to add her, sending a friend request without any note to identify himself. 10 minutes later, he received a new message on WeChat, and he quickly opened it. Xu Muwan was seated at her desk. Still clad in a fluffy pajama, her head bowed as she enjoyed the breakfast he had just purchased. Upon seeing this photo, he saved it without hesitation and sent a message. If she offers you money, just accept it. After completing this, Fu Sai lingered downstairs for a few minutes before departing. Meanwhile, upstairs, Xu Muwan was taken aback by the matron's exceptional kindness. Staring at the breakfast she had brought, she was at a loss for what to do. The other three roommates observed the matron chatting animatedly with Xu Muwan and began to suspect they had misinterpreted things last night. Perhaps the matron simply wanted to treat the silkworm well. Considering how adorable she was, the matron, well prepared, began her spiel before Xu Muwan had a chance to respond, concluding with, "It's nothing, dear, just accept it. It's a small favor for me as the dormitory matron. I have my responsibilities." Xu Muwan, being soft-hearted, quickly acquiesced, especially since the breakfast consisted of her beloved rice rolls. However, Auntie, I can accept your breakfast, but I need to pay you for it. Oh, it's nothing, just try it and see how it tastes. The dormitory matron, upon seeing the message Fu Sai had sent, thought to herself, he truly understands that if only he had the courage to pursue a girl openly. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely chase after this handsome young man. Chapter 11. The dissolution of the engagement. Fu Sai left the school and arrived at the press conference that had been meticulously prepared in advance, observing the scene akin to that of his previous life. He felt a sense of relief. Nothing had yet transpired, and his girl was still here. After this event, he would pursue her openly, lavishing her with affection. Young master, everything is arranged. Are you absolutely certain you want to proceed with this? Bai Nan asked once more, already envisioning the anger of Mr. and Mrs. Fu post-conference. Bai Nan, you know me, Fu Sai replied coolly, straightening his collar as he ascended the stage. Bai Nan paused momentarily, then followed him up. Realizing that once the young master made a decision, he would not waver. This had been his nature since childhood. He recalled how right after graduating high school, his father had insisted he study business management to learn how to manage a large enterprise. In truth, the young master did not despise the subject, he merely resented the authoritative demands of his father and mother. Thus, when forced to choose this discipline, he declared, even if I study this subject, I will never take over your so-called business. From that moment on, the young master relied on his capabilities to establish a gaming company, which within 3 short years had risen to the forefront of the industry. Even without the title of the Fu family's heir, Fu Sai would still possess an indomitable spirit. Hello everyone, I am Fu Ce. He took the stage. Fu Sai spoke into the microphone, his cold, crisp voice resonating throughout the venue. Young master, may I ask why you suddenly called this press conference? Yes, and are you the only one here? Is there some joyous news to announce? Mr. Fu, I understand you are about to graduate this year. Are you preparing to inherit the family business or start a family first? The Fu family is the largest in Gangdu, and their enterprise ranks first nationally. Today, this press conference was a rare occurrence. And if not for the obstacles, the reporters would have eagerly shoved their cameras and microphones in Fu Sai's face, desperate to extract more statements from him. Fu Sai remained silent, merely raising an eyebrow as he scanned the reporters below. The light from the cameras illuminated his face, showcasing his features in stunning clarity, causing everyone present to marvel at how he seemed to have been sculpted by divine hands. Bai Nan noticed the young master beginning to grow impatient and quickly adjusted the microphone in front of him, saying, Mr. Fu has an announcement to make, please be quiet. Within a minute, the room fell silent. Those familiar with Fu Sai understood that Bai Nan's words were tantamount to his own. Firstly, I will address all your questions later. But before that, I have a purpose for calling this press conference. Please allow me to finish. Standing tall in the center of the stage, Fu Sai slightly bowed his head, gently holding the microphone. His gaze fixed on a particular camera that he knew she was watching the livestream. Bai Nan, upon hearing his young master's courteous and respectful words, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Had he not just noticed the impatience etched on his face, he might have been convinced that his young master was indeed a well-mannered individual. This time, I am here to annul the marriage contract between the Fu family and the Bai family, thus rendering the engagement between myself, Fu Sai, and Miss Bai void. Fu Sai refrained from uttering Bai Ruishua's name, yet it was evident to all who he was referring to. He did not wish to speak her name. Had it not been for her, he and Wan would not have missed out on a lifetime together in his previous life. As these words escaped his lips, chaos erupted among the audience, with journalists clamoring to pose their astonished questions. Equally stunned was a certain girls' dormitory at Gangdu University. Oh my goodness, could it be that the rumors from last night were unfounded? Was Fu Sai not doing this for his fiancée? Xu Muwan was seated at the desk with her 3 roommates, gazing at the computer screen. Before she could respond, Liang Lulu sprang up in excitement. What rumors? You just called it a rumor. How could it possibly be true? Ren Lin lifted her head to look at Liang Lulu, while Bu Yi also chimed in, eager to hear about the rumor, leaving Xu Muwan still intently focused on the live broadcast. I heard it too. And upon discovering it, I searched the forums only to find that everything had been deleted, leaving no trace whatsoever. Her 3 roommates continued their chatter, while Xu Muwan remained fixated on Fu Sai, who was speaking earnestly on the screen, oblivious to the fact that she was squeezing her plush pig toy so tightly that it was becoming misshapen. Caterpillar, what's wrong with you? It looks like you're about to shed tears. Bu Yi, who had been listening closely to the gossip, caught sight of Xu Muwan's reddened eyes out of the corner of her vision. Oh no, perhaps it was just the draft from the window that made my eyes a bit dry and painful. Realizing her mistake, Xu Muwan glanced at the window, hastily conjuring an excuse. Oh, that's fine then. I thought you were crying over a handsome guy. Bu Yi casually remarked before returning to the gossip, after Fu Sai stated his intentions. The press conference concluded swiftly. As a result of this announcement, both the Fu and Bai families were thrown into disarray. Mom and Dad, you knew about this yesterday, so why didn't you tell us? You can't just cancel a marriage like that. Fu Baishan, clad in a dark gray suit, paced the living room with his hands on his hips. Even the typically composed and elegant Imotangyu could barely maintain her demeanor. Yes, Mom, you indulged Sai before, but how can you allow him to act so recklessly regarding such an important matter? How are we supposed to explain this to the Bai family? Hearing his son and daughter-in-law's words, Fu Hanyang's face was a mask of disappointment. You didn't care when you should have. It's not even night yet, just go back to work. Fu Hanyang replied tersely. Having ambition is commendable, but everything must have its limits. If work becomes your entire life, you are being irresponsible to your family. Fu Baishan observed the incessantly buzzing phone on his desk, his brow furrowing. No, Dad, this isn't about that. The marriage between our 2 families was predetermined long ago. What predetermination? Rules are rigid, but people are alive. Should we sacrifice the happiness of my dear grandson for the sake of a rule? He has finally found someone he likes. He wishes to pursue her. Why is it that when it comes to your affairs, he is dismissed so easily? Ask yourselves, have you truly cared for him throughout his life? Have you genuinely sought to understand him? Now, when it comes to such a significant matter in his life, you wish to intervene. I will say this much. Whatever my grandson chooses to do, I will support him. Anyone who dares to hinder him shall not call me mother. Xue Min's voice was calm, serious, and left no room for dissent. Fu Baishan and Imotangyu exchanged helpless glances, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. Grandma and Grandpa, I'm home. Fu Sai's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Chapter 12, I have the life I desire. Fu Sai, having called for the 2 elders, casually scanned his parents. Having overheard their earlier conversation, he was indifferent to their opinions. Their thoughts held no significance for him. Fu Hanyang and Xue Min exchanged a knowing glance, both comprehending each other's sentiments. Just as he was about to invite them to sit and talk, Fu Sai had already stepped forward, seemingly with something to convey. I will handle matters with the Bai family myself, you need not worry. Although Fu Sai did not directly address anyone, his words were aimed at Fu Baishan and Imotangyu. How rude, have you forgotten to address your parents? You annulled your engagement behind our backs, showing us no regard. At this moment Fu Baishan adopted a fatherly tone to reprimand Fu Si. Imotangyu glanced back and forth between the 2 similar-looking men, pursing her slightly reddened lips, ultimately remaining silent. You claim this is my own affair. Why make it seem like it's yours to decide? Fu Sai retorted, casually reaching for a piece of fruit from the table. This pear is quite sweet. Once I win over my beloved Wan, I'll bring her several carts of fruit, as she adores them. Fu Baishan realized that his son was not fond of him, but this was the first time he had been so openly defied. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a warning glance from his mother and swallowed his words. Asai, we are not blaming you. We merely wish for you to think carefully before acting. Your engagement to Ruishua has been in place for many years. To retreat without warning is indeed somewhat inappropriate. Imotangyu remarked, though her words sounded slightly more palatable than Fu Baishan's. They were still far from comforting. I have thought it through, which is why I am taking action. Fu Sai continued to enjoy his pear, determined not only to annul the engagement but also to terminate all current collaborations with the Bai family. The expressions on Fu Baishan and Mo Tanyu's faces darkened in unison, yet Fu Sai was unfazed, continuing, "Grandma and Grandpa, the girl I like, you will surely come to appreciate. Once I win her over, I'll bring her back for you to meet. Her name is Xu Muwan. She is in her second year of university, and we attend the same school. As of now, I have yet to meet her, and I need a bit of time. So I hope you will refrain from investigating her." Fu Sai sought to preempt any inquiries from his family lest they investigate Wan like they had with his aunt in the past, which he found distasteful. "A grandson, are you implying that you are fond of this girl, and she has yet to reciprocate your feelings, even to the point of not knowing you?" Fu Hanyang's deep voice was barely above a whisper. Seemingly incredulous that his grandson was harboring a secret infatuation. "Yes." Fu Sai nodded, his gaze lowered, yet Xuemen, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy. Her grandson appeared so humble. "A dear, we understand. Rest assured, we will not intrude. If you need your grandparents' assistance, do not hesitate to ask." To rush into annulling an engagement without any foundation, are you not? "Never mind, I have work to attend to. As for the Bai family, you may handle it yourselves." Just as Fu Baishan was about to make a sarcastic remark, he was met with disapproving glares from his parents. Since the words had already been spoken, they decided to let it be. "Baishan, let us return to the company." Mo Tangyu, understanding that Fu Sai was dissatisfied with them, refrained from further irritating him. Just as the couple was about to leave, Fu Sai stood up with his hands in his pockets. "Dad and Mom, I hope you will also refrain from interfering with the person I like. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what surprising actions I might take next." Although Fu Sai's tone remained unchanged, it carried an undercurrent of threat. "Sai, rest assured, your mother will not interfere, but I hope you also come to understand that if your partner is someone of equal standing, it can greatly benefit your life." Mo Tangyu still harbored hopes for the union between the Fu and Bai families. "I am not you. I have the life I desire." Fu Sai shot a cold glance at his parents, who had also entered into a marriage of convenience. With that, he did not wait for a response, nodding at his grandparents on the sofa. "Grandma and Grandpa, I will head upstairs now." All right, dear grandson. Rest assured, Grandma and Grandpa will always support you." Xuemin tapped her cane in affirmation. Fu Baishan and Mo Tangyu were momentarily taken aback, and it was only after Fu Sai ascended the stairs that they departed. Just as Fu Sai reached the top of the stairs, he encountered someone at the corner. "Aunt." He greeted before proceeding upstairs. "A brother, can I meet my sister-in-law next time?" Xiao Xinyan called out to Fu Sai's retreating figure. Having just heard her brother mention that he had someone he liked and had annulled his engagement with Bai Ruixue, she was overjoyed, fully supportive of the decision. She had never been fond of Bai Ruixue, always sensing a facade behind her charming demeanor. Now that she knew Bai Ruixue would no longer be her sister-in-law, she was elated. Simultaneously, she was filled with curiosity and anticipation for the girl her brother liked. Fu Nanyan patted Xiao Xinyan's shoulder. "Child, didn't your brother just say that he can't be disturbed until things are settled?" "Mom, I know. I can do it secretly," Xiao Xinyan replied, just as she was lost in her thoughts. Her brother's deep voice echoed from upstairs, causing her to instinctively fall silent. Fu Nanyan smiled, ensuring that everything had returned to normal downstairs before she and her daughter descended. Otherwise, given her brother's earlier demeanor, a mere word of agreement from her could have earned her a dozen cold stares. Meanwhile, the Bai family was far more lively than the Fu family. Bai Ruixue, having just awakened, was unceremoniously dragged from her room to the living room by her family, where she was met with the shocking news. "Ruixue, what is going on? Why did Sai call off the engagement? Speak up. Have you done something to wrong him? No one from the Fu family is answering their phones. Hurry and get ready. We're going to the Fu residence." "Do you understand what it means for the Fu family to cancel the engagement? It's unilateral." The Bai family members hurled accusations at Bai Ruixue, causing her head to spin. In a panic, she pulled out her phone to call, only to discover that Fu Sai had blocked her. She was overwhelmed with anxiety, unable to comprehend what had transpired. She had done nothing wrong. Just a couple of days prior, they had enjoyed a pleasant meal together. The only secret she held was her affection for him. Did he find out? Did he feel nothing for her at all? Lost in these thoughts, Bai Ruixue rushed upstairs and called Li Yan to vent her frustrations. Chapter 13. He added her on WeChat. Xu Muwan had injured her knee, so she skipped her part-time job this Sunday and lay in her dormitory. While resting on her bed, she incessantly scrolled through any news regarding Fu Sai's press conference, pausing to read even the comments from netizens. He had called off the engagement. He no longer had feelings for Bai Ruixue. Did he have someone else in mind? For reasons unknown, she would prefer he stayed with Bai Ruixue rather than see him with another girl. What kind of woman captured his interest? Was it someone like Bai Ruixue? In a fleeting moment, a shameful thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she could pursue him, but that notion vanished just as quickly. Yet, only Xu Muwan knew that, despite the improbability, she silently endeavored to close the gap between them. She aspired to attend the same university as him, and every time she encountered news about him, she would subconsciously pay attention to his habits. When selecting her major, she unhesitatingly chose language and literature. Having overheard that he frequently traveled abroad and spoke 8 languages, she thought if she could master them too, wouldn't that'd bring her closer to him each time they crossed paths, though she never stared openly. He occupied her peripheral vision entirely. Her life was manageable. Although her parents were no longer present, they had left her and her grandmother some savings. Her grandmother had been a teacher for decades, providing them with a steady income. However, due to a casual remark from someone, Fu Sai's meal expenses equate to your entire year's salary, she felt compelled to save diligently. Not only did she have a respectable side business, but she also utilized her spare time for part-time work, hoping that one day she could afford to share a meal with him. Yet that hope was turning into disappointment. Xu Muwan questioned whether she had a masochistic tendency, knowing full well that her feelings for Fu Sai would lead nowhere, yet she still fluttered towards him like a moth to a flame. Fu Sai returned home and changed into a new outfit, driving alone to a familiar street. In his past life, he would never have found himself in such a place, but now, as he beheld the familiar street, the buildings, and the three characters, Jiuxiang Road, he was reminded of the cherished memories he had with Xu Muwan, the very location where their paths first crossed. Not wishing to dwell on these thoughts any longer, he lifted his feet and walked inside. Upon his rebirth and first encounter with Xu Muwan, he had instructed someone to secure this place, eager to reserve a space for their shared memories. Fu Sai arrived at room 502, pushed the door open, and found it empty, devoid of any furnishings. He paced back and forth a few times, lost in thought, when his phone buzzed in his pocket. Unfazed, he answered the call and simply stated, "Bring everything in." Before hanging up. 10 minutes later, Fu Sai surveyed the newly arrived items. Every piece of furniture felt intimately familiar, from the sofa and cabinet to a pair of slippers and small trinkets. He recalled them all with ease. In his previous life, after Wan's passing, he had lived alone in this house for over a decade, able to locate anything with his eyes closed. Subsequently, Fu Sai removed his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and began arranging the space according to the memories he held dear. He worked tirelessly until nightfall. This one-bedroom apartment featured a living room with a bathroom, and the bedroom also had one, covering approximately 70 square meters. To others, it was spacious enough, but for someone like Fu Sai, who had always resided in a villa, it felt quite small. And nonetheless, he didn't mind. He found it immensely appealing. Starting today, he would leave the old residence and make this place his home, convinced that soon the girl would join him here. Fu Sai was a man of action. That very night, he moved in. When family members inquired, he refrained from divulging specifics, simply stating he desired to live alone. Late at night, Fu Sai lay in a bed identical to the one from his past life, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. This blanket lacked her scent. In his previous life, he had endured sleepless nights, managing only a few hours of rest and often resorting to sleeping pills. Now, the thought of the one he longed for still being in existence made him want to rush to the girl's dormitory and bring her out. Suddenly, he sat up, picked up his phone, and noticed that the friend request he had sent the day before on WeChat had yet to be approved. His brow furrowed. Did she know this WeChat account belonged to him? Or had she simply not seen the message? Fu Sai's mind swirled with thoughts, persuading himself that she might not have noticed the message, and he sent the friend request again, staring at his phone until the screen went dark. In the girls' dormitory, Xu Muwan had just finished writing her novel and climbed into bed. Normally, she would have a part-time job on Sundays, but with her foot injury, she had taken the day off. As she settled into bed, her phone chimed with a message. She picked it up and, upon seeing someone had added her, instinctively gasped, gripping her phone tightly. She had just gotten comfortable when a loud thud echoed as her phone slipped from her hand and crashed to the floor, drawing the attention of her roommates. Bui, who was applying a face mask, flinched at the sound, causing her mask to shift awkwardly. Liang Lulu was engrossed in a game. The sudden noise caused her to lose focus, resulting in a game over. Rinlin was on a phone call, momentarily oblivious to the commotion. Sorry, I didn't hold my phone steady. Xu Muwan was momentarily stunned but quickly got up to retrieve her phone, wincing as her knee throbbed from the movement. No, don't. I'll get it, you stay put. You're injured. Liang Lulu, quick on her feet, rushed over to pick up the phone. It's broken, she stated after inspecting it, then handed it back to Xu Muwan. It's fine. I'll get a new one another day. This phone has served me for a few years anyway. Wait, no, Sang Bao, why are you acting strange? Aren't you upset? We told you to replace this phone ages ago, and you insisted it was still fine, Liang Lulu remarked, recalling their prior discussions. Moreover, Xu Muwan was typically the most frugal among them. Sang Bao, be honest, is something going on? You've been off since yesterday, lost in thought, and you didn't even notice when tears fell. At that moment, Rinlin hung up and inquired as well, while Bui, still in her mask, turned her attention to Xu Muwan. Xu Muwan was taken aback. Was it that obvious? Even if they had noticed, she couldn't confess the truth, otherwise, they would be shocked for half the day. And her feelings for Fu Sai were her deepest secret. Oh no, it's just that I can't work due to my injury. You know me, I'm obsessed with making money, she replied, feigning ease. While her mind wandered back to the earlier moment with her phone, was that truly Fu Sai, or was it merely a coincidence with a similar avatar? For reasons unknown, she felt a mixture of hope that it was Fu Sai and a desire for it not to be him. Chapter 14. She finally held him. The next day, as dawn broke, Xu Muwan, who usually relished staying in bed during winter, rose early. Now in her sophomore year, her schedule was no longer as demanding as it had been in her first year. She attended classes only when necessary and spent the rest of her time lounging in her dorm. Thus, when she carefully exited her dormitory, her roommates were still asleep. Xu Muwan's knee injury was somewhat serious, causing her to limp as she walked. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted the auntie who had been checking in on her these past few days, sitting at the duty desk, engrossed in her phone. "Good morning, auntie." Normally Xu Muwan.1.3 initiated greeting, but since the auntie had shown genuine concern, she felt it was appropriate. The dormitory auntie, about to text Fu Sai to ask when he would bring breakfast, heard Xu Muwan's voice and quickly stood up. "Dear, why are you down here? Don't you have class this morning, or are you hungry for breakfast?" The auntie had assumed Xu Muwan would sleep in, and she added, "Wait here, I'll get you breakfast right away." Listening to the auntie's rapid-fire words, Xu Muwan couldn't help but smile wryly as she grasped the auntie's wrist and said sincerely, "Auntie, no, I'm just going out to get a new phone. Not my phone broke last night. Please don't worry about breakfast. Oh, your phone is broken. Can you still walk on that foot?" The dormitory auntie glanced towards the door, wondering why Fu Sai hadn't arrived yet. "I'll be careful, it won't hinder me. Besides, I'm taking a taxi," Xu Muwan reassured her, demonstrating her ability to walk a few steps. "Alright, just be cautious. Let me know when you've bought a new phone." Xu Muwan gazed at the dormitory supervisor and, without uttering a word, retrieved her phone to type a message. She had no intention of saying anything further, merely responding with a soft okay before stepping outside. Typically, she seldom engaged in conversation with others. Her grandmother frequently remarked that she possessed a passive demeanor, completely lacking in initiative. Only when someone approached her would she stir. A quintessential shy mimosa, she flourished brilliantly when left undisturbed, but would retreat into herself at the slightest touch. As Fu Sai arrived at the school entrance, carrying breakfast, his phone buzzed incessantly with WeChat notifications. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from the dormitory supervisor. He halted his advance, returned to his vehicle, placed the breakfast inside, and stood by the school gate, awaiting her arrival. After standing for less than a minute, he took out his phone, used the screen to inspect his reflection, adjusted his collar, and ensured everything was in order. He intended to speak with her, to get to know her. His anticipation grew unbearable. After approximately 10 minutes, Fu Sai craned his neck to peer into the campus. His previously dull eyes sparkled with starlight upon recognizing a familiar figure. An idea struck him, prompting him to return to his car and take a seat inside. From the driver's seat, he watched the petite figure approaching the entrance. Observing her gait, his grip on the steering wheel tightened as an overwhelming urge to embrace her surged within him, given her aversion to the cold. The sight of her solitary figure traversing the snow-laden campus tugged at his heartstrings. Finally, at the moment she reached the school gate, Fu Sai swiftly opened the car door and approached the girl, who was walking with her head bowed, her face buried in a cream-colored scarf, hands tucked into the pockets of her lemon-yellow down jacket, meticulously stepping on the snowflakes, ensuring no skin was exposed. She truly resembled a silkworm. However, as she walked, she noticed a pair of long legs clad in black trousers and instinctively shifted her steps to avoid a collision. Yet, with every step she took, he moved closer as well. Just as she contemplated looking up, a familiar, gentle voice reached her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Xu Muwan's surprise caused her to lift her head, and the scene from 2 days prior, the moment she had fallen, was about to repeat itself. Fu Sai, startled, instinctively wrapped his long arms around her waist, causing her to lean into his embrace due to inertia. In that instant, he emanated a subtle scent of ebony and sandalwood, akin to a monk returning through the snow to light incense before a statue in a temple. Without time to dwell on the moment, Xu Muwan felt a rush of panic, attempting to break free. At that moment, Fu Sai held her close, the years of yearning collapsing into a single heartbeat. His eyes moistening, just as he was about to tighten his hold, he perceived her struggle. "Be still, don't move, your foot is still injured," he murmured, gently ruffling her hair, reluctant to release her for fear she might hurt herself further. If their previous encounter had merely been a figment of her imagination, this moment was undeniably real. As Fu Sai lowered his gaze, she raised hers. They were mere inches apart. He noticed her astonished expression, a mixture of disbelief and confusion, which tightened his chest with a bittersweet pang. "Does your foot hurt?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. Xu Muwan, flustered, glanced around before stepping back, stammering, "No, I'm sorry." How could he possibly know her? She had intended to visit the store early that morning to replace her phone, eager to log into WeChat and verify whether that friend was indeed him. Now, encountering him in such a manner, with him speaking so tenderly, she couldn't help but suspect that friend was, in fact, Fu Sai. Her mind raced with a myriad of questions. Upon witnessing her retreat, Fu Sai's expression darkened. "There's no need to apologize. I was merely trying to greet you." He resolved not to conceal his feelings any longer. He wanted to embrace his sweet, delicate girlfriend without delay. Xu Muwan, her head lowered in shyness, dared not meet his gaze nor articulate her thoughts. She took a step to leave, fearing she would lose control of her emotions if this continued. However, Fu Sai was unwilling to let her slip away, promptly grasping her wrist. "Where are you going?" "May I escort you?" Startled, Xu Muwan raised her head. Her face, snugly wrapped, revealed only her nose and eyes, which darted anxiously, igniting Fu Sai's heart. "No, I can manage on my own." After uttering this, she bit her lip. Feeling both embarrassed and awkward at her stuttering, I have time, and besides, I caused you to fall. I'm sorry for scaring you. Please, allow me to see you off. It would ease my conscience. Fu Sai gently shook her wrist. His action resonating deeply within Xu Muwan's heart. Upon hearing him express discomfort, she instinctively nodded in agreement. Elated, Fu Sai took her hand and led her to the car. Chapter 15, embracing her once seated in the vehicle. Xu Muwan jolted back to reality at the sight of Fu Sai leaning closer. Instinctively she recoiled, but he anticipated her reaction, promptly grasping her arm. Be still, let me fasten your seatbelt. Fu Sai chuckled with a hint of helplessness. Had it not been for their previous life, he would never have imagined this girl before him could harbor feelings for him. Noticing her averted gaze, he found her fidgeting like a startled rabbit. Occasionally flustered, yet he understood her trepidation. Initially he had planned to take his time, believing he was patient enough. However, upon being reborn and seeing her again, he felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her openly and swiftly. No. Xu Muwan rejected his offer, her eyes darting about as she sought an escape. How had she ended up in the same vehicle with Fu Sai, let alone his car? Alas, she was oblivious to the door's mechanism. Glancing around helplessly at the sleek interior. Fu Sai observed her every move, refraining from fastening her seatbelt. Instead, once comfortably seated, he earnestly addressed her. Xu Muwan, could you please look at me while we talk? He wished to convey his feelings, to clarify his intentions, rather than allowing her to shy away from him when her fondness was evident. I want to get out. Xu Muwan persisted in looking down. Her voice tinged with a tremor. She was terrified. She harbored profound feelings for him, yet in her confusion, she grappled with the reality of his recognition, his gentle embrace, and the tender words he spoke. All of it left her utterly bewildered. In her mind, he was akin to a deity, untouchable, and beyond reach. She lacked the courage to engage with him, fearing her emotions were too evident. His eyes, filled with stars, would undoubtedly see through her concealed affections. Fu Sai's heart ached at her distressed tone. Ignoring all else, he pulled her from the passenger seat, pressing her face against his chest as he enveloped her waist. I'm sorry, please don't cry. I know you. Your name is Xu Muwan, a sophomore majoring in language and literature, hailing from Haisher, Desheng town. Am I correct? At this moment, there was no way Fu Sai would allow her to leave. He hurriedly soothed her, offering swift explanations. As he finished speaking, he felt her stillness and gradually loosened his grip. You know. Me. Xu Muwan blinked back tears, looking up at him uncertainly. Seeing her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears made his heart ache. Yes, I met you during your sophomore year. Fu Sai fabricated this statement, but it was the only way to explain. Revealing he was reborn and that they had lived together for a month in a past life would likely leave her questioning his sanity. What? He observed her bewildered expression, finding it adorably endearing, and suppressed the urge to ruffle her hair. You don't remember? In your sophomore year, you represented your department in a recitation competition and secured first place. The event was sponsored by the Fu family. When I saw your profile picture on the participant list, I was captivated. How could someone look so stunning in a photo meant for identification? This was information he had only learned later in his previous life, having yearned for her and collected every detail about her. Fu Sai gazed at her, his eyes radiating warmth and gentleness. His voice as clear as distant mountains. Xu Muwan gasped. How could she forget? She had hesitated to participate in that competition due to her focus on final exam preparations, but upon learning it was sponsored by the Fu family, she had jumped at the chance. Despite knowing Fu Sai might never notice her, she had never imagined he would recognize her, let alone find her attractive. Was this truly the case? She knew she wasn't unattractive, but she felt she fell short of his praise. What girl hadn't he encountered? She never wore makeup or dressed up. This realization nearly brought her to tears. She was not invisible after all. He had seen her, albeit a little later than she had hoped. I haven't forgotten. Xu Muwan was startled by his gaze, quickly sitting upright, perceiving something akin to affection in his eyes. The thought sent her heart racing, and she silently scolded herself for such a shameful notion. What about you? As Fu Sai watched her withdraw from his embrace, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes, yet he masked it almost instantly and inquired. Me, do you know me? Xu Muwan continued to clutch her small hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her gaze fixed intently on the tips of her shoes. How could she not recognize him? She had secretly harbored a crush on him for a long time. He occupied her entire youth. Yes, I know you, Fu Sai, Xu Muwan replied, her voice barely above a whisper, a rare moment of hesitation escaping her lips. Even if she tried to ignore him, it was nearly impossible not to know Fu Sai, the heir of the Fu family in Gangdu, the genius student of Gang University. At that moment, Fu Sai felt an exhilarating rush in his heart. Finally hearing her softly utter his name after 16 long years. What did you say? He asked again, feigning ignorance with a hint of selfishness. Fu Sai, she reiterated, raising her voice slightly, her eyes meeting his filled with tenderness. Fu Sai's lips curled into a smile. Yes, I am Fu Sai, may we formally introduce ourselves? He leaned slightly forward, attempting to catch a glimpse of her eyes, but Xu Muwan turned away. Is it alright? I wish to get to know you, become friends, and eventually marry you. Of course, he held back the latter part. It was not the right moment for such declarations. Only Xu Muwan was aware of the wild rhythm of her heart at that instant. Is that alright? Of course, she thought her heart's desire, yet inexplicably she found herself unable to respond. Just as Fu Sai assumed he would receive no answer, he heard a soft yes. He smiled knowingly. Then, may I see your face? Please. Fu Sai extended a finger to gently poke her arm. Despite her thick down jacket, Xu Muwan felt her heart skip a beat, not solely because of his action but also due to his words, which felt oddly like a playful coaxing. As if on instinct, she turned to glance at him and encountered a smile that would forever be etched in her memory. So handsome. Chapter 16. If you can't finish, I'll have the rest. Fu Sai noticed that the girl had again averted her gaze and chose not to tease her further. He picked up the breakfast he had bought early that morning and gently poked Xu Muwan's arm again. Are you afraid of me? Why won't you look at me? Am I that ugly? Fu Sai pretended to lament, observing her tightly clasped hands with a twinge of sympathy. Not at all. How could you possibly be ugly? Xu Muwan replied, momentarily meeting his gaze before quickly diverting her eyes, though at least she was no longer looking down. Let's eat breakfast. I bought an extra portion. Fu Sai retrieved the breakfast from the insulated bag, pressing a button beside the seat, which caused a small table to rise between the driver and passenger seats. No, I want to get out. I have something to do. Xu Muwan placed her hands in her pockets, summoning courage to look at him. I'll take you. Look, it's snowing outside, and your foot is injured. My fault. I should compensate you. It's my responsibility. Fu Sai spoke earnestly, his normally taciturn demeanor giving way to a steady stream of words, occasionally laced with playful charm. It's fine. I can take a taxi. You go on with your business. Alright, Xu Muwan said, noticing his gaze shift elsewhere. Within a minute, she truly lacked the courage to look at him. Moreover, she felt as though the smile never left his lips, his eyes lingering on her, coupled with the dark blue diamond earring in his right ear, giving him an alluringly charming demeanor. Do you wish for me to feel guilty? It was my fault you fell. Now that I want to take responsibility, you won't allow it. Well, if it causes discomfort, then so be it. After all, no one has cared about me until now. Fu Sai obediently retracted the breakfast. His head hung low, appearing utterly pitiable. One moment the charming rogue, the next a wrong soul. Only he realized that he had been stealthily observing Xu Muwan from the corner of his eye. No, I'm fine. I can do it. I want to go to a nearby mall. Xu Muwan thought he genuinely felt unwell, and his words about no one caring for him tugged at her heartstrings, causing her to rush to clarify her stance. Upon hearing her, Fu Sai's lips curled into a slight smile, but he continued to feign disappointment. What about the breakfast? Xu Muwan initially intended to decline, but seeing his eager expression made it impossible to voice a refusal. Alright. That's more like it. I'll assist you. Fu Sai quickly opened the breakfast and placed it on the small table. Xu Muwan looked at the familiar breakfast, different in type but oddly reminiscent of the previous day. This breakfast, she almost regretted asking, realizing that she had assumed he had bought yesterday's meal. It must have been a coincidence. I got it from an old Shanghai vendor. It's quite tasty. You should give it a try. Fu Sai, noticing her confusion, understood it was not yet the right time to reveal the truth. Can I eat it later? The aroma is quite strong. Your car. Xu Muwan hesitated, recalling her roommate's tales of boys being overly protective of their cars, fearing any damage, particularly when it came to eating inside. His vehicle was a luxury model, which likely made him even more particular. Observing her cautious demeanor, Fu Sai almost let slip his thoughts. I would gladly be yours. So why worry about this car? It's fine as long as it's you. I don't mind. Xu Muwan's heart raced at his ambiguous words. What did he mean? With no time to ponder, she dared not look at him anymore and quickly focused on eating her breakfast in small bites. After swallowing her first bite, she remembered to inquire, did you have breakfast? Fu Sai was taken aback by her question. He had intended to say he hadn't eaten, but he wanted to share this meal with her. No. Xu Muwan instinctively reacted. If he hadn't eaten, why was he giving her his food? What should we do now? She glanced out the window, noting it was breakfast time, and although it was snowing lightly, many vendors were still selling breakfast. I'll go get you something. Just open the door for me. I can't. She trailed off, feeling embarrassed. No need. Just eat your food. Fu Sai did not open the door but clarified, this door's mechanism is hidden, so it won't open. That's perfectly normal. Xu Muwan nodded, realizing that he would hardly eat something as ordinary as breakfast. How could she even think of getting him food? Yet she had forgotten that she was also partaking in this very common meal. The conversation dwindled, and she continued to eat quickly, albeit in small bites. I don't want to eat, nor do I wish for you to go buy something. I want to be here with you. If you can't finish, I can eat the rest. Fu Sai's attention was entirely focused on Xu Muwan, almost able to read her thoughts, and while he explained, he let slip an exceedingly suggestive remark. Xu Muwan was taken aback by his cryptic words. What did he mean by him eating her leftovers? There was only one portion of breakfast, and she had already eaten and drunk. Ultimately, Xu Muwan chose to retreat into her shell, feigning calmness while eating breakfast under the weight of his intense gaze, only she knew her heart was racing uncontrollably. Fu Sai, of course, had no intention of consuming Xu Muwan's remnants. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather it felt inappropriate without a clear label on their relationship. He merely said that on purpose, knowing she would finish her meal. 10 minutes later, As Fu Sai had anticipated, after finishing breakfast, he drove Xu Muwan to the largest mall nearby. The two remained silent during the journey, but that did not equate to a lack of concern for one another. While Xu Muwan gazed out the window, her ears remained attuned to the sounds from the driver's seat, her mind replaying Fu Sai's earlier words about him eating what she couldn't finish. Meanwhile, Fu Sai remained silent, reveling in this rare moment. In his previous life, she had never sat in his passenger seat. Compared to that past, she was now beside him, she liked him, and he liked her. This was enough fulfillment. Though it was less than 10 kilometers away, Fu Sai took over 40 minutes to drive, a clear indication of his intent. Upon stopping the car, Fu Sai leaned closer to the passenger seat. And as Xu Muwan turned her head, she found herself nearly face to face with him, her breath hitching, her heart trembling. Fu Sai noticed her nervousness, understanding that his pursuit of her affection couldn't be rushed. He chuckled softly, "Allow me to unbuckle your seatbelt." With a click, Fu Sai opened the car door and exited, making his way to the passenger side. Xu Muwan, seeing him leave, felt a surge of panic. She still did not know how to open the door. Chapter 17. Approaching her with snowflakes in his hair 2 minutes later, Xu Muwan arrived at the mall's entrance, her heart still racing. Just moments ago, she had thought Fu Sai was about to depart when, unexpectedly, he had come to assist her in exiting the car. Rather than merely helping her, it felt more like he enveloped her. Before she could react, he had wrapped one arm around her waist and grasped her wrist, effortlessly lifting her from the vehicle. Once she broke free from his embrace, she averted her gaze, hurriedly saying, "Thank you, you can head back now. I'll take a taxi later." And with that, she hurried off. She needed a moment to collect herself. The events of the past few days felt surreal. Fu Sai had claimed he would take responsibility for her injury. He embraced her once more, uttering ambiguous words and smiling at her countless times. The overwhelming surge of happiness left her somewhat panicked. With this thought, she cautiously turned around, only to find Fu Sai leaning against the car door. Clad in a sleek black coat, his hands tucked into his pockets as he gazed at her, snowflakes fell upon him, adding an air of depth to his presence. For reasons unknown, when Xu Muwan beheld him in such a manner, her heart inexplicably ached with a tinge of sorrow. If it were possible, she wished to hold him close, yet she refrained, quickly turning to enter the shopping mall instead. Fu Sai watched as her slender figure gradually faded from his sight. Struggling to suppress the urge to follow her, constantly reminding himself not to rush her, although the girl harbored affections for him, it was merely a secret admiration, and her subconscious often rendered her nervous in his presence. He could not solely focus on his own emotions. Inside the mall, Xu Muwan gradually regained her composure as she searched for a mobile phone store. At last, she spotted a Huawei store on the first floor. She stepped inside, relieved to find the warmth of the mall contrasting the chill outside. Immediately, she removed her scarf and draped it over her arm, revealing her delicate, fair face. She lowered her head slightly as she entered, hoping to avoid drawing attention from the staff. Xu Muwan was inherently shy and timid. To put it simply, if she could, she would prefer to remain tucked away in her own shell. Perhaps this stemmed from her childhood. Having lost her parents and lacking a sense of security, desiring only to live within her own little world, her gaze wandered around the mobile store until she finally found a suitable phone, a lesser-known model from Huawei. Priced at just over 1,000 yuan, she pointed at the device and called out to a nearby attendant, "Hello, could you please help me package this phone?" With a clear objective in mind, she aimed for efficiency in her purchase. The saleswoman approached with a smile. "All right, are you sure you want this phone?" The attendant's eyes subtly appraised Xu Muwan, uncertain, as girls of her age typically had discerning tastes regarding color, brand, and pixel quality, prompting her to ask a few more questions. "Yes, never mind the packaging. Could you help me activate it? I need to insert my SIM card right away." Xu Muwan's old phone had broken, and she was eager to use her new one. Of course, please proceed to the payment counter. Since her phone was damaged, Xu Muwan paid in cash. By the time she exited the store, 20 minutes had passed. She quickly accessed WeChat, intending to verify the familiar friend request from the previous night, only to remember it was a new phone and she couldn't see it. A pang of regret struck her heart. That avatar bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Sai's. She had only caught a glimpse of it when someone leaked his WeChat ID on a forum, which was subsequently shut down. There was no way she could forget about him. However, being unable to view it on her new phone, Xu Muwan had no choice but to let it go. Instead of rushing out, she made a phone call to her grandmother to update her on the situation. Having not seen her grandmother for several months, and with a new phone in hand, Xu Muwan settled into a public seat to engage in a video call. Fortunately, her grandmother, though elderly, had no hearing issues, allowing for a pleasant conversation without the need for loud voices. Xu Muwan naturally refrained from mentioning her foot injury. As is customary when one is away from home, people generally share good news and conceal worries. After concluding the call, nearly an hour had passed, and her new phone's battery had drained to 50%, leaving her with just enough to return to her dormitory. As she prepared to leave the mall, Xu Muwan hastily wrapped her scarf around her neck. She was sensitive to both cold and heat. Upon stepping out, she was greeted by an astonishing sight. The snowfall had intensified. To her disbelief, Fu Sai had not left. He had been waiting for her for over an hour, now approaching her, his hair adorned with snowflakes. Xu Muwan was at a loss for words, unable to articulate her feelings. Was she on the verge of tears? No, it was joy, but not entirely. At that moment, she could only sense that something was quietly shifting within her. Have you bought your phone? Fusai stood before Xu Muwan, perhaps due to her recently adjusted scarf. Her face was no longer obscured, revealing a pure, unblemished visage akin to a pristine sheet of paper. As he inquired, he couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately, having made a conscious effort not to touch her cheeks. How did you know I was buying a phone? Xu Muwan asked, immediately feeling foolish for her question. Fusai raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the bag she held. Xu Muwan's face flushed. Right, she was still carrying the Huawei-branded shopping bag. Why haven't you left? Didn't I say you didn't need to wait for me? Xu Muwan glanced at the snowflakes resting on his shoulders and head, wanting to brush them off, but feeling unqualified to do so. As they spoke, she took a step back, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from where he had tousled her hair. I said I would take responsibility for you. Your foot is injured. Where do you plan to go? Fusai bent slightly, lowering himself to meet her gaze. He wished to look into her eyes as he spoke, having noticed that whenever she looked at him, her eyes would be filled with his reflection. And he cherished that. I'm going back. You don't need to drive me, I can catch a bus easily. Xu Muwan still refused his offer. It was already past 8 or 9 in the evening. And being a Monday, the campus was bustling with people. She feared what might happen if someone spotted her getting out of Fusai's car, assuming her further refusal would lead him to acquiesce. She was mistaken. Fusai remained silent, letting out a resigned sigh. Without another word, he scooped her up in a princess carry, swiftly placing her in the car before she even had a chance to protest. Chapter 18, Thoughts of a Man. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xu Muwan's mind lingered on Fusai's embrace, rendering her unresponsive to her roommate's incessant chatter. Kanbao, how much was that phone of yours? Kanbao, Xu Muwan, what's wrong? Is there something? Xu Muwan snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding. Liang Lulu, noticing Xu Muwan's distracted demeanor, inquired curiously, which man were you just thinking about? In truth, Liang Lulu had merely asked out of casual curiosity. Not believing Xu Muwan was preoccupied with a man yet, Xu Muwan indeed found herself lost in thoughts of him, feeling somewhat awkward as she concealed her feelings. No, I was just pondering some issues. Did you just ask me how much the phone cost? Before they could respond, she continued, it wasn't expensive, just a little over 1,000. But Kanbao, you're clearly acting guilty. Could it be you're really thinking of a man? Bui chimed in, checking her skin while asking, yes, he is right. Your quick and nervous response suggests something is up. Are you perhaps involved with someone? Renlin leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I live with you all day. Would I not know? Xu Muwan regained her composure, feigning nonchalance. Then why didn't you let us accompany you this morning? One might think you had company, Liang Lulu casually remarked. Xu Muwan felt the need to thank her. Why was Lulu so observant today? Nothing much, I just wanted you to get some extra rest, so you wouldn't doze off in class this afternoon. Xu Muwan said, deliberately picking up her new phone to play with it. The three girls ceased their inquiries, though Renlin continued to scrutinize Xu Muwan. What's the matter? Unable to endure the intense gaze. Xu Muwan instinctively touched her face. Renlin remained silent but moved closer, examining Xu Muwan's face, pinching her cheeks. Look at this lovely face, so fair and smooth, untouched by makeup, as beautiful as a fairy. You're so petite and adorable. If I were a man, I'd be utterly captivated. Besides, dear, you're in your second year. It's time to find a boyfriend. Renlin lavished her with compliments, then raised her hand to vow. I swear, if you don't lock your heart away, the line of suitors will be endless. Renlin's words were not unfounded. Whenever Xu Muwan appeared in public, there would inevitably be a throng of boys eager to add her on WeChat, declaring their intent to pursue her. Yet, Xu Muwan remained unfazed, feeling as if she were an outsider to her own existence. Indeed, Lin was correct. Kanbao, if you were to use my beauty products, not only would other boys be smitten, but even that stoic Fusai would find himself utterly enchanted. As Bui spoke, Xu Muwan's gaze instinctively drifted to her cosmetics. And what of your gentleman, is he still enamored with you? Liang Lulu leaned in closer to Bui, whose greatest trait was her love for gossip. Bui nonchalantly flicked her newly manicured nails. Of course, Bui was the wealthiest among the four, her father being the owner of a publicly traded company in the harbor city. As the only child, her family arranged her engagement to her childhood friend Yuan Jini shortly after her high school graduation. Their mothers were best friends, and their children were named in tandem, Yuan Jini and Bui. From childhood to adulthood, Yuan Jini has always been by her side, albeit 3 years his senior. He has long since graduated from university and is now engrossed in his own business. In the afternoon, Liang Lulu and Xu Muwan attended class together, as they were both pursuing the same major. While Renlin and Bui had opted for business administration, having secured jobs even before graduation, typically attentive and never dozing off in class, Xu Muwan found herself lost in thought, her mind preoccupied with the events of the morning. It wasn't until the class bell rang that she snapped back to reality, realizing the lesson had concluded. Since their next class was in the same room, they remained seated for the 15-minute break. Liang Lulu, equally disengaged, only awakened when the bell chimed. Can you lend me your notes to copy, Can Bo? As soon as Liang Lulu's words left her lips, she caught a glimpse of Xu Muwan looking sheepish. And upon a cursory glance, was utterly astonished. Xu Muwan had not taken any notes either. What's going on, Can Bo? You seem off today. Why didn't you take notes? What is there to be off about? I just felt that what the teacher discussed today wasn't particularly crucial. Xu Muwan continued to feign ignorance, unwilling to speak the truth. Liang Lulu decided not to press further. If you choose to remain silent, that is fine. Not if there is something going on, we'll eventually find out. However, Liang Lulu never anticipated that eventually would arrive so swiftly. Her brain felt as though it might short-circuit. At 4 o'clock. Just as Xu Muwan resolved to focus intently on the lecture, Liang Lulu suddenly straightened in her seat, shaking her arm excitedly. Quick, look, the handsome guy is here. How could he come? Isn't he is senior? Liang Lulu's enthusiasm was palpable. Xu Muwan, bewildered, was accustomed to hearing her friend exclaim about attractive boys, but today she was still reeling from the events involving Fu Sai, leaving her disinterested in discussing anything else. No, you must see this, it's truly a stunning guy. Fu Sai, Liang Lulu exclaimed, her excitement intensifying as the figure drew nearer, practically wishing to twist Xu Muwan's head around to gaze upon him, just as Xu Muwan turned to follow Liang Lulu's last word. She locked eyes with Fu Sai. Why is he here? His major has no relation to this class, Xu Muwan thought, as the realization struck her. Wan, may I sit here? Fu Sai asked, approaching their 5-person seating arrangement. Liang Lulu occupied the inner seat, with 2 spots beside her, and Xu Muwan sat on the aisle with an empty seat adjacent. Fu Sai halted beside Xu Muwan, not immediately sitting down. Instead, he placed one hand in his pocket and feigned holding a book. Bending slightly as he inquired gently for Xu Muwan's approval. Xu Muwan stood frozen, unable to respond, while Liang Lulu was on the verge of ecstatic flight, hearing him address Xu Muwan as Wan. Liang Lulu abandoned all gossip in favor of ensuring Xu Muwan's composure. Handsome guy, she has no one beside her. Please take a seat. Chapter 19, A Ready-Made Man. Once Fu Sai settled in, Xu Muwan was immediately enveloped by the sounds of gasps and astonishment from those around them. She herself was equally astounded. He had just called her Wan. Liang Lulu, keenly observing Xu Muwan's reaction, realized that the odd behavior from the past few days was due to something significant. She discreetly nudged Xu Muwan's arm and whispered close to her ear, "Make sure to come clean when we get back." Xu Muwan shoved Liang Lulu away, lowering her head in an attempt to hide her embarrassment. The chatter around them mingled with the sound of camera clicks, heightening her anxiety. She was certain that the gossip was already circulating on the forum. Xu Muwan, may I see your book? Fu Sai, who typically detested having his photo taken, found himself more agreeable with Xu Muwan beside him. His slight smile encouraged onlookers to capture the moment, and Liang Lulu seized the opportunity, boldly placing Xu Muwan's book on Fu Sai's desk. Here, feel free to look. Our Wan is just being shy. With a mischievous grin, she added, you just mentioned wanting to find a man. Here is a prime candidate right in front of you, don't let it slip away. She then chuckled, her hands trembling as she typed rapidly on her phone, the recipient of her messages remaining a mystery for now. Xu Muwan was taken aback by Liang Lulu's words, aware that she and Fu Sai were worlds apart. What she failed to recognize was that true friends genuinely wish for your happiness, while only superficial acquaintances belittle you. Although Liang Lulu spoke softly, Fu Sai heard her, surprised by his friend's perceptive nature. An impulse surged within him. When they married, he wanted her at the head table. What Fu Sai did not foresee was that soon many would desire to occupy that position. As the surrounding students remained silent since his arrival, he gently prodded Xu Muwan's arm with a finger. Will you acknowledge me? Please. Fu Sai's playful tone was audible not just to Xu Muwan but to everyone nearby, though no one dared to look directly. Xu Muwan felt her face flush crimson, fearing that if she continued to ignore him, he might utter something even more shocking. She turned, mustering her courage to ask, what do you want? May I call you Wan? You didn't ask for my permission when you called me that just now. With barely 5 centimeters separating their arms, Xu Muwan could distinctly catch his scent, reminiscent of that beautiful embrace from the morning. Just call me by my name. At that moment, Xu Muwan was uncertain of her feelings. Embarrassment welled within her, but she dared not reveal it, fearful of exposing the delicate emotions she'd harbored over the years. Fine, I'll call you next time. Fu Sai noted her inability to meet his gaze. Feeling a thrill of excitement, he was in no rush to express his feelings, wanting her to notice them first. Just as he was about to speak again, Xu Muwan hurriedly interjected, the teacher is here. Let us focus on the lesson. Fu Sai chuckled helplessly, sensing her nervousness. Alright, I'll listen to you. We can talk after class. While Xu Muwan appeared composed, her heart was tumultuous, like a once calm sea suddenly stirred by a tempest. Meanwhile, her roommate was equally restless, her phone screen nearly worn out from frantic typing, her fingers racing across the keys. Xu Muwan was not mistaken. The forum was about to explode with activity. The person enjoying class alongside Xu Muwan felt his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. Frustrated, he finally pulled it out to check the messages. By Nan, young master, should we address the situation on the school forum? Fu Sai glanced at the girl beside him, typing a few words on his phone. I'll handle it in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, everyone who needed to see had seen, and all who should know were informed by Nan. Upon reading the message, felt a newfound admiration for his master. As the class bell rang, the lively chatter dissipated, replaced by the teacheress entrance. Upon seeing the classroom nearly full for the first time, he felt a surge of joy, only to realize that it was all thanks to the presence of the handsome boy. The hour-long class stretched on, but for Xu Muwan it was an agonizing ordeal, particularly as Fu Sai seemed disinterested in the lecture, leaning closer to her, his gaze aflame with intensity. Finally, when the bell rang, Liang Lulu sprang from her seat as if her backside were on fire. Fu handsome guy, I must take my leave, Lin and the others need me. Before her words even faded, she dashed away. Hey, Lulu. Don't leave me alone. Xu Muwan hurriedly gathered her belongings, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Fu Sai. I'll be going now, Wan, Fu Sai called, catching the sleeve of her shirt as she stood. Although class had ended, a growing crowd observed them, and Fu Sai shot a steely gaze around, prompting those who had lingered to disperse, while others pretended to be engrossed in their studies. It was no secret who Fu Sai was. The heir of the Fu family, born into privilege, his demeanor often cold, as if he were untouchable, leaving others to wonder what debt they owed him. Do you need something? Xu Muwan questioned, attempting to free herself from his grasp. But it seemed her efforts were in vain. Fu Sai feigned innocence. You don't want to be friends with me, do you? It seems you dislike me, avoiding conversation, as if I'm something repugnant. That is not true, not at all, Xu Muwan stammered, waving her hands in a flurry, desperately trying to prove her lack of disdain. How could she possibly harbor disdain for him when she has cherished him for 9 long years? Secretly holding him in her heart like a sacred belief, she simply did not know how to confront her feelings or how her relationship with him had unfolded. Please, take a seat. Xu Muwan obediently complied. Not wanting to hear the hurt in his voice, may I add you on WeChat, she ventured, having attempted to do so twice before without success, and now, mustering the courage to ask him directly. Fu Sai took out his phone. Xu Muwan's innermost thoughts from the previous night were confirmed, indeed, that friend request was from him. Chapter 20. Does it hurt? Xu Muwan initially thought that adding him on WeChat would allow her to leave. But when Fu Sai invited her to join him for a meal, she found herself torn between desire and hesitation, nervously tugging at her fingers. Stop it, or you'll make them sore. Her fair skin reddened with the slightest touch. And seeing her so distressed pained him. No, I've promised my roommate to eat together today. I have something to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Ultimately, Xu Muwan declined, terrified that he might detain her. Just as she attempted to flee, she forgot about her injured foot, causing her to wince in pain. The other foot inadvertently collided with the table leg, and she stumbled backward, letting out a startled cry. Rather than the anticipated pain, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Are you alright? Why the rush? I won T-bite, you know. Did you bump your foot again? Let me take a look. Fu Sai bombarded her with questions. Visibly anxious, fearing she might have hurt herself again. Xu Muwan found herself in his arms once more, and this time, she did not struggle as she had before. Instead, she began to revel in his warmth. The comforting scent of fragrant wood and sandalwood intoxicating her, much like her feelings for him, leaving her utterly entranced. In that moment, Xu Muwan realized that despite the years of unrequited affection and the tears shed for him, she felt no regret. At least they had shared a connection, unlike two parallel lines. With this thought she sniffled softly. However, her movement made Fu Sai believe she had hurt herself again, prompting him to release her and crouch down to inspect her foot. No, Fu Sai, I'm fine. I didn't hurt myself. As Xu Muwan was seated back in her chair, she watched in astonishment as he disregarded all decorum to kneel before her. Just then, he grasped her ankle through her pants. There's heating in the classroom. Would you mind rolling up your pant leg so I can check your knee? Fu Sai looked up at her, his gaze reflecting her image. Xu Muwan's breath caught in her throat. The classroom was eerily quiet, devoid of any other souls, leaving her unable to utter a word of refusal. Sensing her acquiescence, Fu Sai's heart swelled with joy. His girl, how foolishly she had adored him in secret for so long. Didn't she tire of it? What was it about him that warranted such admiration, especially when she had concealed it for so long? As he rolled up her pant leg, he was met with the sight of a fresh wound at her knee. Scabbed over and surrounded by bruises that marred her fair skin, his slender fingers longed to gently caress the injury, but as he neared, he hesitated. Does it hurt? Fu Sai murmured, his voice low and filled with concern. Unsure if he was inquiring about her current state or recalling the pain she had endured in a past life when she had been struck by a card. I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Seeing her injury, a mere fall had left such a mark, more pronounced against her pale skin, and he couldn't help but think of the fear and pain she might have felt in her previous life when she was hit by Ruishu as accomplice. I am fine, please get up. I tripped and fell on my own. Xu Muwan hadn't anticipated that revealing her wound would lead to such a situation. It wasn't his fault. Moreover, the way he was blowing gently on her injury was causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Wasn't that too intimate? Her body trembled, and she bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Fu Sai, she called softly, but he remained kneeling, oblivious to her discomfort. I'm here. Fu Sai looked up, his eyes slightly reddened. Are you feeling shy? Wan, he gazed at her flushed face, her eyelashes fluttering adorably, especially her rosy lips glistening with a hint of moisture appeared so inviting that he yearned to kiss them. As this thought crossed his mind, his throat tightened, betraying his desire. Fusai, please get up. Xu Muwan, however, remained unaware of the turmoil within him as she called out again. At once, Fusai felt a tightening in his abdomen, without a word. He stood up, hands shoved into his pockets. All right, he replied, his voice betraying his struggle for restraint. The moment Xu Muwan saw him rise, she exhaled in relief, letting her pant leg fall as she stood up. She could still feel the warmth from where he had gently blown on her injury. I'll be on my way now. As she turned to leave, Fusai caught her arm once more. Xu Muwan, it's fine if we don't eat together, but may I at least accompany you home? She almost replied that it wasn't necessary, but upon meeting his gaze, she wondered if refusing him would lead him to think she despised him. Ultimately she nodded in agreement. Fusai smiled. Let us go. Xu Muwan walked ahead while Fusai trailed a step behind her, their silence punctuated only by the whispers of passers-by who paused to observe them. Embarrassed, Xu Muwan buried her face in her scarf, watching the snowflakes dance to the ground as they walked toward the dormitory. Behind her, Fusai couldn't help but chuckle at how shy she appeared in that moment. What usually took 10 minutes to traverse took them 20, perhaps due to her injured foot. Upon reaching the dormitory steps, Xu Muwan finally lifted her head. Fusai, I've arrived, you should head back now. Now, speaking with Fusai no longer made her tongue stumble. He said nothing but stepped forward, standing directly in front of her as he suddenly extended his hand. Xu Muwan instinctively backed away. But Fusai's long arms reached out, brushing the snowflakes from her hair with a gentle touch. How about I bring you breakfast tomorrow? He did not wish for the cafeteria staff to deliver it. Now that they were acquainted, he intended to subtly pursue her, allowing her to grow accustomed to his presence. No, you don't need to. She hadn't even finished her sentence when he uttered words that were hard to refuse. Very well, perhaps during these days of her injury, they could share more moments together. Maybe in a few days, they would return to their usual selves. With her agreement, Fusai let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He knew she cared for him. All right then, be good and head back. It's chilly outside. Don't forget to have dinner later. Okay. Xu Muwan nodded obediently. Throughout their conversation, she hadn't truly looked into Fusai's eyes. Unaware of the adoration that filled his gaze as he watched her. Chapter 21. He simply likes you. As Xu Muwan reached the dormitory entrance, she felt her cheeks still ablaze, deciding to linger a moment before entering. Reflecting on the earlier scene made her heart race. As she ascended the stairs, an inexplicable urge to watch him lingered within her. Sometimes, when one harbors a secret affection, even a fleeting glance at him brings satisfaction. However, she didn't expect that upon turning around, she would find him still standing there, gazing in the direction she had departed. That instant reminded Xu Muwan of the first time she had laid eyes on him. A moment that felt eternal. She dared not look any longer, for his gaze held emotion she could not decipher, and hurriedly turned to ascend the stairs. Once upstairs, Xu Muwan took a deep breath. Retrieving her keys to unlock the dormitory door upon entering, she was met with a scene she had anticipated, yet, clinging to a flicker of hope, she greeted her 3 roommates nonchalantly. I'm back, lovely ladies. When are we heading out for dinner? I'm famished. As she cheerfully spoke, her eyes fell upon a plate of cookies. Wow, where did these come from? Perfect for a quick snack. She reached for one, only to have it snatched away by Liang Lulu. Xu Muwan's heart sank. She knew what was coming. Hold on, you have snowflakes in your hair. Let me brush them off. Before she could respond, she witnessed Yi and Bui, one bashfully lowering her head, the other playfully ruffling her hair. This scene mirrored her earlier interaction with Fusai downstairs. Did you not just see that? Xu Muwan asked uncertainly. What else could it be? The 3 of them turned to her, their expressions serious, responding in unison. Their voices were resoundingly loud, making Xu Muwan hesitate to engage with them, their demeanor resembling that of parents discovering their child in a romantic entanglement. But no, she and Fusai could never be in a relationship. They merely had some interactions. You all are so serious. Xu Muwan forced to smile, retracting her hand that had reached for the cookie, standing before her roommates like a schoolgirl caught in mischief. What else could it be? They chorused again, prompting Xu Muwan to surrender. What do you want to know? The 3 individuals, seemingly in collusion, spoke in perfect unison, leaving Xu Muwan no choice but to speak the truth. Half an hour later, after listening to Xu Muwan's concise narrative, they exchanged glances, and then began to speak in rapid succession, as if their mouths were machine guns. The foot injury you mentioned was caused by Fusai, wasn't it? And he claims he is responsible for taking care of you. He said he has known you for a long time. This morning, you went out with him. He just returned you to the dormitory and called you Wan, even acted all cutesy with you. Xu Muwan clarified everything, except for the fact that she had known and harbored feelings for Fusai long before. Well, that's the situation you all want to know, but we have nothing between us. She spoke these words, unsure whether they were directed at them or herself. After finishing, Xu Muwan realized that expressing her thoughts wasn't such a daunting task, and she settled down with a sense of calm. What do you mean nothing? The relationship is quite significant, Liang Lulu exclaimed, standing abruptly and slapping the table, making it seem as though she were the one involved. Rinlin laughed so hard her smile nearly split her face. Exactly. How can it be nothing? Let's listen closely to Miss Liang Lulu's analysis. Sanbao, I dare bet that Fu Sai has developed feelings for you. Liang Lulu's words struck home, prompting an immediate rebuttal from Xu Muwan. Impossible. Although Fu Sai's words and actions over the past couple of days had indeed seemed somewhat out of character, she was certain it was not indicative of romantic feelings. Liang Lulu, seeing her resolute denial, promptly pulled a chair in front of Xu Muwan, transforming into a strategist, and earnestly began her analysis. What do you mean impossible? Tell me, how do outsiders typically describe Fu Sai, without a moment's hesitation? Xu Muwan replied, aloof and aristocratic, poised and unhurried, indifferent and solitary. In her mind, he resembled the sunlight on a cold winter's day, lazy and indifferent, akin to the faint starlight on an autumn night, distant and unattainable. Each time she dared to steal a glance at him, the sharp contours of his face were always tinged with a hint of indifference, demeanor she had not observed in recent days. Isn't the answer clear? Bui remarked, a sly smile playing on her lips as she tousled her chestnut waves. Xu Muwan's round eyes were filled with confusion. What answer? Liang Lulu could no longer contain herself and launched into a discourse filled with the fervor of someone who had never experienced love yet spoke with conviction about matters of the heart. Given your description, if he doesn't like you, would he say he'd buy you breakfast and take you shopping? If he doesn't like you, would he give you a gentle pat on the head? If he doesn't like you, would he suddenly attend a language class just for you? If he doesn't like you, would he roll up your pant leg to blow on it? After listing these, she felt it wasn't enough and continued. If he doesn't like you, would he tenderly call you Wan? If he doesn't like you, would he, who usually keeps his distance from girls, take the initiative to embrace you and act all cute? You could tell this to a dog, and even it would discern the truth. Lulu, what a comparison. Are you implying that our Sanbo is even inferior to a dog? No, that's not the point. The focus is that Fu Sai likes Xu Muwan. Our Sanbo has caught the attention of a remarkable man. If these two were to become a couple, we would all gain prestige. Indeed, who would have thought that Fu Sai would fancy someone like the innocent Xu Muwan? What do you think, Sanbo? Although Rinlin was not as exaggerated as Liang Lulu, her face was filled with joy. Bui remained composed yet surprised, abruptly adding, moreover, Fu Sai has just announced his broken engagement. Liang Lulu and Rinlin gasped, having forgotten this crucial detail. Sanbao, look, you need to act quickly. Capture the heart of this dreamboat. Xu Muwan felt dizzy from their barrage of words. Fu Sai liked her? The notion was so compelling she almost believed it herself. I don't know if your analysis is correct, but I believe it's precisely because I understand what kind of person Fu Sai is that I think he wouldn't easily develop feelings for a girl, especially without any prior interaction. At this moment, Xu Muwan appeared much calmer. How could the sun shine at night? From the very first time she laid eyes on him, she had recognized the disparity between them. Chapter 22. The most important thing is to dine together that evening. After hearing her three roommates' incessant chatter, Xu Muwan found it impossible to sleep. She took out her phone and opened WeChat. Unsurprisingly, she clicked on the new friend she had just added today, gazing at Fu Sai's profile with a gentle smile gracing her lips, such as the nature of a crush, anything related to that person. No matter how trivial, elicits an instinctive response. For instance, right now, simply adding him on WeChat seemed trivial, but for Xu Muwan it was immensely satisfying, even though Fu Sai hadn't posted anything on his moments. She found herself repeatedly clicking on his profile, endlessly intrigued. Suddenly, a message reading good night appeared on their chat screen, sending a rush of excitement through Xu Muwan. She beamed at the words, grinning like a fool. Once she regained her composure, she feigned a casual reply of good night, fully aware of how much her fingers trembled that night. Xu Muwan's sleep was fitful. Each time she awoke, she checked the time, eagerly anticipating the moment dawn would break, for with the light of day would come the chance to see him. Tossing and turning, she lost track of time until the morning light filtered through the dormitory curtains. Typically one to linger in bed, Xu Muwan got up. Since her three roommates were still asleep, she moved cautiously while washing up and changing clothes, keeping her noise to a minimum. After preparing herself, she sat at her vanity to apply some lotion, then retrieved a different colored scarf from her wardrobe, a long light purple coat paired with a cream-colored checkered scarf, complemented by a pair of plush, loose-fitting black pants. After admiring her reflection for quite some time, she took out a gradient lip balm, applied it to her lips, and paused. By the time she finished getting ready, it was already 7:30. Due to the weather, the outside world was not particularly bright, and she sat at her desk eagerly awaiting a message from Fu Sai. After obediently playing on her phone for a while, at precisely 8 o'clock, Fu Sai sent a message. Xu Muwan's gaze remained glued to her phone as she clicked on it immediately. She hadn't saved his contact. His username was just his last name, Yi Wan. Have you gotten up yet? Just that one sentence set Xu Muwan's heart racing. Yes, she replied. Meanwhile, Fu Sai, who had already driven to the dormitory entrance, felt a surge of joy upon seeing her quick reply, wondering if she had been waiting for him all along. The thought filled him with exhilaration, yet a pang of bitterness accompanied it. Humans are inherently greedy. In his previous life, he longed for a second chance, and now he not only wished for that but also desired to have met her sooner. I'm downstairs, Fu Sai texted. Aware of her foot injury, he could have easily asked the dormitory manager to fetch her, but he wanted to see her and believed she was equally eager to see him. As Xu Muwan anticipated, her heart soared upon receiving the message, and she tiptoed out of the dormitory. Upon exiting, even with her foot injury, she moved with a lightness in her step. Downstairs, Fu Sai stood next to his black car. Dressed in black as well, though it wasn't snowing, perhaps it had last night, as the ground was blanketed in white. He had not waited inside the car, although this detail may have seemed trivial. The moment Xu Muwan stepped outside, she spotted him instantly, and warmth flooded her heart. No need to rush, I'm not in a hurry to leave, Fu Sai assured her, noticing her hurried pace. I was worried you might be waiting too long. Xu Muwan approached him, slightly breathless. Who likes to wait? I enjoy waiting for you. The anticipation of her descent brought him joy. Happiness is often found in the moments leading up to bliss. It's quite cold. This was not the first time Xu Muwan had heard Fu Sai's unexpected flirtations in recent days, so she appeared much more composed on the surface. Preoccupied with waiting for him, she thought little of anything else. Fu Sai spoke the truth, and as Xu Muwan listened to his heartfelt words, unsure of how to respond, she opted for silence. Noticing he had no breakfast, she felt a twinge of confusion. Weren't you supposed to bring me breakfast? Xu Muwan pondered. When she longed to see him before, she couldn't wait, but now that he was right in front of her, she struggled to meet his gaze. The absence of breakfast made her anxious to clarify things before heading back. She realized she was utterly conflicted. Fu Sai chuckled indulgently, taking her hand without a word and opening the back door of the car, motioning for her to get in. What, do you want me to carry you into the car? He teased. That's not out of the question. He pretended to scoop her up, but Xu Muwan promptly declined. No, that's all right, I can manage. As she spoke, she instinctively glanced around. She knew that their previous encounters had not been broadcasted on the forums. He had handled it all behind the scenes. In the past, every mention of him had vanished without a trace. At that moment, she feared someone might witness her getting into Fu Sai's car. That would truly be a scandalous predicament. Ensuring no one was watching, she quickly hopped into the car, followed by Fu Sai. Fu Sai, Xu Muwan was puzzled about his intentions. Are you afraid that I might eat you? Fu Sai chuckled, revealing that while he indeed wished to devour her, it would only be if she were willing. Xu Muwan shook her head. We are having breakfast here, if you take it back. You might disturb your roommates, since you have no classes this morning, they are unlikely to wake up early. We can eat here and then head upstairs. Fu Sai, who was typically reticent around others, found himself speaking freely in front of Xu Muwan. He concluded with, the most important thing is, I want to have breakfast with you. The preceding words became inconsequential. Xu Muwan suddenly regarded Fu Sai with a serious gaze. Her breath hitching as she recalled what Lulu and the others had said last night about Fu Sai's fondness for her. I want tea. Wake them, she replied, pressing her lips together. What I meant was, I want to have breakfast with you. I woke up at 6 this morning, bought breakfast for you all by myself, and just thinking about having breakfast with you brings me joy. And now that you don't want to have breakfast with me, where is breakfast? Let us eat breakfast. Xu Muwan interrupted Fu Sai before he could finish his sentence, and in that moment, she felt Fu Sai had much to say. Alright, I bought a lot. After you finish, you can take some upstairs for your roommates. There's as random. Fu Sai reached for the breakfast on the passenger seat, pressed a button, and the table in the back seat rose, allowing him to place the breakfast on it. Take a look. What do you want to eat today? He laid out the breakfast before her. I can eat anything. Not picky. Fu Sai raised an eyebrow and asked, not picky. Xu Muwan genuinely was not choosy. For her grandmother had always told her that being picky could stunt her growth. As the shortest child in the countryside, she had been determined to grow taller, which is why she had never been selective with food, ultimately reaching a height of just over 1.60 m. Of course, there were two exceptions, cilantro and celery, which she simply could not abide due to their taste. So obedient and easy to please. How about I bring you delicious food in the future? Fu Sai knew that despite her petite frame, the girl had a great love for food. In their previous life, during that month, she would eat while working after dinner, resembling a little hamster, which was utterly adorable. Yet, Xu Muwan felt her heart flutter at Fu Sai's words. Chapter 23, the two have breakfast together. At that moment, snow began to fall softly from the sky. The cold wind howling as the number of people outside dwindled. Only a black limited edition Bugatti remained amidst the snow. The outside world was frigid, while the interior was exceptionally warm. Xu Muwan had removed her scarf and coat to enjoy her breakfast, donning a fitted cream-colored knitted sweater underneath, taking small bites, watching Fu Sai, who sat across from her in the car. Her heart raced with deepening emotions. Was this their first meal together? She had anticipated that he would eat slowly and savor each bite like a gentleman from a wealthy family. However, Fu Sai was not dainty with his food. He consumed it heartily, though not in a ravenous manner, his noble demeanor shining through effortlessly. Seeing this, Xu Muwan let out a sigh of relief as her small bites transformed into larger ones. She preferred to eat heartily, believing it to be the greatest respect for delicious food. As her grandmother used to say, eat heartily, and everything will taste divine. Little did she know that as she ate with gusto, Fu Sai had slowed down, glancing at her with a gentle smile. 15 minutes later, breakfast was finished, but Fu Sai was reluctant to let her go. He observed the girl, now dressed and wrapped in her scarf, and asked, "Will you save me a seat this afternoon?" Xu Muwan was momentarily taken aback. "When you go to class this afternoon, save a seat for me next to you." Fu Sai reiterated. Hearing this, Xu Muwan's heart began to race anew. Recalling her roommate's speculations, she pondered for a moment before asking, "Why do you want to attend class?" Upon realizing her question was somewhat absurd, she continued, "What I meant was, the language and literature class doesn't seem to relate to your major." She felt her roommate's analysis was unfounded and was confident Fu Sai did not like her, which emboldened her to inquire, "What do you think I want to go for?" Fu Sai leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between them to less than 20 centimeters, and in that moment, Xu Muwan could clearly feel his warm breath. "To make new friends, to foster some camaraderie, is that permissible?" He had intended to draw her out, but upon seeing her flustered and at a loss for words, he softened, the earlier flirtation dissipating. "All right." Xu Muwan breathed a sigh of relief, preferring this answer to the one she had dreaded. "Then I'll save you a seat." Her voice suddenly rose, as if she had resolved to undertake a momentous task. "Good." Despite Fu Sai's reluctance to let her leave the car, he knew he had no choice. He only withdrew his gaze after Xu Muwan entered the dormitory building and vanished from sight, not feeling an urgent need to get in the car just yet. At this rate, when would he be able to openly kiss and embrace her? As Xu Muwan walked into the dormitory building, a smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Hey, Muwan, good morning." Still lost in the delight of having breakfast with Fu Sai, Xu Muwan turned upon hearing someone greet her and smiled slightly. "Good morning, Auntie." The one who greeted her was the dormitory manager who had been helping Fu Sai these past few days. "I asked this because you've been spending time with that handsome Fu? I told you, if you like someone, you must be open about it. These past few days, he has been asking me to deliver medicine and breakfast." The dormitory manager did not feel upset that Fu Sai had stopped asking for her help. Instead, she believed he had finally wised up, pursuing a girl secretly would not lead to success. Being straightforward was far more effective. Hearing the manager's words, Xu Muwan could hardly believe her ears. "Auntie, are you saying that the medicine and breakfast you delivered to me these past few days were all arranged by Fu Sai?" Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "Yes, he bought them and asked me to deliver them to you." "Did you not expect that the handsome Fu was such a thoughtful person?" The dormitory manager had not anticipated Fu Sai had kept this from her. Regardless, now that they were together, there was nothing left to hide. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll head upstairs now." Without waiting for a reply, Xu Muwan ascended the stairs. Even after returning to her dormitory, she remained in shock from the revelation. Realizing why the breakfast was identical to what the dormitory manager had brought, with this thought, she pulled out her phone to message him, but after drafting her text, she hesitated and ultimately decided against sending it. Perhaps, since he hadn't mentioned it, he did not want her to know. What good would it do to ask, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you had breakfast with Fu Sai and still feel unsatisfied." Liang Lulu and Rin Lin had already risen. Upon seeing Xu Muwan return, Liang Lulu approached, arms crossed, while Rin Lin was still brushing her teeth. Seeing Bu Yi still asleep, Xu Muwan instinctively gestured for silence. "Keep it down. We don't want to wake you. I'm awake. Hurry up and tell me if you had breakfast with Fu Sai." Bu Yi pulled back the curtain, peeking her head out. Xu Muwan sighed. Her roommate's curiosity was overwhelming. Rather than answering their question, she raised the breakfast in her hand. "Here, this is what he brought for you. Dig in," as she placed the breakfast on the table. Bu Yi and Liang Lulu exchanged glances, and then Liang Lulu shouted towards the bathroom, "Rin Lin, come out and eat the breakfast brought by someone as suitor." Then she leaned in closer to Xu Muwan. "Come on and tell me, is Fu Sai pursuing you? Look, he has even started buying gifts for your family. Just tell me, do you like Fu Sai? He is the dreamboat of every girl in Gangdu. You better hold on to him. Such a quality guy is a rare find, and there are always people eyeing him." Liang Lulu was clearly more anxious than Xu Muwan herself. Xu Muwan was taken aback by the way Liang Lulu referred to Fu Sai as her suitor and her family. Realizing how far off the mark they were, "That's not true. He is just feeling guilty because I injured my foot, and now hurry up and eat. It will get cold, and you should wash up and eat too. This breakfast is really good." Xu Muwan hurriedly denied it, speaking to her roommates while simultaneously trying to convince herself, should things continue like this, perhaps she would eventually begin to believe it herself. Unbeknownst to Xu Muwan, at that very moment, Fu Sai was expressing his feelings for her in front of both his family and the Bai family. Chapter 24, the Fu family and Bai family no longer intertwined. Fu family. Just after leaving the girls' dormitory, Fu Sai intended to pick out some snacks for Xu Muwan but received a call from his grandmother, asking him to return home. If it had been anyone else, he might have ignored it, but since it was his grandmother, he reluctantly made his way back. As for the snacks, he instructed someone to deliver them directly to the old residence for him to select later. Upon stepping through the door, Fu Sai was greeted by the sight of a large group seated on the expansive sofa, comprising members of both the Fu and Bai families. He could easily guess why they had gathered. Instead of expressing surprise, he merely raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, his hands tucked into his pockets as he approached. As his gaze landed on Bai Ruishuat among those present, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Grandma, after Fu Xia finished calling out to the guests, he took a seat. However, it wasn't as if he had called everyone, he had only summoned his grandparents, neglecting his parents and, even more so, the Bai family. Fu Baishan felt a twinge of discontent in his heart as he observed his son's disregard for them, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts in front of the outsiders. Xia, why did you suddenly unilaterally terminate our engagement? How do you expect others to perceive me? He continued, you may either address me as young Master Fu or not at all. Every time Fu Xia saw Bai Ruishui, he was reminded of events from his previous life, which might seem inexplicable to others, yet he remained unfazed, for Fu Xia had always acted according to his own whims. Upon hearing Fu Xia's cold and gloomy tone, Bai Ruishui suddenly found herself hesitant to continue. Yesterday, she had seen the news on the school forum about Fu Xia attending classes with another girl, which had infuriated her to the point of nearly destroying her room. Xia, this is excessive. You terminate our engagement without any notice. What about the dignity of the Bai family? Bai Ruishua's father, Bai Tianqi, wore a look of mild anger. Initially, it was Fu's family that had been in the wrong for breaking the engagement without prior notice. And now they had come in person with such an attitude. It was commendable that he hadn't lost his temper. Tianqi, your statement is flawed. What do you mean by without reason? My son always has his rationale for his actions. Fu Baishan retorted, his expression equally displeased, though it was unclear who he was truly upset with. Although he was dissatisfied with his son at the moment, he was protective and shifted the problem back to Fu Xia. At that moment, Bai Ruishua's grandfather, Bai Guowo, spoke up, leaning on his cane while seated on the sofa. His emotions were unreadable. Since Baishan has said this, Xia, could you please share the reason for your decision to dissolve the engagement with your grandfather? Father, regardless of the reason, the fact that he didn't say a word to us is already inexcusable, Bai Tianqi retorted, his mind racing at the thought of the recent negative media coverage surrounding the Bai family. Hearing this, Lu Ruyuan, Bai Ruishua's mother, who sat beside Mo Tongyu, grasped her hand with a hint of reproach. Tongyu, why didn't you say anything to me? Mo Tongyu smiled helplessly. Ruyuan, you know how my son is. He always has his own ideas. I only found out after he had already acted. Bai Guowo gestured for Bai Tianqi to remain silent. In the face of Bai Guowo, Fu Xia displayed less indifference and more respect. As his seniority demanded, having someone I like, I believe this is a matter of being responsible for myself as well as for Miss Bai. Bai Ruishua thought to herself, how sarcastic that sounded. She had done nothing, yet he had turned cold towards her. Indeed, Fu Xia had always been this way, emotionless. Feelings can be cultivated. Aren't your parents and Xiaoshua's parents examples of that? Upon hearing this reasoning, Bai Guowo felt a sense of relief. As long as Bai Ruishua had not committed any irredeemable acts, there was still hope. Are you implying that I should abandon the person I like? Fu Xia detested such sentiments. If there was no initial attraction or fondness, could one truly nurture feelings? Moreover, he had grown increasingly weary of the respectful yet distant dynamic between his parents. They might appear to coexist closely, yet they lived separate lives internally. Xia, an engagement is no trifling matter. What about Xiaoxue? You and she have shared so many years of feelings. Fu Xia stood up, interrupting Bai Guowo. Grandfather, it is precisely because I understand that an engagement is no jest that I have acted accordingly. My partner will only be someone I cherish. Moreover, you were mistaken. I have no long-standing feelings for Miss Bai. She is merely an acquaintance in my eyes, and soon she shall become a stranger. Fu Xia spoke the truth, despite knowing Bai Ruishua since childhood and their families having a good relationship. He had never perceived her in a romantic light. Due to his parents' influence, he had always harbored a deep-seated aversion to having girls around him. Bai Ruishua had often lingered by his side purely out of familial connections. Furthermore, she had plenty of friends, and he had always maintained a cold demeanor towards her, never once lowering himself to seek her favor. If it weren't for her actions in his previous life, he might have regarded her as just another ordinary friend and turned a blind eye to the Bai family's dealings. Bai Guowo's complexion grew increasingly dark as he absorbed Fu Xia's retort. Glancing towards the two eldest members of the Fu family, however, Fu Hanyang and Shui Min seemed to willfully ignore the situation, engrossed in their phones. Bai Guowo was well aware of their intentions and coughed in displeasure. Fu Hanyang finally set aside his phone, a hint of apology gracing his features. Old Bai, indeed, this was an oversight on Xia's part, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Our two families need not rely on a marriage alliance for status. Instead, we can support the Bai family more often if that is agreeable. And what about our Xiaoxue? She loves Xia, and you have unilaterally dissolved an engagement that has lasted for years. Her reputation is left in tatters. Bai Guowo's voice grew heavier with each word. Fu Hanyang fell silent. Indeed, this was a genuine grievance against Fu Xia. At that moment, as Fu Xia turned to leave, he caught wind of these words and turned back with a sardonic smile. Love? Grandfather Bai, please do not use Miss Bai to repulse me. She seeks nothing more than superficial prestige. Hasn't she already been with Li Yan for some time? My actions merely serve to facilitate their union. The Bai family stared at Fu Xia in shock. What do you mean she is with Li Yan? Bai Ruishua felt her body stiffen, blood rushing to her face. The Fu family was equally taken aback. However, Fu Saya's next words left everyone in the room astonished and brought disgrace to the Bai family, particularly Bai Guohua, who immediately dragged his descendants home. From now on, the Fu family would sever all ties with the Bai family. Cooperation was utterly out of the question. The Bai family's fate was of no concern to the Fu family. If Bai Guohua wished to know the reason, he might as well inquire about his son's clandestine dealings and clarify before seeking justice from the Fu family. With that, Fu Saya dismissed their expressions entirely, intent on selecting snacks for his beloved wife. Chapter 25. Choosing snacks for her. Half an hour later, the Bai family had long departed, and Fu Baishan and Mo Tongyu, puzzled by Fu Saya's words, decided to investigate further at the company. After their exit, Fu Hanyang and Xuemin sought clarity on Fu Saya's previous remarks but were interrupted as Bai Nan entered and called out, "Everyone, come in." In the next moment, a procession of servants pushed oversized shopping carts into the room, causing the spacious living area to feel rather cramped. The elderly couple stared in astonishment at the scene. Bai Nan approached and greeted them. "Old master, old madam, Bai Nan, what is the meaning of this? Why are you bringing in so many snacks? We have no one to eat them," Xuemin questioned, looking at the array of treats. Their household had no one to indulge in snacks, nor any children. Was this merely for display? Bai Nan smiled and explained, "Old madam, these are specially arranged by young master. They are custom-made snacks, free of additives, and not typically found on the market." Fu Hanyang waved his hand dismissively. "Get to the point. I don't believe Saya would eat these. He never liked snacks as a child, and even less so now." "Indeed, these are for Miss Su," Bai Nan clarified, and upon hearing this, Xuemin's earlier confusion vanished. "Miss Su, you needn't say more. We know who she is. Tell me, Bai Nan, what kind of snacks does that girl enjoy? What is she like?" Xuemin's enthusiasm starkly contrasted her earlier indifference towards Bai Ruishua, her grandmother. "You're scaring Bai Nan." And Fu Saya emerged from his room, now dressed in casual attire. Fu Hanyang frowned. "Can Bai Nan be frightened? You just don't want us to ask too many questions, do you? I've done so much for you, and yet I don't even have the chance to meet that girl." One could not deny the resemblance. The tone of his words mirrored Fu Saya's demeanor when addressing Xu Muwan. "Then we must be the most unfortunate grandparents." Xuemin pretended to dab at the corners of her eyes. Feigning tears, Bai Nan stifled a laugh. If anyone in the Fu family was amusing, it was undoubtedly these two elders. They were merely serious in demeanor. Fu Saya, on the other hand, she enjoys tiramisu, macadamia nuts, yogurt-flavored candies, and various fruits, except for white dragon fruit. Fu Saya listed a plethora of Xu Muwan's favorites. Fu Hanyang and Xuemin listened attentively, exchanging thoughts occasionally. "Dear grandson, be sure to compile a list of everything Muwan likes so that the whole family can remember. Otherwise, when the girl visits, it will be chaos, especially with your oblivious parents." Xuemin instructed earnestly. Her beloved grandson had finally found someone special, and she was determined to ensure their relationship flourished. She could not bear the thought of them falling apart. Besides, witnessing her grandson effortlessly recounting details about the girl made it evident that his feelings were far from fleeting. "All right then, my dear, shall we choose some snacks together? Let I take them to her." "I agree." Xuemin shared the sentiment. "Bring in a couple of chairs." Fu Hanyang was quick to act, completely sidelining the very person of interest. Fu Sai. Fu Sai rolled his eyes in exasperation, pondering whose girlfriend this could possibly be. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm here, no need to worry. Besides, I still have to pick some fruits later, and you both should take a nap soon. It's not good to sit for too long." He was determined to take matters into his own hands regarding her affairs. However, to his surprise, Xuemin did not even lift her head. "Perfect timing. We have nothing to do, let's let the girl sense our intentions early on and enjoy ourselves." Thus, the three of them decided against sitting on chairs and instead settled cross-legged on the living room carpet, each taking charge of a specific area. Grandpa selecting candies, Grandma choosing snacks, while Fu Sai focused on the fruits. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Xu Muwan remained blissfully unaware of all that was happening, while in another corner of the world, someone was cautiously cherishing her. In the end, they gathered a plethora of Xu Muwan's favorite snacks and fruits, dividing them into several portions for Fu Sai to deliver to her. In the afternoon, he loaded 2 large bags of snacks and fruits into the passenger seat of his car and drove his beloved vehicle toward Hong Kong University. As he thought about finally seeing Xu Muwan, a glimmer of happiness illuminated his eyes. Just then, a phone call interrupted his reverie. With one hand on the steering wheel, he answered the call with the other. "Young master, where have you gone?" Bai Nan's mournful voice echoed through the phone. Fu Sai's face registered a hint of annoyance. "Stop acting like you miss me. It's giving me goosebumps." A moment later, Bai Nan switched to a more serious tone. "Did you not say you were going to the company today? An important client is coming. He has been scheduled for over half a month." "Bai Nan, what is your annual salary?" Fu Sai posed a question that left Bai Nan momentarily baffled, yet he answered truthfully. "I don't know, I've never calculated, but I own quite a bit of property." "Then why are you bothering me with such trivial matters?" With that, Fu Sai hung up the phone, after waiting for over a decade. The person he had longed for was finally in front of him. Work could wait. He was off to pursue his beloved. Meanwhile, back at the old residence, Bai Nan having just stepped out of the restroom, realized the young master was nowhere to be found. Anxiously, he made a call, and after hanging up, he felt utterly despondent. He didn't want all that money as a solitary old man. After hanging up, Fusai tossed his phone aside and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Arriving at the school shortly thereafter, checking his watch, he realized class was just starting. He didn't take any snacks with him. Merely picking up a bottle of pure milk from the assortment before heading to the academic building. As he walked, his gaze fixed on his phone, passers-by began to whisper and gossip, but he seemed oblivious, his lips curling into a smile as he read a message. Did you save a seat next to you for me? Yes, I did. Fusai noticed that the girl's username was the same as his, merely differing by the last character, a delightful coincidence that felt fated. Had it not been for the fear of her seeing his phone during this period, he would have long since changed her contact name to something sweet and endearing. Alright, I'll see you soon, he sent, but after 2 minutes without a reply, he knew she had seen it but was unsure how to respond. As it turned out, Fusai was right in the classroom. Xu Muwan stared at the screen, her fingertips growing warm as she held her phone. Liang Lulu, Renlin, and Bui, sitting to her left, were eager to lean in and peer at the message together. Although Renlin and Bui had no classes scheduled, upon hearing that someone was coming to accompany Xu Muwan, they had eagerly decided to join her. Chapter 26, It turns out you really missed me 10 minutes later. Renlin and Bui, who had missed the initial scene yesterday, were now witnessing it unfold before their eyes. They exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging one another. Thank goodness we came. Wow, the room is packed. Where did all these people get their insider information? Renlin observed with her own eyes as the classroom, capable of holding hundreds, filled to capacity within 3 minutes of the class starting. Calm down, I've seen this before, though high school was a bit more reserved than university. Bui, though not from the same elite background as the Fu family, was still a bona fide rich second generation. Moreover, her fiancé, Yuan Jini, was close friends with Fusai, often going out late at night, though she never accompanied them because Fusai preferred not to have girls around. Look, they're here, you two be quiet and let us analyze this later. Liang Lulu nudged them. Xu Muwan, initially quite nervous, found herself calming down under the intense scrutiny of her friends. Over the past few days, she had considered this possibility, but what kind of person was Fusai? After years of hearing about him, even without in-depth knowledge, she had some understanding. Fusai was inherently aloof yet exuded a carefree demeanor. Had he not established a private gaming company during his university years, this carefree reputation would have solidified even further. As the only son of the wealthiest family in Gangdu, he was the heir, backed by immense financial resources and a solid foundation. It could be said that he lived life on his own terms. Capable of dismantling obstacles with a mere whim, she believed that if he had feelings for someone, he would not hide them but would express his intentions openly and pursue them relentlessly. Proclaiming his affections to the world, surely no girl would ever refuse him, right? Yet, what Xu Muwan did not realize was that when someone truly falls in love, they instinctively lower their guard, feeling inferior, and take gradual steps forward. However, she was not entirely mistaken. Fusai was indeed open about his feelings, having sought her out on the very first day of his rebirth, but Xu Muwan remained blissfully unaware of this. What was there to think about? I'm already sitting next to you. What else is there to ponder? Fusai, amidst the gazes of many, took a seat beside Xu Muwan, stopping short of ruffling her hair and instead gently poking her arm. Uncertain whether her secret thoughts had been uncovered, Xu Muwan blushed and instinctively retorted, "It's not like I was thinking about you." Fusai, hearing her delicate yet shy response, was reminded of their previous life when he had asked her why she was still single at 30. At first she had responded calmly, but when he inquired if she had a crush, she had turned to glare at him, indignantly saying, "That's none of your business, so you really were thinking of me just now?" Unable to contain himself, Fusai tousled her hair and leaned in close, speaking in a low husky voice, "I'm right here beside you, always. No need to think. Fusai. Don't talk so close to me." Xu Muwan was unsure whether it was heat or shyness that caused her ears to flush and her nose to sweat, her words stumbling as she spoke. His breath had brushed against her ear. Was it merely her imagination, or had he almost kissed her ear just now? "Here, drink this, it's delicious." Fusai, no longer teasing her, produced the milk he had prepared earlier, the cap already twisted off. "I don't drink milk, I'm not a child, but you like it. Who says only children can drink milk? As long as you enjoy it, we can have as much as you want. If we run out, I'll fetch more from wherever necessary." Fusai's candid yet warm words stirred a bittersweet ache in Xu Muwan's heart, gazing at the man before her. Her lashes began to glisten with unshed tears. Ever since her parents had passed away, she had not heard such tender words. While her grandmother adored her, it could never replace the love she had lost. Once upon a time, she was a cherished child held in her parents' hands. After their departure, she had to learn to be strong, to care for herself and her grandmother. In town, those without parents were often looked down upon and subjected to unkind remarks. Upon meeting Fusai, she had thrown herself into her studies, yearning to explore the world and see how far she could rise on her own, yet, much of that ambition was driven by her feelings for him. And now the one person she held dear had simply expressed a sentiment of boundless affection, igniting an overwhelming urge to cry. Why cry? The girl before him remained still, her lashes quivering, tears clinging to them. In that instant, the helplessness and heartache of their past life flooded back to him. Was she reminiscing about her family? Long before Fu Sai had learned every detail about Xu Muwan's life, her parents had perished in a car accident when she was 7. Leaving her with no relatives except for her grandmother, they had always relied on each other. Had no one cherished her in the years following her parents' death, yet, it was this very girl who had kept him in her heart. Loving him year after year. Xu Muwan blinked vigorously, turning her head to sniffle, speaking in a muffled tone. I'm not crying. She reached for the milk he had placed before her and took a couple of sips. Thank you, indeed, she adored milk, though she seldom had it. Don't cry, it's unbearable to see. Fu Sai poked her arm again, though his words lacked a clear subject. Seated across from Xu Muwan were 3 individuals who witnessed the scene before them and heard the words spoken. Exchanging glances before simultaneously swallowing hard. Was this not affection? It was love that ran deep to the bone. As the saying goes, observers see clearly, and there is indeed wisdom in that. Hello Fu Xiao, next time you and my husband meet up, may I join you? Bui did not elaborate, but Fu Sai understood her implication. You're welcome. I shall host next time. These 3 were the closest friends of Wanwan in her previous life after Wanwan's demise. Bui and Yuan Genie had gone directly to the Bai family. Had it not been for someone intervening, she would have nearly taken Bai Ruishua's life. Xu Muwan's friends were also Fu Sai's friends. Those who cared for her and whom she cherished were equally cherished by him. Chapter 27. In public embrace at 5:30 in the afternoon, the class finally concluded. The 3 strategists exchanged pleasantries with Fu Sai, who had just been exceedingly polite. After a round of sycophantic farewells, they departed, remarking, Fu Xiao tonight Kan Bao has no plans to dine with us, so you may take her wherever you please, we don't mind. Why are you all leaving so hastily? Xu Muwan felt a mix of anxiety and a desire to weep. She harbored feelings for Fu Sai, yet she was also apprehensive. Surely she was aware of her friend's intentions, which were all too evident. If Fu Sai did not mean what they suggested, it would be awkward and embarrassing. Is your knee feeling better? Fu Sai inquired, lowering his voice. It's nothing, just about healed. Let us go, Xu Muwan replied, glancing around the classroom where all eyes were upon them. Her voice was naturally soft, and now it was even more subdued. Fu Sai, unable to hear her clearly, leaned closer. What did you say? Just as he leaned in, Xu Muwan turned her head, her lips brushing against his ear. Both were taken aback, Xu Muwan shocked and Fu Sai surprised by this unexpected intimacy. I'm so sorry, Xu Muwan exclaimed, leaning back in fright, her cheeks flushed, on the verge of tears. Fu Sai, more composed, smirked. What are you apologizing for? You kissed me. I'm not the one at a loss here, for some reason. Despite the winter chill, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him, his heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. How could anyone remain calm after being kissed by the girl they liked? No, I didn't kiss you, it was an accident, Xu Muwan retorted, her cheeks still burning. It's fine, no need to apologize. How about treating me to a meal, he suggested, recalling her friends had also supported her eating with him. At the mention of a meal, Xu Muwan remembered someone saying, the price of a meal from the prince is enough for you to work for several years. She swallowed hard, tempted by the idea of dining with him. Yet concerned about her meager finances. Is it that you're reluctant to let me treat you? Then let me pay. I can repay you 1,000 each month, Xu Muwan proposed, calculating that her savings would suffice for a meal if he was willing to front the cost. In her heart, when it came to Fu Sai and her grandmother, she did not care about the expense, as he was among the few she truly valued. Perhaps to those unaware, her affection for Fu Sai might seem trivial, but only she knew he had been her motivation and goal throughout the years. Borrowing my money to treat me to a meal, Fu Sai chuckled at her adorable demeanor. What kind of operation is this? Xu Muwan, filled with courage, had approached him, but his laughter diminished her resolve. Fu Sai stood reaching for her wrist, noting how delicate it felt in his grasp. All right, let us go eat, without giving her a moment to react. He pulled her toward the school entrance. Fu Sai. Xu Muwan was drawn along, and though it was merely her wrist he held, it felt intimate, especially in the bustling corridor filled with students. She overheard classmates murmuring, is it true? Are they together? Why would Fu Sai choose someone like her? The comments grew increasingly harsh, and Xu Muwan felt an indescribable hurt. She knew she was not as deserving as Fu Sai, but that did not mean she was inferior. Don't listen to them. Fu Sai halted, wrapping his long arm around her, gently stroking her hair, his gaze fierce as he directed a cold, biting reprimand toward the gossiping girls. I've never encountered such gossips. If you don't want your tongues, donate them to the dogs. No, even they won't want them. If I hear anything similar again, regardless of whether it originated from you, I'll hold you accountable. The girls, rendered speechless by Fu Sai's outburst, stood frozen in fear. They knew his reputation, and witnessing his anger left them visibly shaken. Onlookers quickly distanced themselves from the gossipers, wary of attracting Fu Sai's ire. After venting his frustration, Xu Muwan found herself enveloped in his embrace, the scent of cedar wood intensifying around them. Chapter 28. Day and night for her. Once outside the school gates, Xu Muwan finally came to her senses. Stopping in her tracks, "What's wrong? Did I frighten you?" Fusai followed her lead, having lost control of his emotions due to the shadows of his past, instinctively wanting to protect her from any threats. In his previous life, shortly after leaving her home, Xu learned of Wan's existence. Initially, she had spoken of Wan in his presence, and despite his warnings, her actions had continued unabated, hence, his anger was not merely reactive. It stemmed from a deep-seated fear of losing her again. "Why would you think I'm scared?" Xu Muwan tilted her head, gazing earnestly at him. If she were fearful, she wouldn't have cherished her secret affection for him for so many years. "I was quite fierce just now, not toward me." She noted that he had carefully held her, urging her not to listen to the gossip, so I assumed she was afraid. His actions only made her heart race with excitement. Hearing her response, Fusai felt a weight lift from his chest. How could he forget that this girl had once brought him home bloodied and battered, and had written countless diaries about her feelings for him over the years? "No, I wasn't fierce with you." At that moment, he no longer cared whether she was overthinking. Seeing her vibrant presence made him want to hold her close and bask in her warmth. "May I give you a hug?" Fusai asked, opening his arms instead of directly embracing her. Xu Muwan instinctively wished to refuse, not out of aversion, but rather due to the awkwardness of their respective positions. Especially since they were still on campus, where the earlier incident could easily repeat itself. Yet, when her gaze met his deep, somber eyes, the words of rejection failed to leave her lips. "Fusai, we are friends now. Aren't we? If we are friends, then a hug is certainly acceptable." Xu Muwan spoke these two sentences in succession, stepping closer until the tip of her nose nearly brushed against Fusai's chest. She then slightly rose on her toes and wrapped her arms around his waist. Long after that moment, whenever Xu Muwan recalled it, she could not fathom where she had found the courage to embrace him. Faced with a girl's overture for the first time, Fusai did not respond hastily. Instead, he deeply felt her arms encircling his waist, her fragrance enveloping him. In his previous life, when she had departed and he had lived alone in her home. At first, the remnants of her presence lingered everywhere. However, as time slowly passed, her bed, her blankets, her clothes gradually lost her scent. Each night, he suffered from insomnia, sincerely pleading with the divine to return her to him. But to no avail. "Wan, I am so happy. So happy to finally have the chance to be with you." Without hesitation, Fusai tightly embraced her waist. Regardless of whether they were merely friends, he knew that the girl he held would inevitably become his wife. Not only did he want to embrace her, but he also buried his face in her scarf, murmuring, "They all dislike me. Only you keep me close to your heart." Xu Muwan was unsure whom he referred to as they. Assuming it was people from school, initially shy due to his tight embrace, she now felt her heart gnawing as if besieged by countless ants. Upon hearing his heavy words, she could not help but pat his broad back. Saying, "Their dislike does not indicate your worthlessness. Even emperors cannot please everyone, let alone you, the crown prince." With just that one statement, Fusai, who had intended to continue expressing his grievances, faltered. "How is it that your little mouth is so eloquent? May I steal a kiss?" Of course, Fusai dared not voice the thought aloud, because what I said is simply the truth. In light of your comforting words, may I gift you something?" Fusai could distinctly sense that the girl was no longer as tense around him. Indeed, she had begun to take the initiative to embrace him. Perhaps tomorrow, she might even kiss him, and in a few days, she would be his girlfriend. Xu Muwan withdrew slightly from Fusai's embrace. Her cheeks flushed, betraying a hint of shyness. "What is it?" With her arms now empty, Fusai, seizing the opportunity to use the pretext of a gift, took her hand and led her forward. This time, he did not merely grasp her wrist, but held her hand. His palm was large and warm, seemingly long and enveloping hers entirely. Xu Muwan struggled slightly. Such actions were not typical of mere friends. "We have declared ourselves friends, and hugging is acceptable. What's wrong with holding hands, especially since you have an injury?" Fusai quickly interjected as she attempted to pull away. Indeed, the next moment, Xu Muwan relented and allowed him to lead her. The person in front smiled knowingly. It was not until Fusai opened the back door of the car in front of Xu Muwan that she realized what he intended to give her: 2 large bags of snacks. Her eyes sparkled instantly. While she usually practiced frugality, she never spared expenses when it came to snacks. Each month, she would allocate a few hundred yuan for such treats. Before she had come to study in the port city, she had always enjoyed snacks, but upon her arrival, she discovered a plethora of varieties that dazzled her, deepening her affection for them. "Do you like them? These are the snacks I selected for you. I wasn't sure what you preferred, so I picked a variety for you to peruse." Fusai was well aware of the surprise in her eyes, yet he feigned ignorance and asked, "Do you like them?" "Yes, I do. How much are these snacks? I can transfer the money to you." Xu Muwan genuinely liked them. While she could accept smaller snacks on regular occasions, the ones before her now appeared exquisitely packaged, some of which she had never seen before, prompting her to feel that it would be more appropriate to offer payment. Fusai anticipated her response and pretended to be annoyed, saying, "We are friends now, so why be so calculative? Besides, you will be treating me to a meal later, so what's the harm in me giving you some snacks?" Upon hearing this, Xu Muwan realized he had a point. Her eyes sparkling. "Can I take a look now? They are all yours. You decide." Watching her delight in such simplicity reminded him of a night when she sat at her computer, engrossed in work. With a small dessert and a glass of juice beside her, each sip she took caused her eyes to shine with joy. Such a pure girl, how could the heavens not treat her kindly? For all the days to come, Fu Sai would only cherish her, eternally safeguarding her innocence. Chapter 29. Because there is someone I like. Just a moment ago, Fu Sai had reveled in the joy of winning Xu Muwan's heart with his gift of snacks. But now, as he drove, he felt a pang of grievance upon observing her in the back seat, her focus solely on the snacks. He had intentionally placed the snacks in the back seat, leaving the passenger seat free. Little did he know he had shot himself in the foot. Had he placed them in the passenger seat, things would have been simpler. Half an hour later, Xu Muwan noticed Fu Sai showed no signs of stopping and curiously asked, "Is our destination far?" She recalled that the more luxurious restaurants in the port city were in the opposite direction. How could you bear to gaze at me, so preoccupied with snacks? At this moment, she had already removed her scarf, feeling the warmth spread from her cheeks down to her neck. "I apologize, I am quite fond of snacks." "Yes, there's something you wish to tell me?" Xu Muwan sincerely inquired. Knowing he wanted her attention, which could only mean he had something to say. Fu Sai, could he not simply wish for her to see him? "I just want you to look at me," he said with an air of pride, just as they hit a red light, prompting him to stop. "I am looking," Xu Muwan replied, having lost count of how many times she had observed him. No longer was she in a state of panic or tension. "Do you not have any questions for me?" Fu Sai bit his lip, having called off his engagement for 2 days now. He had established their friendship, and even in the absence of romantic feelings, it was perfectly natural for friends to care for one another. She still held such affection for him. Could she truly be so indifferent? Upon hearing this, Xu Muwan contemplated seriously. How could she not have questions, such as why he had gone to Desheng Town, whether he had always liked Bai Ruishua, why he had suddenly called off the engagement? And if he had developed feelings for another girl, from an observer's perspective, it was evident that Fu Sai harbored feelings for Xu Muwan, but she was the one involved, acutely aware that she and Fu Sai belonged to entirely different worlds, which had deterred her from considering the possibility. Rather than claiming she had never thought of it, it was more accurate to say she was too afraid to be gazing at the person she cherished right before her. Xu Muwan's eyes dulled, quickly shrouded in a mist of tears. "What do you want to eat later?" she asked, hastily turning her head to lift her chin, desperate to prevent her tears from falling. Fu Sai had just begun to respond when the green light illuminated, and he drove on. With one hand on the steering wheel, his long fingers discreetly pressed the auto-drive button, his deep and affectionate gaze lingering on her through the rearview mirror. Silly girl, she clearly had many questions to ask him. "Wan, I ended my engagement with the Bai family because I have never liked Bai Ruishua. I didn't call it off earlier because I had not met anyone I liked. I detest mingling with other girls. I would rather marry anyone else. However, I called off the engagement days ago because I have found someone I liked. I must follow my heart." Fu Sai exhaled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He had been so forthright. Would she decipher his feelings? Little did he know, in the back seat, as she listened to him discuss the engagement, she felt a flutter of joy when he mentioned he had never liked Bai Ruishua. But her heart trembled and ached upon realizing it was true. He truly had someone he liked. He detested interacting with other girls, which implied that his friendship with her was a testament to his lack of aversion towards her. For reasons unknown, despite her attempts to remain composed, she could not hold back her tears. "Who is the girl you like? Can I know?" Xu Muwan lowered her head, twisting her fingers, her voice thick with emotion. Before Fu Sai could respond, she lost control of her feelings, tears streaming down onto the leather seat like raindrops. This Fu Sai could no longer remain calm. After passing the traffic light, he swiftly turned the steering wheel and pulled over on a deserted side road. He unbuckled his seatbelt, flung open the door, and swiftly entered the back seat, leaving the 2 bags of snacks in the passenger seat. "My snacks." Xu Muwan whimpered upon seeing her treats abandoned, feeling utterly pitiful. Observing her, Fu Sai felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. Her concern for the snacks was somewhat reassuring. "Why are you crying?" He wished to comfort her by holding her close, but given their ambiguous relationship, he merely poked her arm gently as he usually did. "It is of no consequence. I inadvertently brushed against the wound on my knee moments ago." As the snacks were tossed into the passenger seat, Xu Muwan fought back tears the instant Fu Sai settled down beside her, though she did not sob as she had earlier. Silent tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. How could Fu Sai be unaware of her pain? He sighed, disregarding her thoughts entirely, and simply lifted her into his embrace, placing her on his lap. "What are you doing?" Xu Muwan exclaimed, suddenly hoisted up and seated on his thigh, her body stiffening in response, leaving no room for her to continue crying. "Do not move. Just tell me why you are crying, okay? Did I say something wrong?" Had he not been attempting to explain to her moments prior? He had declared his disinterest in Bai Ruishua, asserting that the annulment of their engagement was due to his affections for another. He had been by her side these past few days, nearly articulating the words "I like you," yet Fu Sai had overestimated Xu Muwan's emotional intelligence. What kind of friends embrace one another in such a manner? How could he possibly treat her this way while harboring feelings for someone else? The mere thought of him being enamored with another, while being so tender towards her, filled her with bitterness and resentment. With that single thought, Fu Sai finally comprehended the reason behind her tears. How endearingly foolish his girl was. He lamented that if he continued to take things slowly, he might have to wait a decade before he could hold his beloved. Surely she would not mind. Perhaps she would even be delighted. You are so annoying, let go of me, Xu Muwan protested, her tear-streaked lashes still glistening with remnants of her sorrow, her cheeks flushed as she struggled to free herself from his grasp. However, Fusai tightened his hold around her waist, refusing to release her. With his other hand, he gently cupped her face, compelling her to raise her gaze and meet his eyes, her tear-filled eyes, tinged with red. Were heart-wrenching to behold, especially for one who loved her so deeply. Wan, he said softly, I annulled my engagement because I have feelings for another girl that I wish to pursue her openly and without reservation. I do not allow any girl to approach me, except for you. Do you understand what I mean? Fusai held her tightly, his eyes reflecting emotion Xu Muwan could not decipher, unbeknownst to her. She sensed something unexpected was about to emerge. Chapter 30. He is her little joy. I do not understand what you are saying. I want to get down. I wish to eat moments ago. Through Fusai's eyes, she glimpsed a serene world that mirrored a clear version of herself. That feeling was all too familiar. Since her arrival in Gangdu, she had encountered him far more frequently than before. She had joined a QQ group dedicated to Fusai, where his class schedule and whereabouts at school were occasionally shared. Countless times, she had taken note of these details, seeking to encounter him whenever possible. Even though he did not recognize her, she had observed him from the corner of her eye on numerous occasions. In that unseen world, his figure was reflected in her thoughts. Her roommate's words from the previous day resurfaced in her mind. Do you still cry? I do not wish to see your tears, it pains me. Fusai had intended to express how heartbroken he felt, but fearing it might alarm her, he could only convey his sentiments indirectly. It is I who finds it difficult to bear tears. How could you feel discomfort? Xu Muwan, with her bunny-like red eyes, earnestly questioned him. Fusai chuckled softly. How adorably straightforward his girl was. Would she become allergic to romance in the future? I feel sorrow, hence I do not wish to see you weep. Do you understand me? Following this incident, Fusai realized he needed to be more direct, while Xu Muwan had secretly fantasized about his affections in her heart. When faced with the reality of his feelings, she found herself wanting to retreat. Just 10 minutes earlier, she would not have believed Fusai liked her, yet his words and actions now conveyed something different. She sniffled, wiped her eyes hastily, and quickly descended from his lap, sitting upright beside him. I am hungry. Let us go eat. As she spoke, her hand subconsciously tugged at her knee, betraying her nervousness. Fusai understood this as a sign of her anxiety and recognized she had begun to grasp his intentions. He tossed the snacks from the passenger seat to the back and swept Xu Muwan into a princess carry. All right, we shall go eat. Xu Muwan felt herself lifted into the air, instinctively wrapping her arms around Fusai's arm. You cannot keep carrying me around. In less than a minute, she found herself seated in the passenger seat, staring at Fusai, her neck stiff as she earnestly addressed him. Fusai remained silent. Bending slightly to lean into the passenger seat, their noses nearly touching. Xu Muwan, who had previously held her posture defiantly, now felt her resolve soften. Wan, do you not enjoy my embraces? I, however, find great pleasure in holding you. The way he extended his final words lingered in the air, as if he had long awaited this moment, tinged with a hint of melancholy. All right, I shall not tease you further, let me fasten your seatbelt. Fusai ruffled her hair before circling to the other side to enter the vehicle. Following that, both remained silent. Fusai was aware of her thoughts and chose not to disturb her. Likely still processing her earlier emotions, indeed, Xu Muwan's mind began to swirl with new thoughts, which only grew more intense. Just before they arrived, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Bui. Fearing she might not have enough money for their meal, she borrowed 50,000, promising to repay her over the next few months. Without hesitation, Bui transferred the exact amount Xu Muwan requested. Bui, observing the chat with Xu Muwan, pondered the situation. If her memory served her correctly, the money on Mibao's account was quite substantial for a regular student. Why the sudden need to borrow money? Especially while out with Fusai, yet she opted to wait until Xu Muwan returned to ask for clarification. Xu Muwan gazed at the restaurant before her, a quaint and charming traditional Chinese establishment. Through the entrance, she caught glimpses of the interior, lights, tableware, and furniture all in soft blue hues, creating an illusion as if she had stepped into the Aegean Sea, adorned with romantic Mediterranean decor that exuded a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western styles. Surely, the money should suffice. Just as she was about to step inside, Fusai grasped her hand, halting her. We are not dining here. Why not? Fusai pointed to a small eatery a few dozen meters away. I wish to eat there. It was the very establishment where they had shared their first meal in a previous life. He recalled how she had intended to take him to this restaurant. But he had resisted. Having spent a month at her home, he was well aware of her living conditions. Though he hailed from a wealthy family, it did not mean he had only experienced affluence. At that time, he had begun to comprehend his feelings for her and naturally considered her perspective. He wished to recreate the experiences they had shared during that month, for afterward, he pursued her. And she agreed to be his girlfriend, continuing the life they had established. She would not be harmed by others, and he would no longer bear the weight of hollow memories year after year. Whenever he reminisced about their past, his heart brimmed with bittersweet regret. Gazing at the girl before him, he encircled her waist and pulled her close once more. Xu Muwan, will you stay by my side? I will protect you, Fu Sai whispered almost reverently. Yes, I will be here, Xu Muwan responded, oblivious to the turmoil Fu Sai had endured. Yet, at that moment, he inexplicably evoked a sense of melancholy within her. As long as he needed her, she would remain by his side just as before, fully aware that venturing into a city with him would entail countless challenges, yet she would still traverse them. Fu Sai was not only Xu Muwan's motivation but also her cherished source of joy. 2 minutes later, Xu Muwan watched as Fu Sai confidently seated himself, momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been tenderly embracing her at the entrance. And now he was half embracing her as they entered. The small eatery, though modest, was well equipped, with clean tables and chairs, and air conditioning. Yet, when Xu Muwan observed Fu Sai, clad in a striking black coat, seated there, he appeared out of place. The limited edition watch on his wrist and custom-made attire accentuated his stature. Even amidst a crowded space, he radiated a brilliance that drew the gaze of others. Several young women in the establishment could not help but steal glances at him. Xu Muwan felt a pang of discomfort. He had always been the center of attention, chapter 31, in his eyes. Her clear reflection. Fu Sai had his back to Xu Muwan, conversing with the owner about their orders when he heard her voice. What is it? It was the first time she had so openly called his name. And he turned to her, bending down to her level, as she sat with his hands in his pockets. He looked her in the eye. You see, I have money. Xu Muwan raised her phone, which she had prepared earlier. Displaying the screen to Fu Ce.as he beheld her joy, the brightness of her smile, and the lingering redness in her eyes from her earlier tears. It tugged at his heartstrings, making him pause momentarily. As he finally discerned the contents of his phone screen in that fleeting moment, Fu Ciye profoundly grasped the essence of heartache. The screen displayed the account balance, 195361.6.to. Fu Ciye. These figures were inconsequential. However, he was acutely aware that this money was painstakingly earned by the girl, who juggled part-time jobs during her spare hours and still managed to pen novels upon returning to her dormitory. From the very first day of his rebirth, he had taken notice of her, yet she had not updated her writings for several days. It was disheartening to realize that she was willing to expend her hard-earned savings in one go, merely to treat him to a meal. She even felt that dining here was a disservice to him. How could such a wonderful girl have feelings for him? I have money. We could dine at the restaurant next door. Which has better food? May I take you there? Xu Muwan waved her phone slightly. Fu Ciye reached out to ruffle her hair, teasing, Is Wan so willing to spend on me because she wishes to support me? Xu Muwan instinctively recoiled, feeling the heat creeping up her face under his gaze as he continued to pat her head. I can't afford to support you. Besides, you don't need my support. Oh, so it turns out Wan isn't unwilling to support me, but simply feels incapable. Fu Ciye bent lower, his face drawing nearer to Xu Muwan's. You don't come so close. I didn't say I wanted to support you. Are we going to eat at the restaurant next door or not? Xu Muwan felt her heart race uncontrollably at his teasing words, her hands pressing against his chest to create distance. Yet her innocent shyness betrayed her, unbeknownst to her. Let us save that for later. Right now, I wish to enjoy this meal with you, if that is alright. The food here is delightful. It doesn't necessarily have to be expensive as long as it is clean, hygienic, and delicious. Any price is worth it. Moreover, do you genuinely like that restaurant? It may be pricey, but the portions are scant, and the taste is not guaranteed. We might end up regretting it. Fu Ciye articulated his thoughts passionately. Initially, Xu Muwan remained unconvinced, but by the end, she found his reasoning compelling. 15 minutes later, as she nibbled delicately on her food, she stole glances at him, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. Fu Ciye indeed embodied the warmth of humanity. She could not fathom why people online labeled him as cold and unfeeling. Throughout these past few days, she realized he was far more handsome than in his photographs. Each time she covertly glanced his way, it was always in a rush. Just moments ago, she had observed him clearly. His brows and eyes were exceptionally striking, with rare phoenix-like eyes, long and dark, the outer corners elegantly arched into his temples. His face was chiseled and defined, his features deep and three-dimensional. As he leisurely handled his chopsticks, his long fingers, with distinct joints, reminded Xu Muwan of the hands depicted in her favorite comics. After a few bites, Xu Muwan was convinced that the food at this establishment surpassed that of the school cafeteria. No, it was incomparable. This was the best. Only Xu Muwan understood that it was the company that made this meal truly exceptional. Ultimately, she spent 62 yuan treating Fu Ciye to dinner. As winter enveloped the evening, upon finishing their meal, the sky had darkened. With classes awaiting her the next morning, Fu Ciye escorted Xu Muwan back to campus, this time stopping directly at the entrance of the girls' dormitory rather than at the school gate. As the car came to a halt, Xu Muwan leaned against the window, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. Unable to muster the courage to open the door, the thought of being seen alighting from Fu Ciye's car filled her with dread. It would be akin to jumping into the Yellow River, impossible to cleanse her reputation. Wan, is it a bit late for you to worry now? From the moment he appeared beside her in class, their relationship had shifted in the eyes of outsiders. Xu Muwan, feeling anxious, wrung her hands. What should I do? With me around, they can remain silent, he reassured her, having previously endured the horror of rumors during her high school years, when she had done nothing yet was subjected to scornful glares and harsh words from her female peers due to a boyish unreciprocated affection. She had retreated into her studies. She had thought she could escape their hostility, but one winter day, they had locked her in a bathroom and doused her with filthy water, sitting in the corner. Shivering from the cold, she had felt utterly defeated. After what felt like an eternity, her grandmother had come to rescue her, allowing her to return home. This incident prompted her to transfer schools for her final year. And she had never worn a skirt since, haunted by the cruel words of those girls who accused her of trying to seduce that boy. They had even scarred her leg, a permanent reminder of that painful chapter. In her first year at the new school, she had once again crossed paths with Ciye. Following her transfer, she had developed a fear of speaking to boys, terrified of being misunderstood. However, that fear dissipated in Ciye's presence. If being with him were to lead to misunderstandings, she would willingly embrace it. But what if the person you like sees? Xu Muwan blurted out, leaving both her and Ciye momentarily stunned. Ciye remained silent, swiftly unbuckling his seatbelt, reaching out to wrap his arms around her waist while simultaneously releasing her seatbelt. He pulled her onto his lap. Ciye, Xu Muwan protested, attempting to escape his embrace. The once spacious driver's seat suddenly feeling cramped. Ciye firmly held her waist, preventing her from wriggling free. Stay still. If you keep squirming, it won't end well. He elevated her chin with one hand. Xu Muwan, do you truly not comprehend my intentions? Or are you simply nervous? Or perhaps you detest me and are resisting? He needed to clarify everything at once, for if he didn't, it would be her tears and his heartache. No, Xu Muwan found herself locked in his gaze, their chests nearly touching, their faces mere inches apart, her entire body stiff with trepidation. Did he like her? Upon hearing that, he thought she disliked him. She instinctively retorted, her voice louder than ever, that's not true. Even my parents don't like me. It's only natural for others to feel the same. Ciye's dark eyes were locked onto Xu Muwan's reflection as he spoke in a low tone. Xu Muwan clearly saw it. Today, for the second time, she beheld her own image in his eyes. Chapter 32. I have always been here. Xu Muwan, listen closely. Ciye, like you, Xu Muwan, I have known you for quite some time. It is not that I didn't determine my feelings earlier, but I dared not approach you until I understood you better, fearing I might not win your affection. By Xu, I have never liked. Her presence beside me is purely familial. That absurd engagement was arranged before we were born. When I decided to pursue you, I dissolved that engagement. Before meeting you, I was indifferent towards my marriage. But after encountering you, I realized I could no longer settle for less in my life. So, Xu Muwan, do you understand? I genuinely like you. Will you grant me a chance to pursue you? This long-awaited confession finally escaped Ciye's lips. In his previous life, he had confirmed his feelings for her but had never had the chance to voice them before she was gone. Later, as he read her diaries filled with affection for him, he regretted not having expressed his feelings. How deeply disappointed she must have been. As he spoke, Ciye's eyes reddened, and he tightened his embrace around the dazed girl, resting his chin on her shoulder. Xu Muwan, I truly like you. I like you so very much. You are my favorite. Ciye. The sudden confession startled Xu Muwan, a wave of intimacy and ambiguity enveloping them. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her doe-like gaze shimmering with confusion. Ciye lifted his head to meet her gaze, longing to hold her close. He adored the way she softly called his name. Like a delicate kitten, his hands rested on her waist, gently caressing through her clothing, oblivious to her lack of awareness due to the layers. I want to get out of the car. Xu Muwan overlooked his confession, but Ciye, undeterred, responded as if it were expected. After a brief acknowledgement, he opened the car door, adjusted her scarf to ensure no skin was exposed, and lifted her out of the car. The warmth of the interior met the chilling winter air as they exited, causing Xu Muwan to instinctively huddle closer to Ciye's chest. Seeing her reaction, Ciye smiled. How could she not like him? Perhaps she was still grappling with the reality of it all. Regardless, she now knew his heart, and he hoped she would cease her unfounded worries and embrace his pursuit wholeheartedly, holding her with one arm while carrying 2 large bags of snacks with the other. He headed toward the dormitory. Ciye, put me down. Xu Muwan prodded his chest. Be ye good, don't squirm, I'll carry you downstairs. I have no intention of releasing you. The entrance to the dormitory was merely a few dozen meters away. He was reluctant to let her go. In no time, Ciye had set her down. Wan, don't fear me, I'm not anxious about your answer. I will wait for the day you are ready. Just know, I will always be here for you. As Xu Muwan returned to her dormitory, her heart raced like a fawn's, and she swiftly untied her scarf, taking deep breaths. Just moments ago, Ciye had leaned in, his gaze profound and shadowy, his voice low and alluring as he confessed his feelings to her amidst the biting cold wind. Just as she was about to turn away, he appeared at the elevator entrance, holding 2 large bags of snacks. It is the little details that always touch the heart. Xu Muwan thought to herself that she would never forget the flutter of emotions experienced that night. The man she had cherished for a long time had declared his love for her, stating that he could wait for her, and that he would always be by her side. Xu Muwan. You have indeed fallen in love. Liang Lulu stood before Xu Muwan, hands on her hips, having called out to her numerous times since she entered without receiving any response. It was clear she had to switch tactics. It must be the springtime feelings for brother Fu Renlin, and Liang Lulu took positions on either side of Xu Muwan. Alright, our princess, please take a seat, we need you to report to us honestly. Bui gestured towards the table in the middle of the dormitory, bending slightly to invite Xu Muwan to sit down. How was Xu Muwan to handle a group of roommates who were more concerned about her romantic life than she was? She could only indulge them. After briefly summarizing her story, Xu Muwan seized the moment while everyone was in shock, stood up, grabbed a set of pajamas from her bed, and dashed into the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. Feel free to help yourselves to the snacks on the table. As the trio exchanged glances, the air suddenly fell silent. Linlin, did I hear correctly that Kanbao just confessed to Fu Sai? Liang Lulu cautiously nudged Renlin's arm. Renlin, clearly still processing, replied, Isn't that right, Yi? Did you hear that? Bui appeared far more composed than the two. My ears are just fine. Wow, it hasn't been long. And our mouths have been blessed with such fortune. Upon confirmation, Liang Lulu excitedly stood up and slapped the table. Renlin pushed her back down. No sis, is that really what you're focusing on right now? Shouldn't we be excited that if it works out, we'll be friends with Mrs. Fu? No, let me calm down for a moment. Yi, you know Fu Sai better than any of us. Do you think this will work out? Is he just playing with our Sanbao's heart? It shouldn't be the case. According to what Jin said, Fu Sai's greatest flaw is his lack of interest in girls, but that is also his greatest virtue. He is devoted and not promiscuous. Furthermore, Bui suspected that someone in their dorm had long harbored secret affections for Fu Sai. Renlin and Liang Lulu exchanged knowing glances, instinctively reaching out to grasp each other's hands. I am shipping this couple. If those trolls online dare to argue, I'll take on 100 of them. Given Sanbao's situation, whether she liked him or not was uncertain, but her fondness was undeniable. After they spoke, they all turned their eyes toward Bui, hoping she would say something. Seeing their eager expressions, Bui could only smile helplessly. Then I'll take charge of dressing up our Kanbao. Ensuring that the prince remains utterly devoted. Who is this other person? Soon, we will be one family. Unbeknownst to Xu Muwan, who was in the bathroom, her roommates were fervently discussing her romantic journey. She had even planned her outfit for the date. This is what they call one person in the dorm dating, while the rest play strategists. Chapter 33. A pure beauty paired with a charming rogue. That evening, Xu Muwan munched on the snacks Fu Sai had bought while pulling out a notebook to write in her diary. In 2023, the person I like confessed to me. At this moment, I am grateful that the one I have always liked is him. Today, I wanted to shout back to him, Fu Sai, I like you too, but I hesitated. However, he said he would always be there, and I feel that is even more beautiful than just liking him. Hey Kanbao, you aren't writing a love letter to Fu Sai, are you? Liang Lulu approached. Suddenly speaking from behind Xu Muwan. No, I just didn't hear you come in. Aren't you eating any snacks? During the earlier strategizing, seeing those snacks had made their eyes light up, especially when they learned from Bui that they were custom-made. Xu Muwan, who had indulged in snacks for so long, had only just discovered that they could be personalized and imported no less. It truly validated the saying that money allows one to indulge freely. We're just here to enjoy your good fortune. We could never finish your snacks. They are a token of affection from Senior Fu. Liang Lulu looked at Xu Muwan, who had just emerged from the shower. Don't say that. This is compensation for my foot injury, Xu Muwan murmured, her voice barely audible. Listen to yourself. Do you truly believe what you just said? Lulu, do you really think I can handle this? Even though Xu Muwan's statement was vague, Liang Lulu understood her meaning. She lightly tapped her forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you lived in the Qing dynasty. What is this about whether you can or cannot? It's all about mutual feelings. As long as there is sincerity on both sides, that's enough. How could you, a scholar, harbor such absurd thoughts? Liang Lulu continued her passionate speech. She gazed at Xu Muwan, who was the epitome of a pure fairy, clad in fluffy cloud-patterned pajamas, her shoulder-length hair casually styled into a bun. Beneath her crescent-like brows were bright, clear eyes, and her lips, untouched by lipstick, resembled a charming cherry blossom. Her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, and even her unmasquerade eyelashes fluttered gently as she spoke, embodying a delightful beauty. At first glance, she appeared stunning, yet the longer one looked, the more enchanting she became. How could such a girl be unworthy of Fu Sai? Moreover, the pairing of a pure beauty from the south with a charming rogue from Hong Kong, what a splendid couple it would be. While the logic was sound, reality loomed large. The disparity in family backgrounds was glaring. In real life, there are no Cinderella and Prince stories. Stop with the gloomy talk, we haven't even begun yet. As long as you like him, that's what matters. Besides, the outcome is still far off. Why overthink things? Enjoy the process of dating Fu Sai. Just look at those long legs, high nose, and thin lips, how glamorous it would be. Trust me. Moreover, relationships can have their ups and downs. Who says you can only date one person for life? The three of us are here to support you. As Xu Muwan lay in bed, She wrapped herself in her blanket. Despite lying there for some time in the cold winter, her feet remained icy, yet she paid it no mind, her thoughts consumed by the events of the evening. In less than a week, she had become friends with Fu Sai, attending classes together, sharing meals, walking around campus, and he had hugged her, held her hand, and most importantly, confessed his feelings. He mentioned he had known her since freshman year. Did he notice her while she was secretly admiring him? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xu Muwan was overwhelmed with emotions, her brain filled with images of Fu Sai. Ding, just as she thought of him, her phone buzzed. It was indeed the person she had been thinking of. Hey, did you forget about me when you got back? Not even a message to ask if I got home. So sad. I've been waiting for your message. I haven't even showered. Are you asleep? Xu Muwan, 4 consecutive messages appeared, and Xu Muwan read them repeatedly. She had genuinely forgotten to text him, and now that their relationship was awkward, she was at a loss for words. Just took a shower. Chatting with my roommates, just lying in bed. GIF of a small pig with a thorn bush saying sorry on the other side. Fu Sai sat on the couch, having returned home without turning on the lights. The only illumination came from the moonlight streaming through the window and the glow of his phone. His broad silhouette appeared even lonelier in the cramped space, yet this very solitude found him smiling as he held his phone. Upon seeing the cute pig emojis Xu Muwan had sent, he thought they were adorable. Just as he was about to respond, he realized he had no emojis of his own, so he exited their chat to send messages to Bainan instead. Before long, Fu Sai had amassed over 100 adorable emojis. When Xu Muwan, lying in bed, saw the stream of cute emojis appearing in their chat, she was taken aback. Fu Sai uses such down-to-earth and cute emojis? Many animated little pigs danced across her phone screen. As she scrolled down, she found 2 voice messages. Xu Muwan stared at the 2 5-second voice clips, feeling a warmth spread across her face. It was late at night, and here she was, lying under the covers, chatting with a man on WeChat, who had even sent her voice messages, creating an atmosphere that felt almost flirtatious. This was an experience she had never encountered before. By the time her mind caught up, her finger had already pressed play on the voice message. I want to see you. Can we video call? Fu Sai's voice finished before Xu Muwan hurriedly stuffed her phone, which she had forgotten to mute, into her blanket. His voice was so deep and magnetic. 3 seconds passed, and just as Xu Muwan thought her roommates hadn't heard him, she suddenly heard their voices from outside the curtain. I want to see you, Liang Lulu called out in a teasing tone. In the next moment, Ren Lin stifled a laugh and chimed in. Let us video call, shall we finally? Bui interjected. Sure. Sure. Why not? We need to say goodnight. Who would have thought that Fu Sai was like this behind the scenes? Help me, how does it feel so pampering? As they chatted, no one dared to lift Xu Muwan's curtain. Yet it was enough to render her utterly bashful. After a brief moment of composure, Xu Muwan took a deep breath, picked up her phone, and intended to reply to Fu Sai's message just as she was about to type. He initiated a video call. Instantly, Xu Muwan found herself breathless, the ringtone echoing within the confines of her small curtain. Although she intended to hang up, her finger seemed to have a mind of its own. Pressing the green button, in the next moment, that exceptionally handsome face, strikingly demonic, appeared on her screen. His deep-set eyes, perfectly sculpted nose, and impeccable brow bones were all beyond reproach. Wanwans, I miss you. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Fu Sai, I'm going to sleep now. Xu Muwan's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly turned the camera away, holding her breath as if fearing the person on the other end could hear her. Below her bed, the 3 onlookers were practically ready to pull up chairs and munch on sunflower seeds. Chapter 34. Wanting to be closer to her, Fu Sai barely had a chance to glimpse the girl before the camera was turned away. The next moment, the call was ended. Heartthrob, Fu Sai, I'm going to sleep now. It's too late, my roommate needs to sleep. Good night. Fu Sai chuckled softly at the message, recognizing too late as merely an excuse. The real reason was her shyness. Since adding Xu Muwan, he had changed her contact name to Heartthrob. In Gangdu, Heartthrob signifies the one who holds your affections, the person you cherish. In his heart, both the heartthrob and the moon beneath the sea were Xu Muwan. No wonder, in his past life, when he casually asked her why she was still single at 30, her little face flushed crimson. She was so easily embarrassed. What would happen in the future? Alright, see you tomorrow morning. Good night. After shutting off his phone, Fu Sai still didn't go wash up. He reclined on the sofa, resting one arm over his forehead, obscuring half his face, lost in thought. The day after his rebirth, he had moved into the small house, looking at the familiar decor. Every time he woke from a midnight dream, he often thought his rebirth was merely a fantasy, awakening to find Xu Muwan still absent. Thus, he would sit alone until dawn, eager to buy her breakfast, impatient to see her. The longing was acute. After falling for her, Fu Sai deeply understood the meaning of yearning to the point of illness. Every time he saw her, he wanted to hold her tightly, to press her fiercely against him, never to part. Just the thought of her being safe and sound beside him sent his desire to see and embrace her into a frenzy. He stood up abruptly, rushing to the bathroom for a quick shower, then hastily grabbed the car keys from the entrance and dashed out. In the dead of night, a black phantom sped down the highway. A journey that should have taken 20 minutes, Fu Sai completed in 10. He arrived at the school, where the gates had long since closed. However, upon seeing the only vehicle in Gangdu with the license plate 88888, The security guard hurriedly opened the gate, allowing the princely car to pass through. Fu Sai parked beneath a tree by the girl's dormitory, casting his gaze upwards, finding a modicum of solace. At least this way he could be a little closer to her. Without her around, his sleep was restless. It would be better to stay here until dawn and then fetch her breakfast. Meanwhile, Xu Muwan in her dormitory also found herself unable to sleep. After her roommates teased her, they all climbed into bed, while Xu Muwan lay awake, troubled by recent events, particularly Fu Sai's confession. Cautiously, she got out of bed, leaning against the wall, clutching a small pig plushie. Resting her chin on its head, lost in thought, before the age of 7, she had everything she desired. Whatever she liked, her parents would present it to her. Their family of 3, though ordinary, lived in extraordinary happiness. Her parents were deeply affectionate. Every morning, she would see her father preparing breakfast for her mother, eagerly awaiting her to wake, and before leaving, he would always kiss and hug her mother. Upon returning, he would bring home flowers. Countless memories. She once asked her father if he didn't find it boring to do the same things every day. He replied that it was precisely because life was ordinary that each day should be treated as either the last or the first. Her father's love for her mother was like their daily life, plain yet enduring, flowing steadily. Influenced by her parents, Xu Muwan aspired to find a man like her father, one who would cherish her mother and her. However, after the passing of her parents, her blissful existence shattered. Her grandmother loved her dearly, and because of this affection, she learned to grow up and become independent, determined to protect her grandmother. With no parents left, only her grandmother remained. Yet, the children in town, perhaps having heard some gossip, would taunt her, calling her an orphan, a wild child without parents. Such words spread like wildfire, and gradually, her peers no longer wished to play with her. Initially, she felt wronged, crying to her grandmother about her loneliness, lamenting how the other children would deliberately gather to gossip behind her back. At the tender age, she was easily resentful, believing it to be a grave matter. Sobbing uncontrollably in front of her grandmother. One day, after an indeterminate time, she secretly witnessed her grandmother approaching those children, calmly discussing matters without reprimanding them. She would never forget the way her grandmother forced a smile to appease them, even gifting them home-laid eggs. From that moment on, she no longer felt the need for friends and ceased to weep over being excluded. Her father had said that those who truly care for you will naturally come closer without you needing to reach out. Throughout her journey, she often felt isolated, as she was reluctant to make friends, usually wearing a cold expression. She thought to herself that it was fine to live an ordinary life, to simply stay by her grandmother's side. Until that day, when the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze blew on a summer evening, she laid eyes on Fu Sai. Xu Muwan forever remembered him standing at the podium, his expression icy yet composed, stating, "The wind will not cease, hence hope will not cease. There will always be hope that will find its way to you." Xu Muwan etched this into her memory, burying it deep within. Lulu's words resonated with her heart. It was precisely because of this that she felt fear. If that youthful, naive fluttering of the heart could not distinguish between admiration and affection after so many years, she not only recognized her feelings but also persevered year after year. Before Fu Sai knew her, she had contemplated pursuing him, yet when she saw his disdain for girls, allowing only by Xu to approach, she recoiled. And now he had confessed, candidly expressing his feelings for her, a courage she had never possessed. She had fantasized about encountering someone who would care for her just as her parents did. Fu Sai was unlike ordinary people. If his affection were fleeting, how would she cope? She could not bear such a disparity. Witnessing the end of an unrequited love so close at hand, all it took was one step forward to shatter it. Unrequited love is a journey of solitary bravery, fraught with caution and calculated steps, where the slightest misstep leads to endless darkness. In the middle of the night, Xu Muwan carefully descended from her bed, her soft slippers barely making a sound as she tiptoed onto the balcony. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through, dissipating much of the bitterness within her heart. In this quiet night, her unrequited love, her sorrow, her heart's yearning, only the wind understood. Chapter 35. Sleeping together. Standing on the balcony, she instinctively wrapped her thick pajamas tighter around herself as snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. For someone from the south, even after witnessing snow countless times, there is an innate joy that arises at the moment it falls. How beautiful a snow tends to descend at night, much like her feelings, daring to be freely expressed only during countless nocturnal hours. She couldn't help but extend her hand, catching the falling snowflakes, rolling them into a ball before releasing them, playing joyfully until her hands and feet grew cold. Just as she reluctantly decided to retreat indoors, she caught a glimpse of a familiar car out of the corner of her eye. Taking a couple of steps forward to get a better look, she realized there was nothing there. Oh well, must have been mistaken. After spending some time on the balcony, Xu Muwan felt her spirits lift considerably. She returned to her bed, gazing at her brightly lit phone screen, her eyes sparkling as she picked it up upon seeing a message from Yi. "Xu Muwan, I can't sleep." The message timestamp read 1:15 in the morning, just 2 minutes ago. Can't sleep. He said she too was awake because of him. What could be the reason for his insomnia? The mere thought of this possibility made Xu Muwan's lips curve upwards. Unable to suppress her joy, her eyelashes fluttered. And her heart raced as she took a few deep breaths, automatically disregarding her previous message about going to sleep. With a gentle tap on her screen, she replied, "I can't sleep either." GIF of a little pig lying in bed looking forlorn. After sending the message, she didn't exit the chat but remained fixated on his avatar. His profile picture had changed to that of a cozy living room, a charming little house. Sunlight streaming in through the window, radiating warmth. The style resembled hers quite a bit, rather unlike what she imagined Fu Sai would like. Xu Muwan pondered this. Not far downstairs, Fu Sai watched as the girl on the balcony finally retreated. And he let out a sigh of relief. In such cold weather, she dared to stand there for so long, playing in the snow. Had he frightened her today? Is the reason you can't sleep because you're thinking of me? Fu Sai mused to himself, then continued typing. I'm thinking of you too, counting the moments until dawn arrives. He felt that expressing his feelings was far better than bottling them up inside. He wanted her to know his sentiments, that he could speak plainly without beating around the bush, always conveying his thoughts about her. Every message Fu Sai sent stirred waves of excitement within Xu Muwan. Her breath caught. A blend of happiness, anxiety, shyness, and anticipation coursed through her like vibrant candy wrappers, each layer revealing a different hue, until the sweet core was finally uncovered. No, I just took a nap at noon. Xu Muwan could never admit she was thinking of him and quickly offered an excuse. It's fine, just knowing you're thinking of me is enough. I can't sleep. Shall we have a call? You can keep me company while I sleep, and this time, I want video call. Fu Sai sat in the driver's seat, phone in hand, watching the screen as the other party was still typing. After waiting for quite a while with no response, he sent another message. I often take sleeping pills when I can't sleep. I don't want to take them tonight, is that alright? A gif of a little pig rolling on the ground. Xu Muwan couldn't help but chuckle at the little pig's expression. But upon remembering her roommate was asleep, she stifled her laughter. She simply could not envision Fu Sai using such a playful sticker, much less imagine him rolling on the ground like that in a suit. How absurd. At this moment, Xu Muwan had no inkling that this image would resurface in the years to come. Upon reading that he often took sleeping pills, she tightened her grip on her phone. Even with little medical knowledge, she knew that sleeping pills were detrimental to one's health, especially when taken frequently. Her cheeks flushed as an array of complex emotions surged within her, yet she still typed and sent a message. You shouldn't take sleeping pills. They bad for your health. Immediately after sending it, she regretted her words. Would he think she was meddling? But Fu Sai wasted no time with her internal conflict, directly initiating a voice call. Perhaps having learned from the previous encounter, Xu Muwan had already put her phone on silent. After hesitating for a few seconds, she quickly plugged in her earphones and pressed the green answer button. Whispering so softly that he could barely hear, Fu Sai, his voice low and slightly hoarse, resonated with a rich timbre, tinged with delight. Wan, you don't want me to take sleeping pills? His statement was a certainty. Xu Muwan remained silent, opting to message him. My roommate is sleeping. She couldn't speak. Almost immediately, his voice came through her earphones. Alright, you don't need to talk, just listen to me. Don't hang up. Okay, Xu Muwan, how wonderful you were. She would never refuse anything he said. Are you going to sleep? Xu Muwan's face flushed at his words. She couldn't even imagine how red she would be if he were right in front of her. Sleep, let us sleep now, shall we? It's fine if we do, he teased like a charming fox, and she loved it. Besides, they weren't actually sleeping together. It was just playful banter. I'm going to sleep now. Alright, if you can't sleep, just tell me, okay, The sounds faded in her earphones, yet through her phone, Xu Muwan felt as if she could hear the faint rhythm of his breath, amplifying in the stillness of the dark night. In that moment, she felt a sweetness in her heart, devoid of any bitterness. She lay on her pillow, cocooned in her blanket, her heart racing wildly. Xu Muwan. Good night. His lazy, lingering voice was inexplicably alluring, with an enigmatic charm that made her feel as though he were gently caressing her eardrum. Utterly captivating, she couldn't help but let out a soft murmur of affirmation. In response, laughter echoed in her earphones. That night, the secrets nestled in their hearts were concealed within the earphones. Both Xu Muwan's and Fu Sai's. They shared a sense of youthful romance, akin to high school sweethearts sneaking late-night phone calls, thrilling, romantic, and addictive. Xu Muwan initially thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, especially with Fu Sai's gentle breaths beside her, but before long, she drifted into slumber. Fu Sai, seated in the driver's seat, wore a faint smile, reminiscent of a lovesick youth. Gradually, the sound of her even breathing filled his ears, a sensation he had long awaited. Akin to a past life where they resided together in a small house, her presence beside him. Outside, the stars twinkled and snowflakes danced, while inside the car, it was exceedingly warm. The dark night slowly transformed into dawn. And due to morning classes, the alarm in the dormitory rang punctually at 8. Xu Muwan, still in a daze, saw the earphones on her pillow and instinctively called out, Fu Sai, I'm here. The earphones had likely been inadvertently unplugged during her sleep, and Fu Sai's melodious voice resonated through her phone, filling the quiet dormitory morning. Chapter 36, The Big Bad Wolf Tempts the Little White Rabbit. After hanging up the phone call that lasted 7 hours, Xu Muwan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Taking a deep breath, remembering that Fu Sai was waiting downstairs, she hastened her morning routine. To her surprise, upon descending, she found 3 of her roommates standing at the foot of her bed. Arms crossed, all staring intently at her. Fu Sai I'm here. Liang Lulu and Renlin, with their northeastern accents, mimicked the recently heard phrases with exaggerated enthusiasm. Bui chimed in, just short of calling you baby, my Jean baby calls me that. Xu Muwan replied, no, last night he couldn't sleep and wanted to take sleeping pills, so I was just being helpful. Her explanation seemed feeble before the 3.0, so you're his sleeping pill? Liang Lulu teased, grinning suggestively. Xu Muwan felt her cheeks heat up from their banter and chose silence, lowering her head and quickly heading to the bathroom to wash up, knowing Fu Sai was still waiting for her. 10 minutes later, dressed and ready, Xu Muwan pretended to casually check her reflection in the mirror. Under the watchful gaze of her roommates, she reached for the lip balm on the table. Applying it nervously, her heart racing as she feared her roommates would blurt out something embarrassing at any moment. Just as she calmly approached the door, reaching for the handle, a voice called out from behind her. Babe, when I see you, you absolutely must look stunning. No matter how you look, I'll like you. I wonder if our family will have breakfast today. Xu Muwan chuckled lightly, turning her head. I'll bring you breakfast. I am off now. Without giving them a chance to respond, she opened the door and stepped outside. Upon her exit, her 3 roommates exchanged glances, although they saw their friend being admired by a quality guy. They still didn't know much about Fu Sai. They wondered, what if Xu Muwan was truly taken advantage of? Liang Lulu, while fond of the pair, didn't entirely trust Fu Sai, questioning if it was just a fleeting interest. After all, wealthy individuals often had their fair share of tricks. Renlin nodded in agreement. Besides, Xu Muwan has some feelings for Fu Sai, otherwise she wouldn't act this way. They had all witnessed her shy demeanor while getting ready. It's alright, who can guarantee a smooth journey in life? As long as Xu Muwan follows her heart, it'll be fine. Plus, we 3 will always be her strongest support, right? Just don't say these things in front of Xu Muwan. She is already a bit insecure. She might withdraw. In Bui's eyes, Xu Muwan's feelings for Fu Sai were far more profound than mere infatuation. Don't worry, my lips are sealed, Liang Lulu assured. Downstairs, as Xu Muwan emerged, she spotted Fu Sai by the car. Today, he wore a black suit, one she had never seen before, only glimpsed in photos online. His tall, lean figure was striking, the well-tailored suit accentuating his muscular physique. Broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his legs long and elegantly poised. In the cold weather, he wore nothing over his suit jacket, and the diamond studs in his ears stood out prominently. Every movement exuded a wild, untamed charisma akin to a suit-clad rebel. This made her recall a comment she had seen online about Fu Sai. He has a strong reproductive capacity, likely to have twins. At that thought, Xu Muwan's breath quickened, her hands tightening in her pockets as she lowered her head to approach him. Though her feet were perfectly fine, the wounds had already healed. Fu Sai's previously unfocused gaze brightened the moment he saw Xu Muwan. Wan, good morning. He stepped forward, closing the distance before she could reach him, looking down at the girl who barely reached his chest. Fu Sai, good morning. Xu Muwan's voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a distinctly southern accent, making it sound tender and endearing. Fu Sai adored how she said his name. It resonated deep within him. It made him want to sweep her off her feet, tease her mercilessly, and keep her locked in his embrace. Watching her blossom under his gaze, sweetly and innocently. As he pondered this, Ciye felt a subtle loss of control over his body, inwardly cursing himself for being a beast in human clothing. The girl had not even agreed to be his girlfriend, yet his thoughts had strayed to such matters, fearing that he might embarrass himself if he continued down this path. Ciye extended the breakfast he was holding towards her. Today, he had opted for a new breakfast, a Hong Kong-style selection, and urged her to give it a try. He watched as she emerged from the room, bundled up snugly, revealing her exquisite features so adorable that it made him yearn to kiss her. Alright, thank you. Have you eaten? Xu Muwan blinked her eyes at him, recalling the night they had spent talking over the phone. No, but I can't eat now. I have to rush to a meeting and won't be able to accompany you to class later. Ciye initially intended to say he had eaten, but the words changed on his lips, wishing instead to evoke a sense of concern in her. Skipping breakfast can lead to stomach ailments. Why don't you take this to eat? I can buy something else. Xu Muwan felt a silly pang of concern for him. She understood he was juggling both academics and career, and it was normal for him to skip breakfast under such circumstances. But it was not good for his health in the long run. You don't need to accompany me to class, and my foot is already fine. You won't have to bring me breakfast anymore. This way, he would have time to eat. Xu Muwan was considerate of his needs, yet Ciye was not pleased. That was not his intention at all. No, after finally enduring until morning just to see you. Xu Muwan was startled by the sudden rise in his voice. Ciye realized he had gotten carried away and gently grasped her shoulders, saying, I don't want that. It's not just because of your foot injury that I brought you breakfast. As I said yesterday, I like you, and that is why I wanted to bring you breakfast. I want to connect with you, to understand you. Xu Muwan was once again taken aback by his candor. Her breath hitching for a few seconds, her ears flushing involuntarily, but you haven't eaten breakfast. Her implication was clear. He had no time to eat just to bring her breakfast. Ciye noticed her ears turning red. Her gaze evading his, filled with warmth, his voice low and enticing. If you care about me, then accompany me for lunch after class. You don't have any afternoon classes, alright? At that moment, Ciye felt like a mischievous wolf. Softly coaxing a little rabbit into his den for a carrot.so devilish while the little rabbit remained blissfully unaware, she agreed under his earnest and captivating gaze. Chapter 37 So enticing, I want a kiss. Ciye watched Xu Muwan walk inside, carrying her breakfast and that of her roommate, before he drove away. Xu Muwan kept her head down, her little face buried in her scarf, the warmth on her cheeks lingering long after. Just moments ago, when she had agreed to Ciye, he had suddenly leaned in, fixating on her lips and murmuring, Muwan, did you put something on your lips, so tempting, I want a kiss? Those 6 simple words left Xu Muwan feeling like a shrimp in a hot pot. Both scalded and flushed, she was at a loss for how to respond, turning away awkwardly to leave, but was stopped by Ciye. Alright, it's beautiful, let us save it for later. Ciye chuckled. Ruffling her hair. Xu Muwan could distinctly feel the resonance of his deep voice. No kissing her face burned, and with a tone both petulant and indignant, she turned to leave. I'll come pick you up at noon. As she turned back, she heard those words. Upon entering the dormitory elevator, having kept her head down, she failed to notice how many people had entered with her, instinctively moving to the corner to stand. In the span of a few seconds, Xu Muwan's mood shifted drastically. Look, isn't that the girl who has been getting close to Ciye these days? What does getting close even mean? They might already be a couple. I heard they've even been seen kissing and hugging, and someone spotted her getting out of Ciye's car. It's hard to believe, she has neither the figure nor the looks. And she's wearing such a bulky down jacket, how could she possibly attract him? Is she throwing herself at him? As the elevator ascended from the 1st to the 6th floor, Xu Muwan endured the whispers. She was acutely aware that she was unworthy of Ciye, for in the eyes of those girls, no one was deserving of him except themselves. To have a foul mouth is one thing, but to lack even an ounce of kindness is another. Why must they speak ill of others? Couldn't they keep their malicious gossip to themselves? She heard everything, unable to contain herself. Xu Muwan halted at the elevator door once it opened. Ciye's feelings for her are irrelevant. What mattered was that she knew he certainly did not appreciate the gossiping tongues of these women. With that, she turned and left, still calling themselves university students. Yet they display no sense of decorum. She was aware of her own worth, but that did not mean she would allow others to undermine her. Undeniably, Xu Muwan's emotions were somewhat affected. In truth, she was uncertain of what exactly Ciye found appealing about her. After returning to her dormitory and giving her roommate the breakfast, she sat at her desk to enjoy the meal Ciye had brought. Initially heavy-hearted, her spirits lifted entirely upon seeing that it was filled with all her favorite breakfast items. How did Ciye know what she loved to eat? Was it mere coincidence? The congee with century egg and lean meat had no scallions. She adored it, yet it always seemed to come with scallions. At first, she would request no scallions, or leave a note to exclude them, but adding scallions to the congee seemed like a default. And regardless of how many times she brought it up, the response was always that they simply forgot. Eventually she stopped eating it altogether. This congee must have been specifically requested, or else how could it possibly lack scallions? Ren Lin crouched beside Xu Muwan, grinning at the breakfast with a teasing expression. Upon hearing this, Lian Lulu also approached. Ciye must have gotten to know you beforehand, he definitely did his research. Kanbao, not just the congee with century egg and lean meat, those 2 bags of snacks from before were also all her favorites, and they were specifically tailored for her, for someone like Ciye. Acquiring things with money was easy, but showing genuine thoughtfulness was rare. Alright, I get it, hurry up and eat your breakfast, we have class soon. Xu Muwan urged her 2 friends to eat. Okay, with breakfast from the future brother-in-law. I am going to make sure to grill you too on this. Note, the future brother-in-law is Ciye. Jin and Ciye were good friends. By that logic, aren't Kanbao and I practically related? The 3 of them chatted while eating breakfast. Xu Muwan smiled helplessly. What does it mean to take a step back? Even a million steps back would yield nothing. Ciye had confessed to her. Yet she never considered there to be a potential outcome. Although her 3 roommates loved to chat, they understood the boundaries, for they could all see Xu Muwan's feelings for Ciye. If Xu Muwan had treated those other men with the same indifference, they would never have reacted. On the other side, not long after Ciye hung up the call with Bainan, he arrived at the gaming company he founded. Upon entering the office, he was met with the presence of the person he despised most from his past life, Li Yan, the so-called good brother, who had hurt the girl he cherished for the sake of his hypocritical love. Ciye, what's the matter? I couldn't reach you by phone, and you even blocked me on WeChat. Lin stood up from the sofa as soon as he saw Ciye enter. Bainan, instruct everyone that no members of the Bai family or the Li family are allowed in here from now on. Ciye slipped his hand into his pocket, not sparing a glance at Li Yan as he took a seat at his office chair and connected to the internal phone line. From the moment he stepped into the office, he exuded a cold and oppressive aura. Having spent so many years with Li Yan, how could he not perceive his emotions? Yet, he chose to ignore the purpose of his visit. Ciye, have you gone mad? Why did you break off your engagement with Rui Shui? Do you even realize how heartbroken she is? Li Yan strode a few steps towards Fu Chiye's desk, slamming his hands down in a confrontational manner. Isn't this what you wanted? You know very well that she, before Li Yan could finish, Fu Chiye delivered a powerful punch to his face, causing a ringing in his ears and his face to contort from the force. Warm blood trickled from his nose, a testament to the severity of Fu Chiye's blow. As Li Yan prepared to retaliate, Fu Chiye seized him by the collar, slamming his head into the ground. With one hand around Li Yan's neck, the veins on his forehead bulged, his voice low and menacing as he spoke deliberately. Don't think for a second that I'm unaware of the filthy deeds you and the Bai family have been engaging in under the guise of the Fu family. My decision to break off the engagement is none of your concern. Not if you wish to grovel, go ahead. From now on, I have no relationship with you. Li Yan, the Li family better keep their tails between their legs. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to deal with you both. Don't provoke me. With another punch, laden with fury, he struck again. Each blow was fueled by his rage. Seeing their vile faces reminded him of the time his girl lay in his arms, bloodied and unable to even cry out in pain. Even if he had not acted in this life, it didn't mean the events of the past had not transpired. Fu Chiye felt that he had shown them more mercy than in the previous life. It said that I always bully the weak. Allow me to show you what true power looks like. For instance, right now, regardless of whether you did anything or not, I can beat you to a pulp at will. I will do as I please. Fu Sai let out a cold chuckle, his eyes harboring emotions that no one could comprehend. Lin too was in a state of disarray, having been beaten to the point of unconsciousness. Chapter 38. The name Miss Su was quite effective. In the end, Li Yan was carried out horizontally. After Bai Nan entered, he was taken aback by the pool of blood on the floor. His astonishment impossible to conceal. Had the young master's mood drastically changed in recent days? He had severed ties with both the Bai and Li families, turning his fiancée East and close friend into sworn enemies. Young master, what has happened to you? Bai Nan approached cautiously, but Fu Sai remained silent. He reclined in his office chair, his arm draped over his forehead, the hand that had struck Li Yan dripping with blood, a testament to the severity of his blow. Yet he seemed indifferent, allowing himself to calm his emotions in those blood-red eyes. Bai Nan, withdraw all funds from the Bai and Li families. Had Li Yan not sought him out, he might have been able to endure, but upon seeing him, memories from his past life surged forth, rendering him unable to hold back. Young master, did young master Li and Miss Bai do something to wrong you? Bai Nan had been by Fu Sai's side, and he was aware of the matters Fu Sai had asked him to investigate over these past few days. However, it seemed Miss Bai had done nothing wrong. She merely grew closer to young Master Li. Why then did the young master treat them as if there were deep-seated grievances? What they had done was far more than merely wronging him. Sensing the young master's reluctance to elaborate, Bai Nan refrained from pressing further, lest he become the next to be carried out. Understood. Bai Nan acknowledged the young master's command, and upon seeing the blood on his hand, he continued, Young master, shouldn't you tend to your wounds? How will you go on your date with Miss Su later? The restaurant has already been arranged for this morning. I wish to be alone for a while. Fu Sai's hoarse voice resonated with a profound sense of loneliness in the monochromatic office. Unwilling to relent, Bai Nan's eyes suddenly lit up as he tentatively suggested, Miss Su might be frightened if she sees the blood. As soon as he spoke, he made to leave, merely testing the waters. Come back. Sure enough, before Bai Nan could take another step, he heard a voice from behind, his eyes brightening. Was Miss Su truly that useful? Bai Nan concealed his smile and turned back, feigning inquiry. Young master, is there anything else you wish to command? Fu Sai cast a cold glance at Bai Nan, his thin lips pressed together as he rose and moved to the sofa. Medical kit, understood. Bai Nan's face lit up with triumph. And noon. Xu Muwan finally concluded her class. Just as she was about to rise and exit the classroom, her phone chimed with a message. I'm coming to pick you up for a meal. Is that all right? Xu Muwan couldn't help but smile at the text. The phrase "is that all right," making her feel as though Fu Sai was always considering her opinion, which was rather sweet. Just as she intended to reply, her friend Liang Lulu, who had been holding her arm, shook it lightly at Sangbao. I feel like those two men in black are coming towards us. Before Xu Muwan could send her message, she looked up to see two men in black suits approaching them. Which one of you is Xu Muwan? One of the suited men inquired. Xu Muwan was taken aback, but, out of courtesy, responded softly, I am. May I ask what this is about? Before she could finish her sentence, the suited man interrupted. Our young lady is looking for you. Please come with us. Liang Lulu, initially perplexed, found the men's lack of politeness and commanding tone quite irksome. Who would be pleased by such behavior? She retorted sharply. What nonsense. Who knows your young lady? This is the first time I've seen someone so rude when inviting someone. Xu Muwan, possessing a gentler disposition, tugged on Liang Lulu's arm to signal that everything was fine. She then turned to the two men and asked, Who is your young lady, and what does she want with me? I am currently unavailable. She vaguely suspected this was related to Fu Sai, as she had no other acquaintances in Gangdu, especially not among the affluent. The suited man replied tersely, Our young lady is Miss Bai Ruishui. At this revelation, Liang Lulu and Xu Muwan exchanged glances, and Liang Lulu couldn't help but curse under her breath, "Damn it, Sangbao, don't tell me you didn't guess why Bai Ruishui is looking for you." It is obviously trouble. Fu Sai had just annulled his engagement with Bai Ruishui, and he had been constantly by Xu Muwan's side these past few days. The students at school had taken photos and videos, which, although deleted later, could not be hidden from Bai Ruishui. Xu Muwan felt a mix of shock and confusion upon hearing Bai Ruishui's name. She reassured Liang Lulu, "It's alright, I haven't done anything wrong." Xu Muwan had never imagined she would become entangled with Fu Sai and Bai Ruishui. Knowing it was related to Fu Sai, she still felt compelled to go. "Let us go, Miss Xu, our young lady only requested you to come alone." The suited man reminded her as he noted Liang Lulu's grip on Xu Muwan's arm. Hearing this, Liang Lulu tightened her hold, insisting, "No way, Sangbao, that if you're going, I'm going with you. You're too small, you won't stand a chance if things get heated. I'm not comfortable with this." To reassure Xu Muwan, she continued, "And based on the plot of domestic dramas, Bai Ruishui is definitely not a good person." Xu Muwan found Liang Lulu's words amusing and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, it's broad daylight, I'll be fine. Besides, how could someone from the Bai family be so rude?" Little did Xu Muwan know that her words would soon be proven false. Liang Lulu remained somewhat worried, observing the two unyielding suited men, but ultimately relented while continuously reminding Xu Muwan, "Call me if anything happens, let us stand our ground. After all, Fu Handsome said he likes you. So we have the advantage." "Alright, I understand." Xu Muwan replied with a smile, following the two men in black. After they left, Liang Lulu hurried back to the dormitory, bursting through the door. "Oh my gosh, Bai Ruishui actually came looking for Sangbao." Xu Muwan arrived at the school gate with the two suited men but didn't see Bai Ruishui, prompting her to ask, "Where is your young lady, Miss Xu? Please get in the car. Our young lady is waiting for you at the CAF." Xu Muwan hesitated for a moment upon seeing the black car door open but ultimately chose to get in. 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped outside a luxurious CAF. Xu Muwan recognized this upscale chain, where a cup of coffee could cost hundreds. She recalled passing by with her roommate while shopping and having seen the menu displayed at the entrance. Chapter 39, She Must Learn to Run in the Rain Without an Umbrella. As Xu Muwan stepped inside, she spotted Bai Ruishui leisurely sipping coffee by the window, being the only girl close to Fu Sai and his childhood betrothed. Xu Muwan had been keeping an eye on Bai Ruishui. She had to admit, Bai Ruishui was stunning, a perfect oval face, chestnut waves cascading down her shoulders, and a chic winter outfit in a creamy hue. Bai Ruishui's slender fingers, adorned with vibrant nail art, held the coffee cup gracefully. Such a girl seemed to be the ideal match for Fu Sai. Xu Muwan approached and stood by the table, expecting Bai Ruishui to notice her, but instead, she continued sipping her coffee, gazing out the window. Anyone genuinely inviting someone would certainly be aware of their arrival, especially since her bodyguards had informed her in advance. With this thought, Xu Muwan's impression of Bai Ruishui dimmed slightly. "Miss Bai," Xu Muwan called out softly, only then did Bai Ruishui slowly turn her head, her gaze sweeping over Xu Muwan with palpable disdain that was impossible to ignore. In truth, Xu Muwan had a strong sense of insensitivity. Had Bai Ruishui not been so overt in her reaction, she might not have perceived it at all. "So, you are Xu Muwan," Bai Ruishui sneered. Since Fu Sai announced their annulment, she had barely ventured outside, fearing questions about why. During her time at home, she remained connected to the outside world, as numerous wealthy girls bombarded her with messages regarding Fu Sai and Xu Muwan's relationship, as well as the deleted comments on forums. Initially, she had been incredulous. After all, she had known Fu Sai her entire life. It was hard to believe he would stoop so low as to buy breakfast and deliver it downstairs, or accompany her to class. However, when she had asked Li Yan to investigate, she discovered it was all true, and today, Li Yan had been severely beaten by Fu Sai, yet, the reason remained a mystery. As Bai Ruishui's disdainful gaze questioned whether Xu Muwan was indeed Xu Muwan, any lingering positive impression Xu Muwan had of her evaporated. Thus she refrained from immediately responding, recalling that she had yet to reply to Fu Sai's message. She took out her phone to inform him that she would have to postpone their lunch, as she was already running late for this meeting. This morning, he hadn't eaten breakfast, and she didn't want him waiting for her. To her surprise, he replied instantly, inquiring about her whereabouts. Bai Ruishui, deprived of Xu Muwan's response, could not help but feel a surge of anger. She slammed her coffee cup down on the table, producing a rather loud clatter. "I am speaking to you, are you pretending to be deaf?" Prior to meeting Xu Muwan, Bai Ruishui had imagined her to be a daughter of a wealthy family or an enchanting beauty. However, upon seeing her clad in a bulky down jacket and thick cotton pants, she concluded that Fu Sai could never be attracted to such a girl. Xu Muwan had ceased responding to Fu Sai and, putting away her phone, lifted her innocent gaze. "Miss Bai, were you not the one who invited Xu Muwan?" The implication was clear. If you invited Xu Muwan, who else could I possibly be? Are you trying to seduce Fu Sai? Bai Ruishui could think of no other reason. Xu Muwan, with her soft demeanor and gentle tone, hardly seemed the type to be easily manipulated, moreover, having grown up without parental protection. She had learned to be a turtle when left alone, but a hedgehog when provoked. After all, a child without an umbrella must learn to run in the rain. I had thought Miss Bai was a woman of refinement. Xu Muwan's voice was faint, rendering her tone indistinguishable. Just that one sentence unleashed the pent-up emotions within Bai Ruixue. Who do you think you are? In the next moment, she seized the coffee cup on the table and hurled its contents at Xu Muwan. Her movements so swift that Xu Muwan barely had time to react. It was not just the speed of the action but rather Xu Muwan's disbelief that Bai Ruixue would resort to such a base act. Considering the winter chill, Xu Muwan quickly removed the scarf from her neck to wipe the coffee off her face. This very action revealed her true appearance to Bai Ruixue. Previously, half of Xu Muwan's face had been obscured by the scarf, and her flawless complexion was even more striking without makeup. Bai Ruixue had initially thought she was wearing foundation, with a delicate yet firm face, slightly rounded cheeks that did not detract from her beauty but rather lent her an air of youthfulness. She was indeed maddeningly enviable. No wonder Fu Sai found her alluring. Xu Muwan took a tissue to clean away the coffee, and her previously indifferent eyes now glimmered with a hint of coldness. I had assumed Miss Bai was an elegant and composed lady, but it appears I was mistaken. This remark struck a chord deep within Bai Ruixue. She had not anticipated Xu Muwan's sharp tongue, and her expression transformed into one of scorn, laced with bitterness. Well, that's certainly better than you, a country bumpkin, dressed in cheap and hideous clothing. You think you can learn to seduce? Have you no self-awareness? An orphan with no parents still dares to challenge me. Let me tell you, Fu Sai belongs to me. We are childhood sweethearts, and his decision to break off the engagement was merely a spur-of-the-moment reaction to my closeness with another man, which made him jealous. As for you, you're merely a passing fancy, something novel to him. After all, you are the only naive and easily deceived country girl around. Each of Bai Ruixue's words stung Xu Muwan, while she might have brushed off Bai Ruixue's earlier taunts. The latter part of her statement struck home. Was Fu Sai's decision to break off the engagement truly motivated by jealousy? Had his declaration of love been a fleeting whim, regardless of the truth behind Bai Ruixue's words? They resonated painfully with Xu Muwan. Suppressing her emotions, she retorted, I may be a country girl, but I know how to conduct myself, unlike some who bark like rabid dogs. No wonder Fu Sai ended his engagement with you. Marrying you would be a stroke of the worst luck. Xu Muwan's voice lost its earlier calm, infused with a newfound strength. Bai Ruixue, though arrogant, had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner. With a furious shout, she stood and raised her hand to strike Xu Muwan across the face. You wretched girl, as Xu Muwan braced for the slap, perhaps due to the thick down jacket she wore. She could not evade it in time and instinctively shielded her face. However, instead of feeling the anticipated sting, she heard a deep, ominous voice. If your hand falls, I assure you, the Bai family will cease to exist in Gangdu by tomorrow. Xu Muwan looked up to see Fu Sai, clad in a black overcoat, gripping Bai Ruixue's wrist, his deep-set eyes gleaming with a menacing intensity, reminiscent of a fiery inferno, exuding an aura of danger akin to the abyss. Xu Muwan noticed this, and Bai Ruixue certainly did not miss it either. Chapter 40. She is enchanted by Fu Sai. 10 minutes earlier, Fu Sai had reached the school gates when he received a message from Xu Muwan stating that she could not join him for dinner. Just as he sent a message and awaited her reply, his good friend Yuan Jinie's call came through. With Xu Muwan's rejection weighing heavily on him, Fu Sai had little inclination to answer other calls. Before his beloved brotherhood seemed trivial, when Yuan Jinie's call was abruptly terminated, he redialed repeatedly until Fu Sai finally picked up. However, before he could utter a word, Yuan Jinie was met with a barrage of curses. If you don't have anything important to say, I swear I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball. Fortunately, Yuan Jinie's next words salvaged his head. Your woman has been taken away by Bai Ruixue. Yuan Jinie was informed of this by Liang Lulu, who had rushed back to the dormitory to tell Bui. They were concerned for Xu Muwan but lacked Fu Sai's contact information. Consequently, Bui called Yuan Jinie to clarify the situation and asked him to inform Fu Sai. That brief exchange prompted Fu Sai to speed to the CAF without so much as a reply. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Bai Ruixue poised to strike Xu Muwan. In that instant, Fu Sai froze. The guilt and panic from failing to protect Xu Muwan in a past life surged to a peak, and he dashed forward to intervene. After delivering a chilling warning, Fu Sai lowered his gaze to Xu Muwan, relieved to see she had not been struck. Yet, before he could fully exhale, he noticed the coffee stains on her face and the dampness of her collar and scarf. At that moment, Fu Sai's eyes turned crimson, his lips pressed together, as a tempest brewed within him directed at Bai Ruixue. Bai Ruixue, you are courting death. In the next moment, he swung his arm with an unknown force, striking Bai Ruixue across the face while simultaneously sending her crashing onto the sofa. Outside, no, Bai Ruixue cried out in pain, clutching her cheek as tears of sympathy streamed from her eyes. She pitifully called out to Fu Sai, attempting to explain herself. Were it another man, he might have felt pity for Bai Ruixue, but the man before her was Fu Sai, who cherished Xu Muwan above all else. His heart was solely occupied with the sight of Xu Muwan being wronged. I told you not to call me by my name. Disgusting. Now you must think of how to explain this to your family. Fu Sai's gaze was as cold as ice as he spoke. showing no hesitation as he swept Xu Muwan into his arms, carrying her out. Were it not for the fear of frightening Xu Muwan, he would have continued to retaliate against Bai Rueishue. He had no intention of adhering to any misguided notion of chivalry that forbade striking women. He simply knew that if his beloved was mistreated, he would respond in kind. Suddenly embraced by Fu Sai, Xu Muwan felt warmth wash over her. Why was he holding her? She had not been struck, she had merely been splashed with coffee, yet she did not resist. Instead, she gazed up at the chiseled contours of his jaw. Perhaps due to his earlier display of anger, his face appeared taut, enhancing the sharpness of his jawline. A fleeting thought crossed her mind about Bai Rueishue's claim that Fu Sai was acting this way out of jealousy. To be honest, she found it hard to believe. Even if Fu Sai were jealous, there was no need for him to profess his feelings for her. What made her worthy? Yet, deep down, she felt a flicker of belief. After all, Bai Rueishue had always been by his side, and they had nearly been engaged. Jealousy was not out of the question. With that thought, her eyes began to brim with unshed tears, her vision of Fu Sai becoming increasingly blurred. How could a paragon of excellence like him possibly have feelings for someone as ordinary as her? Once such thoughts took root, they only magnified. Xu Muwan felt that Bai Rueishue's words held a grain of truth. Fu Sai swiftly carried Xu Muwan to his car, opening the door and settling her in the back seat. Noting her damp collar in the frigid weather, he understood the urgency of removing it to prevent her from catching a cold. As he placed her down, he sensed something was amiss. Looking up, he saw her once expressive and beautiful eyes brimming with unshed tears. Though the tears did not flow freely, her eyes appeared misty. Piercing Fu Sai's heart like daggers, he cradled her face in his hands, his long fingers gently brushing the corners of her eyes. Did she hit you? Where does it hurt? Where do you feel unwell? Fu Sai's repeated inquiries only deepened the ache in his heart at the thought of the girl being wronged before his arrival. The Bai family had yet to learn their lesson. Their existence was becoming increasingly unnecessary. Xu Muwan shook her head, overwhelmed by the tenderness in Fu Sai's voice, which was directed at her. Unable to contain herself, a tear finally slipped from her eye. That scorching tear fell onto Fu Sai's hand, each droplet stabbing at his heart like a knife. Hush, don't cry, this will never happen again, I promise. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Fu Sai stammered, frantically wiping away her tears. After wiping her tears for what felt like an eternity, Fu Sai could no longer restrain himself. He gently cradled her face and cautiously pressed his lips against her eyes, bestowing a kiss imbued with love and tenderness upon Xu Muwan's skin. In that instant, her tears ceased, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Her tear-streaked lashes quivered, and her reddened eyes appeared particularly pitiable. Fu Sai swallowed hard, relieved to see the girl had stopped crying. Let me help you seek revenge, shall we? No more tears. He spoke earnestly, his fingertip continuing to wipe away her tears, but as he caught sight of the noticeable coffee stain on her attire, his expression darkened. Xu Muwan, upon perceiving the depth of emotion in his gaze, found herself believing in his promise of vengeance. But she hasn't bullied me. I stood up for myself, Xu Muwan finally managed to articulate. However, her voice was thick with the remnants of her sobs, which to Fu Sai's ears sounded utterly heartbreaking. Feeling the warmth of the man's gentleness, Xu Muwan instinctively disregarded the earlier kiss and the emotions that danced in his eyes, which felt anything but feigned. Just moments ago, a thought surfaced in her mind. Even if his feelings for her were not genuine, that was preferable to him never having met her at all. Despite her attempts to persuade herself, sadness still crept in. She had become entranced by Fu Sai, ensnared by his charm. Chapter 41. She is his only fortune. Hearing the girl assert that she had stood her ground brought a measure of comfort to Fu Sai. Yet it did not imply that he would let Bai Rueishue off the hook. The coffee incident was paramount, and her grievances were even more significant. He retrieved his phone and sent a message, then turned to Xu Muwan with utmost seriousness. In the future, if anything arises, contact me immediately. I will always be here for you. Alright. He deemed it essential to arrange for her discreet protection throughout his life. He could not afford to let her encounter any unforeseen misfortunes or harm. The chance he had prayed for was his singular stroke of fortune. I'm fine, Xu Muwan retorted, contemplating how she could possibly reach out to him in times of trouble. Not to mention the ambiguity of their relationship. Currently, they had none. It wasn't that she had refrained from retaliating. There had been only one cup of coffee on the table, and she certainly couldn't use a chair as a weapon. Just consider it a brief encounter. You must call me even when nothing is wrong, Fu Sai insisted. After speaking, he feared she might perceive him as too domineering and instinctively softened his tone. Muwan, I worry about your safety. I fear that, because of me, you might suffer any injustice. I promise to pursue you, not to bring you harm. As he spoke, his voice grew somber, although Fu Sai had openly confessed his feelings for her. Hearing his intentions once more sent her heart racing, a mix of restraint and joy flooding her senses. The recent feelings of disappointment and bitterness seemed to dissipate like mist. Xu Muwan neither accepted nor rejected his words. Fu Sai let out a quiet sigh, aware that some things must unfold gradually, yet he wished for her to express her affections without reservation. Xu Muwan noticed Fu Sai still holding her face, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, and her ears to turn a rosy hue. You to let go of me. First, take off your outer jacket, and also the one beneath it. As soon as they got into the car, Fu Sai turned on the heater. Some areas of her clothing had become dampened by coffee. The moment she spoke, the confined space fell into a sudden silence, tinged with a hint of flirtation. Fu Sai sensed the shift, his ears warming slightly as he awkwardly replied, "No, Muwan, what I meant was that your clothes are wet." Before he could finish, a knock on the car window interrupted him. And he simply acted. "I'll step out to grab something." Once outside, he spotted Bai Nan standing beside the car. "Young master, here are the clothes you requested." Bai Nan had intended to steal a glance at Miss Su while the young master opened the door. He swore it was purely out of curiosity. "Do you want your eyes anymore?" Fu Sai spoke coldly, snatching the bag from Bai Nan's hands. Bai Nan chuckled lightly. "Isn't this the first time you've been smitten by a girl?" "I can't help but be curious every time." He genuinely wanted to know what magic this girl possessed to make the usually aloof young master openly display affection and dissolve the engagement that had bound him since childhood. Opposing both the Bai and Li families. If this relationship were to blossom, he mused, Miss Su would say go east, and the young master would surely not dare to go west. Little did Bai Nan know. He was speaking the unvarnished truth. "You may leave now. I need to visit the Bai family shortly." Understood. Bai Nan complied quickly, not daring to linger. Fu Sai returned to the car, and upon opening the door, he found the girl seated inside, her posture reminiscent of a diligent student engrossed in a lesson, which brought a smile to his face. He distinctly remembered how she had sat the same way during the early days of their acquaintance. "Muwan," he leaned in slightly, handing her the clothes. "Your outfit is damp. Change into something clean for comfort." Xu Muwan stared at the clothing in his hands, momentarily stunned. So he had texted to summon clothes for her? And suggested she change. "It's fine. You can drop me off at school first. I can change later." She declined, noting that her clothes weren't soaked through. Setting aside the question of whether the garments would fit, she observed that the quality appeared rather high. Fu Sai would not relent. "We need to eat together. There is no time. You haven't eaten, and I can't bear the thought of you going hungry." "Just as I cannot bear my own hunger." Xu Muwan was taken aback by his frankness. He truly was unabashed. "What do you mean you can't bear it? But it seems like I might be a little concerned," she thought, reflecting on how she often neglected to eat on time. "Don't say such things," she protested, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though her voice was soft, it sounded like a playful plea in Fu Sai's ears, stirring something within him. All right, I won't say anything more, but how about changing your clothes? Or perhaps I could assist you," Fu Sai suggested earnestly. Fu Sai, Xu Muwan could hardly believe her ears. Assist her in changing clothes? What an outrageous proposition. "I'm here." Fu Sai relished the sound of her calling his name. The girl's fair skin was subtly tinted with a delicate blush, and Fu Sai, already leaning halfway into the car, felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. In a husky tone, he added, "It's just changing the outer layer, nothing more. There will be plenty of chances later." Of course, he would never dare to voice that thought aloud. "I'll manage on my own. You wait outside." Xu Muwan, fearing he might take her words literally, hastily claimed the clothes from him, yet Fu Sai seemed unwilling to let her off the hook. "Are you really sure you don't want my help? It is a complimentary service." Soothing a little crybaby, his deep, melodious voice, tinged with playful affection, sent Xu Muwan's heart racing, her entire face flushed like a boiled shrimp, the warmth spreading to her ears. "No, and I'm not a little crybaby. She seldom cried throughout her life, save for the time following her parents' passing." All right, I was just teasing. I'll wait for you outside. If you need anything, just call for me. I'll be right here." Fu Sai couldn't resist ruffling her hair affectionately. "Okay." As the car door closed, Xu Muwan gazed outside, watching Fu Sai stand a short distance away, his hands tucked into his pockets. His tall, lean figure appeared even more striking in the overcoat he wore against the winter sun. After a few moments, she shifted her attention to the clothing: an outer jacket, a sweater, and an undershirt he had prepared for her. The colors bore a striking resemblance to what she had worn that day, and upon trying them on, she realized they fit her perfectly. Whether by mere coincidence or intentionality, they seemed to fit even better than the clothes she had purchased herself. Xu Muwan found herself drawn to Fu Sai again, who stood in the sunlight, backlit by the winter rays, his profile illuminated with a radiant glow, enhancing his already striking features. He looked utterly enchanting, exuding a warmth that was utterly intoxicating. Chapter 42, reluctant to let her lose everything after changing into the fresh attire, Fu Sai took Xu Muwan to dine. This time, they did not venture to a quaint little eatery, but rather to a somewhat concealed vintage restaurant, complete with a small courtyard at its entrance. As Xu Muwan followed Fu Sai inside, the ambience hinted that this establishment was not one frequented by just anyone. The soft melodic strains reminiscent of a guzheng filled the air, creating a serene atmosphere, while the understated yet luxurious decor spoke volumes about the restaurant's opulence. Recalling the last time she had intended to treat him to a meal without success, Xu Muwan felt compelled to invite him out, especially since he had just aided her. It was only fitting to extend her gratitude and simultaneously indulge her own desires. Fu Sai, observing the girl who stood significantly shorter than him, couldn't help but smile at her persistent attempts to treat him to dinner. In the past, she had been reluctant to spend the money she earned, a fact he had playfully teased her about. Now, she was willing to expend her entire modest savings for this meal, and he silently appreciated the depth of her affection. "Then first answer me this. Are you trying to support me?" If so, I'll gladly accept your invitation, while she was willing to spend her all. He could not bear the thought of her losing everything. At that moment, Xu Muwan could never have imagined uttering the words of supporting Fu Sai. Ultimately, she chose not to pursue the topic of treating him to dinner any further. Perhaps this is not the first time Xu Muwan has conversed with Fu Sai. Indeed, the man before her is quite different from the image she had gleaned online. Xu Muwan finds herself less cautious. Her speech flowing more freely. As the dishes are served, she notices that each one is to her liking, with not a single item that she detests. The absence of scallions in the previous bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge seems to have been a mere coincidence. But what of this time? Xu Muwan contemplates in silence, torn between curiosity and the fear of the answer. Sensing her inner turmoil, Fu Sai remarks, "I promise to pursue you, and before doing so, I must be prepared." Startled, Xu Muwan looks up, realizing that it was not a mere coincidence. "What a Bai Rueishui?" She mumbles her question while lowering her head to eat. Fu Sai, momentarily caught off guard by her inquiry, assumes she believes he is hesitating to respond. What does it matter to her? All he desires is her, and he believes he has done nothing wrong. His relationship with Bai Rueishui was never one of mutual affection. The engagement was arranged by their families from the previous generation. His previous cordiality with Bai Rueishui stemmed solely from connections with Li Yan and family ties. Furthermore, after unilaterally annulling the engagement, he compensated the Bai family with 20 billion, and surely his parents also provided some nominal compensation. As for whether the Bai family can withstand this, it will be revealed today, upon receiving an answer. Xu Muwan smiles faintly in a place where Fu Sai cannot see. She believes in his words, for they represent the faith she has pursued for so many years. After lunch, Fu Sai escorts Xu Muwan to the entrance of her dormitory. Normally, he would not allow her to ascend so quickly, but he has pressing matters to attend to. Once Xu Muwan's figure disappears into the building, he departs. Meanwhile, at the Bai residence, Bai Rueishui runs home in tears. Finding only her grandfather and mother present, Lu Ruan, tending to the plants, quickly approaches when she sees her beloved daughter weeping, startled by the red marks on her face. "Xiaoxue, have you been bullied? How could this happen? Did you not go out with bodyguards? What use are they?" Lu Ruan's voice is loud enough to draw Bai Guowa, who hobbles in with his cane, equally concerned for his only granddaughter. "Grandpop, Mom, it's all because of the woman that Saiga likes." Bai Rueishui cries out amidst her disheveled hair. Half an hour later, Bai Rueishui, feeling wronged, pours out her grievances to Lu Ruan, omitting any mention of how she had bullied Xu Muwan, but incessantly lamenting how Fu Sai despises her because of Xu Muwan. Bai Guowa, upon hearing this, is filled with rage. It was their unilateral decision to annul the engagement. He had endured it for the sake of his reckless son, but now they dared to bully his granddaughter? Having been accustomed to a life of power, he would not allow others to trample on his family. "Prepare the car. We are going to the Fu residence," just as Bai Guowa intends to stand up to seek justice for his granddaughter. A familiar voice rings out from outside, accompanied by a flurry of footsteps. "I believe there is no need for a car." In the next moment, Fu Sai appears in view, flanked by Bai Nan and a cadre of bodyguards. To the uninformed, it might seem as if he has come to collect a debt. Bai Guowa regards Fu Sai, who he once envisioned as his granddaughter's future husband, feeling pride each time they met. Yet now not only has he broken the engagement, but he also allows his granddaughter to be bullied. Rising, he demands, "Sai, I expect an explanation." The heavy thud of his cane strikes the floor. Bai Nan, aware of the tension, quickly leans in to whisper, "Young master, let us remain calm. The old man is not as robust as our father." Fu Sai brushes him off, snapping back, "If you wish to speak, then speak. Do not come so close. One might misconstrue your intentions. If Muwan learns of this, she might become jealous." Xu Muwan interjects, "There is no need for that." Bai Nan, perplexed by his master's demeanor, feels as though Fu Sai's intentions were being questioned. Despite knowing full well his capacity for anger, "By Grandpa, please remain seated. If anything happens, I shall not be responsible." Fu Sai, eschewing the previous explanations, speaks with a cold authority, "Bring Bai Miss to me." He then turns and strides out, followed promptly by his black-clad entourage. Bai Rueishui's screams echo through the living room. "Ah, don't touch me, get away, you wretched people." Bai Guowa and Lu Ruan attempt to intervene, but are restrained by the bodyguards, helplessly shouting, "What do you intend to do? This is the Bai residence. Release my daughter." "Fu Sai, do not go too far." Regardless of their protests, the men remain resolute, forcibly dragging Bai Rueishui away. As she is taken outside, she spots Fu Sai seated casually by a water basin, legs apart, hands clasped nonchalantly on his knees, gazing into the water with squinted eyes, exuding an aura of danger. She realizes that this posture signifies his anger. Clad in a black coat, he sits like a king. Originally, this man belonged to her. She knew he did not harbor feelings for her, but that was of little concern, as they were bound by an engagement that would eventually unite them. Yet unexpectedly, the emergence of Xu Muwan has thrown a wrench in her plans. "Sai, throw her away." Fu Sai's icy tone cuts through the air as Bai Rueishui approaches, desperate to explain herself, only to be met with his frigid gaze that freezes her in place. "Fu Sai, why?" she asks, bewildered. Having believed she had never wronged him, she had silently supported him, even driving away other women from his side. The sudden annulment and his cold indifference leave her utterly perplexed. She is my destiny, she has suffered injustice, and I must rectify it. Fu Sai dismisses her questions with impatience. And what of the annulment? Bai Ruishua nearly shouts, while Lu Ruan feels a pang of sympathy, wanting to console her daughter but being held back by the bodyguards. The Bai family accepted 20 billion, Fu Sai states, leaving Bai Ruishua momentarily speechless. Unaware of her family's decision, she finds it absurd that they would unilaterally determine her marital fate for such an amount. While 20 billion is trivial to the Fu family, it represents a substantial sum for the Bai family. Especially in light of their recent financial struggles. I want to know why you annulled the engagement, Bai Ruishua presses, refusing to give up. Fu Sai, growing increasingly impatient, retorts, are you blind? His voice, neither loud nor soft, resonates in the room. Sensing Bai Guo's intent to speak, he interjects, By Grandpa, you must understand my protective nature. I will respond in kind to how your granddaughter has treated my beloved. Moreover, Bai Ruishua's actions go beyond mere bullying. Bai Nan, Fu Sai calls, prompting Bai Nan to swiftly produce a tablet and approach Lu Ruan and Bai Guo, displaying the surveillance footage from the CAF. Your granddaughter instigated this. The one who was wronged is mine. Should she choose not to reconcile with me, who shall bear the consequences for the Fu family's severed ties? Although Fu Sai's voice lacked variation, those who knew him were well aware of his anger. Otherwise, he would not have disregarded the feelings of both families and brought people to their doorstep. Upon hearing this, the Bai family members turned pale. Such words seemed excessively severe. The Fu family was an entity that every household aspired to connect with. And as long as Fu Sai consented, countless descendants would follow suit. By saying this, it was evident that he was protecting someone. Bai Guo, who had just fervently defended his side, now felt somewhat embarrassed as he grasped the situation. However, Lu Ruan, fiercely protective of her daughter, spoke with reddened eyes, sighed, our Xiuxue was merely emotional. Auntie will teach her a proper lesson. Please, for Auntie's sake, could you let this go? Fu Sai pressed his lips together and remained silent. The elders of the Bai family present were worthy of his respect, yet the one wronged was not just anyone, she was irreplaceable. With that, Fu Sai sat back down and waved his hand dismissively. In the next moment, before the Bai family could react, a loud splash echoed as Bai Ruishua was unceremoniously thrown into the frigid pool. Mom, Grandpa, save me. Wowo. Fu Sai. How dare you treat me like this? The water in the pool was not deep, and Bai Ruishua trembled as she stood up, yet every time she attempted to climb out, bodyguards would thwart her efforts. The Bai family, no matter the circumstances, could not bear to watch Bai Ruishua being bullied in front of everyone. They shouted for it to stop, but Fu Sai remained deaf to their pleas. Sitting in his chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest as he observed Bai Ruishua floundering in the water. His expression devoid of sympathy. Witnessing this, the elderly Bai patriarch understood that he could not dissuade Fu Sai and immediately signaled Lu Ruan to call the Fu family to in such cold weather. It would be a miracle if soaking in that pool didn't lead to serious consequences. The Fu and Bai families were not far apart, and since they had rushed over, the Fu family arrived within 10 minutes. Leading the way were Fu Baishan and his wife, Imo Tongyu, accompanied by the elderly Fu couple, as well as Fu Sai's close friend Yuan Jini and his fiancée Ibu. Fu Sai. Before Fu Baishan even approached, he had already spotted the situation and bellowed. Fu Sai glanced over indifferently. However, Bai Nan, his assistant, was not so dismissive. He halted in front of the 4 members of the Fu family, and the other 2 leaned in to witness the commotion. Before they looked, he stated, the person inside the young master claims is his wife. Realizing the implication, they first watched the video. At that moment, the elder Bai approached, gesturing for Lu Ruan to remain silent, fully aware that his granddaughter was at fault. Old Fu, I understand that Xiuxue was in the wrong, and we sincerely apologize, but Xiuxue has been raised by you, and you know her character well. She means no harm. Please allow Sai to relent. The elder Bai lowered his stance, effectively swallowing his pride. After watching the video and comprehending the context, the Fu family members, protective of their own, were aware that regardless of the circumstances, they had to shield their grandson. After all, Bai Ruishua's words in the video were tantamount to slandering the Fu family, yet Fu Hanyang could not easily disregard his good friend's standing. Just as the Fu family was about to speak up, Fu Sai's resolute and merciless words rang out, if you want the Fu family to be cut off, then stop. Upon hearing this, no one dared to utter a word. Bui, standing by, was grateful to have recorded the video in secret. Chapter 44, Public Declaration of Intent. While others might not grasp Fu Sai's character, the Fu family certainly understood it well. Fu Sai was a person of his word, unwavering and prone to stubbornness. If the Fu family were truly to be severed, it would be a disaster, especially since he was their only precious heir. Thus Fu Hanyang helplessly spoke, old Bai, you see, we cannot control this kid. You've watched him grow up, you know his temperament. If he were at fault, we could still reason with him. On the side, Xuemin was far less diplomatic. Old Bai, I actually think my grandson's actions are quite justified. If we do not discipline him, he will repeat his mistakes. We would never think of bringing that girl back to meet our grandson. Yet Xiaoxue boldly approached him, uttering insults. Are Xiaoya's convictions are unwavering. Does Xiaoxue not wish to court disaster? Xuemin had always been indifferent towards Bai Ruixue, never particularly fond of her, believing her to be overly scheming. Thus, when she heard her grandson speak of withdrawing from the engagement, she readily supported that decision. Bai Guo's face flushed with embarrassment. Today was the first time he witnessed his granddaughter behaving so arrogantly. No, Tongyu, look, this has been a punishment for over 10 minutes. Can we let our Xiaoxue out now? After all, she is just a little girl, and in this cold winter, being soaked in water is detrimental to her health. She is the only treasure of our Bai family. Lu Ruan spoke earnestly, knowing her husband could not return in time, and thus sought to appease the situation. This statement had already begun to sway the 4 members of the Fu family when a venomous voice pierced through the air. Fu Sai, how dare you treat me like this? Have I done anything wrong? She stole my fiancé and the position of Fu family's young mistress. I merely warned her not to seduce you. That wretched woman cursed me. She is just a country bumpkin dressed in rags unworthy of you. Had I known you were so heartless, I would have slapped her just now. Before Bai Ruixue could finish, a smartphone struck her forehead. Instantly, blood trickled down her brow, dripping into the icy pool. Bai Ruixue had never endured such humiliation, flailing like a madwoman in the water. Xiaoxue, Lu Ruan, heartbroken at the sight of her daughter, rushed over. Told Bai, is this what you meant by her having no ill intentions? Fu Hanyang's expression darkened. Bai Guohua was left utterly embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Fu Baishan and his wife exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet both felt relieved that the engagement had been called off. Their intention for the union was to forge a strong alliance, but it had to be built on a foundation of good character. And Bai Ruixue clearly did not meet that standard. Observing the unfolding drama, Bui instinctively leaned closer to Yuan Jini. Jini, why is the eldest daughter of the Bai family so foolish? Yuan Jini, half embracing her, smiled indulgently. Indeed, not as clever as you. Fu Sai approached the pool, where a frantic Bai Ruixue floundered, while behind him, a bodyguard lamented the loss of a newly released smartphone, feeling utterly despondent. She doesn't need to do anything. I would run to her side without hesitation. Moreover, whether or not she is present, you will never become the Fu family's young mistress. You are the least deserving. Fu Sai stated the truth, for in his previous life, despite the engagement, he had never contemplated marriage. Remaining indifferent even at 30, now, with time on his side, he could ensure that no one would be allowed to surface for an hour. As he spoke, the onlookers gasped in shock. 1 hour, what a concept! Under normal circumstances, being submerged in water for an hour would cause one's skin to wrinkle. It was winter, and even dipping a hand into the pool would be painfully cold. What more for an entire body submerged for an hour? No, Sai, I beg you, how about this? Another day, I will personally have her apologize to you. Would that be acceptable? Lu Ruan pleaded, her maternal instincts overwhelming her. Fu Sai remained silent, walking closer. Grandpa, Grandma. Once more, Fu Sai refrained from addressing them as Mom and Dad. Fu Baishan's gaze remained fixed on him. Stop staring, your eyes will fall out. Initially intending to say a few words, Fu Sai found himself unable to resist the urge to retort as he felt his father's intense gaze. Fu Baishan seriously suspected that his son might one day pull his oxygen tube. Mo Tongyu, witnessing her husband's predicament, sighed, Sai, we only wish to show our concern. With this uproar, how can the two families maintain their relationship? For her, it mattered not who married her son, as long as they could support him in his endeavors. Hadn't it been said that late-blooming affection is cheaper than grass? Fu Sai showed no mercy when rebutting his parents. The couple, fully aware of the reasons behind their son's current demeanor, refrained from pressing the issue further. At their age, Fu Hanyang and his wife naturally desired a harmonious family, quickly interjecting to ease the tension. Xiaoya, what did you want to say earlier? With his hands in his pockets, Fu Sai addressed the 4 members of the Fu family in front of everyone. Grandpa, Grandma, although you have yet to meet Wan, it does not affect my relationship with her. Before I bring her home, you should quickly search online for ways to please young ladies. If she is unhappy, do not expect any descendants from me. I will follow her wherever she goes. Fu Sai was acutely aware of their obsession with having heirs. The crowd sensed that this statement was not merely directed at the Fu family. Bai Guohua faintly realized why a reckoning was necessary. Xiaoxue would undoubtedly face consequences this time. Alright, no problem, Grandma can do anything, shopping, browsing the internet, taking photos, just bring her home soon. Naturally, Fu Hanyang echoed his wife's sentiments. And after she made her promise, he glared at his son and daughter-in-law. What about you two? Do you truly wish for your son to one day pull your oxygen tube? The couple Fu Baishan. Grandfather Fu, Grandmother Fu, your grandson is truly wild. You have spoiled him to the heavens. Yuan Jini raised an eyebrow, smiling with a hint of mockery. Fu Hanyang waved his hand dismissively. Jini, if he could win a beauty like you, I wouldn't he say a word about his behavior. Upon hearing Fu Sai's remark, Bu Yi seemed to grasp why Yuan Jini had mentioned wanting to join the fray today. She then beamed brightly. Grandfather Fu, Grandmother Fu, uncle and aunt, you don't know, I share a dorm with Wan. The moment those words left her lips, the 4 pairs of eyes from the Fu family turned to her in unison. Chapter 45, Adoration for 16 years. In the end the Fu family departed, taking Bu Yi along with them. However, before Fu Hanyang left, he patted Bai Guowa's shoulder and uttered a remark that was both infuriating and helpless. Old Bai. My grandson is your grandson, however you discipline him. I want to comment, whether he listens or not, I truly cannot control. You know well enough, he is not just any sort of wild. Bai Guowa rolled his eyes. After they left, he remained outside, standing beside Lu Ruwan, observing the shivering Bai Ruishuan in the pool. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that his usually well-behaved granddaughter could exhibit such arrogance. Letting foul words slip from her lips. Xiaoshui, you saw the situation. Why are you behaving this way? Sai deserves a lesson. Bai Guowa felt a pang of heartache, yet he was powerless, although the engagement was unilaterally annulled. There had never been a stipulation against cancellation. The Fu family had assisted the Bai family significantly over the years. Dad, Lu Ruwan choked out. Bai Guowa gestured dismissively, his tone rife with disappointment and helplessness. I'll head in first. Tell the doctor to be ready. Once the time comes, get her to the hospital immediately. With that, he leaned on his cane and had not taken 2 steps before turning back to add, Tianqi will return shortly. Tell him to handle these matters before coming to find me. Die in the pool. Bai Ruishua, seeing even her grandfather abandoning her, was driven to madness. Mom, hurry, I'm freezing to death, please pull me up. Okay, my head hurts, I'm bleeding from my forehead, what if I'm disfigured later? Bai Ruishua screamed desperately, while Lu Ruwan could only stand by anxiously, as all of her bodyguards and servants were restrained by Fu Sai's people. Meanwhile, those who had departed showed no concern for Bai Ruishua's condition. Due to Bu Yi's remark, she was taken home by the elderly Fu couple under the pretense of gathering information. Fu Sai did not intervene, instead retreating to the study with Yuan Jini. Upon entering the study, Yuan Jini sank into the black leather sofa, regarding Fu Sai with a faint smile. Exuding the air of a cunning businessman, especially clad in a silver suit at that moment. What's going on? Just over half a month, and you've become estranged. Yuan Jini had just visited Li Yin in the hospital, who remained in a coma. Had it not been for the Fu family's intervention, it likely would have made headlines. Noticing Fu Sai's silence, he casually retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, balancing it between his slender fingers without lighting it. One might think you're doing this for Bai Ruishue. Did your mouth just taste something foul? How could you utter such repulsive words? Fu Sai wished to sever ties with Bai Ruishue entirely, even verbally. Then enlighten me, what's the situation, Yuan Jini? Fearing he wouldn't receive any favorable comments, pressed on, don't try to distract me. Don't think I'm unaware that you purposefully had me bring my darling wife to watch the show today. Your aim was for her to return and discuss this with a certain Miss Xu. Do you believe that with a mere whisper my wife would comply? After saying this, he lit the cigarette in his hand. As you can see, the future state of affairs with him will be one of life and death. Fu Sai, seated on the opposite end of the sofa, scrolled through his phone, his head not once lifting. What on earth did Li Yin do? After all these years of acquaintance, why take it this far? Yuan Jini pondered in confusion. Well, stand wherever you wish. It matters not to me, just don't disturb me. Fu Sai focused intently on his phone's content, his brow furrowing, but only for a second before relaxing once more at Yuan Jini. What do you mean by standing wherever I like? Don't forget, I only met Zhou Qi through you. We merely feel it's a pity. After all, we've known each other for so long, and Zhou Qi was almost ready to fly back from abroad. Yuan Jini, seeing Fu Sai's reluctance to speak, didn't press further. Having grown up together, he understood his temperament well enough to know that he wouldn't engage in nonsensical behavior without reason. When he wished to speak, it would come naturally. Fu Sai continued to scrutinize his phone. Yuan Jini, your wife keeps saying he is a closed-off person who dislikes talking. How come in front of Fu Sai he suddenly becomes so loquacious? Can you answer my question? How did you suddenly come to know my wife's roommate? He had just received a call from Bu Yi, nearly caught off guard. Just days prior, he had witnessed Fu Sai's breakup, thinking he had come to his senses. Even without someone he liked, he wouldn't let his marriage become a casualty of his career. Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard that Fu Sai was pursuing a girl. His curiosity piqued. He had taken a break from work to watch a show. To his surprise, it turned out to be true. Can you stop yammering? You speak of wife as if no one else has one. Fu Sai was currently browsing the internet for the best attractions at the amusement park. After watching the video, he finally understood why the girl cried when he picked her up. It turned out she lacked confidence and believed Bai Ruishua's words, thinking he was merely toying with her. Thus, he felt compelled to take tangible actions to assure her that Fu Sai desired no one but Xu Muwan. You don't have one either. Haven't you yet pursued her? I have a wife, a lovely wife, and I relish referring to her as wife. Yuan Jini aimed to irritate him. How childish, look who is talking. You're no different, having foolishly declared the Fu family's extinction. The decision lies with my wife. If she wishes to have children, she shall. If not, then so be it. How shameless. Your wife hasn't even glanced your way. Who exactly is your wife? Xu Muwan. Xu Muwan is indeed Fu Sai's wife. With each response from Fu Sai, he did not raise his head. Upon noticing the ensuing silence, he arched an eyebrow, realizing Yuan Jini was recording on his phone. Fu Sai, tell me, if I were to send this video to my wife, letting her show it to her roommate, would that be considered helping you? Yuan Jini was witnessing Fu Sai's rare display of interest. His curiosity about the kind of girl who could captivate Fu Sai only grew. It hasn't been long, and you've already ensnared her like this. I doubt Bu Yi would know you intentionally had the car crash into yourself. Right? Yuan Jini tucked his phone away, giving Fu Sai a thumbs up. You're incredible, you're amazing. Fu Sai let out a cold chuckle, continuing to select what he intended to prepare. But can you tell me? Was it love at first sight, or Yuan Jini was eager to discover when this dog of a man had secretly developed affections for someone after waiting for several seconds without a response? Just as Yuan Jini thought Fu Sai would remain silent, he stood up, responding in a tone devoid of emotion. 16 years. With that, he disregarded Yuan Jini's exaggerated reaction and exited the study. Chapter 46. The parallel lines begin to tilt in the evening. Bu Yi returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, she didn't sit down but instead clutched her phone, smiling as if she were mimicking Yuan Jini's earlier demeanor when he spoke of Fu Sai. A guise of mirth concealing deeper emotions, Renlin and Liang Lulu were at the table, indulging in snacks while gaming. Upon seeing Bu Yi return with such an expression, and knowing she had visited the Fu household, they sensed something significant had transpired. With perfect synchronicity, they paused their game, set down their snacks, stood up, and exchanged glances, observing Xu Muwan seated at her desk, wearing headphones, and engrossed in her studies. Without uttering a word, they approached Xu Muwan, each removing one of her headphones and wrapping an arm around her. What are you two doing? Xu Muwan, while appearing to read, was actually lost in thoughts of the day's events, the kiss from Fu Sai. Liang Lulu and Renlin were almost ready to haul Xu Muwan off her chair. Come, princess, please sit down. Let us continue our analysis. Liang Lulu urged Xu Muwan to take a seat. Then pulled Bu Yi over. Alright, Miss Highness, do you have some news for us? Bu Yi cleared her throat and made a few non-committal sounds, feigning suspense. What I'm about to say will make you scream. Renlin, unable to endure the suspense, urged, Please, Miss Highness, can you spill it? We're really anxious. Bu Yi produced her phone, handing it to Xu Muwan. Just watch the video. It speaks volumes more than I could. As soon as Bu Yi finished speaking, the phone emitted sounds, each word embedding itself in Xu Muwan's heart. She needed to do nothing. She would run over to cling to him. Look up How to Please a Young Lady online. Wherever he went, she would follow it. If you want the Fu family to end, you must intervene. Each phrase, though not mentioning Xu Muwan by name, resonated deeply with her. Today, I ventured to the Bai family residence with Jin, ostensibly to watch a play, specifically the one depicted in the video where Fu Sai, in the presence of both the Fu and Bai families, unceremoniously tossed Bai Ruixue into the pool, forbidding her from climbing out, regardless of the Bai family's pleas. Fu Sai remained utterly indifferent. Bu Yi, while speaking, cast glances at Xu Muwan and concluded, Kai Bao, he behaves this way solely because you have been wronged. It seems Fu Sai's feelings for you are not merely impulsive. Indeed, Bu Yi harbored a favorable impression of Fu Sai, as he had always been associated with Yuan Jin. As the saying goes, one can gauge a person's character by their circle of acquaintances, for like attracts like. Witnessing Fu Sai stand against the Bai family for Kai Bao's sake, and assert his unwavering devotion to her in front of his own family, solidified her conviction that Fu Sai truly loved Xu Muwan. Oh my, why was I not present for such a scene? Liang Lulu exclaimed, watching the video of Fu Sai nudging Xu Muwan. Kai Bao, a man who protects his woman, is undeniably handsome. Today, I mentioned that Bai Ruixue had ulterior motives and that Fu Sai was merely toying with you. She is simply sour grapes, indeed, having grown up alongside Fu Sai. Bai Ruixue frequently boasted of her unique bond with him. Now that her marriage prospects had evaporated, her disdain for Xu Muwan was palpable, yet, with Fu Sai now so protective of her, they felt emboldened to pursue their feelings. Xu Muwan, witnessing Fu Sai's actions, found it impossible to suppress her emotions. The discomfort of Bai Ruixue's words from the CAF earlier vanished entirely. He must genuinely care for her. Yes, I initially thought that Fu Sai and I were mismatched, Xu Muwan stated, devoid of any hint of distrust. Her roommate and close friend had always treated her with kindness. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed the three friends preparing to delve into a plethora of opinions. Xu Muwan promptly interjected, I am not expressing self-deprecation or a lack of awareness. If I were not your close friend but rather someone else, you would undoubtedly feel I am unworthy of Fu Sai. Based on surface appearances, his affluent background, independence, academic excellence, professional success, and universally recognized good looks create an undeniable disparity between us. Furthermore, having secretly harbored feelings for him for so long, how could she possibly elevate herself? Your thoughts are shining brightly. Undeniably, Xu Muwan's observations rang true. Bu Yi approached Xu Muwan and gently lifted her chin, teasingly asking, but that's okay, Fu Sai's affection for you is the best match. Tell the sisters, is he quite taken with you? Xu Muwan remained silent, her smile betraying her excitement as she remarked, then I shall strive to be the second in our dormitory to find love? The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, and Xu Muwan glanced at her friends, momentarily uncertain of their thoughts. I am going to be the dear friend of the Fu family's young mistress. She mused, her imagination soaring. And what about me? Alright, our dormitory has just ascended to a new echelon. You must realize that countless eyes at school are fixed upon Fu Sai. Xu Muwan watched her three roommates chime in. Her thoughts beginning to wander to a future where, now aware of Fu Sai's affections, she might dare to be bolder. The once parallel paths of Fu Sai and Xu Muwan began to converge. That evening, in the stillness of the night, Xu Muwan sat at her desk gazing out at the drifting snowflakes, inscribing her joyous thoughts into her notebook. This year, I met Fu Sai. He confessed his feelings to me. He said he would go wherever I go. Even though those words were not spoken face to face, they still left me in awe. More than I like you, I cherish this sentiment far more. At last, a connection had blossomed between Xu Muwan and Fu Sai. The secrets of a young girl's heart could finally be unveiled. As she closed her notebook, her phone chimed with a message from Fu Sai. I will be on a business trip for the next few days. I'll come find you when I return this weekend. Make sure to eat well. Someone will bring you breakfast. Just let me know when you wake up. It is freezing outside. Sleep in a little longer. When I return, I'd like to take you somewhere special. In the past, Xu Muwan would never have believed Fu Sai to be a talkative person. As each time she secretly observed him or passed by, he offered little more than a casual acknowledgement. Yet, as her father had once said, those who care for you will be attentive and patient. Okay, thank you. Where are we going? Xu Muwan's heart raced at the thought of the destination, her mind swirling with possibilities. However, Fu Sai insisted on keeping it a secret, heightening her anticipation during his absence. And each day brought her renewed joy. Chapter 47, Waiting in the Snow. Expressing affection. One's mood is often discernible even if Xu Muwan did not vocalize it. Liang Lulu, who attended classes with her, noticed her uplifted spirit, her smile more frequent, and her eyes sparkling. Xu Muwan radiated joy, even during lectures, often breaking into smiles over the pages of her book, leaving her friends curious about what amused her so. On Friday night, while everyone in the dormitory snacked and binge-watched a series, Xu Muwan stood up and approached her wardrobe, contemplating her attire, looking at the monotonous array of down jackets and thermal pants. She understood why Bai Ruishua had dubbed her a country bumpkin. After much deliberation, she decided comfort would be the priority. Just then, Bu Yi returned from a phone call with Yuan Jinyi and observed Xu Muwan's selection process from behind. Crossing her arms and watching intently, Akai Bao, have you suddenly taken a fancy to dressing up? Bu Yi whispered in Xu Muwan's ear, startling her. No, I'm just preparing for an outing tomorrow, so I'm picking out my clothes in advance to save time. Xu Muwan replied, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice, reflecting her youthful modesty. After all, Fu Sai had mentioned taking her somewhere special when he returned. Are you serious? The other two friends paused the show and leaned in closer. Liang Lulu, clearly skeptical. Akai Bao, is Fu Sai asking you out? Ren Lin leaned against Xu Muwan's wardrobe. Xu Muwan nodded. Do you have any suggestions? Which outfit do you think would be best? The trio exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the other's excitement. Don't worry, tomorrow we will make you look stunning, and Fu Sai will be utterly captivated by you, Liang Lulu declared, thumping her chest confidently, while Bu Yi and Ren Lin pulled her aside to strategize. Xu Muwan couldn't help but chuckle at their enthusiasm. After all, who were the real protagonists here? As Xu Muwan settled into her warm bed, her phone rang. Instinctively she anticipated who it might be and quickly pulled it out. Confirming her guess, Fu Sai. A few days prior he had saved his number in her phone, labeling it simply as Yi. Watching her friends busily preparing for the next day, Xu Muwan crept out to the balcony. Taking a deep breath before answering, hello Fu Sai, yes, it's me, are you asleep? His voice, deep and magnetic, resonated with a charm that made her heart flutter. No, Xu Muwan suppressed her excitement, glancing at her toast, I'm downstairs. Have you returned? They both asked simultaneously. Fu Sai seemed pleasantly surprised by her inquiry and chuckled softly. You're downstairs? Xu Muwan echoed, yes, I'm at your dormitory entrance, would you like to come down to see me? I miss you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Muwan could hear footsteps on the other end. Just then, her breath caught as she stammered, wait for me, I'm coming down now, and abruptly hung up. Fu Sai gazed at the disconnected call, a smile creeping across his face, sensing that things were gradually unfolding as he had imagined. It had only been 3 days since he last saw her. Yet he missed her terribly. He had halved his week-long business trip, rushing back to campus the moment he landed, eager to catch a glimpse of her, even if he couldn't see her. Being closer felt reassuring. Ever since his rebirth, he longed to see her constantly, fearing it might all be a dream, and awakening alone in the solitude of those 16 long years. After hanging up, Xu Muwan exited the balcony and found her 3 roommates peering in with eager smiles. Kai Bao, is Fu Sai waiting downstairs? At that moment, Xu Muwan cast aside her shyness, grabbing her blue scarf and rushing to the door. Yes, I'm going down now, she exclaimed, already halfway out the door. Oh my, this is like a scene from a drama, snowflakes swirling, a handsome man waiting in the snow. Liang Lulu clasped her hands to her chest dramatically. Ren Lin laughed at her antics, remarking, this is the first time we've seen Kai Bao so animated. Rest assured, you will have plenty of me in the future. Had I known I wouldn't be returning tonight, it would have been delightful to accompany my dear Jean while she worked overtime. Liang Lulu and Ren Lin, 2 solitary souls, exchanged glances before feigning an embrace, only to release one another soon after. Xu Muwan's knee injury had long since scabbed over, so when she descended the stairs this time, she ran, fearing that if she were even a second late, he would no longer be waiting below. She was so reluctant to wait for the elevator, which would have taken those agonizing seconds, that she opted for the stairs instead. Fortunately, being on the third floor, she arrived in under a minute. As soon as she stepped out of the dormitory, she spotted Fusai leaning against the car, clad in a black suit. Perhaps Fusai had been fixated on the dorm entrance, for they locked eyes almost instantaneously. Xu Muwan felt her breath quicken upon seeing Fusai. At that moment, she could even hear the rapid beat of her own heart. Instinctively propelling herself towards him, just a step away, she halted. Exclaiming, "Fusai, what brings you here?" The air was frigid, and having just run down, her voice trembled as she spoke, her breath visible in the cold. Fusai regarded the girl before him, dressed in a cream-colored plush pajama set. Her shoulder-length hair cascading casually, and her scarf wrapped haphazardly around her neck, one side long, the other short. Her nose was tinged with red, and her eyes sparkled with a damp allure. In that moment, she appeared irresistibly enchanting, so beautiful, so adorable. He yearned to embrace her, and even more so, to kiss her. Instead of answering her question, he took a step closer, their chests nearly touching. "May I have a hug?" The inquiry was phrased as a question, yet it left no room for her to respond. Fusai bent down, one arm encircling her waist while the other cradled her back, resting his chin on her shoulder. His eyes gently closing. "I came to recharge because I missed you." In that instant, Xu Muwan found herself momentarily stiffened by the unexpected embrace and the suggestive words. Fortunately, this was not their first hug. This time, she did not resist but rather suppressed her anxiety, savoring his familiar and comforting scent as her small hand, which had been gripping his suit, gradually encircled his waist. Sensing her reciprocation, Fusai smiled genuinely and tightened his hold. "Xu Muwan, I like you." He felt an incessant need to express his affection for her, to mend the regrets of a past life. Chapter 48, her scarf around his neck as night fell. Snowflakes shimmered under the streetlights, twinkling like countless tiny stars descending to earth, adding a touch of mystery to the winter night. The two embraced amidst the snow, oblivious to the cold, enveloped entirely in warmth. Xu Muwan heard Fusai's confession amidst the falling snow, and this time, she did not remain silent but softly replied with a gentle Fusai was taken aback by her obedient demeanor that evening. Surprised that she did not conceal her affections for him, wanting nothing more than to pull her into his embrace and never let go, uncertain how long they remained entwined, Fusai reluctantly released her. "Lan, you are so beautiful." He was unabashed in expressing his feelings for Xu Muwan, cupping her face in his hands, his fingers tenderly caressing her chin in an intimate manner. Xu Muwan lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyelashes trembling with nervousness, reluctant to push him away. Fusai recognized that she was no longer as anxious about his proximity as she had been at the outset. She radiated vitality. And as he listened to her call his name, he responded affectionately, "Where will you take me tomorrow?" "You will find out tomorrow." Fusai could not resist playfully brushing his fingers against her reddened nose. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was past 11, and despite his reluctance, he knew he had to let her go. Xu Muwan noticed Fusai was teasing her, her curiosity mounting, yet she felt it inappropriate to inquire further. She simply wished to be with him. "Go on, seeing you has revitalized me. If I could steal a kiss, perhaps I would spring back to life." As he spoke, his gaze never left Xu Muwan's face. Witnessing how her cheeks turned a bright shade of crimson. "We are not in any relationship." Xu Muwan had heard him boast before, but this time, she could respond. "Oh, so what you mean is that eventually we will become a couple who can kiss?" "Right." Xu Muwan shot him an indignant glare, her face aflame. "I'm going back inside." The longer she lingered with him, the more she felt an overwhelming urge to acquiesce to his wishes. Fusai chuckled, ruffling her hair before letting her go. "Head back. I will come to pick you up tomorrow." Tomorrow marked the weekend, and for those 2 days, he insisted on being glued to her side. "All right, good night. Be safe on your way back." Xu Muwan turned but paused to remind him. Together they felt bashful and anxious, yet reluctant to part. "Good night, my girl." Fusai gazed at her tenderly as she entered, not diverting his gaze, knowing she would glance back. Sure enough, just as the thought crossed his mind, Xu Muwan turned to look at him, expecting to ascend the stairs. She unexpectedly dashed back, loosening the scarf around her neck. Reaching Fusai, she stood on her tiptoes, holding out the scarf. Fusai, surprised by her sudden gesture, instinctively bent down, and she swiftly wrapped her scarf around his neck. "My scarf is warm. Send me a message when you get home with that." Xu Muwan hurried inside, this time without looking back. As she turned, she caught a glimpse of Fusai still standing in the snow, his gaze filled with evident affection and an enigmatic emotion that tugged at her heart. Unable to resist, she had returned to drape her scarf around him, hoping to provide warmth. Once Xu Muwan disappeared from his sight, Fusai looked down at the blue scarf around his neck. His heart racing, unable to calm itself. The scarf still carried her scent, sweet and inviting. His ears flushed with warmth, he buried the lower half of his face in it, murmuring, "I like this so much." Turning to leave, he soon realized he had taken a wrong turn. Momentarily lost in thought, glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed his flustered state, he felt his face grow warm, realizing he had blushed. It was noteworthy that he had never experienced a romantic relationship in his previous life, nor had he ever interacted closely with a girl, thus Xu Muwan was his first and only for Fu Sai. That night would be filled with sweet dreams, and save for bathing, he wore her scarf continuously, even during sleep. Chapter 49. Showing off the scarf the following day, Fu Sai awoke early, donning an ensemble of black, including a long black coat paired with a black turtleneck sweater. He meticulously tied the scarf Xu Muwan had gifted him, adjusting it repeatedly. Dissatisfied with how it looked, he felt it did not compare to how beautiful it appeared when worn by Xu Muwan the night before. An hour passed before he finally left the house. By the time he arrived at the girls' dormitory, it was already 8:30. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, the foot traffic was sparse. The few girls who spotted Fu Sai paused to whisper among themselves, some even pulling out their phones to take pictures. He was as popular as Shanai from the drama Love 020. Fu Sai, focused on his phone, sent a message to Xu Muwan, entirely oblivious to the girls approaching him. "Hello, Fu Sai." A female voice broke through his concentration, causing him to frown before dismissing the intruder with an impatient glance while continuing to type. "I am Lin Sinny. My father recently collaborated on a project with the Fu family. May I add you on WeChat to be friends?" As Lin Sinny spoke, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, attempting to appear demure, while two girls behind her encouraged her to be bold. "Do you have Wi-Fi?" Fu Sai replied brusquely. Yes. Lin Sinny was confused. "Then are you blind? Can't you see who I like?" Fu Sai retorted without hesitation. Lin Sinny was taken aback and quickly fled, embarrassed. How could she not have heard the rumors circulating on the school forum these past few days? Yet she refused to believe that Fu Sai would be interested in a girl who had nothing to offer. Upon seeing him, her gaze was fixed. Spurred on by her friends, she had mustered the courage to approach, only to be met with his harshness. Fu Sai paid no mind to any girl but Xu Muwan. Moments later, he spotted her descending the stairs, still clad in the same plush pig pajama set from the previous day. He quickly made his way towards her. "Lan, good morning. Wearing tea? You supposed to let me buy breakfast?" They both exclaimed simultaneously. Xu Muwan did not wish for him to rise so early in the biting cold just to bring her breakfast. For reasons unknown, his actions brought her joy, yet she felt an inexplicable pressure. As though she should be the one taking initiative, the first embrace inevitably leads to a second, followed by countless others. Without uttering a word, Fu Sai gathered her into his arms, proclaiming, "Why not? Because I yearn to see you. I anticipate our meetings, and thus every endeavor I undertake is for you. My emotions find value and significance, and I am content. All of this stems from my affection for you. Indeed, every individual seeks emotional fulfillment through their actions, which brings immense satisfaction as they engage in activities they cherish with those they adore." Xu Muwan, nestled in his embrace, was compliant, her scarf adorning him, a testament to his fondness for it. His words, a melodious balm against the winter chill, transformed her heart and spirit into a warm sun. "Oh, thank you," she murmured, delicately burying her face in his chest, restrained yet exhilarated, attempting to contain her emotions. "Thank you. It would be far more genuine if you simply held me tighter." Though the person in his arms remained still, Fu Sai could feel her hands clutching his clothing tightly. "Fu Sai, I wish to have breakfast," Xu Muwan whispered softly, her anxiety causing her to perspire. "Very well." Fu Sai released her, but she lingered, gazing not at him, but at the scarf around his neck. "I adore this scarf." Fu Sai, with a hint of pride, straightened his posture. Xu Muwan couldn't suppress a smile. He seemed somewhat childish. While she expressed her fondness for the scarf, it felt akin to declaring her affection for him. "It's quite inexpensive. I purchased it online without much thought." She relished winter and adored wearing scarves. Hence she had amassed numerous scarves of varying colors, this being merely one of them. "Regardless, as long as it belongs to you, I cherish it, especially since you've worn it. It is now mine." Fu Sai's every utterance was candid and forthright. Had it been anyone else, it might have come off as overly familiar, yet, to Xu Muwan, he was Fu Sai, and her heart fluttered with unending affection. "Then I shall procure a finer one for you next time." Indeed, the modest scarf she had bought for a mere few coins seemed utterly out of place on him. "That is acceptable, but I still prefer this one." It was her first gift to him. "Suit yourself." Xu Muwan's heart swelled with joy, though she feigned indifference. "Shall I head upstairs then?" What to do? She still longed to remain in his company. "Very well, I shall return to collect you shortly. You may tidy up. I have matters to attend to at the office and will inform you before I arrive." "How does that sound?" Fu Sai regarded her, resembling a silkworm baby, wishing he could pack her up and take her along. Especially since her roommate affectionately called her silkworm babe. "Sounds good." As Xu Muwan turned to ascend, Fu Sai caught her arm. "Could you assist me in re-wrapping this scarf? I am rather inept at it." Xu Muwan, is this not perfectly fine? She thought to herself, yet she approached him honestly. Just as she was about to rise on her toes, Fu Sai had already bent down for her. Her father once remarked that if a boy learned to bow for you without needing to be taught, it indicated that his feelings for you transcended mere affection. He genuinely cared. Upon Fu Sai's arrival at his company, all male employees observed their boss entering the public elevator, adorned with an eye-catching blue scarf, exuding an unusually cheerful demeanor, akin to a long dormant tree finally blossoming. Yet none dared to meet his gaze. Once seated in his office, Bai Nan entered to report on work matters. Upon noticing the scarf, He was taken aback. Didn't you say you disliked wearing scarves? You even mentioned they were too constricting, and I've offered several times to procure one for you, only for you to dismiss me. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he inquired, young master, why are you wearing a scarf? Fusai, concerned about the scarf's disorder, smoothed it down before casting a glance at Bainan. Have you not noticed that it is the heart of winter? Fusai regarded Bainan as if he were simple-minded, but you clearly disliked wearing scarves. The last time you donned one, you called yourself delicate. This one is a gift from Wanwan, someone said with a hint of pride. Ah, I see, Bainan muttered. I should not have asked. Consequently, Fusai did not remove the scarf even after leaving the office, despite the warmth of the heating. Moreover, he wore it like a badge of honor upon returning to the Fu residence. Upon entering, he found Fu Hanyang and Shui Min seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television drama. Without needing to ask, it was evident that his grandmother was indulging in a romantic series. Compelling his grandfather to join her, grandmother Fusai greeted as he approached the sofa, refraining from sitting down. The elderly couple, upon hearing his voice, stood in excitement, particularly Shui Min, who rushed over to embrace him. Oh, you finally deigned to return. You've been away for several days without so much as a glance back at your grandmother. To Shui Min, nothing surpassed the importance of her grandson, however. Only Fu Hanyang noticed the scarf adorning Fusai. Xiaoyi, why the sudden fondness for scarves, and this one appears rather hideous. Is Bainan truly so incompetent? With their attention fixated on his scarf, Fusai took a step back and patted it. What is ugly about it? This is a gift from Wanwan. The same words, the same tone. Now in a heartbeat, the elderly couple's expressions changed. Xiaoyi, this scarf is truly delightful. One must not judge by appearances. It feels remarkably comfortable, and most importantly, it offers warmth. When shall I have a scarf gifted by Wanwan? Shui Min's envy was palpable. Ever since Bui had shared stories about Xu Muwan, her curiosity about the girl had intensified. And she yearned to meet her darling grandson. Could you bring her home for us to meet? I promise, your grandfather and I will learn how to charm her properly. Fusai raised an eyebrow. Let us wait a bit. She is rather shy. It was already quite challenging for her to accept him, let alone bring her home. After achieving his aim, Fusai did not sit down but instead grabbed 2 large bags of snacks before departing. Leaving his grandparents speechless. So he merely returned to show off, did he? Meanwhile, in a university dormitory, Renlin, Lian Lulu, and Bui nearly orchestrated a fanfare to see Xu Muwan off from her dormitory. Chapter 50, The Splendor Before the Meeting. Just 3 hours ago, after finishing her breakfast, Xu Muwan found herself seated at the makeup table, flanked by her 3 roommates. Renlin was responsible for pre-makeup cleansing and skin care. Lian Lulu for makeup application, and Bui for coordinating her entire outfit post-makeup. Each step consumed a considerable amount of time. As they prepared her outfit, Bui produced a long white dress. Long-sleeved, adorned with a lace-collared neckline, cinched at the waist, with a hem embellished with lace flowers. Upon seeing the dress, Xu Muwan instinctively recoiled, shaking her head vigorously in refusal. Understanding her aversion to skirts, Bui patiently explained. Silkworm babe, we cannot dwell on the past. You must recognize that our appearances and personalities are gifts from our parents. Being beautiful is an asset. Those who criticize you out of envy are unworthy of your concern. We should not sacrifice ourselves for their triviality. Besides, Haven Tu often said that we girls are always the most beautiful and charming. Initially, Bui had not intended to reside in the dormitory. But upon the arrival of all her roommates on the day of registration, she found them delightful and decided to stay, eager to experience university life. Little did she expect that nearly 2 years later, their bond would deepen, characterized by mutual support in both studies and life. Xu Muwan gradually shed her previously solitary demeanor from her hometown, integrating into this vibrant life. Lian Lulu gently patted Xu Muwan's shoulder. Indeed, silkworm babe, in the presence of someone you admire, you should not hide your true self. The one who cherishes you will love you for who you are, regardless of your appearance. Don't you wish to present your most splendid self to the one you adore? In Liang Lulu's eyes, Xu Muwan was undeniably beautiful, a quintessential southern beauty, with a fair, pristine oval face, a slender yet curvaceous figure, and shoulder-length hair that was dark and straight. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Complemented by a plump, rosy mouth, with such a splendid foundation, why not adorn herself? Besides, being beautiful is not a fault. The fault lies with those who harbor sordid thoughts, but it seems I haven't worn a dress in ages. Wouldn't it be awkward to wear one suddenly? Xu Muwan mused, her fingers brushing over the white dress, her heart fluttering. No girl could resist the allure of a beautiful dress. Her roommates did not press her. Renlin encouraged, it's alright, just try it on. If you like it, wear it. If not, we can choose another outfit. Your preference is what matters. The others nodded in agreement. Alright, until Xu Muwan stood before the mirror. Gazing at her reflection in disbelief, though she had donned makeup before, it had merely been a light touch for school competitions, with only a foundation and lipstick applied, and now adorned with false eyelashes. Expertly lined eyes, and a touch of highlighter and blush, complemented by a glossy, hydrating lipstick, she appeared effortlessly natural yet exquisitely refined. Xu Muwan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the 3 strategists standing beside her. You are truly remarkable. Of course, Can Bao, from now on you should carry yourself this way. You might find admirers waiting at the dormitory entrance. Alright, perhaps that's a bit exaggerated, Xu Muwan said, tugging at her dress. Feeling a bit anxious, Runlin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Can Bao, those gentlemen tend to prefer petite girls. Just look at us taller ones, it's quite difficult to attract anyone under 6 feet. After exchanging a few more words, Xu Muwan ultimately decided to wear the dress, and Bui even paired it with a long khaki coat, stylishly complemented by a pair of short boots in the same hue and a blue plaid scarf. Giving her an overall Korean aesthetic. Upon opening the dormitory door, the three of them gazed at Xu Muwan as she stepped outside, reminiscent of parents watching their child leave home, proud yet filled with concern. Not long after Xu Muwan departed, Bui began her own preparations. Liang Lulu, momentarily taken aback, forgot that Bui had a fiancé, and inquired, "Where are you off to?" Jin is coming to find me. "I am going on a date with him." Runlin paused mid-sip. "So it turns out we're just here to witness your romantic escapades. So we're the only two single ones in the dorm. "Huh, we should pair up," Xu Muwan replied to Fu Sai with her phone, pondering whether he would find her appealing in her current state. "I'm coming down now." At that moment, Xu Muwan felt less nervous than she would have during a stage performance. Fu Sai arrived at the dormitory entrance, glancing at the message from the girl on his phone, instinctively adjusting his scarf. Just then, the dormitory supervisor approached. "Fu, handsome, are you too an item?" The supervisor was clearly curious, her expression brimming with interest. "Rarely in a good mood around strangers." Fu Sai nodded slightly. "It's been good, young lady. You should cherish and pamper her. That's the way to go. As someone who has been through it, I can tell you, only boys get love-struck. That's how relationships last." The supervisor appeared quite cheerful, likely oblivious to the fact that it wasn't her own romantic life she was commenting on. After a few more exchanged pleasantries, Fu Sai acknowledged her with nods. Just as the supervisor was about to say something else, Fu Sai's focus drifted elsewhere. His gaze shifted from dull to radiant, a smile gracing his lips, and without a word to the supervisor, he strode past her. The supervisor turned to see what had caught his attention and understood immediately. A beautiful young lady had arrived. Fu Sai, no longer willing to wait for her to approach him, took just a couple of strides to stand before Xu Muwan, his intense gaze fixed upon her. Xu Muwan felt a shiver run down her spine under the weight of his fervent stare. Would he find her beautiful? "Xu Muwan," she called softly, as if to remind him of her presence, yet the man before her, without a moment's hesitation, pulled her into his embrace, her nose nearly colliding with his chest. "Xu Muwan, I want to keep you hidden away." Fu Sai spoke these words without a hint of levity. In his previous life, as he investigated her, he had been curious as to why she remained single at 30. Only to discover that it wasn't due to a lack of suitors, but rather her choice to remain independent. She resembled a flower growing solitary on a high peak, quietly radiating her own brilliance while guarding the secrets of her heart. Now, seeing her so beautiful, thoughts of those who coveted her made him yearn to seclude her within a space that belonged solely to them. Before Xu Muwan could fully grasp the meaning behind his words, she heard another phrase that made her heart race. "You are too beautiful. I don't want other men to see you." Love is about restraint, yet it also breeds possessiveness. Chapter 51. A kiss and a handhold as Xu Muwan settled into the passenger seat. Her eyes gazed out the window, catching a glimpse of her own flushed cheeks in the reflection. One might mistake it for an excess of blush. The words Fu Sai had just spoken echoed in her ears. Because she was so beautiful, he wanted to keep her hidden away. Such feelings were reserved for someone truly cherished, and she felt no trace of aversion. After opening the door for Muwan to sit in the passenger seat, Fu Sai made his way around to the driver's side. Noticing her still blushing from their earlier conversation, he leaned in without a word and fastened her seatbelt. As the shy Xu Muwan caught sight of his handsome face leaning closer, she marveled at how someone could be so favored by the heavens. Up close, his skin bore no imperfections, with thick brows, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose, even if one were to overlook his visage. The regal air he exuded, cultivated over time, was utterly captivating. Xu Muwan found herself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her cheek, and her eyes widened as she looked at Fu Sai, her voice quivering. "Fu Sai," the man before her chuckled lightly, his tone devoid of apology. "I'm sorry, you are just too beautiful. I couldn't help myself." "Are you angry? If you were, scold me or hit me to vent your frustration." His intention had merely been to fasten her seatbelt, but upon noticing her dazed expression, he was unable to resist the allure of her peach-like cheeks and the faint scent of gardenia wafting from her. He leaned down and pressed a kiss to her lips. How satisfying. Perhaps next time, they could kiss properly. Xu Muwan couldn't possibly be angry, yet her shyness was undeniable. How could he just kiss her without warning? Thankfully, she had applied makeup today, and she stole a glance, relieved that his lips hadn't smudged with powder. "You should drive now," she said, gently pushing against his chest, her voice laced with shyness. Alright. Fu Sai knew she wouldn't be angry because he was well aware of her feelings for him. That knowledge gave him the utmost confidence and support. Throughout the journey, Fu Sai remained silent, and naturally, Xu Muwan didn't initiate conversation either. He understood her shyness and refrained from speaking further. After 20 minutes of driving, Xu Muwan glanced at the unfamiliar road and turned to ask, "Where are we headed?" Fu Sai, with one hand on the steering wheel, reached out with the other to ruffle her hair. "Only now are you asking? Aren't you afraid I might sell you off?" Xu Muwan, perhaps caught in the moment, blurted out, "You wouldn't dare." The moment the words left her lips, their eyes met. Fu Sai was astonished that she could assert such confidence. While Xu Muwan was surprised at her own boldness, indeed, as Xu Muwan had said, he wouldn't dare, he cherished her too much to let her go. Fu Sai reaffirmed his feelings once more. Over the past 2 weeks, Xu Muwan had heard Fu Sai profess his love 3 times. In the past, she would have found men who declared their affection so quickly frivolous, feeling that love couldn't blossom without truly knowing one another first. Yet now she felt no aversion to Fu Sai's declarations. Perhaps this was the distinction between love and indifference. The vehicle continued for several more minutes before Fu Sai came to a stop. He then walked around to the passenger side and opened the door for Xu Muwan. Perhaps due to the warmth inside the car, as soon as she stepped out, she was met with a rush of cold air, causing her to shiver instinctively. Observing this, Fu Sai quickly wrapped an arm around her, adjusting the scarf around her neck. Then, to Xu Muwan's astonishment, he squatted down and gently touched her calf. "Is this warm enough?" At first glance, he had thought she wasn't wearing pants, as the color closely matched her skin tone, making it difficult to discern. Xu Muwan hadn't expected him to be concerned about her comfort, warming her heart, and she quickly shook her head. "I'm not cold, this is line. No matter how you look, you are beautiful. I adore you." Fu Sai stated earnestly, expressing that he loved her for who she was, regardless of her appearance. "How can you be so smooth with your words? Did you often say such things to Bai Ruishua?" "I only say this to you," he replied, a hint of seriousness in his tone. Xu Muwan had no intention of pursuing that topic further. "Where are we going? Let us hold hands." "My hands are cold." Fu Sai released her, extending his palm with an unflinching demeanor. The problem was that she, despite knowing better, placed her hand in his warm grasp, feeling not the chill but warmth instead. Fu Sai interlocked their fingers, pulling her along. Xu Muwan, following behind him, reveled in the sweetness of the moment, especially as they both donned blue scarves and stylish coats. Just as she was beginning to relish this bliss, she noticed Fu Sai leading her to a charming dessert shop. Its exterior resembled a blue rabbit. "Quite unique. Shall we fill our stomachs first?" Fu Sai inquired, noticing the sparkle in her eyes, which brightened at the thought of her favorite matcha tiramisu. Absolutely. As they entered, they found the shop predominantly filled with girls, with only a couple of boys present. A dessert shop with a rabbit theme could certainly be deemed a paradise for women. In an instant, Fu Sai attracted numerous gazes. Not only was he handsome, but he was also willing to accompany his girlfriend to such a place. Fu Sai held Xu Muwan's hand firmly, and those around them instinctively assumed they were a couple, sensing the gazes upon them. Xu Muwan attempted to withdraw her hand. "Fu Sai, let us sit over there." Following her line of sight, Fu Sai noticed a cozy corner by the window. He said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. Once seated, Xu Muwan glanced at the menu, her eyes widening at the sight of a tiramisu priced at 108 yuan, still the cheapest option and barely 3 inches in size. "This place is so expensive," she muttered instinctively, a phrase she often said while dining with her roommates, before realizing she was out with Fu Sai this time. "The shop could be yours. I'm not spending my parents' money. I've started my own business." Fu Sai understood what was troubling the girl. Nevertheless, Xu Muwan planned to settle the bill under the pretext of visiting the restroom. As Fu Sai observed her indecision over what to eat, he took the menu, signaled the waiter over, and pointed decisively at several items. The waiter stood beside Xu Muwan, awaiting her order. Noticing Fu Sai's swift selections, she decided not to dwell any longer and hastily ordered something at random, each item appearing delectable to her. As she struggled with indecision, after placing their order, Xu Muwan noticed that there were no other men in the dessert shop at that moment. Gazing at the man before her, she recalled his previous words: "One must understand the person they wish to pursue. So he must know that she has a penchant for desserts, right?" Chapter 52. A fondness for little pigs. Just as Fu Sai was about to exchange a few words with the girl to deepen their connection, his phone vibrated insistently in his pocket. He didn't need to check to know who was calling. Sensing the caller's determination to continue until he answered, he reluctantly took it out. It was Yuan Genie. "Lan, I need to take this call." After informing Xu Muwan, he stepped outside, wary of letting her witness him losing his temper, which might tarnish his image. "You better have an emergency, or you can forget about that project." Fu Sai had painstakingly warned Bainan not to disturb him, and now Yuan Genie was calling. "What, so heartless? If it weren't for me bringing my wife along, would you even have this opportunity?" Yuan Genie seemed accustomed to Fu Sai's temperament and continued to prattle on. Spit it out quickly. "It's been a minute already. I'll hang up in 30 seconds. Wait, don't you own the biggest amusement park? My wife wants to go, and after considering it, I think yours is the safest option." "Fine, you can leave now. You don't stand a chance. Today, my future wife has claimed it all." With that, he hung up before Yuan Genie could respond. Meanwhile, inside the shop, Xu Muwan gazed out the window at Fu Sai's retreating figure, oblivious to when the waiter brought their desserts. It was only when the waiter reminded her that she snapped back to reality. Miss, your boyfriend is quite handsome, no wonder you keep staring at him, the waitress playfully teased, her words reaching Fu Sai just as he walked back in. Xu Muwan's face flushed instantly, and she nervously waved her hands. Fearful of being misunderstood. No, we're not in a relationship. Before she could finish, Fu Sai interrupted, we don't need your service for now, thank you. Upon hearing this, the waitress stepped back. What was there to be nervous about? She hadn't even said he was her husband. Fu Sai was taken aback by her reaction. He had already made his feelings clear, and the title of boyfriend should be within reach. Why was she still so apprehensive? Ahem. Xu Muwan was startled by Fu Sai's use of the word husband, quickly picking up her glass of warm water to compose herself. Fu Sai, surprised by her action, realized he had rushed things and gently patted her back. I'm sorry, I spoke too soon. It should have been boyfriend. Xu Muwan, perhaps it would be better if you didn't speak at all. She waved her hand, signaling him to disregard her, urging him to sit back down. Fu Sai was reluctant, wishing he could envelop her in his arms, though she remained unaware of his feelings. Once Xu Muwan calmed down, she noticed the desserts on the table, 3 uniquely shaped tiramisus, a cream puff, and a little pig-shaped cookie. She had only ordered 1 matcha tiramisu, yet there was an abundance of matcha-flavored treats. Except for 1 original tiramisu, there were rabbit, pig, and rose-shaped desserts, each more visually appealing than the last, causing Xu Muwan to momentarily forget her earlier embarrassment. Fu Sai, do you also like matcha? Her excitement bubbled over, revealing a more genuine side of her. Fu Sai shook his head. 1 little pig does. Little pig? Xu Muwan paused, realizing he was referring to her. She adored little pigs. All her stuffed animals were of that kind, as she found them endearing and innocent. The first time I saw you, I couldn't help but notice you. I often saw you in the cafeteria with your roommates, always ordering matcha desserts. Fu Sai's ability to weave tales was effortless. He had learned these details in his previous life with her. Yet, he could not reveal his reincarnation. How could that be? Xu Muwan instinctively retorted, having secretly observed him herself. Whenever he was present, how could she not notice? Why not? Fu Sai raised an eyebrow, his gaze darkening as he looked at Xu Muwan, as if urging her to reveal something. Feeling the weight of his question, Xu Muwan recognized her own excitement and quickly explained, no, I just remembered wrong. Yes, I had a phase where I particularly enjoyed the desserts at school. But then that shop changed its offerings. In truth, she wanted to ask why he would pay attention to her, an ordinary girl from a small town, who never imagined herself as Cinderella, deserving of a prince's affection, especially when he was the very person she had harbored feelings for. This was also the reason behind her hesitation and uncertainty. This little pig is mine, the rest are yours. Fu Sai moved the pig-shaped tiramisu closer to himself. There is too much, I can't finish it is fine, I'll eat the leftovers. Once again, she heard the same phrase he had used during breakfast, and as he spoke his deep, amused eyes were fixed on her, causing her heart to race. Then why did you choose the pig-shaped one? Xu Muwan intended to change the topic to I enjoy swallowing little pigs whole. Fu Sai chuckled lightly, but it wasn't just a joke. Upon meeting her in this life, he longed to hold her tightly and kiss her. After that, Xu Muwan fell silent, concentrating on her tiramisu while Fu Sai seized the opportunity to capture numerous candid photographs of her. All unbeknownst to her. An hour later, as they exited the rabbit house, Fu Sai resumed driving, guiding Xu Muwan towards their destination. The amusement park was a distance from the dessert shop, and as Xu Muwan observed the cityscape receding behind them, her curiosity about where Fu Sai would take her grew, though she refrained from asking, relying solely on trust. At 3 in the afternoon, the car finally came to a stop, and as Xu Muwan stepped out, her gaze fell upon the massive sign that read amusement park, leaving her momentarily stunned. Since the passing of her parents, she had not set foot in an amusement park again. Chapter 53, Confessions in the Amusement Park. Fu Sai watched the girl's dazed expression, a wave of compassion flooding over him. In his previous life, he had seen her note, expressing a desire to visit the amusement park with her parents. However, he knew that wish could never come true, as she had lost them at the tender age of 7. To mend her unfulfilled dreams, he wanted her to understand that no matter when, she would always have him by her side. This amusement park was one his grandparents had built for him during his childhood, arguably the largest in the harbor city, never open to the public, and he had only visited once, yet it had been recently opened to the public after maintenance, so the crowd was still manageable. Lan, do you like amusement parks? Her journal had long since recorded that wish. Xu Muwan gazed at the grand amusement park, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she nodded. Her memories of the park were limited to 2 visits with her parents, both before she turned 7, and after their passing, she had never returned. Her grandmother had mentioned taking her, but she had always declined, feeling out of place among the children accompanied by their parents. Fu Sai, I haven't had parents since I was 7, I can barely remember what an amusement park looks like, except for the last time my parents took me there. Xu Muwan lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears, her vision blurring as her voice grew shaky. For so long I've been afraid to visit an amusement park, scared of seeing other children with their parents. At the moment when tears streamed down Xu Muwan's cheeks, she quickly lowered her head, uncertain as to why she was sharing such sentiments with Ciye. And whether he even wished to hear them simultaneously, she was reluctant for him to witness her tears. Yet, it seemed that Ciye possessed an uncanny foresight. As Xu Muwan averted her gaze, he stepped closer and enveloped her in his embrace. Softly murmuring, "I know, I understand." In his previous life, Ciye had been aware that this girl had long lost her parents in a tragic car accident, and that she too had met her end due to him in a similar fate. Wanwan, I am truly grateful that you have chosen to share this with me. He held her tightly, repeatedly kissing the crown of her head as if to offer solace. This is not something to feel ashamed about. Your uncle and aunt loved you dearly during their days. They poured all their affection into you, which is why you are so remarkable now. From the moment of my birth, I was merely a pawn in my parents' alliance. Brought into existence solely to serve as an heir. After my arrival, they neglected me, leaving only my grandparents to care for me. I recall a time when I was hospitalized with a high fever. And they did not visit, as they were preoccupied with an overseas conference. Despite my tender age of 5. Ciye wished for his girl to comprehend that he was not flawless. Everyone merely displays their better sides. At that time, he had wept profusely, yearning for his parents to glance his way, to embrace him with affection. Yet, regardless of how his grandparents berated them over the phone, they consistently claimed they could not break away from their meetings. How absurd it was that a businessman could not spare a moment. Hearing about Ciye's family for the first time, Xu Muwan found herself unable to pity her own plight, instead feeling a surge of compassion for him. She lifted her gaze from his embrace, her hands instinctively clinging to his waist. Therefore, do not feel embarrassed. I adore you, and I will cherish you as much as you cherish me. Ciye looked into her reddened eyes. His heart aching, his girl would be under his protection from now on. I like you very much. In his previous life, he had not had the chance to express his feelings, but in this life, he vowed to vocalize his affection at every opportunity, both in word and deed, leaving no room for doubt. How could they do such a thing? If they had no affection, why bring a child into this world? Ciye gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Xu Muwan's eyes, stating, "Not all parents have children solely out of love." However, he felt fortunate that his parents had brought him into this world. Otherwise, he would never have encountered her. Thus, their relationship deepened, and Xu Muwan found herself less anxious and more at ease in Ciye's company as time passed. He took her to an amusement park, where she marveled at the splendid attractions, some of which she had never seen before. With Ciye's patient explanations, she learned that this amusement park had been a special gift from his grandparents. Consequently, her surprise at the grandeur of the other attractions diminished, yet she was still profoundly astonished by the opulence of the Fu family's gifts. Such a lavish amusement park for a child. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the magnificent carousel. Although she was not particularly fond of carousels, the sight of these vibrantly colored, intricately shaped animals, dozens of them, stirred her heart. Initially, Xu Muwan felt a bit awkward and shy, especially after having just cried, but before her stood the reborn Ciye. Under his sweet influence, she let go of her inhibitions and immersed herself in the joy of the amusement park. Meanwhile, Ciye seized the opportunity to capture numerous joyful moments of her. As the evening drew near, the two settled on a bench, and Ciye went to fetch some water. Xu Muwan obediently waited, having not thought much while playing, but now, in the tranquility of the moment, she suddenly felt as though they were on a date like a couple. The term couple reverberated in her mind, igniting warmth in her heart. Unconsciously, she glanced up at his figure, and as if they shared a telepathic connection, Ciye turned to meet her gaze, his smile radiating unmistakable warmth. The smile made Xu Muwan shyly lower her head, hastily pulling out her phone to send a message in their dormitory group. When she finished replying to her roommates, she realized that 20 minutes had elapsed, yet Ciye had not returned. Looking around, she discovered that he had vanished, and the area was now eerily deserted. A wave of fear washed over Xu Muwan as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Just moments ago, there had been a scattering of people enjoying themselves, but now, the vast amusement park lay devoid of any presence. Even the staff had seemingly disappeared. Ciye, she called tentatively, her voice trembling. "I'm here." His voice echoed through the PA system. "Wanwan, do not be afraid. I have not left. Please walk to the center of the amusement park, near the carousel. Can you do that?" "All right," she replied, the fear dissipating as she complied with his request. When she reached the center, a beam of light illuminated her surroundings. Just as she contemplated calling out to Ciye again, a melody floated through the air, not sung by him but nonetheless enchanting. "Every day, I draw closer to your heart. Your happiness is my concern." As soon as the lyrics resonated, Xu Muwan beheld a colossal pig mascot emerging from the illuminated area, clearly a person in costume. A premonition washed over her, suggesting that this nearly 2-meter-tall figure was Ciye. "Bit by bit, I can sense you are my most beautiful belief. I await the Gemini meteor shower to grace the sky, igniting 9 fairy wands to replace the brilliance, for the most splendid things need not be abundant diamonds or gold. Just the reflection of happiness in your eyes." The melody lingered in her ears, and Xu Muwan was taken aback to see the pig mascot dancing in sync with the lyrics. The movements were awkward and clearly those of a novice, yet they were imbued with sincerity, and as she watched, tears began to stream down her cheeks. The pig was confessing its feelings through dance, clumsy yet heartfelt. "Each day, I review my affections for you twice. The prophecies of surprise come true. The wishes of you and me are heartfelt notes, collecting emotions for future reminiscence. By the time the song concluded, Xu Muwan was already in tears, instinctively rushing toward the pig mascot. Fu Ciye, she called out, her voice soft and quivering. Fu Ciye removed the headpiece, revealing his handsome face, glistening with sweat despite the chill in the air, strands of hair dampened. I'm here. Gently, he rubbed her head. A smile effortlessly gracing his lips. Stepping back, he interrupted her motion as she reached for a tissue from her bag. And the next moment, a staff member approached, holding a bouquet of vibrant roses, which Fu Ciye accepted. Gazing deeply into Xu Muwan's eyes, he held the flowers with a look of profound affection. Upon closer inspection, one could see the tips of his ears turning red, perhaps from the heat of the costume or the embarrassment of dancing. Wanwan, although I have professed my love for you numerous times, perhaps you perceive it as mere words, but I assure you, my feelings are genuine and unwavering, solely for you. You mentioned that since your parents passed, you have not visited an amusement park. I understand that no matter how I attempt to compensate for your loss, it cannot replace what you truly desire, yet, I will pour all my efforts into fulfilling your wishes. Just as Fu Ciye was about to continue, he noticed the tears streaming down her face, and his heart ached painfully. He set aside his confession, pulling tissues from the mascot's pouch, gently dabbing her tears. Is this joy or sorrow? Do you not wish for my confession? He teased lightly. Xu Muwan shook her head, gazing at him with disbelief. Then please, do not cry, allow me to continue my confession. You know that seeing your tears makes my heart ache? His words were both candid and fervent, yet his touch remained tender. Yes, Xu Muwan nodded emphatically, wiping her nose. Unable to restrain himself, Fu Ciye took the liberty of kissing her forehead, and she did not shy away. Having calmed her, he took a few steps back, still clad in the cumbersome mascot costume. I once visited your hometown during middle and high school. In his previous life, the moment Fu Ciye laid eyes on her, he realized when her affection for him had begun. He felt fortunate that he had not declined the school's invitation. The moment he spoke, Xu Muwan's tear-filled eyes widened in astonishment. He knows my hometown? In middle school, I excelled academically, embodying the ideal student in the eyes of my teachers. My parents were indifferent, caring only for my grades, when the school invited me to speak at various institutions to inspire students. I was eager for their approval, so I gave it my all. I visited Dishan town twice, which I remember vividly due to its many charming, ancient buildings, so beautiful and serene. At that school, I once proclaimed that no obstacle is insurmountable. As long as the wind blows, hope will find its way to you, and the applause from the densely packed crowd echoed in my ears. As I beheld your performance and profile during your freshman year, a cascade of memories washed over me, leading me to ponder how wonderful it would have been to spot you amidst that throng of people. In truth, what Fu Ciye yearned to convey was that if only I could have caught a glimpse of you in that densely packed crowd, how delightful it would have been. Perhaps then, you would not have endured the solitude of harboring a secret affection for me all these years, a burden too heavy to bear. I remember, I saw you. The very first time I arrived at school, I recognized you instantly. At that moment, Xu Muwan, unable to contain herself, exclaimed loudly just as Fu Ciye finished speaking. She was one among the multitude. He could not see her. And even after his speech concluded, she stealthily followed him until he boarded his vehicle and departed. Yet, despite everything, she kept him in her heart year after year. Fu Ciye was taken aback that the girl would voice her thoughts. He had assumed she would keep them buried within as she had done in her previous life, hiding them deeply by the age of 30. I am honored that you remember me. I did return a second time. But later, I realized that my parents cared little for my endeavors, and I never received their approval. From that moment onward, I ceased to pursue my studies with intention and never returned again. Fu Ciye slowly stepped forward, halting just a step away from Xu Muwan as he explained the reasons for his absence from the diary entries. Now, he regretted it, believing that perhaps if he had visited more frequently, they might have crossed paths. As he stood there, he recalled the words of Leslie Chung, who once said that love should begin with a bouquet of flowers and a formal confession. Xu Muwan, I wish to express that I like you quite a lot even in the days when you were unaware. I secretly admired you. Fu Ciye would not compel the girl to reveal her secrets, for he understood that her secret was him, and he had come to confess his feelings, transcending the boundaries of time and space. I, Fu Ciye, can forever be your wish-granting post-it note and amusement park. I shall help you realize your desires and construct your playground, hoping only that you may live as a carefree little pig. Fu Ciye gently brushed her nose with his hand, presenting her with a vibrant bouquet of roses. The roses numbered 32, a significance perhaps known only to Fu Ciye. Xu Muwan, fighting back tears, gazed at Fu Ciye and choked out, "How can you be so wonderful?" It was she who had quietly cherished him, who had watched him from the shadows. Chapter 55. Once you agree, you can never leave me. Xu Muwan accepted the roses, hesitating over what to say. When Fu Ciye continued, "Muwan, you need not respond to my feelings right now. You have ample time to get to know me and can agree whenever you wish, for I desire you to clearly understand before you consent." And then Fu Ciye abruptly paused, as a heavy costume figure pressed against Xu Muwan, encircling her tightly. Fu Ciye, he whispered, "I want you to never leave me." If Xu Muwan had been filled with surprise upon witnessing Fu Ciye dance in a pig costume for her, then now His words left her utterly stunned. He was far braver than she, knowing precisely what he wanted and boldly expressing his pursuit. Moreover, the costume was her favorite little pig, and the flowers were her cherished red roses. For while she appreciated the beauty of Hello Kitty or Strawberry Bear plushies, she favored the sincerity of the little pig, and though she admired colorful flowers, she preferred the boldness of the red rose. Rather than a grand public confession filled with spectators, she treasured the intimacy of a private declaration between just the two of them. Everything Fu Sai orchestrated felt premeditated, leaving Xu Muwan already smitten. In awe, and she, an ordinary girl, had not fallen for just any average boy, but for the affluent and exceptional Fu Sai from Gangdu. As Fu Sai released her from his embrace, Xu Muwan did not shy away but instead gazed into his eyes. Inhaling deeply, holding the roses close, and stood on tiptoe to plant a soft kiss on Fu Sai's chin. It was as if a firework erupted in Fu Sai's mind. He was utterly dumbfounded. He recognized her nervousness in facing him. Her shyness was evident. He had thought it would take time for her to initiate such a gesture, yet here she was, presenting him with a kiss. "All right, I remember, thank you, Fu Sai," Xu Muwan said earnestly after stealing a kiss. "What kind of kiss was this?" Fu Sai, coming to his senses, quickly shed the pig costume. In a swift motion, he took the roses from her hands, placed them on the ground, and wrapped his long arms around Xu Muwan, drawing her into his embrace. Listening to the magnetic timbre of his voice, she clutched his shirt tightly, asking, "Can I say thank you?" Fu Sai looked at the girl, contentedly nestled in his arms, her hands still gripping his shirt, and he took hold of her hands, encircling her waist. "Of course you can. Whatever you say goes. The initiative in our relationship will always rest in your hands." With her warm embrace, Fu Sai couldn't help but smile broadly, feeling utterly fulfilled. "But now I want to hold you a little longer." "All right." Xu Muwan had never encountered someone as proactive as Fu Sai. Yet she felt grateful for his assertiveness. As she wrapped her arms around his waist, she noted how slender he was, yet so strong. Breathing in his scent, she closed her eyes and savored the moment, embracing the boy she had secretly admired for so long. Meanwhile, in a certain hospital in Gangdu, Xu had smashed everything she could, expelling all from the ward, sitting on the bed, hugging her knees and weeping. Days prior, after soaking in a pool for an hour, her family had rushed her to the hospital, finding her hypothermic and rigid. If not for the hospital's preparedness, she might not have awakened. How ruthless Fu Sai was. Xu could not fathom why Fu Sai had suddenly transformed. Her recent coma had triggered memories from her past life. Fu Sai had undoubtedly been reborn, and he was aware of the memories from his previous existence. She had even gone to provoke Xu Muwan, only to realize the futility of it all. Fu Sai sought revenge against her, and the way he treated Li Yan was also rooted in the past when they had conspired together to cause Xu Muwan's demise. Reflecting on all of this, Xu laughed through her tears, realizing that the affection she and Fu Sai had cultivated over decades was eclipsed by the mere month Xu Muwan had entered the picture. Yet, in the end, Fu Sai had taken her and Li Yan's lives, sending her to prison to endure torment. In this life, his first act after rebirth was still to harm those he had not hesitated to hurt for Xu Muwan. "Fu Sai, should I call you deeply sentimental or heartless? What am I to you?" To her, you are devoid of compassion. Even so, she felt no regret for her actions in her past life. If given another chance, she would unhesitatingly run that wretched Xu Muwan down on the road. Had it not been for her appearance, she would still have been the apple of Fu Sai's eye, and they would have remained together. With this thought, Xu dried her tears and dialed Fu Sai's number. Before it could connect, she discovered that he had long since blocked her, infuriating her enough to hurl her phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. She should have anticipated this. Fu Sai, you bastard. As thoughts of the events swirled in her mind, Xu could not help but scream, resuming her rampage within the room. Outside the door, Lu Ruowan was frantic, and when Bai Tianqi arrived, he ordered his bodyguards to kick the door down. Bai Tianqi had been overwhelmed with company troubles for days, and upon witnessing the chaos in the hospital room, he exploded with fury. Xu, what on earth are you doing? You can't even hold on to a man's heart, and yet you engage in such foolishness. Xu, berated by her father, shot back defiantly. Their fiery tempers were a mirror of one another. "And what about you? Aren't you guilty of the same? Who told you to engage in such sordid affairs?" In her previous life, it had been her so-called father who meddled where he shouldn't have, leading to the exposure of Fu Sai's revelations, resulting in the downfall of the Bai family overnight and subjecting her to torment in prison. A loud slap echoed through the room as Xu was struck. Lu Ruowan, witnessing the father-daughter feud, fainted from heartbreak just as Bai Tianqi paused, about to unleash more reprimands. Meanwhile, Fu Sai and Xu Muwan, just emerging from the amusement park, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil. After this day, Fu Sai would seal off the amusement park once more. Its recent opening had been solely for Xu Muwan, and its closure was also for her sake. Fu Sai escorted Xu Muwan to the base of her dormitory. And this time, there were no unexpected occurrences. After disembarking, he still found it hard to part with her, coaxing her into several more embraces. Xu Muwan, feeling flustered by his direct affection, was a picture of crimson as Liang Lulu and Rin Lin. peeking from the third-floor balcony, seized the moment to capture the scene on their phones. Chapter 56. The thoughtfulness of roommate Xu Muwan ascended the stairs, clutching the 32 roses just as she opened the door to her dormitory. Renlin and Liang Lulu sprang out from the opposite side. "Welcome back to our single dorm." Xu Muwan was taken aback by the grand gesture of the two individuals, yet she held tightly to the magnificent bouquet of flowers in her arms. Just moments ago, this splendid arrangement had captured the attention of many at the elevator entrance. "What are you two doing?" Xu Muwan's voice was laced with a hint of delight. "Clearly Lu flowers. I want some too." "What do you mean? The flowers that Fu Sai sent are vibrant and passionate red roses. Just look at them, so lush that even Kanbao cannot hold them with both hands. I don't care. I simply want them." Xu Muwan was amused by their comedic performance, carefully placing the flowers on the table. "Alright, I'll buy you some. Linlin likes icy blue, and Lulu prefers multi-headed roses, right? Friends can also exchange romantic and beautiful flowers." The two readily nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Kanbao. No girl could ever refuse flowers." "Hey, where's Yi?" Xu Muwan asked in confusion upon not seeing Bu Yi upon her return. At the mention of this, Liang Lulu grew excited. "Kanbao Yi went out to have fun with her husband. You have your man, and now it's just me and Linlin left in the dormitory. At least we have each other for company." Xu Muwan felt a pang of sympathy at her tone. "Then I won't go out tomorrow. I'll stay in the dormitory with you both." "Kanbao, does this mean Fu Sai has already made plans for you tomorrow?" Renlin inquired, astonished. Xu Muwan shyly nodded in response. "What a surprise, I didn't expect Fu Sai to be such a clingy boyfriend." Liang Lulu was equally taken aback by Fu Sai's swiftness. The first day wasn't even over, and he had already arranged for the next. No, you should continue with your plans. Come on, Kanbao, we want to hear about today's events. What new feelings have you experienced?" Liang Lulu insisted, pulling Xu Muwan to sit down. Xu Muwan looked at their eager expressions, reminiscent of babies waiting for their mother to bring them milk powder, and couldn't help but laugh. "You two are so eager, it's as if you're the ones in a relationship." "Yes, there's really a difference. If one of the three of us is in a relationship, it seems normal. But you are different, you have no romantic experience, and the man who has caught your heart is of a distinguished caliber, deserving of careful protection." Liang Lulu and Renlin stated earnestly, as true friends only wish for your well-being. Xu Muwan didn't mind sharing what had transpired today, having already recounted it in a rough manner before returning. Reflecting on the day's events, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Liang Lulu and Renlin noticed her blushing and were on the verge of laughter. Clearly aware that something significant had occurred today, they had never seen Xu Muwan display such an expression before. Just as they were about to speak, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Renlin stood up to open it, expecting someone, only to find it was the dormitory supervisor. "Hello students, where is Wan?" The supervisor spoke with a shaky breath, and Renlin then noticed 4 bags at her feet. Identical to the snack bags Fu Sai had sent to Kanbao earlier. Realizing the implication, Renlin called out, "Kanbao, Auntie, how did you come up here?" Xu Muwan asked, having not seen her earlier downstairs. "Oh, Wan, these snacks are from Fu Handsome, who asked me to bring them for you since you were holding flowers earlier." The dormitory supervisor promptly squatted down to pick them up. Xu Muwan was astonished that Fu Sai had sent her snacks as well. Hastily thanking the supervisor while also bending down to help with the bags. Naturally, Renlin and Liang Lulu would not sit idly by, each took a bag inside. "Wan, don't be fooled by Fu Handsome's wealth. Such considerate individuals are rare among the wealthy. They often resolve everything with money, as they view it as the least valuable thing in their lives. Recently, Fu Handsome has either asked me to deliver your medicine box or breakfast. And now snacks, just look at these varieties, certainly not generic." He must have put thought into this. The supervisor realized she had perhaps spoken too much and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overstep. Just take it lightly." Xu Muwan could sense the truth in what the supervisor said. "Alright, thank you, Auntie, you should take some snacks for yourself too. Do you see anything you like in there, even without Fu Sai's request?" Xu Muwan was grateful to the supervisor, for not everyone is willing to lend a hand. The supervisor waved her hand, declining, and Xu Muwan didn't press the matter further. The three of them carried the snacks back to their dormitory and placed them on the table, instantly crowding the 1-meter-long table. One could only imagine the size of the snack bags. "Kanbao, does Fu Sai think of you as a pig?" Renlin remarked, eyeing the snacks, noting that they could survive a week without needing to eat out, especially since these snacks couldn't be bought anywhere and contained no additives. Suddenly, Xu Muwan recalled that while enjoying desserts earlier, Fu Sai had mentioned that he liked little pigs. Alarmed by this thought, she quickly shook her head, attempting to cast aside any embarrassing notions. "Why are you so excited?" Renlin assumed Xu Muwan was responding to her. "It's nothing, you two enjoy the snacks, I'll send a message." Xu Muwan, astonished by the sheer volume of snacks, had no idea when Fu Sai had prepared them, as he hadn't mentioned it when she got off the car. Who should she message? Who else could it be? Xu Muwan swiftly glanced at her phone screen. "Just for a second. Go ahead, hurry up. I want to hear what happened today." Liang Lulu and Renlin settled down, snapping pictures of the snacks and flowers before simultaneously posting on their social media. It is worth noting that friends of friends in university are all interconnected, and information spreads remarkably fast, allowing those who look down on Xu Muwan to be thoroughly confounded. Fu Sai was indeed putting effort into it. They cleverly added the photos taken earlier on the balcony, captioning their post, "Thanks to Senior Fu Sai for treating our Wan baby, we're enjoying it too," even Bui, who was not in the dormitory, copied and pasted their post to share on her own timeline. Later, Yuan Jin saw it and prepared a plethora of snacks for her upon Bui's return to the dorm. "Lulu, is this really okay?" Renlin asked after posting on social media. "Don't worry, it's fine. You can see from the forum that it's no coincidence. Every time news about Fu Sai and Kanbao appears, it disappears 10 minutes later. I don't believe there is no strategy from Fu Sai, and Kanbao wouldn't he be acting so strangely. Look at her, she is a slow burn type. How could she develop feelings for Fu Sai so quickly? Perhaps she had been paying attention to him all along, and their paths just happened to cross." Liang Lulu and Renlin analyzed, while Xu Muwan had already reached the balcony to send a message. Chapter 57. I love little pigs. Xu Muwan arrived at the balcony with the intention of making a phone call rather than sending a message. She opened the WeChat page for Fu Sai, bit her lip, and decided to call him directly. Just as she was about to dial, she noticed he was calling her. Xu Muwan promptly answered Fu Sai. This time, she spoke faster than he did. "Yes, how come you wanted to call but were too shy to?" Fu Sai teased, his tone dragging slightly, hinting at amusement. Xu Muwan was about to ask how he knew, but before she could, his magnetic voice came through. "You've kissed me, yet you're too shy to call. Little pig, are you embarrassed?" He had kissed her, and his evident amusement made Xu Muwan's heart race and her cheeks flush. "Fu Sai, you can't say things like that." Xu Muwan found herself unable to bear his words. Realizing her tone sounded like a shy girl teasing her boyfriend, hearing herself, she felt embarrassed, let alone Fu Sai. "Okay, how should I speak? I'll follow Wan's lead." Fu Sai said gently while glancing up at the girl on the balcony. "How did you know I was on the balcony?" Xu Muwan was about to inquire when she glanced up and spotted Fu Sai standing below, one above, one below. Their eyes met, and Fu Sai waved. "Why are you still down there?" Xu Muwan assumed he had left. "I guessed you would contact me, and thankfully I didn't leave, otherwise I wouldn't have known you were thinking of me but were too shy to call." Fu Sai had planned to leave after receiving her message but was taken aback when he saw her step onto the balcony, holding her phone and remaining unresponsive for quite some time. At this moment, Xu Muwan had no retort. As the distance was slightly far, she boldly maintained eye contact with him, while Fu Sai couldn't discern her emotions. "You sent too many snacks, I can't finish them all. They are for your roommates, a way for me to win them over." Fu Sai stood below the dormitory, one hand in his pocket, a smile never leaving his lips. Passers-by were captivated, and some girls, undeterred by the biting cold, stood aside, mesmerized and snapping photos of Fu Sai. With the first person watching, there soon followed a second, and then another. Xu Muwan continued to gaze on, her eyes focused solely on Fu Ciye, momentarily oblivious to the notion of pleasing them. Listening to the girl's perplexed words, Fu Ciye could easily envision how adorable she would look standing before him, lifting her head and inquiring with her sparkling eyes. Since his rebirth, he truly wished to abandon the pursuit of a career, yearning instead to embrace his girl and indulge in a life of sweet intimacy. Yet he felt a sense of fulfillment in such a life. They would undoubtedly become akin to your half-family in the future, and I must consider my own happiness. Fu Ciye persistently flirted with Xu Muwan, causing her heart to flutter immensely. "Fu Ciye, why is it that your words are so bold?" Xu Muwan whispered in response. "Bold? What do you mean?" Fu Ciye had never heard such a term. "Well, it means straightforward. That only applies to you. You have no idea, I'm much quieter and more aloof around others." "Alright then, I must hang up now, thank you. Please be safe on your way back." With that, Xu Muwan ended the call and hurried back to her dormitory. This swift action left Fu Ciye somewhat bewildered. It was the first time he had heard a girl speak so rapidly, without so much as a breath. As he listened to the beeping of the phone after the call ended, he became aware of the commotion behind him. Instinctively, he turned to discover a group of female university students not far away. Fu Ciye he realized that was why Muwan had abruptly hung up on him. He wondered if those onlookers had recorded his silly smile. No matter, even if they had, it was perfectly normal for a boy to be defenseless before a girl he fancied, although Fu Ciye felt a twinge of embarrassment inside. He maintained an air of composure, pretending not to notice them. He set his phone down and casually slipped his hands into his pockets as he approached his car. After getting in, he didn't rush to leave but swiftly sent a message to Bainan. "Keep a close watch on the forum today. Just 5 minutes will suffice." Far away, Bainan was tirelessly working, having just concluded one meeting and rushing to the next. Finally seated for a brief respite, he received Fu Ciye's message. Upon reading it, he quickly opened his computer, fixating on the school forum and the time, ensuring he could manage the timing within 5 minutes. He also took a glance at the context and realized why the time had been shortened from 10 minutes to 5. He had never encountered a young master like this, so joyous over a simple phone call. Was this what it meant to be in a state of flirtation? Unbeknownst to him, there were people behind him. Utterly captivated, meanwhile, a certain man was unconcerned with any meetings and drove away from the school. Fu Ciye arrived at Jiuxiang Road, ascended the familiar stairs, and opened the door to his room upon entering. He soon emerged cradling 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 small pig plushies, before scouring the living room corners for even more, placing them all on the sofa. Once he had completed this task, Fu Ciye took out his phone. Noticing that the girl had not yet replied to his earlier message reporting his return home, he shrugged it off and snapped a few pictures of the plushies on the sofa. Finally, he appended a message, "I Fu Ciye adore little pigs," with an implied meaning. I in her dorm, Xu Muwan had just finished sharing the events of the day with her roommate when she immediately stepped out to check her phone. Feeling the device vibrate incessantly in her pocket during their conversation, typically her phone only buzzed with messages from her grandmother or her roommates, and with her grandmother likely asleep at this hour. It had to be her friends. Sure enough, upon unlocking her phone, she found 11 messages from Yi. At a glance, she spotted the line, "I Fu Ciye adore little pigs." Help, how could he be so flirtatious? Now, whenever Xu Muwan heard him mention pigs, she inexplicably felt as though she herself was a little pig, especially when he uttered the word pig with his low husky voice. It seemed to caress her ears. Xu Muwan was instantly too shy to continue her thoughts. She clearly liked him immensely, yet she had not responded to his confession, unsure if he found her overly sentimental. Lian Lulu and Rinlin exchanged glances, observing the rapid shifts in Xu Muwan's expression, from elation to bashfulness, then to anxiousness and frustration. In unison, they exclaimed, "Muwan, you are truly in love." Chapter 58, A Shameful Dream. Xu Muwan's hands were held above her head, firmly restrained, her luscious red lips enticing enough to make anyone desire a kiss. In the next moment, her lips were captured. The man before her, his Adam's apple bobbing, tightly embraced her delicate waist, so soft his voice was not merely seductive. "Muwan, darling, call my name." Xu Muwan was compelled to tilt her head back, her beautiful sparkling eyes brimming with tears, her voice soft and sweet. "Woo. Fu Ciye, don't devour me." The man before her was Fu Ciye, the object of her long-held affection. The man's entire being felt awakened. And unsatisfied with her words, he leaned closer to her ear, his breath hot. "Little pig, be good. I want to eat you." His alluring low voice resonated in Xu Muwan's ears, sending shivers down her spine. Her eyes glazed as she gazed at him, overwhelmed by his masculine presence. He was so desirous. Just as she was about to surrender to him, suddenly, her mind went blank as an incongruous alarm clock rang. Xu Muwan awoke from her warm cocoon, groggily opening her eyes as the alarm ceased. Staring at the ceiling, she abruptly sat up. The memory of her dream flooded back, and her cheeks flushed with heat. Help! How could she have such an embarrassing dream? Fu Ciye's mention of eating had not been in that context. How could her thoughts have strayed so far? Xu Muwan concluded that she could never face the little pig plushies on her bed again. After much contemplation, she realized the root of her scandalous dream lay with Fu Ciye, who had spent the entire day expressing his fondness for pigs and his love for eating them. After calming herself for a few minutes, she glanced at the time. It was still early, not yet 8 o'clock. She wrapped herself back in her cozy blanket, lying down while staring at the ceiling, forcing herself to forget the dream. Yet some things only come forth when one tries to evade them. In the dream, it seemed Fu Ciye had grasped her waist. The remaining scenes were too much for Xu Muwan to bear. She shook her head furiously, closed her eyes, and promptly fell asleep. On the other side, Fu Ciye had also risen early. Compared to Xu Muwan's shameful dream, his situation was not much different. Opening his eyes to the lavish decor of his room, images of Xu Muwan filled his mind. After lying in bed for a few minutes, he picked up his phone, repeatedly scrolling through the photos he had taken the previous day. Each and every one featured Xu Muwan. Unable to resist, he opened WeChat, where their conversation was still frozen on last night's goodnight message. Just as he was about to type, Fu Ciye paused and switched to voice message. "Xu Muwan, I miss you." His tone was earnest and affectionate. Once he finished, he released his finger, sending the voice note. Meanwhile, Xu Muwan, who had been struggling to force herself back to sleep, was already awake when her phone vibrated on the bedside table. She opened her eyes and picked it up to see the latest message. Upon realizing it was a voice note from Fu Ciye, her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes darted around as she cautiously plugged in her earphones. "Xu Muwan, I miss you." She felt an urge to emit a high-pitched scream like a prairie dog. The dream lingered in her mind, where he had also called her little pig in that low, husky voice. After rolling around in her blankets for a while, Xu Muwan managed to calm herself and picked up her phone. She still could not express her feelings as boldly and openly as Fu Ciye, especially not saying she missed him too. That was something she simply couldn't voice. "Fu Ciye, good morning." After much deliberation, that was the only reply she could think of. Simultaneously, Fu Ciye, after sending the message, assumed she was still asleep. Just as he was about to head to the bathroom, he heard the notification chime. "Muwan awake, so early, can I come see you now? Shall we have breakfast together?" Fu Ciye sent a flurry of questions. When Xu Muwan read his message, she began to doubt if the Fu Ciye she had seen online was genuine. There was no way she could admit she woke up so early due to that embarrassing dream. Well, I couldn't sleep. Don't you have things to do? After spending the day together yesterday, she remembered that since he was now in his senior year, they used to see each other only once a month. With Xu Muwan's reminder, Ciye suddenly recalled his responsibilities at the company. Without a second thought, he replied, "Not busy. I just want to see you then." He called Bai Nan, and meanwhile, Bai Nan, who had just finished washing up and was about to grab a quick breakfast before another long day of work, recognized the early morning call from his young master and knew he would be working overtime today. "Young master, where shall we go for breakfast?" Before Ciye could respond, Bai Nan had already posed the question. "I'll handle this myself. Remember to keep a close watch on Li Yan and Bai Ruishui during this time. The two individuals are currently in the same hospital." Bai Nan only learned of this from his subordinate's report. Indeed, the young master is quite impressive, managing to send both of them directly to the hospital in one go. "Well, there is nothing pressing at the company, so there's no need to call me. You can handle it," Bai Nan stated. He had never anticipated that the young master would become such a foolish ruler when entangled in matters of the heart. "Young master, you haven't been to work for almost a month. Has Miss Su not pursued you yet? Given your efficiency, isn't chasing someone a piece of cake?" Fu Sai, upon hearing Bai Nan's words, couldn't help but roll his eyes and retorted irritably, "What do you mean almost a month? My Wan would have me pursue her for a lifetime if she wished to. Bai Nan, I am not human. If nothing else, I might as well take this time to help you find a girlfriend. Is that acceptable? Goodbye." That could work. After Xu Muwan got out of bed, she carefully tidied herself up, and by the time she stepped out, it was nearly 9 o'clock, with her roommates still asleep. Just as she exited the dormitory, someone from the neighboring room coincidentally emerged as well. Although not many people recognized Xu Muwan before, after Fu Sai's proactive approach during this period, it became nearly impossible for others not to know her. Upon hearing a voice, Xu Muwan instinctively glanced over. "Ha, truly like someone from the countryside. With a look like yours, does young Master Fu not find it repugnant? You dress worse than the servants around him." A girl commented disdainfully as she regarded Xu Muwan. Xu Muwan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why do they all have such foul mouths? Just because she hails from the countryside doesn't mean she is unworthy of love. She might feel inferior, anxious, and shy, but that was only in front of Fu Sai. The early morning air was filled with such unpleasantness that it infuriated her. She wanted to tell Fu Sai about it. What a nuisance. Xu Muwan did not consider herself a pushover. She would poke at whatever bothered the other party. "You hillbilly, are you sick?" Xu Muwan ignored her, walking past with her head held high despite Xu Muwan appearing unaffected on the surface. She was somewhat bothered by others' comments. She couldn't understand why, without country folk, they would have nothing to eat or wear, and why they looked down on others so much. She was a country girl. Yet she had emerged through her own efforts. As Xu Muwan descended the stairs, she instinctively lowered her head, feeling the cold wind chill her cheeks, however, before she could walk out of the dormitory. She felt a tug on her arm, startling her into lifting her gaze. It was Fu Sai, perhaps because he had always waited outside before. She was momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong? Besides me, which other man dares to pull you like that?" Upon hearing this, Xu Muwan instinctively shook her head, indicating not yet. "Aren't you unhappy?" Fu Sai lowered his head, his gaze serious as he looked at her. "Not at all. What do you want for breakfast today?" Xu Muwan was puzzled by Fu Sai's question. She couldn't help but recall the earlier incident, though she wouldn't assume he knew about it. Fu Sai did not respond to her but instead took her shoulders in his hands, his eyes deep and profound. "Do you remember what I said yesterday?" Yes, she would never forget everything he had done and said the previous day. "I said I would always be here. So no matter what happens, you can tell me." Fu Sai's expression darkened as he thought of what had just occurred. This likely wasn't the first time she had said she would come and tell him. Yet she stood before him pretending nothing had happened. When would Wan learn to rely on him? As Fu Sai gazed into Xu Muwan's increasingly heated eyes, she momentarily forgot what he had just said. Her mind flooded with the mortifying dream from that morning. Instantly, her cold cheeks began to flush. Fu Sai had been watching Xu Muwan, and upon not receiving a response, he noticed her face turning crimson. If Fu Sai knew what Xu Muwan was thinking at that moment, he would undoubtedly pull her into his embrace and kiss her. Fantasizing about such embarrassing matters, surely kissing her would be no issue. "Little pig, what are you thinking? Your face is so red." Fu Sai innocently wondered if she was feeling unwell, placing his warm, large hand on Xu Muwan's forehead to check. Unbeknownst to him, Xu Muwan instinctively exclaimed upon hearing him call her little pig. "You can't eat me." The words reached Fu Sai's ears, not too loud, yet exceptionally pleasant. The two stared at each other in astonishment for a few seconds, just as Xu Muwan was about to flusteredly explain herself. Fu Sai burst into laughter, his deep and hearty chuckle making her feel even more embarrassed. Xu Muwan immediately lowered her head to avoid looking at him. Why had she said such a thing? What would Fu Sai think of her? Seeing her avert her gaze, Fu Sai naturally pulled her into his embrace. Though his hearty laughter ceased, Xu Muwan could still feel the suppressed chuckles reverberating from his chest. So Wan was thinking about something like that. Fu Sai never expected his girl to catch on so quickly. It's clearly you. Xu Muwan mumbled against his chest, her face buried there. Don't worry, I won't eat little pigs now. I'll let you grow a bit more life. Fusai, stop talking. Xu Muwan was unaware that she had already lost the initial timidity she had around him. No more words, let us act instead. Fusai was delighted to see such a lively side of Xu Muwan, the side of her he had never witnessed in his past life. You misled me, making me think too much, resulting in daydreams at night. Seizing the opportunity, Fusai embraced her casually and remarked, so did you dream about it? No. Xu Muwan immediately lifted her head from his embrace, responding swiftly. The way she denied it so fervently caused Fusai to chuckle. Alright, even if you dreamed about it, it's nothing, just consider it preparation for the future. Fusai's laughter became increasingly cheeky. What future? I won't speak to you anymore, I'm going to have breakfast. Xu Muwan retorted, feigning anger as she stepped out of the dormitory door, though in reality, she was too shy to face Fusai simultaneously. She feared that continuing to talk with him would lead her to inadvertently reveal too much. She certainly couldn't admit that every time she saw Fusai, her mind was filled with visions of him from her dreams, brimming with hormones. This was just too risky. Seeing her flustered, Fusai quickly caught up with her. Taking 2 or 3 steps, wherever you go, I will follow, just don't talk. Alright, no talking, little pig is shy. Fusai, yes, how about we hold hands? Your hands are cold. Yet again, the same excuse. Fusai, having realized this, was in high spirits, almost wishing to scatter money on the street for anyone to pick up. His gaze remained glued to Xu Muwan as he ate breakfast, his smile unwavering. In this moment, Fusai resembled a young lad who had just been pampered by his girlfriend. No matter how Xu Muwan teased him, his attention remained fixed on her. After breakfast, Fusai directly took her to a large shopping mall. What are we doing at the mall? Xu Muwan inquired, puzzled, as this was the same place she had visited recently to buy a phone. Of course, to catch little pigs. Fusai seemed intent on having a little fun with her. Dragging her inside without hesitation. Wan, how many little pigs do you want? We will get as many as you wish. In his previous life, when the girl had first brought him to her home, Fusai had been astonished to find various little pig figurines scattered across the living room sofa, TV stand, bay window, and blankets. Wondering if he had stumbled into a pigsty, she was clearly a shy little white rabbit. Yet she had a peculiar fondness for pigs. Fusai, that is unnecessary, I can't grab them anyway. We could just buy them directly from a toy store. Xu Muwan remarked, although she indeed enjoyed the sense of accomplishment from winning toys from claw machines. However, she had little luck. Once, while playing with Lulu, she had spent 100 coins only to win a small toy that wasn't even the pig she liked. I'm here, you can have whichever one you want. As Fusai spoke, he had already led her to a claw machine. No, I already have plenty of those in my dorm, let us go quickly, so many people are watching you. Xu Muwan was not very familiar with Fusai's lifestyle. But upon entering, she noticed many people were staring at him, some even taking pictures. Even if she didn't know much, she had seen on the internet that Fusai disliked being photographed, which was why there were few pictures of him circulating online. Moreover, now that he had brought her to the mall to play games, she was uncertain if it would affect him negatively. Fusai spoke, pressing his forehead against Xu Muwan's. Wan, I am merely an ordinary person, the opinions of the outside world hold no significance for me, it is merely that they perceive me through a certain filter. Or do you mind this aspect of me? Whenever our paths intersect, a multitude of onlookers and discussions inevitably ensue around us. However, the one certainty I possess is that I shall never allow anyone to harm you. This was a vow he had made long ago before the Buddha. Regarding her, he could not afford to be negligent, fearful of a repeat of the past life. Will this impact you? Xu Muwan shook her head, stating that if she were afraid, she would not have accompanied him. Fusai gently pinched her cheek. Silly girl, how could you be affected? They do not dare to harm you. As long as you are unafraid, I will always be here. You may take your time to understand me and eventually come to like me. Leave everything to me. He was aware of her affection for him but hesitated to ascertain whether she was concerned about the multitude of admirers surrounding him. Fusai, can I trust you? Xu Muwan asked, gazing into the reflection of herself in his eyes, unable to restrain her curiosity. Fusai paused, momentarily taken aback. Instead of answering her question, he took out his phone and messaged by Nan, instructing him to clear the mall. After receiving a reply, he led the onlookers aside and knelt before her, looking up earnestly. Wan, I wish to understand what it is that causes your hesitation. To be honest, since his rebirth, he held immense confidence in this relationship. He firmly believed that the girl loved him deeply and was convinced they would find happiness together in this lifetime. Yet, at that moment, when Wan uttered those words, he felt a wave of panic, fearing she might withdraw. Thus, he promptly instructed by Nan to clear the area. I come from a distant town far from the port city. I am not skilled in the arts or music, and I fear that your feelings for me are not genuine. Xu Muwan expressed, uncertainty lacing her words. Ultimately, I still lack the courage. After speaking, she nervously fidgeted with her fingers, realizing that if she were alone, she could take risks, but she was not alone. Her grandmother was behind her, and she could not bear the thought of jeopardizing her. Fu's family was a presence she was already aware of even before arriving in the port city. Even if Fusai truly liked her, would his family accept her? Would they harbor disdain for her? Would they go so far as to harm her grandmother to prevent their union? How would she face that? Upon hearing this, Fu Sai breathed a sigh of relief. You nearly frightened me to death. He grasped her hands, his tone one of relief. Xu Muwan observed him crouched before her heart swelling with affection, and gestured for him to sit beside her. You sit. Fu Sai gazed at the girl, filled with instinctive tenderness, his heart genuinely elated. How had he failed to notice this in his past life? What troubles you? Xu Muwan inquired, puzzled by his words. When you asked if you could trust me, I assumed you lacked confidence in me and doubted my affection. I thought you were concerned about the attention surrounding me. Fu Sai candidly replied. Xu Muwan was about to explain when he interrupted, continuing, however, I now understand the source of your worries. I realize that no amount of words can alleviate your concerns. You need not listen to what I say, simply observe what I do. There is no need to fret over my family's opinions. My stance reflects theirs, as long as I am steadfast in my affection and protection of you, they will be as well. Moreover, his grandparents had already grown fond of Wanwan under his influence, and he possessed the means to silence his parents. Xu Muwan listened attentively as Fu Sai patiently elucidated his thoughts, her long eyelashes fluttering. In a short while, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, the attitude of the boy in question dictated everything. Fu Sai, may I have a hug? She asked, already moving in for the embrace. How wonderful it felt, grateful that throughout years of unrequited love, she had not given up, firmly believing in her heart's choice, not to mention, a kiss would also be quite acceptable. Fu Sai lifted her, placing her on his lap, while the mall had long since been emptied. Xu Muwan sensed his actions and remembered they were still in public, despite this not being her first time in his arms. She couldn't help but feel nervous and shy. Fu Sai, she whispered, as if to remind him. Moreover, she perceived this action as intimate, and they were not yet a couple. As she pondered this, she wondered if she was being overly sensitive. Do not worry, there is no one around. We are merely hugging, and friends can embrace each other, Fu Sai said, his eyes wide with playful deception. Who, after all, would consider a boy holding a girl in his lap as merely a friendly gesture? Unsurprisingly, the girl settled down in his embrace. This was Fu Sai's first time holding a girl like this. In the dead of winter, she wore a thick coat, yet she felt so light in his arms that he questioned whether she had been eating properly. Wanwan, throughout my life, I have lacked nothing. Anything I desired was easily obtained. However, genuine affection is priceless. The more I have, the clearer I understand what I truly seek. My feelings for you are sincere. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Fu Sai spoke the truth. In his previous life, when he lay injured on the ground, the moment he saw her, his thoughts became impure. Otherwise, why would he have allowed her to take him home? Xu Muwan listened obediently, and when Fu Sai did not wait for her response, he felt her arms tightening around his waist. Fu Sai, I believe in you. I have always believed, she declared, just as you once said. As long as there is wind, hope will reach you. It is because I firmly believe in this that this phrase has accompanied me through the years, for the wind does not cease. Nor does hope. Chapter 61, Affection Among Friends. When Xu Muwan finally descended from Fu Sai's lap, she realized the mall had fallen silent, devoid of any presence. With a puzzled expression, she inquired of Fu Sai. I arranged for everyone to be escorted out before I embraced you, he replied. He did not wish for anyone to witness the sight of the girl in his arms, obedient and gentle, as it ignited a burning desire within him. Upon hearing this, Xu Muwan recalled how he had picked up his phone while she was questioning him earlier. So that was the reason behind it. Fu Sai, yes, he found it delightful when Xu Muwan called his name. For some reason, it sounded particularly melodious when uttered by her. Why clear the place? How much would that cost? The mall was already vast. Not to mention the daily sales figures, which were beyond her imagination, let alone the idea of clearing it out. It dawned on Xu Muwan that she had not worked part-time in quite some time. Nearly a month had passed. I should work harder to earn money. No need for money. Fu Sai observed the changing expressions on her face, feeling a sense of joy, and could not help but tease her. Sure enough, her next expression was one of astonishment. What? Why not money? Ha ha ha, little pig, this mall belongs to the Fu family. Xu Muwan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that. Hearing Fu Sai's laughter made her cheeks warm. Well, upon learning this, she resolved to work even harder. Otherwise, when would her little savings grow? Wanwan, you should claim me soon. Not only will I belong to you, but my little savings will too, even if she did not claim him now. His savings could still be hers. Xu Muwan quickly shook her head. Fu Sai, why do you speak so flirtatiously? She bit her lip, realizing that he did not need anyone to claim him. Simply standing there was enough to capture the hearts of the girls around him. Of course, it was because before Fu Sai could finish his sentence, Xu Muwan, standing on tiptoe, covered his mouth with her hand. Do not say it. Seeing the smile on his face, she knew his next words would only cause her heart to race. Fu Sai did not expect her to be so bold, even daring to cover his mouth. Clearly, his affectionate behavior had worked wonders. He blinked, signaling he understood, and only then did Xu Muwan let go of her hand. She could not shake the feeling that Fu Sai's soft lips had brushed against her palm. Wanwan, when can I replace your hand with my lips? Xu Muwan stared at him in shock, wondering how he could say such things. She should not have let go. I want to win a toy. She pointed to the claw machine nearby. All right, let us catch a little pig to keep me company while I sleep. The distance from their seat to the machine was only about 10 meters. Yet Fu Sai still insisted on holding her hand. Should I refrain from speaking? How will she face her collection of plush pig toys later? Soon after, Xu Muwan discovered that Fu Sai's words could be even more audacious. Thus, he became fixated on the little pig and exchanged a small basket of game tokens. Standing beside Xu Muwan, he held the basket for her to USE.at first. Xu Muwan hesitated, suggesting that Fu Sai play instead, as letting her play felt like wasting money, but Fu Sai disagreed. Letting you play is not a waste. Even if you do not win a toy, your emotional value is priceless to me. He believed it essential for Wan to learn the significance of self-emotional awareness. Moreover, she had him. She could play freely, and he would win back the losses for her later. How does that sound? One must admit that every word spoken by Fu Ciye resonated deeply within Xu Muwan's heart, instantly igniting a thought in her mind: how blissful it would be to be in a romantic relationship with him. Alright, teach me, she said. Although she was uncertain of his skills in the claw machine, yet she chose to place her trust in him. Before long, as Fu Ciye instructed her, he positioned himself behind Xu Muwan. Setting the small basket aside, his broad hand enveloped her delicate fingers, and while her focus remained on the claw machine, the sudden warmth of his breath at her ear made her body tense. Don't move, be good, I will help you catch them all. Fu Ciye rested his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of milk on her skin and admiring her exquisite earlobe. His throat tightened, and he felt his body stiffen uncontrollably, hastily diverting his attention back to the machine. Okay, I want that one. Xu Muwan realized she was also contemplating her situation. If she continued to feel uncomfortable, it would seem a bit affected. Taking a deep breath, she pointed to the little pig plushie holding a milk bottle. Alright, Fu Ciye brimmed with confidence, feeling that if Xu Muwan wished for the stars in the sky, he would find a way to bring them to her. Got it. Move it over here, right here, press, ready. Out of Fu Ciye, I got it. You're amazing. Xu Muwan was taken aback that Fu Ciye managed to catch a toy on his very first attempt. Her excitement mingling with admiration. Hearing her praise, Fu Ciye couldn't help but smile. He appreciated her compliments. Catching toys was a trivial matter for him. In his childhood, his grandparents had once brought a claw machine home to entertain him, allowing him to play to his heart's content. However, as he grew older, he lost interest, yet his skills remained intact. Which one do you want next? This one, I want them all. Indeed, one by one, plush toys emerged from the machine, and Xu Muwan was overjoyed. After Fu Ciye successfully retrieved 10 toys, she turned around and embraced him, her face radiating with a brilliant smile. Wow, you're incredible, Fu Ciye. How did you do that? Teach me quickly. For someone who couldn't catch a single toy with 100 game tokens, Xu Muwan genuinely wanted to learn. Fu Ciye had not anticipated that such a simple act would earn him this level of affection. Had he known, he would have brought the claw machine to her on the very first day of his rebirth, rather than allowing the moment to slip into mere kisses, unable to resist the sight of the girl nestled in his embrace. Fu Ciye leaned down and planted a soft kiss on her slightly plump cheek. The sound of the kiss was unmistakably loud, and before she could respond, he earnestly declared, "A kiss between friends is the highest form of etiquette." Xu Muwan pondered who exactly had friends that engaged in such affectionate gestures, yet she inexplicably accepted this notion of friendship. The kiss invigorated Fu Ciye, and he felt compelled to capture every toy in sight. Chapter 62, leading her into his world. Ultimately, when it was time to conclude their playful escapade, Xu Muwan had collected a bounty of plush toys enough to fill half them all. Gazing at the pile on the floor, she found herself in a dilemma. How would she transport them home? Where would they go once she did? Surely she couldn't just return them. Fu Ciye, having navigated the complexities of the business world for years, was adept at reading others' emotions and immediately recognized Xu Muwan's distress. Don't worry, someone will help us carry them. You can choose a few to take back to your dorm, and I'll take the rest home. Whenever you're no longer living on campus, I'll return them to you. How does that sound? Perhaps his words struck a chord with Xu Muwan, for her eyes brightened instantly. That works, I'll choose now, and I'll let Lulu and the others pick a few too. They adore plushies, after all. What girl could resist such adorable treasures? Alright, you take the lead, they're all yours, and I'll help you choose. Thus Xu Muwan nestled amidst a sea of plush toys while Fu Ciye sat beside her, earnestly assisting in her selection. This scene would leave anyone familiar with Fu Ciye in disbelief. After all, when had he ever sat on the floor, let alone in a mall? Xu Muwan was startled when she first saw Fu Ciye sitting down, about to remind him, but upon witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, she refrained, her heart warmed by the gesture. Fu Ciye seemed to understand her well. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Xu Muwan gazed up at the towering skyscrapers before her and then glanced at the man beside her, biting her lip as she hesitated. Fu Ciye, perhaps I should just head back. You focus on your work, there will be other opportunities. The mere thought of entering the company with him sent shivers down her spine. It was the very place she had heard whispers about when she first arrived at Gangdu University, where the elite worked, their salaries calculated by annual income, and only those meticulously selected from prestigious universities could secure a position there, a commercial empire meticulously crafted by Fu Ciye himself, who had been just 16 at the time. The thought of accompanying Fu Ciye into the company felt awkward. After all, he was there for work, and she had blurted out her agreement without a second thought. Actually, you agreed to come with me. My workload isn't heavy, my assistant has been managing everything, and I can skip today, but don't you want to see my work environment? Since you're here, why not take a look? If you feel uncomfortable, we can leave right away. He hadn't initially thought of her joining him. It was Xu Muwan who had approached him just an hour ago, while they were having lunch. Ciye's phone vibrated a few times, but he ignored it. Xu Muwan, assuming he was busy with work, asked if he wanted to go to the office. Ciye, however, had no intention of going. The company could function without him for a short period, as he had returned only to be with her. Then Xu Muwan tentatively suggested, "Shall I accompany you?" And thus, they found themselves in this very situation. Upon hearing Ciye's unexpected apology, Xu Muwan was caught off guard. "What's wrong? Why are you apologizing?" She wondered why he would suddenly express regret. "I simply wanted to bring you to the company so that my employees could meet you and understand that I have someone special in my life, a possessive feeling from the depths of my heart." As he spoke, Ciye felt a bit shy. He wanted to make it known to everyone that Xu Muwan was his, even though they had not officially become a couple. Xu Muwan was surprised by his reasoning. Observing the man before her, who had always teased her, she noticed his sudden bashfulness, and upon closer inspection, she saw a hint of red on his ears, which delighted her. "Oh, I'm quite happy about that. My nerves aren't due to reluctance, it's just that I've heard so much about how elite everyone is there. As someone who's not part of the staff, would I seem out of place?" Xu Muwan suppressed her excitement and first expressed her agreement before explaining, "You won't seem out of place. They would be thrilled to have a boss lady." As Ciye uttered the latter half of his sentence, he spoke in a particularly low and vague tone, unable to meet Xu Muwan's gaze, leading her to miss what he had said. "What did you say?" He cleared his throat and shook his head, extending his hand. "Let's hold hands. It's chilly." After several attempts to use this excuse, Xu Muwan couldn't help but laugh. "Then what would you say if it were hot?" "I'd say you have a cold constitution, and I need to warm you up." Ciye, having been caught, didn't mind. "How did you know?" She was indeed cold by nature, a trait inherited from her mother. Consequently, her grandmother had always been cautious about her health, rarely allowing her to consume anything cold and forbidding her from coming into contact with cold water during her period. Despite this, her cold nature remained unchanged, though she was fortunate that she had rarely experienced pain during her menstrual cycles. Ciye was well aware of this. In their past life, during the hot summer days, her hands had remained icy. "Just a guess, you're too slender, and you feel weightless when I hold you. You need to take good care of yourself. I will take on that responsibility from now on." Ciye grasped her hand and led her inside. Xu Muwan listened to his seemingly nonsensical reasoning. What did being too slender even mean? She was of normal height and weight, with consistent health check results, standing at 163 centimeters and weighing 102 g. She was considered quite tall among girls in the South. The nature of their relationship was not quite that of a couple, yet it felt as if they were more than friends. Ciye had a clear intention of bringing her to the company, so they did not take his exclusive elevator but rather used the employee lift. Xu Muwan obediently held Ciye's hand. Her curiosity piqued as she looked around. The female receptionist, upon seeing the boss's arrival, stood up excitedly, eager to greet him. However, Ciye placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Subsequently, in a gentle tone, he explained to Xu Muwan, "Our company comprises a total of 33 floors, with the uppermost 3 designated as my office area. The company is divided into 5 major sections." Xu Muwan listened intently, completely oblivious to the curiosity of the company employees surrounding her. Meanwhile, Fu Sai observed her earnest demeanor as she absorbed the details of the commercial empire he had painstakingly built. His gaze filled with admiration and an indescribable sense of fulfillment. The lavish praise from the media and the adoration from his peers held little significance for him. It was only her gaze that made him grateful for his relentless efforts, distinguishing him from the carefree lives of typical wealthy heirs. Chapter 63, a life named after him. Upon reaching the 33rd floor, as soon as Xu Muwan stepped out of the elevator, she tugged at Fu Sai's clothing, her small face serious. "Fu Sai, you are truly remarkable, therefore, I will strive even harder. While I may not attain your level, I refuse to be the worst." Fu Sai, noticing the determination in her eyes, seemed to understand. "The outstanding Fu Sai belongs to you." In that moment, Xu Muwan felt her heartstrings tugged, as if her defenses were on the verge of crumbling. An overwhelming impulse surged within her, tempting her to recklessly affirm his words, yet, fortunately, the last flicker of rationality pulled her back. "Young master, you have finally arrived." Fu Sai was puzzled as to why Xu Muwan was blushing, and just as he wondered about her behavior, a voice came from behind them. It was Bai Nan, whose tone carried a hint of amusement. "Miss Xu, greetings. I am the young master's assistant, Bai Nan." Bai Nan stepped forward to greet her, seemingly delighted to see Xu Muwan. Fu Sai, however, was less than pleased, pulling Xu Muwan to stand beside him. "Why are you grinning so widely? You might frighten Wan. Bai Nan quickly composed himself. "Hello, Bai Nan, I am Xu Muwan." Xu Muwan was not unfamiliar with Bai Nan. In fact, his photographs appeared online more frequently than Fu Sai's, as he often attended events on Fu Sai's behalf. Xu Muwan observed that Bai Nan's smile was quite ordinary, polite even, and not nearly as exaggerated as Fu Sai had suggested. Fu Sai cast Bai Nan a cryptic glance before ushering Xu Muwan into his office. Casually instructing Bai Nan, prepare 2 glasses of fresh milk to bring in, and before Bai Nan could respond, the door had already closed behind them. The young master is truly something else. Inside the office, Fu Sai wrapped his arms around Xu Muwan, adopting a somewhat aggrieved tone. Let us share a hug, just between friends. Xu Muwan found herself leaning against the door, embraced by Fu Sai. What's wrong? She had grown accustomed to his spontaneous requests for hugs and nothing. I simply wanted to be close to you. Fu Sai could not admit that he wished to shield her from the attention of other boys. Fu Sai, could you share your story with me? Xu Muwan inquired, her curiosity piqued by the vastness of the company that exceeded her expectations, igniting a desire to learn how Fu Sai had grown to this stature. In the past, she had covertly followed his endeavors from afar, clicking on any information related to him, fearing she might miss out on even the slightest detail upon hearing her wish to know more about him. Fu Sai felt as if his heart were enveloped in honey. Of course, I can share anything you wish to know. It's a good thing you want to learn about me. It means you care. In exchange, I shall share my story with you as well. Is that agreeable? Xu Muwan stepped back from his embrace. Alright, little did she know that in a previous life, Fu Sai had already learned everything about her. Especially during the 16 years that followed her departure. However, Fu Sai preferred to hear her recount her experiences directly rather than through the words of others, for the first time in years. Xu Muwan boldly sought to understand the man she admired, as he recounted his journey to success, his yearning for parental affection, and the engagement he had with Bai Ruishua. She thought to herself that she would never forget this day. Stepping into the world of the one she secretly adored, this time, she was no longer a hidden observer. That evening, when Xu Muwan took out her diary, it was not the old one filled with secret crushes. She had replaced it with a pristine new one, believing her unrequited love could finally be unveiled. In the past, her writings had consisted of vague emotions, a myriad of torn pages, and countless calculations of time. I like Fu Sai was merely the most vivid trace in a vast wilderness, a secret known only to her long ago. When she had yet to grasp the meaning of love, she had been told that when one cannot help but think of someone, yearn to connect with them, and desire to know everything about them, those uncontrollable feelings were evidence of infatuation. At the tender age of 15, curious and naïve about love, she had already determined the person she wished to cherish forever. Indeed, she was enamored with Fu Sai, and once her heart had been captured, there was no turning back. This was the first line she penned in her diary, chronicling her feelings for him. This diary, titled with his name, began to document the fervor within her heart as she came to terms with her true feelings. The emotions blossomed anew in her once quiet world, and the cacophony of cicadas was but a distant unfamiliarity. Only at night, while perusing his updates on official social media, did she feel she could thrive amidst the warmth of spring. In this new diary, she would record the fresh chapter of her realized love. Unafraid of what the future might hold. On the contrary, she felt fortunate that her feelings had finally found a response. Fu Sai, the boy who filled her youth, she greeted him silently. Hello, I am Xu Muwan, and I love you. That night, after spending a day out with Fu Sai, she found herself wide awake, devoid of any trace of fatigue. She closed her diary and picked up her phone. It was not yet 9 o'clock, and her grandmother was likely still awake. For some reason, even though her relationship with Fu Sai had not yet been officially established, she felt compelled to share his existence with her grandmother. Thus, she stepped onto the balcony and cast a glance downstairs, relieved to find no familiar figures before relaxing her shoulders. Xu Muwan called her grandmother, and just as she feared, no one would answer. She heard her grandmother's voice on the line. Grandma, Wan, you finally called. How is everything at school? It's cold where you are. Make sure to dress warmly and don't catch a cold. Did you receive the money I sent you a few days ago? Xu Muwan's call prompted a cascade of her grandmother's caring inquiries. This outpouring of concern stirred her emotions. Yet she ultimately chose silence. Yes, Grandma, don't worry about me. You take care of yourself too. I'll be able to come back and see you during the school break. At this moment, Xu Muwan felt a twinge of guilt. When she had filled out her application to study in Hong Kong, her neighbors had urged her against it, suggesting it was too far for a girl. They believed that merely obtaining an education was enough, advising her to find a good family after graduation. Back then, although she had someone she admired, she had hesitated due to her grandmother's concerns. Yet her grandmother had said, "What's wrong with being a girl? Girls should be strong and independent. The world outside is vast. How can we prove that girls can thrive if we don't explore it?" Chapter 64. Brother, are you watching Beautiful Girls? The next day, Monday. Xu Muwan, with a full schedule ahead, woke early to send a message to Fu Sai, repeatedly reminding him not to bring breakfast, as she planned to eat with Lulu in the cafeteria before heading to class. Upon hearing this, Fu Sai did not insist further, simply replying that they would dine together in the evening. He could hardly bear a day without seeing her, especially now that they were in their second year. With no evening classes to occupy their time, he cherished every moment together. As Xu Muwan enjoyed her breakfast, she replied to Fu Sai's messages. Nearby, Liang Lulu nudged her shoulder. Wanwan's, the school has been buzzing about you and Fu Sai lately. Look, the cafeteria is packed just to catch a glimpse of you too. Liang Lulu noted the commotion in the cafeteria, observing some students intentionally lingering nearby, taking pictures with their phones. We'll just ignore them. Their mouths are their own to use, and we can't stop them, Xu Muwan said, setting her phone aside to focus on her meal. Liang Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. You're amazing. I thought you might back down. When we encounter good men, we should cherish them. If they like us, we should seize the opportunity. If not, we move on. Besides, we all believe Fu Sai will protect you well. Yes, don't worry, I am unfazed by these idle rumors. Xu Muwan chuckled, finding the school gossip trivial compared to the noise she had encountered back in her hometown. Furthermore, she would not take offense unless her family was involved. Now she had made up her mind. Since Fu Sai had expressed his feelings so passionately and sincerely, she had no reason to retreat. Meanwhile, Fu Sai returned to the family estate, where he found a large gathering of relatives, including distant branches of the Fu family. He stepped into the living room and called out to his grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, Xiaoyi, come sit with Grandma, Shui Min said, her stern expression softening into a warm smile upon seeing her grandson. Fu Sai, hearing her call, walked over to sit beside Shui Min. Although Fu Beishan and Mo Tongyu were aware that their son only greeted his grandparents, witnessing Fu Sai's obedience to them inevitably stirred feelings of sorrow within them as parents. However, they overlooked the fact that throughout Fu Sai's upbringing, they had never fulfilled their parental duties, which led to his current demeanor. Sai, why do you act so impulsively? Complaints have been brought to our doorstep. If this continues, how will you manage the company in the future? Fu Beishan gazed at Fu Sai with a face full of disappointment, concerned about the reckless actions that could jeopardize the family business. Fu Sai raised an eyebrow and replied, why don't you just have another child? I wouldn't mind. Sai, why did you hit Li Yan? I only found out about it yesterday while out having fun. Spoke Fu Sai's cousin Fu Yao. After learning of the incident, he informed his parents, who were Fu Beishan's cousins. Consequently, Fu Beishan relayed the news to Fu Hanyang and his wife, knowing he could not reach Fu Sai directly. Well, I was bored, so I hit someone. Fu Sai, Fu Beishan growled, rising to his feet, clearly seething with anger. Mo Tongyu watched their only son act without any restraint, feeling a twinge of disappointment in her heart. Sai, do you realize that the Fu family and the Li family have always had a partnership? No, I didn't know, Fu Sai replied, pulling out his phone, ever since he acquired that small house on Jiuxiang Road. He preferred spending time there. Returning to the old residence made him restless, his thoughts consumed by girls. Thus, he answered the question distractedly while looking at photos on his phone. What are you so excited about? If you need to discipline him, do it elsewhere. Fu Hanyang shot a glare at Fu Beishan. Shui Min, observing her eldest son, also expressed her dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Can't you speak properly without shouting in front of everyone? Even Fu Sai's aunt Fu Nanyan couldn't help but interject, brother, you don't always need to lecture Sai. He has always acted with a sense of propriety, hasn't he? He is young and doesn't rely on the family. He is making a name for himself. If it weren't for the Fu family's decades of foundation, he might not be doing any better than he. Fu Nanyan, feeling compelled to elaborate, continued, while her husband Xiao Najuan sat nearby. Nanyan is right, Shui Min concurred. Mo Tongyu sighed helplessly as she saw them all defending one another. Sai, can you please explain why you hit Li Yan when your relationship has always been good? Mo Tongyu's tone was unusually gentle, but Fu Sai ignored her. Mom, Dad, it's because you spoiled him that he has turned out this way. How can he present himself as a worthy heir? At that moment, Fu Beishan felt a pang of regret, wishing he had taken Fu Sai under his wing from the beginning. What is wrong with spoiling him? He is my only grandson. Are we not allowed to spoil him? You all act as if work is the only thing that matters. The company won't collapse if you're absent for a day or two. Have you ever truly spent a day with your child? Fu Hanyang began to lecture. Fu Beishan couldn't comprehend how, despite it being his responsibility to educate his child, it had turned into a lecture against him. Meanwhile, Fu Sai, the subject of the discussion, paid no mind to the voices around him, engrossed in a photo of Xu Muwan at an amusement park, smiling with delight. Fu Yao, curious and surprised, crept up behind him only to discover that his brother was looking at a girl. Bro, are you looking at a girl? As soon as Fu Yao's words escaped his lips, the room fell silent, all eyes turning towards him. Meanwhile, at Gangdu University, Xu Muwan was in class when her phone vibrated incessantly. Glancing at it, she noticed a call from home and, fearing something was amiss, quietly slipped out of the classroom through the back door to answer. Liang Lulu was covering for her, but when she didn't return, she received a message from Xu Muwan stating she needed to return home unexpectedly, which made her feel uneasy. She sent another message but received no reply. Xu Muwan hurried back to her dorm to pack her things. Just as Bu Yi and Ren Lin were returning from an early class, seeing her rush in, they questioned at Sangbao, don't you have class? Whereas Lulu, since you often fly, could you book me a flight back home? I'll transfer you the money later, Xu Muwan replied, her voice trembling slightly, sensing something was off. Bu Yi didn't press further and quickly grabbed her phone to book a ticket. Half an hour later, Xu Muwan arrived at Gangdu Airport. With over an hour until boarding, she felt increasingly anxious. This was the fastest flight back to Dasheng available. She noticed her roommate sending her a series of messages, warming her heart, but her thoughts were already miles away, focused on returning home. She opened Bui's chat window. Thank you. I told the bodyguards to head back. I'll manage boarding on my own. If I need help later, I'll reach out. From booking the flight to arriving at the airport, checking in, and handling her luggage. She was immensely grateful for Bui's assistance. Otherwise, as a first-time flyer, she would have struggled significantly. After responding, she proceeded to call her grandmother. Aunt Zhang, how is Grandma doing? I'm at the airport and will be home soon. Thank you, Aunt Zhang, for your help while waiting for her flight at the airport. Xu Muwan observed the bustling crowd, reflecting on her decision to pursue her dreams so far from home, which suddenly made her heart ache for her grandmother. After ending the call, she remembered that she had promised Fu Sai to have dinner together that evening. Just as she was about to message him to let him know she would be late, the boarding announcement came over the loudspeaker. Being her first time flying, she didn't dare delay. Thinking she could message him later once she was home, and thus put her phone away to board. On the other side, Fu Sai was still engrossed in looking at Xu Muwan's photos when Fu Yao's loud voice broke the silence. Are you sick or something? Fu Sai leisurely turned off his phone, instinctively rubbing his ears, finding it quite bothersome to know. Bro, who is this girl? Fu Yao shamelessly leaned against the sofa behind Fu Sai, upon hearing the mention of a girl. Xuemin immediately turned her attention away from her son to take a peek. Xiaoyi, is it Wan? Let Grandma see. I want to see too. Fu Hanyan leaned in as well. Fu Nanyan and Xiao Najuan were equally intrigued. After all, their only nephew had withdrawn from his childhood engagement for a girl. What is so special about her? She is just an ordinary university student with no contributions to her career. Fu Baishan remarked, unable to comprehend how can a man achieve greatness if his mind isn't on his work. Mo Tongyu tugged at Fu Baishan's sleeve, signaling him to restrain his words, having just been lectured by the elders herself. Fine, as long as you keep working until you grow old, I won't criticize you. I won't allow my feelings to be as plastic as yours. Fu Sai, suppressing his smile, cast a cold glance at Fu Baishan. The two older men, observing their son and grandson, were equally displeased. Baishan, keep your comments to yourself. Let Sai handle matters with the Li family. Whatever he has gotten himself into, he won't shy away from facing the consequences. Xuemin stated, adjusting her reading glasses, her demeanor polite yet firm. Fu Baishan felt embarrassed witnessing the boundless indulgence his son received from his grandparents, grandpa and grandma. You really want to see my Wan? Fu Sai had long been accustomed to his parents' attitudes. I want to see second uncle, second aunt. She is truly beautiful, much better than the girls I brought out before, and this was taken at the amusement park. Fu Yao, still clinging to Fu Sai's back, was eager to catch a glimpse, especially of the girl his brother fancied. Alright, send me a picture first, I can save it for her and add to her little savings. Fu Sai thought it was fitting, considering the photo would suffice as a meeting. The elders readily agreed, but it was Xiao Najuan, who had been silent, who finally spoke up. I didn't expect Sai to be so caring towards his girlfriend. He hasn't even brought her home yet and is already thinking of saving for her. Xiao Najuan had discerned Fu Sai's intentions, and Fu Sai offered a polite smile in response. Of course, he wouldn't forget when she mentioned treating him to dinner while showing him her bank balance with sincerity and clarity. His girl, so naive, but he feels fortunate to have met her. Xiaoyi, hurry and show Grandpa. I'll transfer you money later for Wan. My phone is charging. Fu Hanyan was already reaching over Xuemin to grab Fu Sai's phone. Slowly Fu Sai retrieved his phone. Selecting a suitable photo from the multitude, one of Xu Muwan smiling and posing on a carousel. Aside from Grandpa, those who wish to see should transfer first. It doesn't need to be much. Just under 100,000 each. More than that might scare her. Upon hearing this, Xuemin promptly adjusted the amount, reducing it by 2 zeros. She transferred 99,900. Fu Nanyan sent 88,000. And so did Xiao Najuan. Subsequently Fu Sai glanced at Fu Yao. You doubled it. You've already seen it too many times. Fu Yao, the unscrupulous businessman. Fu Baishan was curious to see what the girl he supposedly looked like. But he couldn't bring himself to ask. Mo Tongyu, however, was not as conflicted and promptly sent the money over. If it weren't for Fu Sai's covert interference, they would not have been unable to obtain even a single piece of information about her. Indeed, she appeared to be quite lovely and innocent. Does Wan enjoy amusement parks? Xiaoyi, you've shown the photos. When will you bring her home to meet us? She seems fair and pure, a perfect contrast to Sai's dark persona. I told you, she is a beauty. Just looking at her invokes a desire to protect her. Fu Yao chattered away, and compared to his parents, he was simply a social butterfly. Does she need your protection? Fu Sai shot a glance at Fu Yao, who quickly shook his head in response. On the other side, Xu Muwan had already boarded the plane heading back to her hometown. 2 hours later. The plane landed. However, since her home was in a town, she still needed to take a vehicle back. In the past, she would have taken the bus, which was more economical. Now, with her grandmother waiting for her in the hospital, she booked a ride straight to the hospital, which would also take an hour. As soon as she got into the car, Xu Muwan noticed dozens of messages from Fu Sai on WeChat and 3 missed calls. Hey, remember to have lunch after class. If you need me to accompany you, press 1. Actually, I want to have lunch with you. Why aren't you replying? What are you up to? Alright. You don't need me as a good friend anymore? Why is your phone turned off? Why didn't you tell me you were going back home? Is something wrong? No matter what happens after you land, you can call me. Xu Muwan read through Fu Sai's messages, feeling warmth in her heart. In truth, he was the first person she thought of, but since they did not have a formal relationship, seeking him out whenever something happened felt inappropriate. I'm fine, it's just that my grandmother is unwell, and I'm going back to check on her. She was unsure of her grandmother's true condition but didn't want to worry Fu Sai. Chapter 66, The young master has gone mad. The moment Xu Muwan sent her message to Fu Sai, her phone rang. It was undoubtedly Fu Sai. This was not his first call, but this time it meant more to Xu Muwan. Though she didn't want to trouble him, who wouldn't want their matters to be of concern to someone they liked? Hello Fu Sai, Wan, are you alright? I just contacted your roommate. They spoke simultaneously, and Fu Sai's tone was clearly laced with urgency. I'm about to reach home. I just got off the plane, and I'm fine. For some inexplicable reason, hearing his voice made Xu Muwan want to cry, but she held back her emotions. Can I come find you? At that moment, Fu Sai was already in the car, heading towards the airport. What he wanted to ask was why she hadn't thought of him first when she needed help. Earlier he had sent her a message at the old house, but when he received no reply, he panicked and asked Bai Nan to investigate, only to find out she had taken a flight home. Otherwise, he would still be oblivious to her situation. The thought of her anxiety and fear while seeking help from Bui made Fu Sai's heart ache. He regretted not attending class with her today. No need, you should focus on what you're doing. I can handle it. Xu Muwan hadn't finished her sentence when her phone suddenly emitted a beep and then went silent. She glanced at her phone screen, which displayed that it had run out of battery. They were still on the call. Her charger was not in her bag. She was unsure whether she had forgotten it or left it in her suitcase. Driver, do you have a charger for a Huawei phone? Xu Muwan, fearing Fu Sai would worry, asked the driver. He regretfully shook his head, indicating he did not have one. With her phone dead, Xu Muwan was relieved she had prepaid for the ride and had told Fu Sai not to come. She resolved to charge her phone upon arrival and then return his call. Before long, Xu Muwan arrived at the town hospital, got out, grabbed her luggage, and hurried to the hospital. Just as she was about to ask the nurse for her grandmother's room number, she bumped into Aunt Zhang, who had just stepped out of the elevator. Aunt Zhang, Xu Muwan called out to a woman not far away. Upon hearing her, Aunt Zhang immediately approached. Wan, you're finally back. I called you, but your phone was off, so I wanted to come down and check. I haven't told your grandmother you're back. She hasn't woken up yet. She just came out of the emergency room not long ago. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Let us go upstairs. I want to see my grandmother. Xu Muwan followed Aunt Zhang into the elevator. During their brief phone conversation, Xu Muwan had not grasped the situation clearly. She learned that her grandmother had fainted due to low blood sugar after skipping breakfast to go to the vegetable garden. Luckily, Aunt Zhang's garden was nearby. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Just as Xu Muwan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Aunt Zhang halted her just outside her grandmother's room. Wan, your grandmother was brought to the hospital due to low blood sugar, but due to this incident, the doctor also discovered a serious illness. As Aunt Zhang's words sank in, Xu Muwan instantly stiffened, momentarily forgetting to breathe. After a brief pause, she cautiously asked, Aunt Zhang, what did the doctor find? Port City. Upon hearing the sudden disconnection from Xu Muwan, Fu Sai instinctively redialed, but the call again went to voicemail. Drive faster, or get out of the way, Fu Sai shouted at the driver in front of him. He continued to attempt calling Xu Muwan, but each time it went straight to voicemail. At that moment, Fu Sai felt his blood run cold, recalling how in his previous life, the last call he made to her had also ended in voicemail. His heart sank, his hand trembled slightly as he held the phone. When the call connected, he tried to maintain a calm demeanor, arrange for a private plane at the airport within 10 minutes, and have a team of leading doctors dispatched to the hospital in Dishang town. On the other end, Bai Nan received the order and immediately set about making arrangements. 5 minutes later, Fu Sai arrived at the airport. Perhaps it was the heavens conspiring against him. The moment he reached the designated passage, snow began to fall outside. Within 2 minutes, the snowfall grew heavy, as if determined to hinder his progress. Fu Sai watched the seconds tick away on his watch, his pent-up frustration simmering to the surface. Young master, heavy snowfall has begun and flights are grounded. All airport schedules have been cancelled. The specific departure time will depend on the weather. Barely 5 minutes after Bai Nan's announcement, a sleek black phantom car sped along the highway connecting Port City to Haishur, becoming the center of attention on the road. Fu Sai pushed the car to its limits, overtaking vehicles at breakneck speed. At first, he narrowly avoided being stopped by highway patrol, but Bai Nan had arranged everything in advance, informing the officers and staff to close the highway, preventing any other vehicles from entering. Despite the snow falling from the sky, Fu Sai drove as if oblivious, his foot firmly on the accelerator. If not for the modifications made to the car's tires, he would have skidded off the road long ago. Now, he dashed forward like an arrow, and had there been a high-speed train traveling in the same direction, one would have realized just how astonishing his speed truly was. Bai Nan, observing the fleeting black car on the surveillance cameras, felt a chill run down his spine. Was the young master risking his life for love? Miss Xu had some family issues, but it shouldn't warrant such haste. Yet, he understood that once the young master made a decision, there was no turning back, so he could only pray for his safety while ensuring that the team in Haisher was on standby. Bai Nan was unaware of Fu Sai's turmoil. In his previous life, Fu Sai had learned much about Xu Muwan over the course of 16 years. During her college years, her grandmother had never fallen ill enough to warrant her return home, leading him to wonder if things were unfolding differently this time. Would his rebirth alter the course of events? Coupled with the sudden disconnection of her phone, he was overwhelmed with anxiety, regardless of whether it involved Xu Muwan or her grandmother. He couldn't bear to imagine what might happen next, thus, he was determined to see her. Holding her in his arms was the only way he would find peace. Chapter 67. He has arrived in the dead of night. The hospital corridors were eerily silent. In one of the patient rooms, Xu Muwan sat beside her grandmother's bed, engaged in conversation. Silly child, why are you crying? Your grandmother knows her own body. It's nothing serious. Upon waking, Fu Qing immediately noticed Xu Muwan keeping vigil by her side, her eyes red and swollen, a clear indication of her recent tears. Fu Qing sat up in bed, and Xu Muwan hurriedly placed a pillow behind her back for comfort. Xu Muwan sniffled, her voice thick with emotion. You didn't even let Aunt Zhang tell me. You wanted to keep it a secret from me. Thinking back to what Aunt Zhang had just told her, her tears, which she had struggled to contain, began to flow freely again. Her grandmother had lung cancer. Xu Muwan had never considered such a possibility. It seemed so distant, so how could it suddenly be this way? Seeing her granddaughter in distress, Fu Qing quickly wiped her tears away. Oh my, our little girl is so upset. It pains your grandmother to see you like this, but look, I'm fine now, aren't I? Fu Qing comforted her, wrapping her arms around Xu Muwan.as. Xu Muwan became aware of her grandmother's health condition. The fear that had enveloped her while her grandmother lay on the sickbed was now replaced by a bittersweet sense of solace as she found herself embraced in her grandmother's arms. Grandma, you are all I have left. All I desire is for you to be safe and to remain by my side forever. She envisioned bringing her grandmother to a bustling city in the future, allowing her to enjoy a life of comfort. Yet, fate seemed to delight in playing cruel tricks, threatening to take away those she cherished. Silly child, Grandma will always be here with you. Fu Qing gazed at the person nestled in her embrace, feeling both helpless and filled with affection. But you have health issues. Why did you keep it from me? The moment she learned of the truth, it felt as though the very sky had collapsed around her. Grandma, I won't go to Gangdu anymore. I don't want to attend school. Can I stay here with you instead? I have money and can earn more. We can treat your illness properly. Xu Muwan sobbed as she expressed her thoughts. Knowing she could not bear to lose her grandmother, the doctor had informed her that her grandmother had long been aware of her condition, often coughing up blood, yet she had never mentioned it to Xu Muwan. What foolishness! No matter what, you must not abandon your studies, otherwise, all those years of hard work would be in vain. Fu Qing gently stroked Xu Muwan's head, her face a portrait of kindness. Grandma, all I want is you. Xu Muwan lifted her tear-filled eyes. Fu Qing was momentarily taken aback and softly inquired, what did the doctor say? Lung cancer. Grandma, why didn't you tell me sooner that you weren't feeling well? Simultaneously, Xu Muwan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Why had she not noticed her grandmother's condition during her visits? She would never hide the truth from her grandmother, nor could she continue to do so. Upon hearing this, Fu Qing was momentarily speechless, though she soon regained her composure. It's all right, Grandma will take good care of herself. We can still have 10 or 8 more years together. Fu Qing maintained an optimistic outlook, but given her past experiences, she was not unaccustomed to such circumstances. Moreover, at her age, standing on the precipice of life and death, she had long since come to terms with it. No, I don't want that. Whoa, we must treat your illness properly. At that moment, Xu Muwan resolved not to return to Gangdu for her studies. Be good, my dear. Grandma will cooperate with the treatment, but you must remember, Grandma has taught for over 40 years. It's not unusual for her to develop some ailments. She will strive to stay by your side until someone who loves you appears. The one thing she could not let go of was her beloved Wan. Perhaps the medication was still taking effect. After a brief conversation, Fu Qing lay back down to rest. Xu Muwan carried a multitude of thoughts within her, tucking her grandmother in before stepping into the corridor. Typically, the hospital corridors would be eerily silent and somber, instilling fear in her. Yet now, burdened with her thoughts, the prospect of fear seemed trivial. Little pig, I'm here. Just as she carefully closed the ward door, a familiar voice, tender and affectionate, reached her ears. Upon hearing this voice, Xu Muwan's already reddened eyes brimmed with tears once more. She looked up to see a familiar figure before her. The moment Fu Ciye caught sight of Xu Muwan's small face, a torrent of emotions surged within him, his eyes glistening with an ambiguous hue of red, a blend of weariness and concern for her. Xu Muwan's legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, rendering her immobile, as she stood frozen, gazing at him from several paces away. How could he be here? Hadn't she told him not to come? He appeared so haggard, so exhausted, despite looking so vibrant just yesterday, until Fu Xinye opened his arms. His deep, gravelly voice resonating once more, "Come here, let me embrace you." In that instant, Xu Muwan regained her composure, her nose tinged with the ache of emotion as she hurried toward him, and Fu Xinye did not wait. He stepped forward, arms wide open for his girl. As Fu Xinye enveloped her tightly in his arms, a profound sense of fulfillment washed over him as he inhaled deeply at her neck. "I am here, do not fear, how did you come?" Xu Muwan nestled against him, her hands obediently encircling his waist. "I missed you, worried about you, afraid you might be sad all alone." Fu Xinye rested his chin on her shoulder, his lips gently brushing against her hair. "Grandma is ill. I'm scared, I can't go to Gangdu for school anymore this afternoon." She had contemplated how, after finally forging a connection with him, leaving for Gangdu would mean returning to square one. Perhaps even worse than before. "I'm here. Do you remember what I said? Wherever you are, I shall be." Xu Muwan shifted slightly in his embrace, just about to speak when Fu Xinye continued, "For now, let's hold each other tightly, leave the rest to me." Before arriving in Dashan, he had received the distressing news about the girl's grandmother suffering from lung cancer. Had he known earlier, he would have made arrangements at the very first moment. This suggested that perhaps some things had changed due to his rebirth, leading him to be more proactive in certain matters concerning Xu Muwan. "Alright." Xu Muwan obediently followed his lead, quietly embracing him. The moment he arrived, her worries seemed to dissipate, rendering everything else insignificant. Because he was there, she felt a sense of tranquility. Chapter 68. "Do you truly wish to have me?" In the restaurant, Fu Xinye and Xu Muwan sat facing one another. Perhaps it was the late hour, but the restaurant was relatively empty, providing a serene atmosphere. Just moments ago, they had been entwined in each other's arms when an untimely sound interrupted their moment. It was Xu Muwan's stomach protesting. Having only eaten breakfast throughout the day, Fu Xinye suggested taking her out for a meal. Initially, Xu Muwan hesitated, fearing that no one would care for her grandmother in her absence. Understanding her concerns, Fu Xinye arranged for dedicated medical staff to look after her grandmother within minutes. Upon witnessing this, Xu Muwan felt a warmth in her heart, and together they ventured to the nearest restaurant. Throughout their meal, conversation was sparse. Xu Muwan's mind remained preoccupied with her grandmother, and once they finished, they returned to the hospital. "Your hands are cold," was Fu Xinye's first remark as they exited the restaurant. Observing the redness around her eyes, he understood that she had been crying for a prolonged period, and the thought of not being there for her pained him deeply. Fu Xinye, "Thank you." Xu Muwan placed her hand in his warm palm. He smiled at her but said nothing further. "Trust me, your grandmother will be all right." He had already dispatched Bai Nan to bring back the most authoritative cancer specialist from overseas. And no matter what, he could not allow her grandmother to suffer. In Xu Muwan's world, her grandmother was her sole emotional support after losing her parents. He could not bear to imagine how she would cope without her. In her past life, he had discovered a line in her diary, "Mom and Dad, I no longer have Grandma." At the time, he had been unaware of her existence. Yes, let us hope for the best. Xu Muwan shared in his hope, but with cancer, uncertainty loomed large. As they strolled hand in hand down the nighttime streets, their height difference was evident yet harmoniously balanced. Xu Muwan recalled the message she had seen earlier. "How did you get here?" "Isn't there heavy snow in Gangdu? Driving didn't affect me," he replied, omitting any mention of the dangerous maneuvers he had undertaken on the highway. Xu Muwan reflected on his weary appearance from earlier. He truly was wonderful. Even though they had not yet established a romantic relationship, she understood him well enough to know he would have come regardless. Xu Muwan lowered her gaze, quietly affirming Fu Xinye, "I can't go to Gangdu anymore, thus, we have no future." No one could fathom the tumult of emotions swirling within Xu Muwan at that moment. Fu Xinye offered no verbal response, merely tightening his grip on her hand. Xu Muwan could not decipher his thoughts, but she sensed he was not inclined to speak. Upon reaching the hospital, she spotted a group of doctors seated outside her grandmother's ward, and a wave of fear surged through her. Just as she intended to release Fu Xinye's hand and approach them, the doctors approached her. Mr. Fu. Fu Xinye nodded slightly. "You are on standby here. Ensure you communicate the patient's information with the doctors here. Understand this, I want her safe, no matter the means employed." His voice, steady and resolute, resonated in the quiet corridor, instilling an unspoken pressure. The lead doctor wiped his brow. "Yes, Mr. Fu, we will do our utmost. We have just examined Mrs. Fu, and her condition is still stable and manageable." Xu Muwan felt a measure of reassurance from the doctor's words. "I do not wish to hear any nonsense. I want results." Yet Fu Xinye was uninterested in pleasantries. "Very well, Mr. Fu, we will conduct further research and provide you with an accurate response shortly." Fu Xinye responded with a non-committal his tone devoid of emotion. The doctors, having been around Fu for many years, were well aware that he was not to be trifled with. Once they departed, Xu Muwan turned to the man beside her. "Fu Xinye, thank you." Xu Muwan was acutely aware that, relying solely on her own abilities, her grandmother's treatment would yield no significant results. However, with Fu Sai's assistance, her grandmother would receive the finest care, and her condition would be better managed. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, she would not refuse. "You have expressed your gratitude to me repeatedly today. she remarked. Fu Sai gently guided Xu Muwan to a seat beside him, and even after sitting down, he did not release her hand. Wan, he called, his Adam's apple visibly bobbing as he struggled to voice his thoughts. In the future. If anything arises, could you please let me know at the earliest opportunity? He did not wish to endure another day like this one. Xu Muwan was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the events of the day. Indeed, she had not thought of him first, not due to a lack of affection, but rather because she cared for him so deeply. The disparity between them was already substantial. If she were to depend on him for everything, what would those around him think of her? Would he not find her a burden as well? Before Xu Muwan could respond, one of the doctors who had just left returned, approaching them. President Fu. Here is what you requested. After receiving the item, Fu Sai gestured for the doctor to leave. Xu Muwan watched as he took a bag from which he extracted a warm towel and 2 boiled eggs. Wrapping the eggs in the towel. Be good, close your eyes for a moment and apply this warmth, otherwise, your eyes will feel uncomfortable. Fu Sai, not waiting for her reply, remained calm. Xu Muwan was touched by Fu Sai's thoughtfulness. It seemed that during this time, he had been so attentive to her, knowing her favorite foods, understanding her hobbies, and always mindful of her emotions. It gave her the illusion that while she secretly cherished him, he was also secretly watching over her. Listening to his words, she obediently closed her eyes. Wan, do you know, today, I learned about you from others, and it pained me. I also reflected on whether I have provided you with sufficient security during this time, leading you to rely on me in moments of need. As he gently applied the warm towel to her eyes, Fu Sai shared his feelings. With her eyes closed, listening to his voice heightened her sensitivity. His words pierced her soul. She wished to consider nothing further, suddenly wanting to cherish the present moment, as today held no guarantees for tomorrow. I like you, in a way that you are irreplaceable. If you depend on me, I would not feel burdened, but rather joyful. Before Fu Sai could finish, he noticed the girl embrace his arm, slowly opening her eyes, a solitary tear silently falling onto his hand, sending a sharp pain to his heart. What is wrong? Fu Sai asked patiently, wiping away her tear with his other hand. Do you truly want me? Xu Muwan choked out, fearing that he might not grasp her meaning. In a fluster, she added, what I mean is, do you genuinely wish for me to be your girlfriend? I am not just an orphan, I have a sick grandmother, you have seen it yourself. Are you truly not afraid of the burden I represent? Had it been some time ago, she might not have needed to ask these questions, but circumstances had changed. She could no longer go to the harbor city, and her grandmother was ill. Any other person, upon learning this, might have chosen to distance themselves. Chapter 69. This is my boyfriend, Fu Sai. Every word spoken by Xu Muwan tugged at Fu Sai's heartstrings. What should he do? He felt he had not been good enough to her. Wishing to present the entire world at her feet, to proclaim his affection for her. Fu Sai did not respond immediately. Instead, he set the towel aside and pulled her into his embrace, lifting her to sit on his lap. I fear you not wanting me. How could I ever see you as a burden? I only feel like the favored one of the heavens for having met you. Xu Muwan wrapped her arms around his neck. Her face slightly tilted upward. Their gazes locked, and Fu Sai's throat tightened as his heart raced, as though he anticipated her next words with mounting anxiety. Actually, I like you very much too, Xu Muwan whispered. But given their proximity, her quiet declaration was crystal clear to Fu Sai. I like you very much too. That simple phrase instantly brought tranquility to Fu Sai's heart, even though he had long been aware of her feelings. Hearing it from her lips felt profoundly different. He tightened his hold around her waist. Just as he was about to respond, she continued, I have known you for quite some time. You were so well known at school. I never expected you would approach me. I was overjoyed initially. When I heard your confession, I felt extremely insecure and feared you might just be playing around. However, during this time, your words and actions have made me feel your affection. Xu Muwan mustered her courage, their bodies close, their cheeks mere inches apart. Both of them could hear their own rapid breathing. She bit her lip and continued, the events of today caught me off guard. Fear held me up. When I stepped out of the ward and heard your voice, I instinctively felt wronged and wanted you to hold me. Her shyness was evident, yet her gaze held no retreat. Fu Sai listened intently, his expression serious, eyes ablaze with warmth, his entire being focused on Xu Muwan's words, fearing he might miss a single syllable. She was confessing to him, and the thought made his arms involuntarily tighten, the veins on the back of his hand prominent. Fu Sai, what I want to say is. Xu Muwan took a deep breath, ready to deliver her final line, but just then, she heard a commotion from the ward, causing all her carefully cultivated emotions to vanish in an instant. No, wait, it seems grandmother has awakened. If she doesn't see me, she'll worry. I need to check on her. With that, Xu Muwan quickly descended from Fu Sai's lap and hurried into the ward, leaving Fu Sai bewildered. What about his confession? He had prepared himself so thoroughly, only to have his emotions dissipate in an instant. How could he bear the loss of her confession? But alas, her grandmother was the priority. Fu Sai took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and walked to the door of the ward. He did not enter but stood beside the door. It was not that he did not wish to enter. Rather, he felt it inappropriate to do so without the girl's consent, especially when it came to meeting her family inside the ward. Upon entering, Xu Muwan saw the caregiver Fu Sai had arranged, helping her grandmother sit up. Grandmother, she called as she approached. Muwan, is this someone you arranged for? There's no need to spend money on this. I'm fine now, I can be discharged tomorrow, and we can manage with medication then. There's no need to waste money. Her grandmother chattered on. In truth, after Xu Muwan's parents died in a car accident, there had been insurance money sufficient for their living expenses, yet her grandmother was reluctant to spend it, knowing Xu Muwan was juggling school and part-time work filled her with concern, leading her to often advise her to save money, which was largely ineffective. The grandmother, it won't cost much. Moreover, I have money now, so don't worry, the doctor said you can't be discharged yet. So please be good, Xu Muwan insisted, refusing to let her grandmother leave the hospital. You've already arranged for someone to take care of her. You should return to your studies, staying here will affect your education. If anything arises, I will call you, alright, her grandmother gently coaxed, not wanting to be a burden. Xu Muwan understood perfectly her grandmother's thoughts. If she left for school, her grandmother might not be in the hospital anymore. No matter what was said, she could not return to school now. Grandmother, let us not worry about that for now. Are you thirsty? Shall I get you some water? At that moment, a nurse nearby stepped forward to pour a glass of water. After thanking the nurse, her grandmother took the glass. Xu Muwan glanced at her grandmother, then at the door, hesitating to speak. Grandmother, I want to tell you something. As she spoke, her fingers subconsciously fidgeted. Noticing this, her grandmother took her hand, asking, what is it? Is there something you can't tell me? You always fidget with your hands when you're nervous. Grandmother, I have a friend who has come to see you. He is outside. Just as Xu Muwan was about to suggest inviting him in, her grandmother became excited. What kind of friend? Is he from your high school or middle school? Hurry, let him in. Why didn't you mention it earlier? It is not good to keep him waiting outside for too long. Her grandmother, recalling that Xu Muwan rarely had friends, was particularly enthusiastic about this unexpected visitor. Grandmother, I need to clarify something with you. Xu Muwan felt a bit shy, biting her lip. Having gone through a similar age herself, her grandmother had an inkling that someone Muwan likes. The thought ignited her grandmother's excitement. She believed in her granddaughter's judgment. Xu Muwan shyly nodded. Should I call him in now? Hurry, grandmother is not tired now. I'm awake. As Xu Muwan stepped outside, she found Fusai waiting by the door, her heart skipping a beat. He had been standing outside all this time. Had he overheard? Fusai, he stood before her, hands in pockets, slightly bending forward, a playful smile gracing his lips. So, you wish to introduce your beloved to your grandmother? Is that right? There was no doubt he had heard. Are you going or not? Xu Muwan, unusually unshy, countered. Of course I'm going. Just take my hand and lead the way, little pig. Fusai extended his hand. At this moment, he had waited for a long time, missing the opportunity in his previous life. Xu Muwan smiled gently, then took his hand and led him inside. The moment Fu Qing saw Fusai, her smile vanished, and she attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, wanting to ensure the well-being of her dear granddaughter's grandma. This is my boyfriend, his name is Fusai. With this introduction, both Fu Qing and Fusai turned their gazes towards Xu Muwan. Simultaneously, Xu Muwan felt the grip of the hand she held tighten. Chapter 70, Girlfriend, a kiss from my boyfriend. Boyfriend, I am Xu Muwan's boyfriend now. The words resonated beautifully, filling Fusai with an overwhelming excitement. If not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have embraced her and stolen a kiss, forsaking any pretense of being merely friends. He was now legitimate, the phrase echoed repeatedly in Fusai's mind, to the point where he forgot to greet the elders. Muwan, are you two together? It was only upon hearing the voice that Fusai snapped back to reality, clearing his throat. Hello, Grandma, I am Fusai, a senior at the same school as Muwan. Xu Muwan blushed and felt flustered upon hearing Fusai's words. How could he call her Muwan? The name had only ever been uttered by her parents and grandmother. Initially, she thought it was a perfectly normal term, but now, coming from his lips, it felt as if he were calling her darling. You are Fusai? Fu Qing asked again. Fusai nodded. Suddenly, the previously stern Fu Qing broke into a smile. Very good, that is a lovely name, and you are quite handsome. Please, have a seat. Fu Qing welcomed him with warmth. Xu Muwan was still puzzled by her grandmother's demeanor, not realizing that Fusai had already released her hand. I'll have a little chat with Grandma, he said to Xu Muwan before sitting down. Initially, she thought her grandmother would inquire about his background like his family, but instead, she only asked about his major and when he began to like Muwan. Followed by advice that trust and sincerity were paramount in a relationship. As time passed, over an hour slipped by with Fu Qing doing most of the talking. Fusai smiled and nodded, occasionally chiming in, though he was not particularly loquacious. He remained patient, sitting upright, never displaying a hint of impatience, responding earnestly to every word from his elder. Observing the interaction between the two, Xu Muwan felt the accumulated gloom of the day dissipate significantly. These two individuals in front of her were the most important people in her life. Soon, concerned for her grandmother's health and noting that it was late, Xu Muwan decided to end the conversation. Fu Qing wished to continue, but seeing her granddaughter's serious expression, she hesitated and said, Then you can take Ciye back to our home to rest. I have a caregiver here. She then turned to Fusai. asking Ciye, "Do you mind coming to our house, or do you have other plans?" Before Fu Sai could respond, Xu Muwan interjected, "Grandma, I want to go back. I'll stay here with you, he has plans." There was no way Xu Muwan would feel at ease returning home. "You've been here all day. Grandma will be sleeping tonight, and there's no need for anything else. Besides, there are professional medical staff here. Don't worry, you can visit Grandma tomorrow." "No, I want to stay here," Xu Muwan said, her eyes reddening. In the past, her parents had been taken to the hospital, while she was sent home by the adults, only to receive the devastating news of her parents passing before dawn. "Grandma, I don't want to leave because I'm worried about you. I've arranged a room next door, and we can rest there. This way, I can take care of you better." Fu Sai watched as her eyes began to well with tears, feeling a pang of heartache, but he stepped closer and silently comforted her by taking her hand. Hearing Fu Sai's suggestion filled Xu Muwan with gratitude. Fu Qing seemed to sense something. "Ciye, did you arrange for this caregiver as well?" Fu Sai pressed his lips together and nodded, not intending to hide it. "Thank you, Ciye," Fu Qing replied, not saying much more but looking at Xu Muwan with kindness. "Wan, you and Ciye should go rest next door. He has come such a long way. It must have been exhausting." "Grandma, I'm very happy to see you," Fu Sai added. "So whether I'm tired or not is of no consequence." The elderly woman before him was the girl's grandmother, her only remaining relative, and in his heart, she was no different from his own grandmother. Fu Sai took Xu Muwan's hand as they left the ward. Xu Muwan looked at the figure before her and softly said, "Fu Sai, how did you think to arrange for the room next door? How thoughtful of you." "Thank you." She hadn't anticipated his attentiveness, feeling as though everything had improved since his arrival. Just as she was about to say more, she noticed Fu Sai walking briskly, seemingly oblivious to her words. "Fuji." Xu Muwan began, wanting to ask what was wrong, but suddenly she heard the door slam shut. Before she could register what was happening, he pinned her against the door, his hands placed firmly on either side, enclosing her within his embrace. "Little pig." "Wan. Xu Muwan, darling, I'm your boyfriend now." Fu Sai called out all the names he had for her, pausing for a few seconds before letting darling slip from his lips. Xu Muwan was taken aback, her body tensing as she felt his cheek inch closer to hers, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. "You want to be my boyfriend?" Xu Muwan recalled that she had introduced him as her boyfriend to her grandmother without even seeking his permission. "Absolutely. When I heard you being introduced like that in front of Grandma, one thought lingered in my mind. Do you want to know what it was?" As Fu Sai spoke, his nose brushed against Xu Muwan's, causing her to tremble involuntarily, instinctively pressing closer to the door. Fu Sai, yes, boyfriend. Fu Sai leaned in closer, the fragrance emanating from her intoxicating his senses. In the depths of her tear-filled eyes, as she softly uttered his name, he could hardly contain himself, suddenly wrapping his arms around her neck and waist, drawing her nearer, almost losing control as he leaned down to kiss her. Xu Muwan was taken aback by his sudden assertiveness, her heart skipping a beat, and his declaration of girlfriend left her momentarily dazed. The scene froze in the instant their noses touched. Xu Muwan felt Fu Sai's breath, warm and fervent, igniting a fire within her. Fu Sai was equally tormented, tightening his embrace around her as he struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to kiss her. His breathing heavy, threatening to consume him, the heat in his gaze was unprecedented, as if he wished to engulf her entirely. "Ye girlfriend, may I steal a kiss?" Fu Sai's voice was gentle and magnetic, drawing Xu Muwan in uncontrollably, yet shyly she bit her lip, then murmured, I can't." Chapter 71. "You are so sweet." Fu Sai was amused by the girl's honest confession, his nose affectionately brushing against hers, the gesture both flirtatious and enticing. His eyes brimmed with tenderness and an insatiable desire as he coaxed, "Then, my girlfriend, would you close your eyes, please?" Xu Muwan felt a shiver run down her spine from his subtle action, instinctively licking her lips. To Fu Sai, this was a silent invitation. As she immediately shut her eyes, her body unconsciously leaned towards him, her eyelashes fluttering delicately in anticipation. In an instant, she sensed his presence drawing nearer, unable to resist. She opened her eyes to find Fu Sai's face magnified in her vision, gradually closing the distance towards her lips until they finally met. As their lips connected, Xu Muwan's eyes widened in nervousness and shyness, her small hands instinctively clutching Fu Sai's shirt. He was equally affected, finally kissing the one he had longed for through countless nights. It was his first kiss, lacking experience, relying solely on instinct, he tentatively brushed against her soft lips, not pressing further, merely lingering there before opening his eyes to gaze at her with a smile. Their eyes locked. Xu Muwan tightened her grip on his shirt, seeing her comforted him, and he chuckled softly, his large hand, unbeknownst to him, moving to his waist, guiding her hands around him. In the intoxicating atmosphere, she instinctively followed his lead. Then, Fu Sai captured her lips once more, sucking, releasing, and repeating the motion over and over. Xu Muwan's eyes widened, but the next moment, she couldn't help but close them. Noticing this, Fu Sai followed suit, fully savoring their first kiss together. She was so sweet. A sweetness unlike any he had ever known, fueling an insatiable desire for more. Fu Sai did not delve deeper but lingered on her lips, savoring every moment, utterly engrossed. The hospital corridor remained quiet, with occasional footsteps echoing by, while inside the ward, The two were lost in their fervent kiss, muffled sighs and gasps intertwining, leaving Xu Muwan utterly unable to think. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Ciye finally relinquished the embrace of the person in his arms. "Baby, you taste so sweet." Xu Muwan experienced her first kiss, and after it ended, her body clung to his, the lingering excitement still coursing through her. His husky, alluring voice echoed in her ears, yet she dared not meet his gaze. Feeling too shy to respond, instead, she murmured in his embrace, "Ciye, I wish to take a bath and sleep." A soft chuckle escaped Ciye's lips as Xu Muwan's words hung in the air. Her face flushed with warmth. How had her voice transformed? It was now so soft and seemingly enticing, she refused to acknowledge it. "Well, everything is ready inside, and the clothes are in the wardrobe," though he said so. He did not loosen his hold on her. Xu Muwan had initially intended to forego changing, but she was pleasantly surprised by his thoughtful preparations. "Grandma, do you think we should request a better hospital room? I had arranged for it when I came, but I didn't mention it because Grandma was concerned, therefore he could only arrange for the best doctors." Xu Muwan shook her head in his embrace. "No need, Grandma's current room is also a single-occupancy one, and it's quite satisfactory. It's just not as spacious, but that doesn't matter. The most important thing is that you've hired an excellent doctor." "Alright, I'll heed my darling's wishes." Ciye, in high spirits after their kiss, wrapped her tightly in his arms. "Not yours." Xu Muwan found herself blushing incessantly at the playful shift in his terms of endearment. Offering a timid rebuttal, "Eventually, you will be mine, or I will become yours." He had no objections. "Is there a difference?" Xu Muwan laughed softly, her eyes sparkling. After spending time with him, she realized how childishly charming he was. "No difference, I am yours." Ciye gazed at her lips, tantalizingly sweetened by his kiss, and couldn't resist another quick sip, murmuring, I like you a lot." He unabashedly professed his affection. Xu Muwan, suddenly caught off guard by another kiss, felt her cheeks warm and instinctively tightened her embrace. "I like you too." Though bashful, she eagerly reciprocated his sentiments. "Then let us hold each other a little longer before we wash up." Having finally entered a relationship, Ciye was reluctant to let her go. Xu Muwan naturally would not refuse. Her earlier mention of wanting to bathe and sleep was merely a momentary bout of shyness. She had long harbored feelings for him, her youthful memories filled with thoughts of him. This evening, their feelings surged too fiercely, the intoxicating hormones of love making them unwilling to part. During this time, Xu Muwan had mostly been alone with Ciye, so the initial tension had dissipated, replaced by girlish shyness. Ciye, "It's quite late." No matter how they embraced, parting was inevitable. "Oh, alright, with that." Ciye tightened his hold on her. Xu Muwan, after what felt like an eternity, Ciye finally loosened his grip, calling her girlfriend. He playfully ruffled her hair. Xu Muwan looked up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, stirring a sense of longing within. Ciye, "Shall we shower together?" "What do you mean by together?" Xu Muwan was puzzled until she caught sight of his unmistakable grin and the flirtation dancing in his eyes. Her face flushed a deep crimson. How could he utter such risky words? How was she supposed to respond? "What are you thinking?" No, that's not allowed. You must let me go." Xu Muwan protested while her eyes darted around the room. Finally noticing that this hospital room had only one bed, Ciye released her. "Fine, I want to think about it. I'll wait for my girlfriend to finish her shower first." Ciye, "Where will you sleep tonight?" Xu Muwan asked, curiosity evident in her voice as she eyed the solitary bed. Ciye turned to survey the room, a hint of mischief flickering in his gaze. Seemingly unaware that there was only one large bed in the room, however, he was more seasoned than Xu Muwan and maintained a calm demeanor. Raising an eyebrow, he said suggestively, "It's perfectly fine for a couple to share a bed. It fosters intimacy. Besides, I'm warm and can help my girlfriend warm the bed. I promise, I won't do anything, just warm the bed for you." His earnestness was almost comical, and though Xu Muwan felt a wave of shyness, she did not refuse. Having never dated before, her heart had always belonged to Ciye, and she trusted him implicitly. Sharing a bed didn't seem so bad after all. And she had no objections. Chapter 72. This is also my first kiss in the bathroom. Xu Muwan stepped inside, marveling at the decor that felt far from ordinary for a hospital room. One might mistake it for a luxurious suite. Yet, her mind was preoccupied with the memory of the kiss she had just shared with Ciye, her first kiss. Given to the boy she adored, after spending over half an hour in the bathroom. She emerged clad in pink pajamas adorned with pig motifs, all perfectly fitted. This left Xu Muwan puzzled. It seemed Ciye always prepared clothes that fit her impeccably, yet she had no idea what size he wore. Her freshly washed hair was casually tied up in a bun, and after tossing her used clothes into the laundry basket, she hung her undergarments to dry in an inconspicuous corner of the bathroom before stepping out. "Make sure to keep an eye on their movements, spare no expense in hiring the best." Upon exiting, Xu Muwan found Ciye standing by the window, his back turned to her as he spoke on the phone. Perhaps sensing her presence, he ended the call and turned to approach her. Without a word, he pulled her toward the nearby sofa, sitting beside her. Xu Muwan initially wondered what he was up to until she noticed the hairdryer in his hand. Realizing his intentions, Ciye, "I can manage on my own, you should go wash up." Xu Muwan insisted, reaching for the hairdryer, but he deftly evaded her grasp. "I want to dry your hair." Just sit still, okay? With a boyfriend around, you don't need to do these things yourself. Fu Ciye gently reminded her, emphasizing that with him present, he would take care of everything. Alright. Upon hearing his words, Xu Muwan quieted down. In the tranquil hospital room, the only sound was the gentle whir of the hairdryer. Fu Ciye sat behind Xu Muwan, enveloping her in his embrace, his head slightly bowed as he inhaled the fragrant scent of her hair. Feeling a subtle tension in his body. Xu Muwan's hair was not particularly long, and soon, the sound of the hairdryer ceased. Xu Muwan sighed, uncertain if it was her imagination, but she felt as though Fu Ciye had been inhaling the scent of her hair. She began, but as she turned to suggest he wash up, her words were silenced by his lips. Fu Ciye's kiss was brief yet satisfying, and he murmured, so sweet, I'm going to take a shower now. With that, he hurriedly made his way to the bathroom. However, Xu Muwan couldn't shake the feeling that he had dashed away. Once inside, she bit her lip, burying her face in the sofa pillow. Overwhelmed with shyness, seizing the moment while Fu Ciye was in the shower, she composed herself and stepped out to check on her grandmother next door. After confirming that her grandmother was sound asleep, she returned to rest. As she walked back to the recovery room, she noticed that Fu Ciye had yet to emerge. Glancing at the large bed, her previously pale face flushed crimson once more at the thought of sharing it with Fu Ciye. There was only one blanket. Xu Muwan did not lie down but sat at the edge of the bed, engrossed in her phone, replying to messages from Lulu and the others. Warmth filled her heart as she read their caring messages. Just as she was about to finish her replies, the bathroom door swung open. Fu Ciye emerged clad in a bathrobe, his damp hair still glistening with droplets. He casually dried himself with a towel. The robe slightly open, revealing his prominent collarbones and hint of defined muscles. This was the first time Xu Muwan beheld such a captivating sight of Fu Ciye, sensual and irresistible. Suddenly Fu Ciye's teasing gaze fell upon her, catching her off guard. In an instant, she averted her eyes, feeling flustered and guilty. Noticing her reaction, a clear smile spread across his face as he dried his hair until it was no longer dripping. Then made his way to the bed where she was tidying the blankets. Xu Muwan, keeping her head down and her back turned, felt his footsteps drawing nearer, her heart racing like a startled deer. Before long, she was enveloped in his familiar warmth. Fu Ciye wrapped his arms around her waist, his chest pressed against her back. Wan, I like you a lot, even after hearing his declarations countless times. Xu Muwan's heart fluttered anew each time. How fortunate she was to have his affection while harboring feelings for him in secret. With this thought, she surprisingly felt bold enough to turn and embrace him around the waist. Yes, thank you for liking me and for making an effort to be close to me. My girlfriend, lift your head. As Xu Muwan raised her gaze, his face descended toward hers, and sure enough, a warm kiss fell upon her lips. She passively accepted it, but as the kiss deepened, she suddenly pushed gently against his chest, causing Fu Ciye to halt, their foreheads resting against each other. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? He hadn't even begun to deepen the kiss yet. Fu Ciye, what does my baby wish to say? The baby. Xu Muwan felt a slight warmth creeping to her ears. Yet she found it immensely delightful. She mused, is there any girl who wouldn't cherish being called baby by the one she fancies, especially when it comes from such a handsome young man? With a voice so magnetic and husky, have you kissed other girls before? She asked hesitantly. It was my first time. Xu Muwan was only aware that he was betrothed to Bai Ruishua, with whom he had grown up. And considering the length of their relationship, it was only natural to assume they had shared kisses. The thought stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. Gazing into Fu Ciye's eyes, she felt a hint of grievance. Upon noticing the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, Fu Ciye hurriedly reassured her, no, I have never kissed any other girl, nor have I confessed to anyone else, it is only you. He spoke fervently, without a pause, fearful she might misunderstand. I have always been engaged to Bai Ruishua, but that was merely a commitment arranged by our elders. I have never harbored feelings for her. Before I met you, I had never encountered a girl who made my heart flutter, nor did I ever contemplate marrying Bai Ruishua. In his previous life, when he met Xu Muwan, he was already in his 30s. And despite his family's persistent urging, he had never entertained the thought of marriage. The desire for marriage only emerged during the month they spent together. This is also my first kiss, Fu Ciye continued to explain. Seeing the girl before him silent, he assumed she remained skeptical. Just as he was about to elaborate further, she unexpectedly rose on her toes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her red lips against his. Fu Ciye's heart soared with joy. With her offering herself so willingly, what was there left to explain? He scooped her up in his arms, and Xu Muwan instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. He captured her mouth, kissing her fervently. This time, he was not merely kissing her lips. Chapter 73, her vibrant self. Xu Muwan was suddenly lifted into Fu Ciye's embrace, startling her into clinging tightly to him. Tonight, he seemed to be addicted to kissing, and she felt a delightful tingling sensation on her lips, yet she craved his kisses, relishing the feeling. At that moment, her heart was filled with an inexplicable ache. Had it been a month prior, she could never have envisioned such a scenario. This was her light, perhaps triggered by her emotions. She could not help but part her lips slightly. That instant, Fu Ciye released her lips, their gazes locking. Baby, do you enjoy my kisses? Fu Xini asked directly and passionately, leaving Xu Muwan at a loss for words. How could she not like it, if she hadn't? She would have struggled to break free long ago, yet being a girl, she felt the need to maintain a semblance of modesty. Under his fervent and expectant gaze, she fought back her embarrassment and nodded shyly. In his embrace, the position was undeniably intimate, and she wished to step down, but he wouldn't allow it. Upon seeing her nod, his lips descended once more, whispering hoarsely, "Open your mouth, I wish to enter." Neither of them closed their eyes, and Fu Xini's ears flushed a rare shade of crimson as he spoke. Xu Muwan quickly shut her eyes, surrendering to the sensation of his breath, obediently parting her lips. Without hesitation, Fu Xini tenderly coaxed her lips apart, enticing her tongue. In that instant, Xu Muwan felt a delicious tingling sensation as if struck by lightning. Her head spun, and she acted purely on instinct. His kiss was astonishingly gentle, leaving no room for discomfort. Like a gentle spring rain nurturing all it touched, it was tender and lingering. Gradually, he invaded her, not only claiming her body but her heart as well. As he lifted her slightly, Fu Xini, though inexperienced, made no mistakes, and his kisses left Xu Muwan utterly enamored. Perhaps it was her deep affection for him that made everything he did feel blissful. His kiss was not merely a playful dance of lips and tongues, but rather an enchanting allure, enticing her deeper into his vortex. Xu Muwan could not help but let out a soft moan. That singular sound transformed their gentle kiss into something more fervent. She felt breathless as he continuously sought more, their sounds of sucking, swallowing, and gasping intertwining harmoniously. Xu Muwan could not bear to push him away. Fu Xini seemed to sense her overwhelming feelings and finally relented. Pulling back slightly to gaze at the disheveled girl before him, her earlobes flushed as if they might bleed. With a slight distance between them, a silvery thread of intimacy lingered at their mouths, and Fu Xini's heavy breaths reached her ears like an irresistible lure. Xu Muwan's body trembled, unable to suppress her emotions. After a while, she blinked her glistening eyes at the smiling man, licking her tingling lips. "I almost couldn't breathe." Fu Xini chuckled softly, symbolically licking his own lips. "Did you think I would let you go otherwise, sweet? I'm addicted to kissing." He seemed eager to validate his claim, leaning down to plant a few more kisses, pecking her repeatedly. "Baby, kissing is such joy, shall we practice more?" Fu Xini felt as though he had captured her heart, and he simply could not stop kissing her, as if entranced, particularly with her so sweetly compliant in his embrace. Xu Muwan conceded to the same sentiment but found herself unable to vocalize her feelings as openly as Fu Xini. Turning her head slightly, she murmured, "It's late." The implication was clear, it was time to sleep. "Baby, how does it feel?" Fu Xini glanced down, then looked back up with a smile. He was caught in the pleasure of her touch, yet also tormented by it. The person before him was the one he had longed for. How could he not react? Hearing his words, Xu Muwan followed his gaze, puzzled by his question about how it felt. Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing a rush of warmth to flood her cheeks. When had her hand found its way under his robe? Resting on his chest, alarmed, she instinctively withdrew her hand, but it was captured in his grip. "No need to be shy. I'm your boyfriend, and it's perfectly natural for a girlfriend to be tempted by her boyfriend's body." "Of course, I am tempted by you too." As Fu Xini spoke, he nuzzled her forehead and held her tightly, wishing to never let go, embracing her as if for eternity. "Continue to explore. I have abs, feel free to touch. They are all yours." Fu Xini rambled on, entirely oblivious to Xu Muwan's flushed face. He had presumed the girl would not resist, but to his surprise, she suddenly took a playful nibble at his soft lips. Rather than a gentle kiss, it was more akin to a playful bite, leaving Fu Xini momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Taking advantage of his stunned silence, Xu Muwan slipped off him, intending to leap onto the bed, only to hear a muffled grunt from him, causing her to freeze. Oh no, had she touched something she shouldn't have? Even if she had never experienced such intimacy, she had certainly seen it portrayed in various forms. What to do? Should she pretend ignorance or apologize? "Baby." Fu Xini's expression shifted, his gaze dropping as he hoarsely called out. Xu Muwan promptly dove onto the bed. "I'm sorry, I'm going to sleep now." You handle it yourself." Her voice trembled, observing the girl burying herself under the covers, her lower half exposed. Fu Xini instinctively swallowed hard. She was entirely unaware of how enticing her position was, kneeling on the bed, her backside arched like an adorable little piglet. "Baby, don't cover your head. It's stifling." Fu Xini chuckled helplessly, bending down to tug at her blanket. What just happened was my way of saying I love you. But rest assured, if you don't agree, I will never do anything to you." Boys, after all, had thicker skins, and Fu Xini, feeling his words were insufficient, leaned closer to her ear and added, "You're the only one who elicits this reaction from me." Xu Muwan felt as if she were on fire under the covers. He was so shameless, always teasing her. "I can't hear you, I'm going to sleep." She vigorously shook her head beneath the covers. Her adorably defiant demeanor evoked a wave of laughter from Fu Xini. "Baby, why are you so cute? It's delightful. I've completely fallen for your vibrant self. I'll go change my clothes. Remember to uncover your head, otherwise it'll be uncomfortable. I'm leaving now. You can come out." As Fu Xini spoke, he walked away, concerned she might suffocate inside. "Alright." Xu Muwan didn't dislike her current situation. It was merely her first experience with such intimacy, and feeling shy was inevitable. Chapter 74. Repeatedly, the kissing did not cease once she sensed the stillness beside her. Xu Muwan cautiously peeked out from beneath the covers. Confirming that he had indeed gone to change, only then did she dare to lift the blanket and sit up, exhaling deeply. Was this the feeling of being in a relationship with someone she adored? It truly felt like a dream. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xu Muwan lay in bed, wide awake, her mind racing with the events of the day, filled with disbelief as her emotions surged and ebbed. The man who had claimed he would change clothes had yet to return, and though Xu Muwan had never been in a relationship, her time spent with Liang Lulu and the others over the past 2 years had exposed her to numerous risky conversations. Especially those after each of them returned from outings with their boyfriends. Her thoughts drifted far beyond, contemplating what would happen now that she and Fu Xini were together, although her grandmother had someone to care for her. She could not help but worry. Her grandmother was her only family, and the distance to the harbor was vast. She feared what would happen if there was another emergency and she couldn't return in time. Fu Xini. She didn't want to give up either. It was said that one cannot have both the fish and the bears. As she pondered her dilemma, the sound of the bathroom door opening caught her attention. And she instinctively shut her eyes, pretending to be asleep, otherwise she wouldn't know how to face him when he lay down beside her. As the footsteps drew ever closer, Xu Muwan's hand beneath the covers clenched tightly, then loosened only to tighten again. After a while, she remained oblivious to his presence on the bed, her forehead growing warm instead. Fu Xi kissed her forehead and tucked the blanket around her. Asleep now? I won't take the bed. I'll settle for the sofa. Tomorrow morning, I'll come back for a kiss. Fu Xi had long since discerned her feigned slumber, as her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. He yearned to hold her close as he slept, but feared she might feel uncomfortable. After all, he had waited 16 years. A moment longer would not matter. Feigning sleep, Xu Muwan felt a pang of guilt at Fu Xi's words. Sleep on the sofa? The sofa was rather small, a mere love seat, with his long legs dangling off the edge. Would he not be left hanging? Xu Muwan's mind was in turmoil as she slightly opened her eyes. The room's light had been turned off, and moonlight streamed through the window, allowing her to faintly see the figure on the sofa. Indeed, his legs hung precariously in the air. Fu Xi, unable to resist, Xu Muwan called out softly, are you wanting a kiss? Fu Xi turned over, his gaze still fixed in the dim light, uncertain if he could see the one he cherished. Xu Muwan, why was he suddenly speaking of kisses tonight? The bed was quite spacious, surely he could share it with her. Xu Muwan thought he might grasp her meaning, but he simply replied innocently, alright, you just sleep soundly. Xu Muwan inhaled deeply. Fu Xi, I'm cold. Silence ensued. And just as she contemplated sitting up, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Alright, your boyfriend will warm your bed. Fu Xi lifted her gently, lying back down with one arm around her waist and the other supporting her neck. A kiss, with their foreheads touching, the faint moonlight illuminated their faces. As he gazed at her fair visage, an overwhelming desire to taste her arose. Xu Muwan's breath quickened as her nose brushed against his. Did you not say you would warm my bed? As she spoke, her lips parted slightly, inadvertently brushing against Fu Xi's soft lips. Just a little kiss. Tomorrow I must awaken early to care for Grandma. Xu Muwan recalled his prolonged kiss from earlier and preemptively stated. Alright, with that, Fu Xi pressed his lips against those he had longed for. So sweet, a kiss, how could he resist? Having finally become her boyfriend, he intended to fully exercise his newfound privilege. Fu Xi rolled over, positioning himself above her. Just a kiss, nothing more. In the end, Xu Muwan found herself at a loss for words. She lost track of time as their kisses continued, only stopping when she struggled to breathe, allowing her a moment's respite before resuming. It was as if she were a small boat tossed about on the waves of the sea. Kissing was far more exhausting than her university fitness test. She had anticipated feeling too nervous to sleep beside him, yet she was surprised to find she did not even recall when she had drifted off. Her final thought was one of regret for inviting him to share her bed. Perhaps it would have been better to let his legs dangle in the air. The following day, as dawn broke in the hospital's large bed, a man and a woman lay entwined. Fu Xi slowly opened his eyes. Since his rebirth, he had never experienced such restful sleep, having slumbered soundly until dawn. Typically, he would awaken frequently throughout the night, yet this time, upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the light of day. And the reason was clear, the person nestled in his arms was his very lifeline. Gazing down, he saw the girl curled up, her feet resting upon his legs, her hands clinging to his chest. Sound asleep. When his gaze fell upon her rosy lips, he was momentarily taken aback. The corner of her mouth bore a slight bruise. He hadn't expected her lips to remain so red even after applying ointment. He lost control last night, and it was no wonder she had almost cried. Though he had kissed her to the point of tears, she still couldn't bear to push him away. With this thought, Fu Xi's heart softened. He cautiously leaned down and gently kissed her cheek. How wonderful it was to awaken to her presence. If only every day could be like this. Becoming a couple meant they could share the same bed, drawing them closer to the day they would become husband and wife. Fu Xi's thoughts were blissful. If only the timing were right, he would gladly lie beside her, waiting for her to wake. He gently withdrew his arm from around her waist, relieved to see she remained asleep. Pulling the blanket over her, he took out a tube of ointment and applied it to the corner of her mouth before quietly leaving. After tidying himself up, Fu Sai made his way to the room where his grandmother was staying. Upon entering, he found Fu Cheng already awake. "Good morning, Grandma." Fu Cheng was enjoying breakfast prepared by the caregiver. Upon seeing Fu Sai, she quickly set her bowl down and cheerfully exclaimed, "Good morning, Xiaoyi. Why are you awake so early? It's not even 7 yet." "I'm used to it, Grandma. Do these dishes suit your taste?" Fu Sai glanced at the food on the cart. Fu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Setting aside Fu Sai's character, she could easily perceive his thoughtfulness through his actions. The food on the cart, aside from what the doctor advised against, was entirely tailored to her preferences. She could hardly believe it was mere coincidence. He must have done his homework. "Thank you, Xiaoyi. You've gone to such trouble." "The is Nuan still asleep?" Fu Cheng guessed upon seeing Fu Sai enter alone. "Yes, I was worried about you and went to bed late." "You only got half of that right. Nuan is notoriously difficult to wake up, especially in the winter. Back in school, I had to get up at least half an hour early just to rouse her." As Fu Cheng continued to reminisce about Xu Muwan's past, Fu Sai listened with delight. It wasn't until he posed a particular question that Fu Cheng paused. "Grandma, did you happen to know me before?" Chapter 75, Crazy for Kisses. When Xu Muwan woke, the sun was already high in the sky. The moment she realized she had slept in, she bolted upright, her memories of the previous night flooding back. Glancing at the spot beside her, she found no trace of Fu Sai. Instinctively, she grabbed her phone, only to discover it was already 10:30. Her alarm had not gone off. Wait, she had definitely set an alarm last night. Had Fu Sai turned it off? As she pondered the possibilities, the thought that Fu Sai knew her phone password and had preemptively silenced her alarm crossed her mind. The idea that he had witnessed her sleeping soundly made her feel utterly mortified. Rubbing her hair, she attempted to speak, only to feel a twinge of pain at the corner of her mouth. Realizing she had been injured during the kiss, how long had they kissed? It didn't hurt too much, though it felt slightly cool, and she caught a whiff of ointment. Without further thought, she hurried to wash up, intending to check on her grandmother. She had come to care for her, yet here she was sleeping until midday, planning to return to wash up later. She threw on a suitable down jacket and stepped outside. Just as she reached the door, Fu Sai walked in. "Good morning, baby." Upon seeing her out of bed, Fu Sai's eyes brightened, and he swiftly walked over to scoop her up, leaving Xu Muwan dangling from his arms. The term baby made Xu Muwan acutely aware that she and Fu Sai were now officially in a relationship. Thinking of her current appearance, she hesitated to meet his gaze. "Good morning. Why didn't you wake me? I need to see Grandma. The little pig in my arms is sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake her." Xu Muwan gasped, realizing she hadn't slept in his embrace. Had she? She had always been a demure sleeper. Fu Sai chuckled and ruffled her hair. "Grandma just had breakfast, and I've been keeping her company. The doctor has already checked in, and everything is stable." Hearing this, Xu Muwan sighed in relief, though she felt a pang of embarrassment. It was her grandmother, yet she hadn't shown the same concern. "Alright, thank you, Fu Sai. Verbal thanks won't suffice. Do you remember what I said last night?" As Fu Sai carried her forward, she instinctively tightened her grip around his waist at his sudden movement. "What? You said a lot." Xu Muwan was unsure where he intended to take her, so she clung tightly to his neck. After kissing for what felt like an eternity the night before, he seemed insatiable, whispering in her ear each time she gasped for breath. "So sweet, baby, just one more kiss." Having finally become a couple, he had longed for this moment for ages. "I'll continue tomorrow." With those words, Fu Sai set her down on the bathroom sink. Xu Muwan assumed he intended for her to wash up, and as she opened her mouth to protest, he lifted her chin, and in the next moment, his warm breath enveloped her entirely. He leaned in for another kiss. "But I haven't brushed my teeth," Xu Muwan thought, gently pushing against his chest. Being mindful of her injured lip, Fu Sai didn't kiss her as fervently as the night before. Instead, he offered soft, tender kisses. What's wrong? Don't you like it?" "I haven't brushed my teeth," she murmured, quickly covering her mouth. Fu Sai leaned against the sink, encircling her in his arms, and with a grin, he pulled her hand away. "I don't mind. In fact, I love it. Every day, I want to kiss you. I'm going crazy for it." His wild words matched his spirited nature. Xu Muwan had always found it hard to refuse him. Fu Sai smiled as he lowered his gaze and kissed her again, relentlessly licking and sucking, his hands tightening around her waist. Xu Muwan felt herself growing weak from his kisses, her entire being pressed against him. Unable to restrain a soft moan, "Darling, open your mouth. I adore it. I long to taste your sweetness." Xu Muwan's heart trembled. How could he always express such words so directly? This time, she did not comply. Feeling embarrassed as she hadn't brushed her teeth, but Fu Sai was not one to adhere to her wishes, he exerted a gentle pressure on her waist, eliciting a surprised gasp from Xu Muwan as her lips slightly parted. Seizing the opportunity, he kissed her, savoring what he desired. Xu Muwan felt like crying without tears. Who would be frightened of kissing on the very first day of their relationship? It seemed there was no end to it. Half an hour later, Fu Sai emerged from the bathroom, leaning casually against the doorframe. "Darling, I'm waiting for you outside. Just call me if you need anything." Moments ago, she had been rendered weak from his kisses. Barely able to sit upright. He had intended to help her brush her teeth and fix her hair, but she shyly rejected his help, leaving him no choice but to step outside and wait. In the bathroom, Xu Muwan gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her hair was a tangled mess, her coat had been discarded somewhere, and her lips were swollen and red, indicators of their mischievous activities. How would she explain this to her grandmother when she stepped out? In truth, she could have voiced her objections. She sensed that as long as she was unwilling, Fu Sai would not pursue it further. Ultimately, she enjoyed his kisses and could not bear to push him away. 20 minutes later, Fu Sai emerged, holding Xu Muwan's hand as they walked out together. He glanced down at the girl who was consistently looking down. A faint smile of helplessness gracing his lips. "Darling, don't worry, Grandma will be thrilled to see how well we get along." Feeling that his words were insufficient, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Besides, it's truly beautiful. No need to speak." Xu Muwan playfully pinched his arm, her expression feigning annoyance. All right, I won't say anything, just a kiss later will suffice." Xu Muwan could not seem to escape the topic of kisses. Fu Sai watched as the girl nestled beside him, her face flushed with shyness, the initial nervousness long gone, leaving her in a state of utter bliss. Furthermore, he had received significant support from her family that morning, bringing him one step closer to his dream of cuddling with her like a little pig every night. When they arrived at her grandmother's hospital room, Xu Muwan released Fu Sai's hand and hurried inside, exclaiming, "Grandma, Aunt Zhang." To her surprise, Aunt Zhang had also arrived, having just woken up from the neighboring room. Grandma and Aunt Zhang beamed upon seeing them, and Xu Muwan assumed their joy was directed at her. Just as she was about to sit down beside them, she heard Grandma and Aunt Zhang call out, "Xiaoyi, come here." Xu Muwan observed Fu Sai seated between her grandmother and Aunt Zhang, akin to a festive gathering surrounded by relatives, engaging in conversation with one while straining to hear the other. What had changed? It was merely a few extra hours of sleep for her. Yet Fu Sai seemed to have forged a close bond with them. She sat alone at a small table, consuming breakfast. No, it was more accurate to call it lunch. "Yes, Grandma." "All right, Aunt Zhang, I'll make sure to sample your cooking sometime." "No, just a few minor endeavors of my own." This moment, Fu Sai displayed no airs of superiority. Had Xu Muwan not been aware of his demeanor in Hong Kong, she would hardly have believed this was Fu Sai. It appeared that no matter the circumstance, he handled everything with ease. Perhaps it was the novelty of their relationship. As they basked in each other's affection, the thought of a long-distance relationship made her heart ache. They say that long-distance relationships are the most taboo for couples, often draining emotional reserves. Contemplating this, Xu Muwan suddenly found her food tasteless. Fu Sai, who had been conversing with the elders, noticed Xu Muwan's sudden loss of interest. His heart tightening, he respectfully addressed the two elders. "Grandma, Aunt Zhang, please continue your conversation. I'll check on Wan. All right. Fu Cheng and Aunt Zhang exchanged knowing smiles, with Aunt Zhang remarking, "Look at Xiaoyi, he truly cares for our Wan." Even while preoccupied with other matters, Grandma nodded in agreement. Feelings are mutual. Wan is equally fond of Xiaoyi, otherwise, they wouldn't have come together. After eating a few bites, Xu Muwan, lost in thought, sipped her juice in small gulps, unaware of when Fu Sai had settled beside her. "Shall I feed you, darling?" Fu Sai leaned down, hearing his voice. Xu Muwan abruptly lifted her head, her reddened eyes meeting his gaze. Fu Sai's heart tightened. Disregarding the presence of others, he swiftly gathered her into his embrace, settling her on his lap. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell, or is something troubling you?" He gently brushed his forehead against hers, radiating concern. Xu Muwan, touched by his tenderness, felt even more melancholic. "Fu Sai, will you miss me in the future?" At that moment, Xu Muwan had come to terms with the reality of a long-distance relationship. She thought, "Even when you are beside me, I will always think of you." He opened his mouth, ready to say something more, but fell silent upon meeting Grandma's gaze. Xu Muwan sniffled and was about to voice another thought when she noticed sounds around her. Turning her head, she saw her grandmother and Aunt Zhang engrossed in something on their phones, exchanging glances filled with understanding. "How about I feed you? Once you finish, we can listen to the doctor regarding Grandma's treatment plan." Fu Sai glanced at the food on the table, which remained largely untouched. Xu Muwan shook her head, feeling embarrassed to have him feed her even when it was just the two of them, let alone with Grandma and Aunt Zhang present. "No need, I can eat by myself. I'm not very hungry. Shall we go now? Do you still want to eat? There is plenty. I can't finish it all." However, Fu Sai was not one to heed Xu Muwan's refusals, letting them go in one ear and out the other. All right, my boyfriend will feed you. I enjoy feeding my darling." With that, he scooped rice onto a spoon and held it to Xu Muwan's lips. Faced with the first spoonful, she found it hard to refuse. Her cheeks flushed as she ate. One spoonful led to another, and by the end, Xu Muwan felt her belly swell, standing beside the hospital bed. Xu Muwan watched as a group of doctors surrounded her grandmother, conducting examinations. She tugged at Fu Sai's sleeve. Fu Sai leaned down, bringing his ear close to her lips, seeing him instinctively bending down for her. Xu Muwan smiled and grasped his hand. "Thank you, my boyfriend." The term boyfriend sounded so melodious to Fu Sai. Had there not been others present, he would have wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her fervently. "Mr. Fu," the doctor turned to Fu Sai after the examination. "Currently, Mrs. Fu is in a stable condition. The cancer is incurable. We can only manage the symptoms with medication, however, if you consider transferring her to Hong Kong. She would receive significantly better treatment, the doctor continued, observing Fu Sai's expression, and, noting his silence, hastily added, but rest assured, Mr. Fu, with us here, Mrs. Fu is not in any life-threatening danger. Finally, seeing Fu Sai nod, the doctor exhaled in relief. Xu Muwan furrowed her brow slightly at the doctor's words. 10 minutes later, the doctors departed, and Aunt Zhang did not linger, unaware of Fu Sai's arrangements, having prepared food and bone broth for the hospital that morning. She had encountered Fu Sai and chatted for a while before leaving to tend to matters at home. After they left, Fu Qing turned to Xu Muwan. Grandma wishes to discuss something with you. For some reason, Xu Muwan felt a sudden jolt, sensing that Grandma had something significant to say. Fu Sai smiled gently. Grandma, I'll go discuss a few matters with the doctor. You and Wan can talk first. Alright, thank you, Xiaoyi. Since their earlier conversation that morning, Fu Qing held Fu Sai in high regard. Her Wan had truly made an excellent choice. Grandma, we're all family here. Fu Sai chuckled, then turned to Xu Muwan. I'll come find you later. Make sure to talk to Grandma, and no tears, okay? He lightly tapped her nose, watching Fu Sai's retreating figure. Fu Qing smiled and took Xu Muwan's hand. The boy Wan likes is truly wonderful. He has the same discerning eye as his mother. Grandma, Xu Muwan's voice trembled slightly. What's wrong? If I don't go to Hong Kong, and you want to stay here, then I will stay here with you. Grandma had never wanted to go to Hong Kong. Xu Muwan had known this all along. When she had initially been accepted into Hong Kong University, she had been concerned about Grandma being alone at home. At that time, she had quite a bit of savings and had hoped Grandma would accompany her there. They could rent a small apartment together. However, Grandma had refused, expressing her desire to remain close to home, stating that wherever her roots were, that was where she belonged, especially with her parents still around. Xu Muwan had refrained from pressing the issue further, acknowledging that Grandma had a point. Silly child, how could your grandmother allow you to abandon your studies? Did not the doctor just say otherwise? Grandmother can seek treatment at a better hospital, and she can accompany you to Gangdu. As these words fell, Xu Muwan suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 77, the assurance he gives you. Xu Muwan momentarily failed to comprehend what her grandmother was saying. Fu Qing observed the person before her, gazing with glistening eyes. Momentarily taken aback, she could not help but smile. Are you bewildered? Or do you not wish for your grandmother to go to Gangdu? Xu Muwan pressed her lips together, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. No, grandmother, you need not go to Gangdu for my sake. I will not relinquish my studies. My academic performance at school is commendable, and I can transfer back here. Silly child, how can this place compare to the world outside? Moreover, you fought tooth and nail to get into Gangdu. Could you truly bear to give that up? Or perhaps, could you forsake Xiaoyi? He occupies the entirety of your dreams, thousands of kilometers away. Even a flight takes hours, even if you are together now. Can you guarantee it will be smooth sailing? Long-distance relationships are the most susceptible to trials. Fu Qing gently squeezed Xu Muwan's hand, her heart earnest. Xu Muwan lifted her gaze, stifling her tears. How could her grandmother know? She had never confided to anyone about her feelings for Fu Sai. The secrets of a young girl's heart are known only to herself. Grandmother, I want you. Xu Muwan found herself at a loss for words. All she knew was that she could not bear to lose her grandmother. Fu Sai was indeed important to her, and she cherished him greatly, yet her grandmother had never been a matter of choice. Muwan, at first, I was perplexed as to why you insisted on attending a university in Gangdu, for we have several prestigious institutions right here in Haisha. But one day, while I was tidying your room, your diary accidentally fell to the floor, and upon reading it, I understood your aspirations. Although Fu Qing was a teacher, she was not the kind to force her students to focus solely on their studies. When she first discovered Muwan's diary, she refrained from questioning or obstructing her daughter's initial pangs of youthful affection, instead choosing to feign ignorance. She believed in her Muwan. Thus, how could a grandmother bear to let her granddaughter forsake her ambitions? Grandmother has always said, where the roots are, there the person shall be, but as long as the person remains, the roots can take hold of. Furthermore, once grandmother's health improves, she can return here to visit. This place will always be our home. Fu Qing spoke softly, her eyes crinkling with kindness. Grandmother, I'm so sorry for causing you worry. Xu Muwan had not anticipated that her grandmother was aware of everything. All along, in the shadows, her grandmother had been meticulously safeguarding her aspirations. Growing up, she had often been ridiculed for being an orphan without parents, yet her grandmother had always gone above and beyond for her. She had everything that other children had, and even some things that others did not. Except for the presence of parents, she had never envied anyone, for she had the best grandmother in the world. Silly child, having you is my fortune. Fu Qing embraced her tightly, gently patting Xu Muwan's back in a soothing manner. Grandmother, I will strive to make you proud. Xu Muwan remembered how, when her grandmother accompanied her to school, aside from Aunt Zhang, none of the neighbors looked favorably upon them, calling her grandmother foolish for investing so much in a girl. She would always remember her grandmother steadfastly defending her. Alright, but grandmother does not wish for Muwan to become my pride. I only desire for you to be safe, healthy, and happy. Fu Qing felt a lump in her throat as memories of her daughter and son-in-law's untimely demise flooded her mind. Good. Xu Muwan nuzzled against Fu Qing's waist. Since she had decided to go to Gangdu, she knew she could not manage the hospital arrangements alone. Inevitably, her grandmother would learn of Fu Sai's identity. Grandmother, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Xu Muwan lifted her head from Fu Qing's embrace, feeling a mix of emotion and apprehension, uncertain whether her grandmother would disapprove of Fu Sai's status. Fu Qing noticed the change in Xu Muwan's expression and could not help but chuckle as she gently flicked Xu Muwan's forehead. Are you about to tell grandmother about Xiaoyi? Yes, grandmother, actually Fu Sai is not from an ordinary family. Xu Muwan contemplated for a moment before revealing the truth, realizing that concealing it would only lead to a web of lies. You truly believe grandmother is forgetful? The moment I laid eyes on him, I suspected as much. The caregivers and doctors he brought in were not locals, and his constant reference to Mr. Fu was a clear indicator of his extraordinary background. However, I had not anticipated just how remarkable he was. Our Nuan is also exceptional, attracting another equally outstanding individual. To be honest, this morning, when Fu Qing heard Fu Sai's confession, she too was taken aback to discover that her granddaughter's boyfriend hailed from a wealthy family. While she was unaware of the specifics of Fu Sai's family's business, she had some knowledge of the Fu family's enterprise in Gangdu during her tenure at the school. Little did she know that Fu Sai belonged to the illustrious Fu family of Gangdu. Yet she would not consider it a case of her granddaughter climbing the social ladder. Although their family circumstances differed, what truly mattered in a relationship was compatibility in values and interests, allowing for a lasting bond. Of course, being well-matched in social standing is preferable, but it is secondary. She could never diminish her granddaughter's worth due to another's status. Grandmother, how did you find out? Xu Muwan sat up, bewildered by her grandmother's knowledge. Fu Qing remained silent, retrieving a sealed envelope from beneath the bed. Xu Muwan looked on with curiosity. Grandmother, what is this? It is from Xiaoyi. He has made all the arrangements. He spoke to me at length. And these are his shares in his business, all transferred to your name. He shared many plans and aspirations this morning, stating that this is your assurance. Grandmother does not intend to accept it. But he insists, aware of my concerns about going to Gangdu, as well as anticipating my mistrust upon learning of his identity. And no matter how much he assures me now, it would be mere words without evidence. Hence this document. Fu Qing was taken aback by the gravity of what she had heard. She was not one to curry favor with the affluent, yet she could not deny that after seeing what he had done, she felt a sense of comfort and reassurance. Not only this, but he had also taken care to ensure that her dietary restrictions were communicated to the caregivers, and upon learning of Aunt Zhang's usual attentiveness to them, he had even offered to assist in finding a job for Aunt Zhang's son. It is easy to have a wealthy person spend money, but it is rare to find one who invests their heart and soul. Chapter 78, Mutual Affection and Shared Feelings. Xu Muwan was astounded by Fu Sai's actions. The company was somewhat unfamiliar to Fu Qing, but she recognized it as one of the top enterprises, second only to the Fu family. By transferring his shares to her name, did he not represent his entire being? Moreover, he was the culmination of his years of hard work and dedication. How could he? This spoke volumes of his trust in her. In Nuan, what I want to convey is that we have received Xiaoye's intentions. As for this document, it is not for me to decide. It was given to you, so how you wish to proceed is entirely up to you. Fu Qing pondered before concluding that it was best to let her granddaughter decide. Grandmother, please rest, I will go find him. Xu Muwan's mind was a flurry of thoughts, with a singular desire to see him and embrace him. Without waiting for her grandmother's response, she clutched the document and dashed out. On the other side, Fu Sai was seated in a hospital conference room, surrounded by a line of doctors. All eyes were fixated on the projector screen displaying Fu Qing's medical condition. Fu Sai listened to the doctors present various proposals, his brow furrowing in impatience before relaxing repeatedly. His slender fingers drummed lightly on the table, obscuring his thoughts. Suddenly, the door swung open with a resounding bang, drawing the attention of everyone inside. Xu Muwan stood at the entrance, holding the document, her eyes glistening with tears, her long eyelashes still clinging to droplets of moisture. She felt a wave of shyness wash over her, realizing the presence of so many people, despite her longing to see Fu Sai. I am sorry for the interruption. Xu Muwan began, but before she could finish, Fu Sai immediately stood up upon seeing her. Meeting adjourned. What is it? Fu Sai approached her, effortlessly lifting Xu Muwan into his arms. Disregarding the reactions of the others, startled by his sudden action, Xu Muwan gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Fu Sai, her voice was soft and sweet, igniting a warmth within Fu Sai that compelled him to nuzzle against her cheek. Upon noticing the document in her hand, he suddenly grasped the situation. Are you here to give me a kiss? Alright, it was indeed his desire for a kiss. With that, Fu Sai felt a warm sensation against his cheek. Had she initiated the kiss? The warmth was so fleeting that he could hardly be certain. Xu Muwan, overwhelmed by emotion and deeply touched by Fu Sai's gestures, felt a surge of exhilaration. You kissed me? As Fu Sai held her close, he spoke while hastening his steps. Xu Muwan observed that he seemed to enjoy her affection, so she leaned in once more, aiming for his lips, planting another kiss on him. Fu Sai felt that happiness arrived too suddenly. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have undoubtedly seized the happiness that was presented to him. He quickened his pace. Xu Muwan, at this moment, did not receive his response and felt a bit shy. Oblivious to how swiftly Fu Sai was moving, she allowed him to hold her, just as she was about to discuss the matter of the share transfer. Fu Sai seemed to anticipate her intent and directly interrupted. "Be good, we can talk later, hold on to your boyfriend tightly." Fu Sai could no longer restrain himself. He yearned to kiss her immediately. Wanting to respond to her every move. "Oh, where shall we go?" Xu Muwan turned her gaze away from his face and noticed he was heading towards the hospital room, assuming he was going to see his grandmother. "You can let me down, I can walk on my own, baby, don't move around." Fu Sai struggled to suppress his desires. It was then that Xu Muwan realized how hoarse his voice sounded. Fu Sai finally reached the resting room, swiftly opened the door, carried her inside, kicked the door shut with a resounding bang, and finally locked it with one hand. Xu Muwan watched his actions, utterly perplexed. Before she could voice her confusion, he pinned her against the door, starting to kiss again, yet she did not resist. He savored her breath, deepening the kiss, which was particularly passionate, every time they connected. Her heartbeat would spiral out of control. Fu Sai kissed her with fervor, becoming increasingly addicted, his body instinctively pressing against hers. Although they had just officially begun their relationship, they had already lost count of how many times they had kissed. Xu Muwan wrapped her arms around his neck, tentatively responding to him. Fu Sai's heart surged with joy at her reciprocation. He slightly opened his deep-set eyes to gaze at the girl before him. Feeling an indescribable satisfaction as his body instinctively nestled between her legs, making their kissing even more convenient, the fervent kiss intensified, and Xu Muwan felt as if she might drown in his embrace. Nearly breathless. Fu Sai released her momentarily, allowing her to catch her breath before domineeringly descending upon her. Once more aware of the small wound at the corner of her mouth, he endeavored to temper his intensity. Suddenly Xu Muwan instinctively let out a soft whimper, which only heightened Fu Sai's already aroused state. The kiss gradually transformed, his soft lips trailing downward, kissing her neck, ears, and collarbone. Xu Muwan was treated this way for the first time. Overwhelmed by a unique sense of beauty and a hint of shame, her mouth involuntarily releasing delicate sounds for Fu Sai, it was also a first. The sensation was exquisite, and he could not bear to let her go. Meanwhile, the girl's legs wrapped tighter around his waist, and unable to control himself, he moved slightly, causing her to emit a sound that spurred his desires further, trailing from her collarbone downward, engulfed in emotion. Xu Muwan felt as though she might be scorched, her body aflame with sensations, his heated breath, and his hands roaming along her waist. Desperately, she embraced his head until her clothing was lifted, and a pair of broad hands ventured beneath to touch her skin. She froze, instinctively pushing him away. Ciye. Xu Muwan called out to him, only to realize she had already lost her composure. Finding it exceedingly difficult to make a sound, her feeble attempts to push him away startled Fu Sai from his reverie, prompting him to release her. "Baby." Fu Sai lifted his head, his gaze burning with intensity as if he wished to consume her, his voice raspy and indistinct. Xu Muwan met his gaze, her lips a deep shade of red. Fu Sai playfully said, "Don't be afraid, I won't do anything. At most, I'll just satisfy my cravings, not afraid, just a bit." Xu Muwan struggled to articulate her feelings, finally whispering into his ear, "Shame." Fu Sai held her tightly, feeling their mutual ardor, and chuckled softly, "Because we like each other, we are fond of one another." Xu Muwan absorbed his words, resting her flushed face against his shoulder. Murmuring in agreement, after a brief embrace, their breaths steadied, and Xu Muwan recalled the purpose of her visit. Chapter 79. Fu Sai's whining. Looking around, she noticed that the document had somehow been discarded on the floor. They had become so engrossed in their kisses. Just as she contemplated getting down, she realized her legs were tightly wrapped around his waist, instinctively shifting. "Baby, don't move just yet. Let me calm down." Fu Sai cradled Xu Muwan's form, turning to sit on the edge of the bed, where she naturally settled into his lap. Xu Muwan's face flushed crimson as she embraced his lean waist. Obediently laying her head on his chest, they remained silent, and after 10 minutes she sensed that he still had not regained control. In fact, he seemed to be losing it even more. Fu Sai. Xu Muwan cautiously called out to him, "Baby, I like you very much." Fu Sai suddenly buried his face into her shoulder. Xu Muwan hugged his back, unable to resist patting him. He truly relished confessing his feelings to her like this. "Thank you for your affection, I feel fortunate, the boy I have always liked also likes me." Each time Fu Sai confessed, Xu Muwan listened intently, responding earnestly each time, "No, I am the lucky one." Perhaps in the girl's eyes, it was a stroke of luck that someone she had secretly admired reciprocated her feelings, but in his eyes, she was the one he had waited many years for. Perhaps heaven had heard his wishes, thus granting him her presence in this world once more. In the past, he had not believed in supernatural beings, yet now he found faith in deities because of her. Fu Sai suddenly lifted his head, and Xu Muwan met his earnest gaze, her heart skipping a beat. "We are both fortunate, liking each other mutually." Xu Muwan cupped his face, her expression serious. "Fu Sai, I do not distrust you. The moment I decided to be with you, I invested my whole heart in trusting you. You need not transfer your dedication to me. Being with you, as long as I have your affection, is sufficient even if the future were to change drastically. She would not regret her choice. Silly girl, this is for your assurance. Who can predict the future? Are you not afraid I might betray you? Fu Sai gazed intently at her, tentatively questioning her thoughts. Although he would never part with her, having loved only her in this lifetime, he still wished for her to accept everything he had to offer. If it were any other girl, discovering this document would likely bring her immense joy. Yet she felt reluctant and pained for him. As the saying goes, someone who truly loves you considers everything from your perspective. How could his girl be so endearing, unbeknownst to him, even at his words? Xu Muwan could not bring herself to blame him. Hearing Fu Sai's remark, Xu Muwan abruptly looked up, gazing at his serious expression, her heart aching slightly, yet she feigned calmness. Fu Sai, if you encounter someone you like more in the future, please don't hide it, just tell me, and I won't cling to you. Alright. Xu Muwan aimed to retain her final shred of dignity at this last moment. No, Fu Sai firmly rejected her. Xu Muwan immediately felt a rush of anxiety, her small hands intertwining nervously. I won't give you that opportunity. I will never fall for another girl. The reason I say this is to encourage you to accept the shares. Fu Sai continued, intertwining his hand into hers, attempting to separate her clasped fingers. These are of no use to me. I have already received your intentions, and I trust you. Xu Muwan remained resolute in her refusal. Aware that these shares were worth far more than she imagined. Fu Sai lifted her chin, his gaze steady with hers. Am I not your boyfriend? Xu Muwan did not understand why he suddenly posed that question. But she nodded honestly. Then in the future, I shall be your husband, correct? Xu Muwan shook her head, uncertain about what the future held. Alright then, you shall be my wife. What is wrong with a husband wanting to give money to his wife to manage? I am merely exercising my rights in advance. Xu Muwan, is there a difference? Yet Xu Muwan was interrupted as Fu Sai sealed her lips with his, subsequently remaining still, opening his eyes to ensure she would not speak again before releasing her. There is no but. I, Fu Sai, am devoted. I will love only one person in my lifetime, hold only you, kiss only you, and be with only you. Fu Sai paused, a smirk forming as if waiting for Xu Muwan to inquire further. What? Xu Muwan, with her big, puzzled eyes, asked innocently, does my baby truly wish to know? What else? Fu Sai leaned closer to her ear, his usually impassive face suddenly uttering something so shameless. I will only engage with you. With that, Fu Sai silently chuckled, and Xu Muwan distinctly felt the vibrations of his laughter in his chest. Fu Sai, how outrageous! Xu Muwan had not anticipated him to say such a thing, otherwise she would never have dared to ask. Fu Sai hastily embraced her, one hand clasping hers, and gently kissed her hand. I only engage with you. He responded only to her, fragrant and soft, belonging solely to him. Is my ID photo really that impressive? Xu Muwan pondered her ID photo, which was not particularly beautiful. She probably wouldn't attract a glance in a crowd, unable to comprehend how he found it appealing. Fu Sai was momentarily taken aback before comprehending her words. Impressive. Upon a mere glance, I would willingly submit to your allure. So, do you desire me? With their foreheads touching, Fu Sai gently coaxed her. Just as Xu Muwan was about to acquiesce, she heard the man before her continue. To desire me is to embrace all that I am. The conversation circled back to its origin. However, Xu Muwan had not anticipated his unwavering insistence, unwilling to relent. Your reluctance signifies your refusal to accept my entirety. The achievements I have forged are solely my own. Independent of familial support, I accomplished this, envisioning a day when I might provide a beloved girl with a life unrestrained by my family's constraints. Now you say you do not want it. And it pains me deeply. Fu Sai's words brimmed with grievance, his gaze towards her tinged with a subtle sorrow tightening Xu Muwan's heart. But I am afraid, it is an immense fortune. The thought of shares worth more than gold made her anxious. Fu Sai was amused by her adorable demeanor. Then what will you do when your boyfriend earns even more in the future? My dear, just accept it. This will motivate me to earn more. Xu Muwan could hardly believe Fu Sai was playfully charming her. Chapter 80. A desire for affection in her boudoir. Ultimately, under the relentless persuasion of a certain man, Xu Muwan agreed to accept this substantial wealth. Though she vowed not to touch it, promising to safeguard it for him. After all, no girl could refuse a boy she adored, especially not one as handsome as him, sweetly speaking and playfully asking for kisses. The moment Fu Sai received her consent, he excitedly cupped her face and showered her with kisses, causing Xu Muwan's cheeks to flush crimson. In the future, everything I possess will be yours, and I will treat you exceptionally well. Xu Muwan, enveloping him in her arms, instinctively pledged, I only wish for your unwavering affection. He had already sensed and experienced her kindness in a previous life, just as she was about to assure him. She suddenly felt his fervor while sitting in his embrace. She was bewildered. Had she not just regained her composure? Fu Sai, why are you? Fu Sai's ears turned slightly. My dear, I cannot help it. This was truly beyond his control. Then what shall we do? Xu Muwan instinctively glanced downward, but Fu Sai lifted her chin. May I have another kiss? With that, Xu Muwan, feeling sympathy for him, offered her crimson lips. Fu Sai swiftly captured them. How could his girl be so wonderful? 2 days later, as Fu Qing's condition stabilized and she decided to travel to Gangdu, Fu Sai made all necessary preparations upon her discharge from the hospital. She planned to return home briefly before heading to Gangdu. When the car halted on an old street in Disheng town, Fu Sai gazed at the two-story brick house, his thoughts drifting far away. In his previous life, after the girl's passing, he had tirelessly sought to understand her, visiting her hometown countless times, wandering through the rooms she had inhabited and the paths she had walked, envisioning himself by her side. Fu Sai, this is my home. It may be a bit worn, but if you feel uncomfortable at any point, please let me know. Upon disembarking, Xu Muwan observed him standing still at the entrance and wondered if he was put off by the surroundings. It is warm and lovely. I quite like it. Fu Sai smiled, ruffling her hair. I am not so delicate, and besides, I am eager to steal a kiss in your boudoir. Fu Sai, do not speak so loudly. What if Grandma hears? Xu Muwan's first instinct was not to cover his mouth but to check if her grandmother had overheard. Fu Sai chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Grandma did not hear. He then approached Fu Qing. Grandma, let me assist you inside. I will carry these items. Xu Muwan took a deep breath, fanning her cheeks with her hand, attempting to dispel the warmth on her face. In recent days, whenever she and Fu Sai found themselves alone, they would kiss incessantly. Once inside, Fu Qing directed Xu Muwan to entertain Fu Sai while she went to fetch water. Despite Fu Sai's insistence, Fu Qing insisted on serving herself, and he reluctantly relented. Fu Sai, please sit on the sofa. I will tidy up a bit. Having spent a few days in the hospital, the place had gathered some dust that needed addressing. Fu Sai seized her wrist as Fu Qing headed to the kitchen, effortlessly pulling her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist. What are you doing? Xu Muwan patted his shoulder, turning to glance at the kitchen, fearful of being seen by her grandmother. I am doing nothing. Fu Sai regarded her with a playful expression, as if they were two lovers sneaking around, pondering how she would react when visiting his home. Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer to nurture their bond. Just as Xu Muwan turned her head, Fu Sai leaned in close, their lips nearly brushing. Darling, I wish to kiss you. With a triumphant grin, Fu Sai declared, if you behave, I will reward you with a kiss once I finish tidying up. Xu Muwan bit her lip, soothingly coaxing him. Then, who am I to you? Your boyfriend? Then why not let me help with the cleaning? As she spoke, Fu Sai had already pulled her up. His gaze swept across the living room, spotting a broom in the corner, and he stepped forward to retrieve it. Xu Muwan froze, realizing his intentions, and hastily intervened. No, it's all right, I can manage. You just sit down, or I can turn on the television for you. I will be quick. There was no way she would allow him to clean, regardless of whether he was willing. The question of ability was another matter entirely. She simply did not want him to exert himself. Fu Sai remained silent, holding her waist. With a gentle lift, she found herself draped over him. I do not mind holding you while I clean. I promise I can handle it. I have always tidied my own room at home. And remember the fruits we just bought. Could you wash some for me to eat? Fu Sai patiently coaxed her. He was not mistaken. In his previous life, having lived on Jiuxiang Road for over a decade, he had never allowed anyone else to enter, personally handling the cleaning. With an air of cool detachment, he appeared unexpectedly gentle at that moment. His hardened features softened, the black diamond earring in his left ear catching Xu Muwan's eye. The affection in his gaze was unmistakable, prompting her to nod instinctively. Seeing this, Fu Sai finally felt at ease to set her down. Xu Muwan then proceeded to select some fruits. Meanwhile, Fu Qing, having poured the water, stood behind the kitchen door, smiling approvingly. As the three of them settled in, they decided not to rush off, opting to stay the night and depart for Gangdu in the morning. Though Xu Muwan's home was modest, it boasted 3 bedrooms and a living room, having existed long before her parents' passing. After dinner, Fu Qing finished washing up early and retired, instructing Xu Muwan to sleep in her parents' room while Fu Sai would stay in her room. Xu Muwan obediently agreed. Upon leading Fu Sai into her room, the sound of the door locking echoed, and she suddenly recalled his earlier statement about wanting to steal kisses in her boudoir. Her heart raced with anticipation and anxiety. She approached the wardrobe to retrieve a clean blanket, turning to feign calmness as she said, Fu Sai, these blankets are regularly cleaned by Grandma, so you can use this one tonight. My bed is 1.5 meters wide, so you. Before Xu Muwan could finish, Fu Sai pinned her against the wardrobe. Chapter 81, Marriage upon reaching adulthood. Oh Fu Sai, what are you doing? Xu Muwan's eyes darted nervously, her lips slightly pouting. Darling, remember what I said. I have been good, and you owe me a kiss for my good behavior while cleaning. Fu Sai stated earnestly, completely forgetting that Xu Muwan had asked him to sit quietly rather than clean. However, it was late now. Xu Muwan pointed toward the window. For some reason, as she gazed into his intense eyes, she felt breathless, as if engulfed by a kiss, struggling to breathe. Darling. Fu Sai lowered his head, burying his face in her shoulder and calling her name in a husky whisper. Seeing his adorable demeanor, Xu Muwan couldn't help but laugh. Fu Sai, I once thought you were a distant, aloof god, but after spending time with you, I've discovered how endearing you truly are. Without thinking, she affectionately ruffled his hair. So soft and comfortable. I am indeed aloof, but only to others, not to you. Fu Sai, experiencing the sensation of someone caressing his hair for the first time, instinctively licked the collarbone of the girl before him. Xu Muwan felt a rush of warmth and shyness. Then lift your head. With a gentle kiss, he departed. Fu Sai obediently complied, just as he lifted his gaze The girl cupped his face, and under his watchful eyes, she pressed her lips against his. This time, Fu Sai remained motionless, his eyes wide open as he observed the girl kissing him. Their lips met. And Xu Muwan, lacking experience, found herself at a loss for what to do next. After a few moments of waiting in vain for any initiative from him, she curiously opened her eyes, unabashedly meeting his gaze. Suddenly, a rush of heat flooded Xu Muwan's cheeks, and she quickly withdrew. That's enough, you can grab the blanket later, I'll go wash up first. With that, she attempted to escape. Fu Sai, however, would not let such an opportunity slip away. He swiftly wrapped his long arms around her waist, lifting her effortlessly and placing her on the bed, the motion fluid and seamless. Darling, we're heading to Gangdu tomorrow, let us not waste tonight, he declared, emphasizing their journey to Gangdu, not a return to it. But you always kiss for so long that I can hardly breathe, Xu Muwan protested, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance as she clung to his neck. Appearing utterly endearing, how about I teach you how to breathe while kissing? I'll be gentle, okay? Fu Sai leaned over her, brushing his lips against her cheek, his voice a soft whisper filled with an affection unheard by others. Gazing into his deep eyes, which reflected her own image, Xu Muwan shyly echoed his confession, I like you very much. Fu Sai chuckled at her response, laughter vibrating through his chest. Sweetheart, say that again, I could listen to it forever. I like you too. He gently pecked her lips, intending for their lips to part, but the girl cautiously enveloped his soft lips with her own. He opened his eyes to watch her, clearly nervous and shy. Her long lashes fluttering, yet she mustered the courage to kiss him back. He held her waist, reciprocating. Licking her lips. After a brief kiss, Fu Sai cradled her head in his arms, his voice restrained yet earnest. Darling, when you reach the legal age for marriage next year, let us get married, shall we? I will propose to you and give you a grand wedding. Having just begun their relationship, he was already contemplating marriage. He could hardly wait, with less than a year until her legal marriage age. Xu Muwan nestled into his embrace, inhaling his scent, feeling even hotter upon hearing his words. Marriage was a concept she had never entertained. Having long accepted the prospect of a solitary existence, for her, marriage was only desirable with someone she truly loved. She had no intention of settling. If marriage meant being unhappy with someone she didn't love? What was the point? Marriage felt so distant. Even after being with Fu Sai, she had never imagined it. She preferred to take things one step at a time, savoring the present without contemplating the future. I never thought about it. Xu Muwan neither agreed nor refused. As she spoke, a slight tremor ran through her. Observing her reaction, Fu Sai gently patted her waist, soothingly assuring her, all right, let us not discuss this now. We'll take our time, don't be afraid, I won't rush you. With that, he placed a comforting kiss on her forehead. She had slowly begun to open up to him, and he realized he might have been a bit too hasty. Similarly, Xu Muwan could feel the heat radiating from him, particularly the undeniable sensation at his thighs. She dared not move. Darling, shall we try a different way of kissing? He suggested. Xu Muwan lifted her innocent, curious eyes to meet his, unsure of what he meant. Fu Sai, captivated by her purity, felt his desire intensified. He playfully patted her bottom before capturing her lips, his voice husky as he instructed, open your mouth. Xu Muwan, oblivious to his intentions, instinctively complied until Fu Sai pulled her legs around his waist, his body pressing between her thighs. A rush of heat engulfed her face. The act felt so shameful. And she instinctively grasped Fu Sai's arm, helplessly calling out, Fu Sai, yes, I'm here, darling. Do you enjoy it when I touch you like this? Their bodies pressed together, allowing her to feel his desire. He leaned down, showering her face with kisses while inquiring about her feelings, as if her descent would cause him to halt immediately the moment their bodies connected. Xu Muwan's eyes widened in shock, even through the fabric. She could distinctly feel how substantial he was. Of course, she couldn't possibly dislike his touch, yet, as a young girl, how could she openly express her feelings? She could only lower her head in silent acquiescence. Fu Sai understood her unspoken consent, a smile playing on his lips as he held her hands above her head, intertwining their fingers securely. Darling, open your mouth, let me teach you how to breathe while kissing. With each utterance of darling, Xu Muwan felt the warmth of his passion enveloping her, leaving her unable to think as she succumbed to his gentle whirlpool of affection, instinctively following his rhythm. Before long, soft moans and heavy breaths escaped through the window, the breeze growing excited, rustling the trees, while the moon shyly retreated behind the clouds. Time slipped away, the minute hand on the wall spinning endlessly until Xu Muwan was released. Her hair damp with sweat, the ends clinging to her flushed cheeks. Fu Sai continued to pepper her with kisses, reluctant to part from her, but mindful that they had not yet bathed and had matters to attend to the following day. The next morning, Fu Qing observed Xu Muwan's lips, a smile gracing her face. Our little girl has grown up. Xu Muwan understood her grandmother's teasing. Upon waking and seeing her grandmother, she noticed the redness and swelling of her own lips, a clear indication of the previous night's events. Feeling the playful jabs from her grandmother, Xu Muwan blushed. Grandma, then, glancing at the figure in the kitchen preparing breakfast, the very person who had been kissing her incessantly the previous night. Leading to her swollen lips, she felt a mix of embarrassment and affection. It's alright, it's alright, Grandma understands, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing the bond between the two was heartening for Fu Qing. But what delighted her even more was that her granddaughter had found someone who cherished her. Grandma, would you like some water? Let me get you a glass. Xu Muwan offered, taking her grandmother's empty cup to refill. Alright, go check on Ciye. I've seen that little gaze peeking into the kitchen countless times. After a brief moment, Xu Muwan had already brought her grandmother 2 glasses of water, caught in a moment of revelation. Xu Muwan stood up and hurried into the kitchen. Fu Qing watched her, a smile never leaving her face. Fu Sai was just about to turn off the stove and serve breakfast when he felt a sudden embrace around his waist. Turning slightly, he found the girl perched on his back. Fu Sai, Grandma just teased me about my lips, she pouted, her tone unexpectedly soft and endearing. Darling, Grandma understands us, he replied, turning to hold her close, reflecting on his lack of restraint the previous night. He recalled how long they had spent in each other's embrace, leaving her lips not only red but her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fu Sai, you're so wonderful, she suddenly exclaimed, catching him off guard. Xu Muwan had no idea how capable he was. Watching him in the kitchen, clad in an apron that didn't quite suit him, gave her a fleeting sense of domesticity, as if he were preparing a meal for her. Surrounded by family and a boyfriend, she found herself falling in love with this life. Teaching you how to breathe while kissing is just the beginning. Next time, I'll teach you something else. He teased, his words dripping with innuendo. Each time he spoke like this, looking at her with a playful glint in his eye, Xu Muwan felt her resolve weaken, her heart fluttering. No wonder she never wanted to push him away. Even when gasping for breath, what if I kiss my girlfriend away, she jested, now emboldened, playfully pinching his arm. In previous instances, she had nearly been kissed into submission. You shouldn't say such things, you'll live a long life. He replied, tightening his grip around her waist while gently squeezing her bottom. Fu Sai, what are you doing? I'm going out. You can serve it yourself, but I'll just wait for you outside. This was the first time Xu Muwan had experienced such a thing. After all, she was still a girl, so soft, Fu Sai remarked, knowing she was flustered. As she reached the door, Xu Muwan nearly stumbled, causing Fu Sai to instinctively catch her, but it was merely a feint. After breakfast, the trio set off for the airport. Fu Sai had arranged for a private jet to await them, so upon arrival, they proceeded directly to the private terminal. Xu Muwan stepped onto the plane. Her eyes wide with astonishment at the lavish decor inside. Not only Xu Muwan, but Fu Qing was equally taken aback. This was their first time aboard a private jet, with a lounge, bedrooms, a kitchen, a refrigerator, and a dining area. Everything one could wish for was present. Ciye, thank you for your assistance, Fu Qing acknowledged, fully aware of the disparity between their families but choosing not to dwell on it. Grandma, you're being too formal again. If you keep this up, I'll be sad. Over the past few days, Fu Qing had gleaned some insight into Fu Sai's character and felt comfortable around him. Together, Fu Sai and Xu Muwan assisted Fu Qing to her room, ensuring she could rest comfortably. They also arranged for a doctor to be present, monitoring Fu Qing's health closely. Seated on the sofa in the plane's lounge, Fu Sai handed Xu Muwan a cup of warm milk. After sipping a few mouthfuls, she hesitated before speaking. Fu Sai, when we arrive in Gangdu, I'd like to rent a place for myself. I want to move out of school and live with Grandma. The implication is clear. There is no need for him to arrange anything further. After all, he has already assisted himself immensely. Had it not been for his help regarding grandmother's health, she would have been confined to the local hospital, where the doctors are far from exceptional. After pondering for such a long time, is this all you wish to convey? Fu Sai lifted her into his embrace, settling her onto his lap. All right, I shall accompany you to view the house, but I have something I wish to discuss with you as well. Fu Sai was aware of her concerns, hence he did not press her. What is it? It pertains to the expenses for grandmother's treatment and the arrangements for her hospitalization. Please do not be too concerned. Your grandmother is also my grandmother. Consider it a gesture of goodwill from me towards her, if you will. He had overheard their conversation in the hospital, where they were calculating their current savings to repay him. Xu Muwan paused for a moment. To be honest, she had intended to give him a portion of the money, although she could not cover the entire cost. Every little bit counted. Seeing her still hesitating, Fu Sai shifted the tone of the conversation. Baby, I am feeling quite sad. I am clearly your boyfriend, and in the future, I shall be your husband, yet, you insist on keeping things so separate, showing no reliance on me at all. It is quite disheartening. No, it is not that I do not rely on you. I merely feel that I should not take advantage of you. Your kindness has not gone unnoticed. Truly. Xu Muwan saw him bowing his head and hurriedly cupped his face to comfort him. This is not taking advantage of me. You see, since you came into my life, I am filled with joy each day. My emotional needs are fulfilled, and I do rely on you. Moreover, emotional value cannot be quantified by money. If we are to speak of taking advantage, I have benefited from you far more. Listening to the man's words, which were indeed reasonable, Xu Muwan felt an inexplicable sense that something was amiss, yet she could not articulate it. Before she could respond, he pressed his lips to hers and playfully caressed her thigh. You see, this is what it means to take advantage. If you truly wish to take advantage of me, it should involve touching my abs. Fu Sai spoke with a straight face, leaving the woman in his arms momentarily stunned. Completely oblivious to his gradual coaxing, you seem to have a point, but I still feel, baby, let us agree on this. when it comes to the hospital, you shall heed my advice. Look, the clouds outside are so beautiful. At that moment, he resembled a child trying to persuade another. Indeed, Xu Muwan ceased her pursuit, thinking there would be future opportunities. Following his gaze, she looked out the window and was struck by the layered beauty of the clouds. The last time she had been consumed by worry for her grandmother and had not paid much attention, now, gazing at the sky's spectacle was quite healing. Fu Sai held her waist, allowing her to lean against him. They did not continue their conversation but instead sat in peaceful silence looking outside, a sense of unexplainable harmony enveloping them. Over the past few days, Xu Muwan seemed to have grown accustomed to Fu Sai's frequent embraces. Chapter 83, Learning by Example. At 5 in the evening, a private jet descended gracefully into the harbor city. As Fu Sai and his companions disembarked, a row of bodyguards lined up, following closely behind them. Both Fu Qing and Xu Muwan were taken aback by such grandeur, their hearts filled with awe, particularly for Xu Muwan. It was only after truly engaging with him that she comprehended the nature of his life. Although he had spent these days with them, he often worked late into the night, attending online meetings through his laptop. Had she not overheard him while passing by her door on the way to the bathroom yesterday, she would have remained oblivious, watching the man assist her grandmother. Xu Muwan felt a warmth in her heart. He cared for her grandmother even more diligently than she did. In recent days, he had meticulously arranged every aspect of her grandmother's treatment and diet. Rising early each morning to chat with her, often eliciting laughter from her. He had also preemptively organized their next steps. Even in her home, he displayed a sincere demeanor. Upon entering her residence, one would expect him to feel uncomfortable. Having been raised in opulence, yet he remarked on the warmth of her home. The more she learned about him, the deeper her love grew. Her light always shone so brightly. Instead of taking them to his villa, Fu Sai escorted them to a 5-star hotel under the Fu family's name. Though she did not comprehend his reasoning for this choice, Xu Muwan felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon seeing the hotel. Fu Qing felt similarly. Fu Sai led them to his hotel suite, a floor devoid of any other guests, save for them. Furthermore, the hallway was lined with bodyguards, and a doctor resided across from their suite. As soon as Xu Muwan stepped off the plane, she received a call from her roommates, who were eager to visit her now that she had returned to the harbor city with her grandmother. Seizing the moment when her grandmother left for the restroom, she urged Fu Sai to sit with her on the sofa. Fu Sai, what is it? Do you want a kiss? Fu Sai, imagining the next scene, made a playful declaration, his eyes filled with mischief. Xu Muwan could only facepalm at his antics. Was kissing now a compulsion? Why was he becoming increasingly addicted to it, mentioning it so frequently, just moments ago on the plane? Had her lips not been slightly swollen, he would have surely kissed her again. No, I need to discuss something with you. Xu Muwan grasped his hand firmly. What is it? Fu Sai inquired, extending his arm in an attempt to pull her into his embrace. Desiring closeness and not wanting to let go. Not yet. Xu Muwan promptly halted his actions, fearing that if he held her too tightly, he would want to kiss again. Fu Sai seemed to discern her thoughts and chuckled helplessly. Was his desire to kiss her so evident? Lulu and the others know I am back and wish to see me, along with grandmother. Is that all right? Xu Muwan inquired earnestly, meeting his gaze. Fu Sai did not respond immediately. Instead, he maintained a serious stare. After a while, Xu Muwan, not receiving an answer, felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze and hurried to clarify, if it's not convenient, that's fine. I will return to school tomorrow anyway. I can let them know. With that, she reached for her phone. However, before she could proceed, Fu Sai had already gathered her into his arms, the sudden embrace causing her to gasp. Fu Sai. Xu Muwan, who am I to you? Hearing him call her name, she froze, raising her head to meet his deep gaze. He rarely addressed her by her full name, at least not in the days they had spent together. Boyfriend. Xu Muwan was puzzled by his sudden inquiry. His expression hinted at a trace of anger. Shouldn't a boyfriend heed his girlfriend's wishes? Xu Muwan shook her head, then nodded, momentarily unsure whether she was in agreement or dissent. I belong to you. It is not an issue here at the hotel, you could flatten it if you wished. I was merely contemplating whether I had given you the wrong impression, causing you to be so cautious in seeking my opinion. As Fu Sai held her, he gently stroked her hair. Upon hearing this, Xu Muwan's apprehensive heart finally relaxed, and she instinctively fidgeted with her fingers. No, it was previously mentioned online that you dislike others touching your belongings. I recall seeing you on the basketball court, leaving your jacket aside, and when a girl placed a bottle of water on it, you refused to accept it and discarded the jacket instead. Thus she had subconsciously assumed he disliked others invading his personal space. A kiss? Aren't we discussing matters? She retorted, reminding him that she had just said he couldn't hold her. Fu Sai did not wait for her response and leaned in to kiss her. Though it was merely a peck, I do not mind others touching my things, but you are not just anyone. What you care for is also what I care for. Fu Sai explained. I understand now. I will invite them over, and you can order extra food for us to enjoy together. Alright. Xu Muwan retrieved her phone and began messaging her dormitory group. Fu Sai raised her chin, seemingly displeased with her proposal. Order more food for everyone to share. Xu Muwan reconsidered her phrasing. Indeed, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. A teachable child. After Xu Muwan sent her message, she noticed Fu Sai silently twirling her hair. His head lowered, appearing less imposing and more endearing. Fu Sai. Xu Muwan tentatively called out. Mua after planting a kiss on him. Xu Muwan swiftly slipped off his lap and dashed into another room, leaving the man in a daze, his lips lingering with a subtle smile. Truly, imitation was the sincerest form of flattery. He found it delightful. As she had not yet arrived, Fu Sai gazed around the room, sensing the girl was likely shy and had not emerged. Just as he contemplated comforting her, perhaps even earning another kiss, his phone began buzzing incessantly with messages. Without exception, they were from Bainan, who seemed relentless in his pursuit, making one wonder if he had abandoned all decorum. Young master, let us hold a meeting. No need for you to come, you can conduct it online. I have been waiting for you for so long. Just as he was about to head to the study, his phone rang again. Yuan Jinya, speak plainly, your in-laws have arrived to greet you at the hotel. You are coming. Fu Sai halted his steps towards the study. Yuan Jinya replied to the person beside him, why not, my wife counts as half of your in-laws, and I certainly do. Fu Sai hung up, not bothering to mention that he would not be descending to greet them. If it were merely Yuan Jinya or if he were with Bui, he could have approached directly. However, with two other girls in tow, he found it impossible to bring them along merely because Fu Sai had made a prior acquaintance. The staff would not permit entry, leaving him no choice but to make a phone call. Fu Sai, lacking discernment, ought to be made to experience some hardship. Yuan Jinya wrapped his arm around Bui's waist and addressed Liang Lulu and Rinlin, eager to witness the princely demeanor of Fu Sai in pursuit of love. Fu Sai retorted, you dog. Chapter 84. His exception. In truth, Fu Sai could have effortlessly made a phone call to grant them access. Yet he refrained. Just as he exited, the sound of a door opening behind him reached his ears. Fu Sai, Xu Muwan emerged from the room, hurriedly rushing to his side. Want a kiss? She exclaimed. You can't do that. She scolded, her words peppered with playful admonitions about kissing. Fu Sai observed her flustered and indignant expression, chuckling as he pulled her into his embrace. They've arrived, shall we go down together to greet them? Fu Sai asked, half embracing her as they moved forward. All right. Downstairs, Yuan Jinya and the others were seated on the sofa in the lobby. It was Liang Lulu's first time in such a luxurious hotel, where a night stay cost thousands, let alone on the top floor. Linlin, is this under the Fu family's name? Liang Lulu inquired, sitting beside Rinlin, her eyes nearly blinded by the golden decor. Yes, my parents brought me here once for my birthday. Money alone isn't enough to secure a room, one must also possess a card. Our Kanbao is about to strike it rich. Once she returns to the dormitory, I will incessantly urge her to agree to Fu Sai. I want to be the best friend of Mrs. Fu. Yuan Jinya, holding Bui close, couldn't help but chuckle. You already are. What do you mean? The three, including Bui, asked in unison. Yuan Jinya did not answer but raised an eyebrow. The person is here. If there are questions, ask them in front of her. Lulu, Linlin. Xu Muwan, led by Fu Sai, came down, and upon seeing her roommates she immediately released his hand and hurried to greet them, calling out to each in turn. Fu Sai observed his now empty hand, feeling a twinge of frustration but chose not to voice it. While Xu Muwan was dutifully calling out to her friends, the three roommates were not blind. They had expected the two to still be in a flirtatious phase, only to witness them walking hand in hand toward them. Xu Muwan, don't tell me you were captured by a man just a week after returning home? Liang Lulu whispered, her voice laced with incredulity. Xu Muwan chuckled awkwardly. She hadn't divulged much about Fu Sai to them, just mentioning that he had visited her home, leaving them unaware of their current relationship status. No, Kanbao, when did you two get together? I want all the details, Rinlin exclaimed, surprised by the rapid turn of events. Bui appeared far more composed. Fu Xiao, for us, this isn't merely about a meal. Fu Sai nodded, rest assured, it is more than just this meal. He stepped forward, pulling Xu Muwan back to him. Baby, take them upstairs. Baby. Liang Lulu and Rinlin exchanged astonished glances, the term uttered from Fu Sai's lips left them bewildered, especially as they caught sight of the adoring glimmer in his eyes, sending shivers down their spines. Hearing you call her baby gives me goosebumps. What about you, wife? Yuan Jinya candidly remarked. Xu Muwan noticed the mirth in their eyes, her cheeks warming, and she tugged at his shirt. Baby, ignore him. He's just sour because he can't have grapes. He doesn't understand the fervor of our romance. Yuan Jinya retorted, he has only ever heard of the saying about sour grapes. Fu, I didn't expect you to be like this in private, Liang Lulu said cautiously, though a hint of suppressed laughter lingered in her tone. It's not private, it's only in front of my girlfriend, Fu Sai clarified. Truth be told, Xu Muwan felt quite bashful, yet no girl would dislike her boyfriend's affectionate words, especially when they were directed solely at her. Hearing Fu Sai express his affection for Xu Muwan for the first time made Liang Lulu gasp. She was not far from securing the position of Mrs. Fu's best friend, as the group ascended. Fu Qing was seated on the sofa. Hearing the commotion, she couldn't help but rise and approach. Xu Muwan's roommates were familiar to Fu Qing, having occasionally appeared during video calls with Xu Muwan. Particularly, Liang Lulu rushed over upon seeing Fu Qing. Grandma, hello, Lulu. Fu Qing, adorned with her glasses and utilizing a cane, exuded a warm and gentle aura. Rinlin and Bui joined her, calling out grandma as well. and Fu Qing was able to recall each of their names. Xu Muwan, observing her extroverted friends, shook her head in exasperation. Fu Sai led her aside. Baby, this is Yuan Genie, my friend. Yuan Genie stepped back, a smirk playing on his lips. I came here with my wife today, shouldn't I be introduced as her husband? Hello, brother Yuan, I often hear you mention you, Xu Muwan offered, extending her hand though Fu Sai firmly grasped it. Fu Sai, uninterested in Yuan Genie's overly familiar demeanor, remarked, Baby, no need to smile at him, just knowing him is sufficient. Fu Sai, Xu Muwan tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to temper his words. Yuan Genie, unfazed by his plastic brother, instantly beamed. Hello, Sister Wuwan, it's a pleasure to meet you. My wife often speaks of you. Changed the nauseating title. Fu Sai's tone darkened as he glared at Yuan Genie's sister Wuwan. He has never called me that. Wife, can I call you that? Yuan Genie asked Bui first, then turned to Xu Muwan for consent. Sister Wuwan, I am 3 years your senior. May I address you this way? Bui, shaking her head in exasperation at Yuan Genie's childish antics, chose to ignore him and continued conversing with Lulu and the others. Xu Muwan had no objections. He was a good friend, and she sought his favor, baby, with the consent of the parties involved. A certain man was less than pleased, having gleaned his feelings over the past few days. Xu Muwan nestled closer to him, whispering in a tone audible only to them, Shall I give you a kiss tonight? He relished her kisses. All right. The enthusiastic agreement caught Xu Muwan off guard, as if he had been waiting for her to sweet-talk him. As the group settled down, engaging in casual conversation, a procession of uniformed waitstaff entered, each pushing a cart laden with dishes. Once the meal was served, everyone took their seats, and even within the hotel suite, the atmosphere felt warm and inviting. Welcome, Grandma, a cheerful chorus filled the air, accompanied by laughter. Xu Muwan felt a lump in her throat as she observed the scene. Before entering university, she had no friends. Now she was surrounded by a circle of good friends, and most importantly, he was by her side. Perhaps sensing her emotions, Fu Sai discreetly grasped her hand beneath the table, holding it firmly on his thigh while continuously offering her food. Here laughter abounded, while in a hospital room in Gangdu, the atmosphere was starkly different. Bai Ruixue gazed at the figure lying on the bed. Li Yan, you have finally woken up. At chapter 85, her figure. Not long ago, Fu Sai had dealt a severe blow to Li Yan. Awakening from his slumber, Li Yan struggled to process the sight of Bai Ruixue's jubilant expression, memories from before his unconsciousness slowly resurfacing. Fu Sai, Xiaoxue, where is my phone? Li Yan inquired instinctively, unsure of how long he had been in a coma. He wished to call Yuan Genie and Zhou Qi to seek answers. Bai Ruixue remained silent, her eyes dark and devoid of emotion as she handed him the phone from the bedside. Don't bother, they will not side with you. Haven't you always known this? Bai Ruixue could no longer hold back the truth. Fu Sai, Yuan Genie, and Zhou Qi had grown up together, inseparable since childhood, while Li Yan had only recently inserted himself into their circle. Li Yan hesitated, seeking answers from Bai Ruixue. She did not disappoint him. Do you not wish to know why Fu Sai turned against you so suddenly? He not only seeks to eliminate you but also harbors no intentions of sparing the Li and Bai families. Bai Ruixue spoke with unwavering certainty. The moment she awoke in the hospital, she had given up any hope that Fu Sai would feel any regret for their plight in her previous life. They had been overshadowed by Xu Muwan, who had emerged seemingly out of nowhere, let alone now. Xiaoxue, what do you know? Li Yan questioned, bewildered. He felt no guilt towards Fu Sai. The only transgression was keeping a business deal from him. Yet he could not fathom how it could lead to this. Why? Bai Ruixue arose abruptly, leaning toward Li Yan, enunciating each word. Because you killed the person he loved. Her tone dripped with mockery. Li Yan's expression turned to one of shock and disbelief. Xiaoxue, what are you saying? After dinner, Xu Muwan intended to return directly to the dormitory with her roommates since she had classes the following morning. Simultaneously, she wished to ask them about affordable rental options. However, Fu Sai had no intention of allowing that. He had only just started dating her, almost wishing they were conjoined twins. For Xu Muwan, if Fu Sai was unwilling, she would not return to the dormitory first. Besides, she couldn't bear to leave. Later, Lian Lulu and the others reached a conclusion and shared it in their dormitory group chat as they exited the hotel. Liang Lulu, can't believe Kanba was someone who forgets friends for the sake of romance. Renlin, I also need to find myself a boyfriend. Bui, let me just say, my family's Jin also doesn't let me return to the dormitory. Liang Lulu, Ranlin, When Xu Muwan finished washing up and lay on her bed, she couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the messages. She chose not to reply, deciding to apologize when she returned to school in the morning, lying on the extraordinarily soft bed covered with a silk quilt. In a large room furnished luxuriously, everything displayed the stark contrast between her and Fu Sai. She instinctively picked up her phone to check her balance, then browsed a rental app to see if there were any suitable apartments. Her grandmother's situation had already burdened Fu Sai enough. They couldn't stay here indefinitely and needed to move out as soon as possible. Once the thoughts surfaced in her mind, they would incessantly replay. Could she and Fu Sai truly last? If his family knew of her existence, would they accept her? In that moment, Xu Muwan wished fervently that she were the daughter of a wealthy family. Not for riches, but simply to be worthy of him. Knock, knock, knock. Lost in her thoughts, Xu Muwan heard a knock at the door. At this hour, it could only be Fu Sai. She quickly got out of bed and rushed to the door. Glancing down at her pajamas, a long-sleeved, cartoon-patterned cotton set she had brought from home, after ensuring everything was in order, she opened the door. Fu Sai stood there, holding a pillow, dressed in black silk pajamas. His hair casually falling over his forehead, cradling a dark gray pillow in his arms, his gaze low, evoking an irresistible sense of affection. Wan, I can't sleep. A boy entering a girl's room holding a pillow and claiming he can't sleep had an obvious intention. Yet, the Navi Xu Muwan wouldn't overthink it. Are you feeling unwell? Why can't you sleep? She instinctively reached to touch his forehead and continued, is it because you drank earlier? Should I make you some hangover soup? They had both had a bit to drink during dinner, except for her and her grandmother. Fu Sai remained silent, instead pushing his way into the room. You've forgotten something. After stepping inside, he advanced towards her. Their toes nearly touching, wrapping an arm around her waist and leaning down enticingly. Before dinner, you promised to give me a kiss. I've been waiting for you, but you never came to find me. Xu Muwan suddenly remembered, she had indeed forgotten. Then could you lower your head? Relaxing her body, she reached to wrap her arms around his neck, and Fu Sai obediently bent down. In an instant, the rich scent of sandalwood mixed with his post-shower fragrance enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush as she felt extraordinarily fortunate. Baby, hurry up and kiss me. Fu Sai could no longer contain himself. The moment he saw her soft, plump lips, he was unable to resist. With a swift motion, he tossed the pillow he had been holding onto the bed, positioning Xu Muwan snugly against him. For a moment, Fu Sai froze. The sudden happiness made his ears turn slightly red. Xu Muwan met his gaze, and she guessed what he was thinking. Fu Sai swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Baby, do you like drinking milk? He smiled meaningfully, the corners of his mouth curving upward, his ear stud glimmering under the light. During this time, she had been wearing thicker clothes. The last time she was in the hospital, she had also worn fuzzy pajamas. Tonight, in the hotel suite, the heating was ample, and she wore only a thin nightgown. In their previous life, he had never had the chance to be with her, so he had never noticed her figure, and now, he was acutely aware of it. The softness pressed against his chest seemed to bounce slightly. Damn. Fu Sai tightened his grip around her waist, the sensation becoming even more palpable. Xu Muwan's face turned crimson. Fu Sai, you rogue, why were such thoughts flooding her mind? Hearing her playful scolding, Fu Sai chuckled, his chest vibrating with laughter. Yes, I admit I'm a rogue, but only with you. You're the only one I'm interested in. As he spoke, he lifted her effortlessly. Perhaps noticing the neckline of her round-collared nightgown was too loose, she unintentionally revealed the soft skin beneath as she lowered her head, causing Fu Sai's eyes to glisten with emotion. Don't look. If you keep staring, I won't let you kiss me. Go back to sleep. Xu Muwan, feeling helpless, covered his eyes with her hands. Alright, I won't look. After all, it will all be mine sooner or later. Fu Sai continued to laugh heartily, his joyous laughter echoing throughout the room. Xu Muwan felt her whole body heat up at his teasing. What was his? It was clearly part of her. Chapter 86, his sensitivity in the end. Someone was laughing too much, and Xu Muwan, embarrassed, pushed him out of the room and quickly shut the door. Leaning against the door, she took deep breaths, fanning her flushed cheeks with her hands. Baby, I was wrong. I won't say anything more. Okay. Fu Sai was utterly frustrated. The opportunity that had just presented itself had vanished. He gently knocked on the door, trying to regain his chance. Upon hearing his voice, Xu Muwan instinctively looked down, noticing it was indeed quite significant. Back in middle and high school, she had been aware of it, which is why she always subconsciously hunched over at school, afraid of being discovered. Raised by her grandmother, she had always been cautious about her health during her menstrual cycle. Her grandmother insisted she avoid cold water, drink more ginger tea with red dates, and always have a glass of warm milk before bed. Along with various supplements for girls, she had been told that nurturing a girl's body must start from a young age, hence she believed this was the reason she had a good figure despite not being particularly heavy. When she first entered university, she had worried about this, but during the summer after her shower, Lulu remarked on how her figure was so well proportioned. She was practically the ideal body type in the eyes of boys. Gradually, under their influence, she no longer felt ashamed of her physique and had gained a considerable amount of confidence. The reason she felt shy earlier was due to Fu Sai's comment about it all eventually belonging to him. How could he say that? But it seemed he quite liked it. Hearing movement outside the door, she bit her lip. I'm going to sleep, just as Fu Sai was about to return to his room. He paused upon hearing her voice, his eyes lighting up. Baby, I feel dizzy. I drank earlier. The moment Fu Sai finished speaking, the door swung open. Quick on his feet, he pushed the door wide and immediately scooped her up, accurately finding her lips to kiss her. Xu Muwan's eyes widened in shock at the man who had suddenly kissed her. Bewildered, the man before her kissed her more fervently. Open your mouth. He squeezed her waist as he awaited her to part her lips, kissing her with fervor. Just as she felt she was about to run out of breath, he released her, resting his forehead against hers. I won't say anything. I'll just know it secretly. Okay, Fusai coaxed her, gently brushing his lips against hers. Xu Muwan leaned against his shoulder, breathing slightly heavier. Now she couldn't find the words, embarrassed and indignant. Xu Muwan instinctively bit his earlobe. Fusai stiffened, his blood rushing. At the same time, his face turned crimson. Xu Muwan witnessed this scene, and it felt as if she had discovered a monumental secret. Fusai, leaning closer to his ear, she whispered softly, "Are your ears particularly sensitive?" Xu Muwan was surprised at her own boldness, having bitten his ear. "Baby, I don't know. How about you kiss it again?" Fusai's voice was raspy, and he hurriedly carried her forward. Xu Muwan had never seen him blush so vividly, which piqued her interest. Perhaps feeling that he had flirted with her so many times, she finally had a chance to tease him back. Thus she truly leaned in to kiss, completely unaware of the impending danger. The moment she did, Fusai felt as though he had been electrocuted, nearly stumbling as he carried her. "Fusai, you really are sensitive about your ears." All of Xu Muwan's earlier embarrassment vanished, akin to a child discovering a new land. When she turned to look at Fusai, the sensation of being airborne struck her as she was suddenly thrown onto the soft bed, bouncing slightly. Only then did Xu Muwan realize something was amiss, staring into Fusai's eyes filled with desire, burning hot and intense, making her retreat frantically on the bed. Fusai caught her ankle and leaned over her. "Baby, don't be afraid. I promise it will just be a kiss. I won't do anything bad to you." His voice was huskier than ever. In truth, Xu Muwan was not scared. She merely found kissing to be exhausting. "Then can you please kiss me properly and gently? I get so tired every time." Xu Muwan wrapped her arms around his neck, softly negotiating. "Alright, as you wish," he obliged, kissing her tenderly. He held her close, savoring her lips, still feeling it wasn't enough. Before he could part her lips, she had already willingly opened her mouth. He kept his eyes on her, not missing any expression of discomfort on her face. It is often said that boys are naturally adept in this realm, and Xu Muwan finds no fault in that assertion. As her mind swirled in confusion, his broad palm glided back and forth along her spine, sending tingling sensations coursing through her body, akin to electric currents traversing every inch of her skin. Xu Muwan matched his rhythm, her heart racing with anticipation, acutely aware that he might take the next step. Her legs clung tightly to Fusai's lean waist, her complexion flushed with a delicate hue, her ruby lips inadvertently parting to release soft, tender sounds. In just a few short days, she could distinctly perceive the improvement in Fusai's kissing skills. Netizens exclaimed, "Don't you know how many times you've kissed?" Ultimately, Fusai merely continued to caress her back without advancing further, savoring the sweetness of their kisses. As so much time slipped by that Xu Muwan found herself drowsy by the time he finally released her. Fusai, bemused, glanced at the clock on the wall and understood why the girl was so fatigued. It was nearing midnight. "Darling, sleep now. I will take you to school tomorrow. Then, tonight, I will return to my room. I'll stay here with you while you sleep. I can warm your bed and serve as your pillow, okay?" Fusai exerted all his charm to persuade her to share a bed. Xu Muwan, overwhelmed by drowsiness, was on the verge of meeting the Sandman, wishing to abandon all thoughts and simply acquiesced with a soft Once he received her consent, Fusai wasted no time. He embraced her, gently coaxing her to recline against his chest, and deftly pulled the blanket over them before planting a heavy kiss on her forehead, finally content as he closed his eyes. The following day, Fusai's internal clock stirred him awake early. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the visage that had long haunted his dreams, the delicate face of Xu Muwan. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek. Disturbed from her slumber, Xu Muwan instinctively swatted at him and turned over to continue sleeping. Fusai chuckled softly, checked the time, and reluctantly rose to wash up and prepare breakfast for her. Half an hour later, Fusai cautiously pushed open the bedroom door and discovered her ensconced in the covers, having somehow managed to wrap herself entirely in the blanket, leaving only her petite features visible. She appeared irresistibly adorable, prompting Fusai to capture the moment with his phone. After snapping the photo, he settled down at the edge of the bed, watching the girl lost in her dreams, perhaps dreaming of delightful treats. As her lips moved softly, how wonderful it was to awaken beside her rather than in the emptiness of a room that had once been filled only with memories. He slowly leaned down, planting a tender kiss on her smooth forehead. "Darling, it's time to rise." Despite his reluctance to rouse her, Fusai glanced at the time and knew he must. "Darling, time to wake up." Seeing her frown as she continued to sleep, he nestled closer to her cheek, his voice as gentle as a whispered "I." In her dreamy state, Xu Muwan felt an itch on her ear and face, as if someone were disturbing her rest, murmuring, "Let me sleep." Before flipping over to continue her slumber. Fusai, both amused and exasperated, had always known that Xu Muwan was a slow riser, in a past life. He had noticed it, albeit subtly, as her alarm would ring multiple times before she finally stirred. "1 girlfriend? 1, darling, my precious." Fusai longed to shower her with endearing nicknames, whispering sweet nothings close to her ear, his lips poised to brush against her earlobe. Teased by his gentle caresses, Xu Muwan groggily opened her eyes, only to be met with the captivating sight of his familiar face, suddenly jolted awake. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Before she could utter another word, he silenced her with a kiss. Fusai had been softly kissing her ear but found himself increasingly captivated. Xu Muwan had no choice but to fully awaken. She felt a mix of frustration and bewilderment. Why did this man always insist on kissing her in the morning? It was she who felt self-conscious, not him. Just as she attempted to react, Fu Sai clasped her hand, lifting it above her head, intertwining their fingers. The kisses in the morning were even more fervent than those of the night before, leaving Xu Muwan's mind in a daze, while he called her darling repeatedly, teasingly asking if she was awake and if she enjoyed his kisses. His distant yet melodious voice felt ethereal, and before she could fully comprehend, her senses were overwhelmed by his presence. Moments later, Fu Sai finally relented and released her. Instantly, Xu Muwan felt her cheeks flush crimson. Who could resist such a lure so early in the day? As they parted, a delicate, lingering connection remained between their lips. Not only that, but Fu Sai also smiled at her, his long fingers gently caressing her cheeks, while his collar had been loosened, revealing a hint of his well-defined abs. Help! Xu Muwan felt herself succumbing to his charm, yet, Fu Sai continued, Wan, darling, I like you very much. Xu Muwan's heart raced at his sincerity. Who could refuse such an earnest Fu Sai, I like you very much too. Even before we met, I had already developed feelings for you. Her eyes sparkled, her small hands gripping the fabric of his shirt tightly, her large glistening eyes filled with nervousness and emotion, rendering her utterly enchanting. Fu Sai had intended to wake her gently and enjoy their morning ritual, but now he regretted his earlier plan. The fervent light in his eyes seemed to burn with intensity as he gazed at Xu Muwan. Darling, how about we indulge in a few more kisses before heading to school? Though posed as a question, he provided no time for Xu Muwan to respond, enveloping her in his embrace, kissing her lips, then her nose, her ears, and her collarbone. Gradually descending further. Realizing his intentions, Xu Muwan wanted to protest, but every sound that escaped her was a soft murmur, and she dared not speak, opting instead to bite her lip tightly. Fu Sai grasped her legs, drawing her closer, while his hands unexpectedly ventured behind her back to unfasten her clasp. The sudden release from her constraints made Xu Muwan acutely aware that she had gone to bed wearing only her undergarments. Fu Sai's eyes widened as he beheld her beauty, her form now liberated. Heavens, Xu Muwan was momentarily frozen, unable to react. Their lips parted, their gazes locking, just as Fu Sai was about to take the next step when a knock echoed from the door. Xiaoyi, has Muwan not yet risen? School is about to start. Outside, her grandmother's voice broke the spell. Perhaps it was the thrill of being caught that startled Xu Muwan. She instinctively pushed Fu Sai away. Grandma, she's coming. Darling, no pushing, not if you do. I might be finished for good, Fu Sai replied, holding her tightly, their bodies intertwined as he attempted to regain his composure. Grandma, I'm up, just washing up now, he called out, forgetting that her grandmother was aware of his presence. Alright, as long as you're up. Upon hearing her response, Fu Sai sighed in relief. Xu Muwan marveled at Fu Sai's composure. Despite the evident tension, he managed to respond to her grandmother so nonchalantly. While she had feared her voice would betray her, once assured her grandmother had left, Xu Muwan nestled back into his embrace, concerned for his well-being. Fu Sai, are you alright? Your reaction was quite intense. Darling, I have no self-control when it comes to you. Fu Sai pressed a fervent kiss to her forehead, then lifted her to her feet. It was not a princess carry nor a one-handed hold, but rather like a koala as he made his way to the bathroom. Xu Muwan's heart raced at his words, stirring feelings within her. Fu Sai dropped Xu Muwan off at school precisely at 8 o'clock. After exchanging a few words with her grandmother, Xu Muwan exited. Rather than driving, Fu Sai settled in the back seat beside her. As soon as they sat down, he wrapped his long arms around her, resting his handsome face affectionately against her neck, while the driver discreetly lowered the partition. Fu Sai, have you ever been this clingy with another girl? Xu Muwan abruptly inquired, refraining from mentioning by Rueishue, referring instead to other girls, leaving Fu Sai momentarily stunned. That's not fair. I've never even held her hand, I've never dated anyone. How could I ever be this intimate with anyone else? It's always been you. Only you can make me feel this way. Fu Sai spoke quickly, anxious to clear any misunderstanding. Xu Muwan believed him. It was simply a girl's whimsical thoughts that led to overthinking. The mere notion that he had shared these gestures with another girl made her feel uneasy. Hearing his assurance, however, brought her a sense of relief. Fu Sai tightly embraced the person he cherished, unwilling to part ways. Baby, how is it that I'm already a senior? Had I known I would meet you, I would have repeated a year. His earnestness was palpable. He wished to attend school with her, to avoid the drudgery of work, and to remain glued to her side, listening to the man's childish remarks. Xu Muwan couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. Focus on your work. I'll come find you when I'm free, she reassured him, then I'll pick you up after class. His girlfriend had to attend lectures, and he couldn't accompany her all day. Now he regretted launching his business years ago. This troubled company, who wants it anyway? Xu Muwan pondered but ultimately declined. I've made plans with Lulu and the others today. So have dinner with me tonight? Xu Muwan met his pleading gaze, feeling a pang of sympathy, and nodded reluctantly. Well, I'll come to pick you up for lunch then. If we can't have dinner together, let us at least share lunch. Fu Sai was not keen on spending an entire day without seeing her. Upon hearing his words, Xu Muwan felt her heart stir, yet she hesitated, concerned about the inconvenience. Isn't the distance from your workplace to the school quite far? Muwan.1.3 interfere with your work hours? Seeing her worry, Ciye, in a dazed yet adorable way, gently pinched her slightly plump cheek. I'm the boss. You're the boss's wife. No one dares to object. Xu Muwan flushed at his words boss's wife and glanced at her watch. Realizing time was ticking away, then I'll wait for you at noon. As she spoke, she pretended to extricate herself from his embrace, but Ciye wouldn't allow it, with a puzzled look. Xu Muwan asked, didn't you want to do something before I got out of the car? Ciye's words were somewhat vague, yet his gaze was unmistakably intense, fixated on her cherry-red lips. Conveying a clear desire. Xu Muwan had long since deciphered that look. It was the same fervent expression he wore whenever he wished to kiss her. With a soft peck, she suppressed her racing heart. Is this all right? Ciye, satisfied, retrieved a pair of gloves and a scarf he had prepared, carefully assisting her in putting them on, then presented her with a petite thermos. It's chilly, wear this to keep warm. Inside is red date ginger tea, sip it occasionally to warm yourself. If you need anything, send me a message or call, understood? Xu Muwan gazed at Ciye, who was usually so aloof, now lowering his head earnestly to help her don the gloves and scarf. Feeling both touched and a twinge of bitter sweetness, she had no idea when he had prepared the thermos for her. How could he be so thoughtful, if there ever came a day when they were no longer together? What would she do? All right. Xu Muwan nodded, her voice slightly choked. Not wanting Ciye to see her tears, she attempted to open the door to exit, but he grasped her arm. What's wrong? Xu Muwan shook her head. Reluctant to voice her emotions. So easily moved, Ciye seemed to have guessed her feelings. If you're moved, give me a kiss before you get out. Initially overwhelmed with emotion, Xu Muwan couldn't help but laugh at his brazen request for a kiss. Why overthink? Seize the moment. The future remained uncertain. Without reservation, she kissed him multiple times before finally stepping out of the car. Ciye followed her, watching her walk into the campus step by step. Both reluctant to part, Xu Muwan felt the same. Aware he was watching her closely, she turned back 3 times, not wishing him to see her retreating figure. If not for the constraints of time, she would have walked backward. After Xu Muwan's silhouette disappeared, Ciye lingered, reluctant to leave, until the driver's quiet reminder snapped him back to reality, unaware of how long he had been staring. At school, as soon as Xu Muwan entered the classroom, she was immediately surrounded by her 3 roommates, who bombarded her with questions. Coincidentally, this class was a public elective, and all 4 of them had registered for the same one. Songbao, precisely when did you both get together? Have you kissed? Have you done anything intimate? Why the sudden relationship? One question followed another. Xu Muwan felt fortunate that they sat at the back of the room, where only the 4 of them occupied the row. She patiently indulged her friend's curiosity, answering each question while feeling a bit shy, although she refrained from divulging that Ciye had transferred shares of the He company into her name. That fact troubled her. She planned to find an opportunity to have him reclaim it. She was fond of wealth, but only if it was earned through her own efforts, just as the 4 were cautiously discussing. The surrounding students occasionally glanced their way. After all, for beauty sitting together drew attention even from passers-by. Upon hearing Xu Muwan's responses, Bui could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, Songbao, did you secretly like Ciye long before this? The question detonated within Xu Muwan's heart like a sudden ripple on a tranquil sea. Upon hearing Bui's inquiry, Lian Lulu and Ren Lin halted their chatter, simultaneously looking at Xu Muwan with eager anticipation for the answer. Xu Muwan hadn't expected to ask. When she first got together with Ciye, she hadn't intended to hide it from her friends. Now that the question arose, she shyly bit her lip and murmured, I liked him since my freshman year. She didn't mention her years of secret admiration, simply stating that it began upon entering college, as Ciye was a crush for many girls at the university. Which was entirely understandable. She wished to keep her secret affection buried in her heart, filled with bittersweetness but also joy and fulfillment. Little did she know, Liang Lulu was utterly astonished. Oh my gosh! You should have mentioned this earlier. As she exclaimed, she sprang to her feet, her voice booming, startling the professor lecturing at the front. Since this student is so excited to be in my class, why don't you answer this question for me? The professor chuckled, calmly engaging. Lian Lulu, you acted rashly. Chapter 89. Confrontation during school. When a good friend was called upon by the teacher, another good friend wouldn't ignore it but would give subtle signals. Thankfully, Lian Lulu managed to stammer out an answer, and only after receiving the teacher's permission did she sit down, feeling utterly embarrassed. Oh no, my image is ruined, I shouted out loud in class. This university experience is destined to be solitary until graduation. The 3 exchanged helpless smiles. It wasn't that no one pursued Lian Lulu, rather, she spoke confidently about others' romantic affairs but became tongue-tied when it came to her own. Lulu, don't worry, I'll have my friend Jean introduce you to some reliable, wealthy and handsome guys. How does that sound? Bui, ever loyal, patted her shoulder. Lian Lulu's eyes brightened, instantly forgetting the earlier inquiry about Xu Muwan. Xu Muwan and Ren Lin exchanged knowing glances, both aware that some individuals thrived on vocal bravado but faltered when faced with genuine situations. The 4 were so engrossed in conversation that they failed to notice a figure not far from them. Clad in a loose black leather jacket and a black cap, watching them with a smile that grew wider, secretly amused while feverishly typing on his phone. How amusing, that girl was truly entertaining, finally having endured the morning classes. The four exited the classroom. They hadn't walked far when they encountered someone they wished to avoid. Bai Ruishue, having arrived at school at some point, was accompanied by a few close friends who were incessantly flattering her. Xiaoxue, don't worry, Fu Xiao surely doesn't like that country bumpkin, he is just toying with her. Exactly, you have no idea, she is dressed in a heap of cheap clothes. Always going barefaced, bundled up in thick down jackets. Every time I see her, I'm reminded of the penguins I saw when I visited the Arctic. Haha, no one enjoys flattery more than Bai Ruishue. And she was no exception. Just as she was about to say something, she spotted Xu Muwan and her companions. Seeing Xu Muwan's face, her resentment flared even more. Fu Xia, what on earth do you see in that wretched girl? With this thought, Bai Ruishue clenched her hand tightly in her pocket, her long manicured nails digging painfully into her palm, but the pain was nothing compared to her current fury. The voices surrounding Bai Ruishue weren't loud, yet they were audible enough for those nearby, including Xu Muwan and her friends. Liang Lulu, the most impatient of the lot, bristled at the disparaging remarks about her good friend and was about to retaliate when Xu Muwan pulled her back. Shaking her head, don't bite back at a dog that bites, otherwise you'll end up with a mouthful of fur. Hey, country bumpkin, who are you calling a dog? One of Bai Ruishue's friends couldn't contain her anger. Whoever it applies to, Xu Muwan replied coolly, not at all bothered by the petty remarks. Renlin's temper matched Liang Lulu's, both equally fiery. Who do you think you are, the eldest daughter of the Li family? Strutting around here, unaware that just yesterday, someone was pleading for cooperation with my father. Fortunately he refused, Renlin declared proudly, arms crossed. The girl, publicly humiliated, struggled to maintain her composure. Renlin, do you really think your family is that superior? Who knows, perhaps right now, they're seeking investments elsewhere. Another girl beside Bai Ruishue chimed in, observing that the conversation was veering off course. Bai Ruishue cleared her throat, prompting her friends to instantly catch on. Xu Muwan, could you enlighten us on how you manage to entice wealthy individuals? I'd like to learn, one girl boasted. I want to learn too, my parents insist on matching social statuses. Did you perhaps seduce our young master Fu by shedding your clothes? The words from the group became increasingly offensive, as if they had swallowed something foul. On the surface, Xu Muwan appeared unfazed, yet her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Bai Ruishue, witnessing Xu Muwan's lack of reaction, felt her resentment bubbling over. After being reprimanded by Fu Xia previously, she had refrained from confronting Xu Muwan openly. However, that did not imply she couldn't incite others to do so. You've become so brazen. Do you think I won't retaliate? With such a foul mouth, do you believe I won't drag you to the restroom to eat excrement? Liang Lulu declared, hands on her hips, ready to charge forward, but was promptly restrained by Bui. Lulu Bui signaled for her to step back, and Liang Lulu complied. Alright, I have recorded your earlier remarks on video. I will send it to young Master Fu and we shall see if he finds it amusing. Bui said, shaking her phone. She then tapped to play a video at maximum volume. Want to see how this young lady beside you was taught a lesson by young Master Fu? Renlin couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Bui. Bai Ruishue's face turned ashen. Her previous attempts to befriend Bui had been thwarted by Bui's haughty demeanor and indifference. What have I done to deserve this from you? It's well known that Fu Xia wronged me first by unilaterally breaking off our engagement. Bui dismissed her words with a wave. What do you mean he wronged you first? You pocketed 20 billion without a second thought. Besides, Fu Xia has stated he harbors no feelings for you. It was you who clung to him. Don't speak to me like that. If you were in front of Li Yan, he would likely pity you. Bai Ruishue nearly ground her teeth in frustration. The other two girls, upon hearing about the video, grew apprehensive, recalling Fu Xia's ruthless methods. Let's go. Xu Muwan finally spoke. The other three, noticing their pallor, felt triumphant, linking arms and walking past them confidently, while Xu Muwan halted in front of them. Even if I were to seduce him, at least Fu Xia is fond of me. You'd stripped bare, wouldn't even garner a glance from him, rather he would find you repulsive. With that she strode away. My dear, your verbal skills are quite impressive, Liang Lulu praised, giving a thumbs up. Learn from you all. Xu Muwan felt genuine joy, grateful for her three friends. Nearby Zhou Qi, who had witnessed the entire scene, recorded it and sent it to a WeChat friend. Your boyfriend is utterly incompetent. 1-star review. Chapter 90, My Wife's WeChat. On the other side, at a group. Upon arriving at the office, Fu Xia was preoccupied with thoughts of Xu Muwan. Just as he finally immersed himself in work, his phone chimed with incoming messages. Glancing casually, he noticed it was a group chat. Initially intending to ignore it, he was drawn in by the mention of boyfriend and clicked to read. Young Master Fu certainly wouldn't be interested in that country bumpkin, clad in cheap garments, with a bare face. Reminds me of the penguins I saw in the Arctic. Ha, did you strip to seduce our young Master Fu? Each message pierced Fu Xia's heart like a dagger. Oh, so everyone is seeking death, are they? He tightened his grip on the phone, knuckles turning white, as if he intended to crush it. Noticing the time, he realized it was lunchtime. He dialed the internal line in his office. And within a minute, Bai Nan entered, "Young master, register a personal Weibo account for me," Fu Sai instructed. Bai Nan paused, momentarily taken aback. "But young master, haven't you always disdained such things?" When he was first established, he had suggested a private Weibo account, but Fu Sai had declined. Just as he was about to inquire further, he caught a glimpse of Fu Sai's phone screen and finally understood this was for Xu Muwan. "Wasn't it? Shall I look into those girls' backgrounds?" Bai Nan offered. "No need," Fu Sai replied, as the details of the two girls appeared on his computer screen. Not if the Li and Ciye families were negligent in raising their daughters, he would take it upon himself to educate them. "Alright. No alrights, register the Weibo now. I need it," Fu Sai said, his tone impatient upon noticing Bai Nan lingering idly. Bai Nan felt like crying, realizing just how fierce Fu Sai was. "Young master, I'm currently using my phone to assist you. Please give me a moment." Fu Sai remained silent, sending Xu Muwan a message. "Baby, I'm coming to pick you up for lunch." After sending it, he stood up, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door. "Cancel all collaborations with the Li and Ciye families within a minute. If they inquire as to why, tell them to ask their daughters what mischief they've been up to." "Understood, young master." Bai Nan nodded vigorously, realizing that Fu Sai's demeanor changed once he had feelings for someone. While listening to Bai Nan, Fu Sai felt increasingly uneasy. "Remember to send me the Weibo account and password." Fu Sai took the private elevator to the underground parking lot, glancing at the reply from Xu Muwan on his phone, which made no mention of the earlier incident. Had it not been for Zhou Qi's video, he would have remained oblivious. The sleek black luxury car glided down the road, and upon logging into Weibo, he completed the identity verification without taking further action, as he wished to gain followers for the account. It was undeniable that every move of a public figure was scrutinized, and as soon as his Weibo was registered, the follower count began to soar rapidly. "Stop the car," the driver, maintaining a steady speed, immediately hit the brakes upon hearing Fu Sai's command. Fu Sai stepped out, heading towards a bubble tea shop bustling with people, predominantly young women, with a few boys lingering nearby, waiting for their companions to finish ordering. As Fu Sai approached, the girls' eyes were inevitably drawn to him. His towering height of 188 centimeters made him stand out in any crowd today. He donned black dress pants and a deep gray coat, his neatly groomed short hair framing a face devoid of any smile, the earring in his left ear adding an air of severity. Even girls with boyfriends couldn't help but stare. Fu Sai appeared accustomed to such attention, his gaze unfocused as he stood nonchalantly in line at the bubble tea shop. The girls in front whispered and nudged each other, seemingly shy. Finding the surrounding noise overwhelming, Fu Sai decided to message Xu Muwan. Just then, the same girls who had been nudging each other turned and spoke to the downcast Fu Sai. "Hey handsome, can we add each other on WeChat?" One girl, more confident than the rest, flirted by tossing her chestnut waves. Fu Sai pretended not to hear, not lifting his head. The girl, feeling a bit embarrassed with everyone watching, pressed on. "Hello, handsome." Finally Fu Sai lazily raised his head, causing the girl's heart to race, imagining how wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. "If you want to know which bubble tea is the best, I have no idea, but if you're really keen, you can add my wife on WeChat and ask her." Each word from Fu Sai left the girl mortified, as every pair of eyes around them was fixated on the interaction point. One girl elbowed her boyfriend. "Did you see that? Out in public our identities are self-assigned. This handsome guy is so dashing, yet he calls her wife. The boyfriend felt a bit awkward. The girl initially considered giving up, but upon seeing Fu Sai's striking face, couldn't let it go, thinking it would be better to embrace the awkwardness fully. "Wait, can we just be friends?" she asked, shaking her phone. "You want to be a mistress?" Fu Sai scoffed, ignoring her expression, and stepped past her to order his bubble tea. A cup of hot roasted milk, adorned with pearls, but without brown sugar, and sweetened to a moderate 7/10 sweetness. "His little darling adores it." The attendant taking the order is a young lady who, upon catching a glimpse of Fu Sai's face, seems to comprehend why that girl just now was so unabashed. At school, the four of them were just about to grab a meal before returning to the dormitory, joking about the earlier incident involving Bai Rueishua. Xu Muwan, feeling a bit shy, said, "I want to join you for dinner." "I'll step out for a while." "Sangbao, where are you off to?" "Aren't their classes this afternoon, you silly thing," Renlin remarked. Sangbao was clearly feeling shy. It must be that Fu Sai is coming to ask her out for dinner. "Right, Linlin is spot on." Another said, "Fu Sai is probably heading to the entrance. We'll eat together later." At the mere thought of meeting Fu Sai, Xu Muwan was evidently filled with joy. The others couldn't help but look away, as Bui waved her hand towards her. "Oh, go on, don't keep your Fu Xiao waiting." After making arrangements with them, Xu Muwan hurriedly told them to grab her things from the dormitory and dash towards the school gate. "Indeed, it is true that love transforms individuals," Bui remarked sincerely. She recalled how she used to be the same way, but thankfully she and Jin had stabilized their relationship. Sangbao had hidden her feelings so well, secretly harboring affection for Fu Xiao without telling them. Renlin, cradling Xu Muwan's books, shook her head as she watched her skip away. "Enough of that. I wish for an opportunity to step out of my shell as well." Liang Lulu lamented inwardly, yearning for her own romantic experience. At the school gate, Fu Sai stood by his car, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Moments later, his previously dim eyes sparkled with light. There, within his sight, Was that petite figure dutifully donning the scarf and gloves he had given her that morning? As Xu Muwan stepped out of the school, she spotted Fu Sai and, filled with excitement, began to run towards him. Yet, suddenly recalling something, she halted, glanced around, and opted to walk instead. Fu Sai observed this scene with a hint of amusement. Why was she so shy? He found her running towards him endearing, her eyes filled with him. Baby. As she approached within 10 meters, he couldn't resist calling out, arms outstretched, disregarding the curious stares of passers-by, indifferent to whether anyone was taking photos. He wished for everyone to know they were together. Upon hearing his affectionate baby, Xu Muwan felt her heart warm. The earlier remarks from onlookers suddenly seemed trivial. After all, some matters are best experienced personally. Noticing Xu Muwan's hesitance to run, Fu Sai confidently advanced, enveloping her in his coat, burying his nose in her hair, inhaling her delightful scent. What's the matter? Is your boyfriend too shy to be seen with you? The chill from the cold wind had made her cheeks icy. But nestled against his chest, she instantly felt warmth, his comforting scent enveloping her. No, it's just that so many people are watching. In his warm embrace, Xu Muwan's hands naturally encircled his waist. Fu Sai effortlessly lifted her into the car, where she settled comfortably on his lap. The driver, perceptive as ever, lowered the partition and drove off. Xu Muwan noticed that whenever they had the opportunity for privacy, Fu Sai enjoyed holding her closely, embracing her tightly. Baby, did you miss me? Fu Sai nuzzled her nose. Having been apart for just a morning, it felt like an eternity to him. Xu Muwan had indeed been thinking of him, but feeling shy. She didn't voice it. Fu Sai, however, was unreserved. I've missed you terribly. I didn't want to go to work. I wish I could keep you in my pocket and take you everywhere with me. As he spoke, he lowered his head to seek out her soft lips. Xu Muwan listened to his declarations, feeling his kiss, reflecting on the words of those girls earlier. How could he possibly be playing around? His embrace was so warm, his breath so heated, his kisses so passionate, and his words so heartfelt. As Fu Sai kissed her, he sensed her distraction and gently nibbled her lip. Darling, when you're kissing me, is there anything else on your mind? Be a good girl, open your mouth a little and let me in. Each time, his straightforwardness made her blush and her heart race. There were still people nearby. Xu Muwan guessed correctly. The driver, hearing this, had momentarily trembled at the steering wheel. Regardless, she parted her lips, her eyes fluttering open slightly to meet Fu Sai's affectionate gaze. In a moment of instinct, she found herself wanting to reciprocate. Surrendering to her desires, her tongue dancing with his. Noticing her passionate response, Fu Sai opened his eyes, their gazes locking, leading to an extended French kiss. 10 minutes later, as Fu Sai watched her resting her head on his chest, breathing heavily, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Baby, do you enjoy kisses like this? Xu Muwan's eyes glimmered slightly, her lips parted as she softly murmured a response. Seeing this, Fu Sai felt his heart soften. Extending his long arm to retrieve the milk tea he had purchased earlier. Milk tea, would you like some? Xu Muwan's eyes lit up at the sight of the milk tea, and she immediately lifted her head. How did you know I love roasted milk with pearls? And it was sweetened exactly to her liking. Back in her hometown, she had never tasted roasted milk. It was only after arriving in Gangdu that she discovered this delightful flavor. After her first sip, she fell in love with it, ordering it every time she visited a tea shop, never desiring to try anything else. I guess, seeing so many girls lining up. Fu Sai knew her preference as well. During that month, he bought her a cup every few days. Once, he had casually asked, "Is it really that delicious?" To which she replied, "Of course, if I didn't worry about my health, I do want to drink it every day to prolong my life." What do you like to drink? Xu Muwan was eager to learn more. Fu Sai didn't answer. Instead, while opening the straw, he smiled at her. I don't have anything I particularly like. But if I had to say, it would be you. He deliberately paused at the end. Xu Muwan sensed the suggestive turn in his words but couldn't help her curiosity about what he wanted to say. What? You're Fu Sai leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear, saliva sweeter than anything else. Your saliva. Was he truly so shameless as Fu Sai? I need to wash my ears. They hadn't even been together for long. And his words had already reached this level. She couldn't imagine what he might say in the future. I want tea wash. I'll drink milk tea, but only a couple of sips. We can finish it after dinner, alright? From the moment he saw Xu Muwan, Fu Sai's smile had been unwavering. Alright. Just as Xu Muwan reached for the milk tea, he wouldn't allow it, directly placing the straw to her lips, leaving her no choice but to accept. After taking a couple of sips, her big eyes twinkled mischievously as she teased, "Clearly, it's the milk tea that is sweet. I don't believe you. Let me taste." Fu Sai pressed his thumb to the corner of her mouth, making his intentions clearer. However, just then, the car came to a halt. We've arrived. Let us go eat, and then I'll let you have more milk tea. With that, she slipped from his embrace, opened the car door, and stepped out. What he had said was not merely about milk tea. The Xu Muwan now, compared to the one from a month ago, felt like an entirely different person. Before him stood the most genuine and vibrant version of herself. In Chapter 92, finally, she is hooked. Fu Sai brought Xu Muwan to a private kitchen owned by the Fu family. Upon entering, she noticed there was no one around, only a uniformed staff. Xu Muwan's first reaction was to think, well, it seems she wouldn't have the opportunity to treat Fu Sai to a meal after all. They entered a private room, and as they sat down, Fusai wasted no time in lifting her onto his lap. Fusai, here I am, baby. With his cheek nestled against her shoulder, he inhaled deeply. Savoring her scent. Xu Muwan was taken aback, fearing he might attempt to kiss her again, wondering what they would do if the waiter entered. Baby, could you call me something else, while I enjoy you saying my name? I do prefer something more intimate. Fusai occasionally pressed his lips against her neck, his arms wrapped around her waist. Ah, then you should let me go. Xu Muwan felt ticklish under his teasing touches. Unable to control herself, she thought that in their relationship, it was always Fusai who took the initiative. She shouldn't remain in her shell, but rather be a bit more proactive to convey her feelings. Upon hearing this, Fusai released her, and Xu Muwan turned to face him, resting her hands on his shoulders. What do you want me to call you? Wasay, that feels a bit awkward, you choose. Fusai gazed into her eyes, unable to resist kissing her brow. Sigh, not quite, little E, even worse that he's not little at all. He shook his head again. Xu Muwan felt defeated. Baby, I'm older than you. Fusai subtly hinted at her. Gu, absolutely not, that sounds too much like old brother. As Xu Muwan listened to his repeated refusals, she remained unperturbed and continued, what about brother Ciye? At the mention of this, her cheeks flushed slightly. Finally the individual in question nodded with delight, as if he had been anticipating this title from her. Baby, call me that once more. The sweetness of the term was irresistible this time. However, Xu Muwan did not comply with his wish. Instead, she gently kissed his cheek and then said, brother Ciye. Baby. His voice began to grow hoarse. Suddenly a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Earlier that day, when Fusai had invited her to lunch, he had already arranged the dishes. Xu Muwan noticed that the two of them had a total of 8 dishes, which might lead one to believe they were feasting with a large group. Nevertheless, she remained silent, assuming this was simply their dining custom. What she was unaware of was that Fusai did not know her specific culinary preferences and had ordered a variety of dishes. Hoping to discover which one she liked best, Xu Muwan casually slid off his lap and seated herself beside him, which Fusai allowed without protest. Before he could react, the person before him, gloved hands at work, began peeling shrimp. He assumed she was hungry, so he watched her intently, hoping she would realize she had him as her boyfriend. If one desires to eat shrimp, shouldn't they ask their boyfriend to peel it? Yet, it seemed that Xu Muwan, utterly absorbed in her task, failed to notice Fusai's longing gaze. After several moments, she finished peeling a shrimp and turned to place it at his lips, saying, here, eat this. The girl, with her sparkling eyes, looked at him like the first time they had dined out together, when she had raised her phone, urging him to see her balance, exclaiming, look, I have money. It turned out she was not peeling shrimp for herself, but rather for him. What was this feeling? Fusai could not articulate it, only knowing he was the happiest man alive, blessed with a girl who loved him so dearly. This joy eclipsed even the triumph of building a business empire. Xu Muwan held up the plump shrimp, waiting for Fusai to open his mouth, but he simply stared, making her wonder if he disliked shrimp or perhaps did not appreciate being fed. As this thought crossed her mind, her bright eyes dimmed, and she began to lower her hand, murmuring, sorry. Fusai then opened his mouth and ate the shrimp, savoring it slowly. This is the best shrimp I have ever tasted. He interrupted her impending apology. It was the first time someone had peeled shrimp for him out of love. Though he had eaten shrimp before, it had always been prepared by servants. His grandparents adored him, yet they had never peeled shrimp for him, nor had his parents. This realization brought a slight sting to his eyes. Baby, you don't have to peel shrimp. I can do it. The skin is delicate, and if it scratches your hands, I'll peel it for you. Fusai reached over to remove her gloves and donned a fresh pair, serving her a generous helping of dishes. You eat first. Let me peel shrimp for you. Ultimately, Xu Muwan found herself with a bowl brimming with shrimp. After their meal, Fusai escorted her to the school gate, but it was the driver who opened the door. Xu Muwan had an afternoon class, and as it was already 1 o'clock, with only an hour and a half until her next class, Fusai suggested she rest in the car so they could spend a little more time together. Naturally, Xu Muwan agreed. Baby, do you want to make our relationship public? Fusai held her close, allowing her to rest her head against him. Xu Muwan was taken aback. Public? She had not considered it, given that Fusai was not an ordinary person. I am fine with whatever you decide. As long as it's you, whether public or private, she could accept it, for love was a matter between two, one affected by the awareness of others. As long as it's you. Did the girl truly understand that her words resonated more deeply with him than his own? I want to go public. I want everyone to know that you are mine and I am yours. Upon hearing this, Xu Muwan felt an inexplicable eagerness to make it known. Alright, Xu Muwan thought going public entailed simply announcing it on social media one day, but she had no inkling that Fusai would make such a grand and swift declaration. While she was attending her afternoon class, Lian Lulu urged her to check Weibo. To her astonishment, Fusai had somehow found her Weibo and followed her, and when had he even registered for Weibo? His follower count had skyrocketed into the millions. It indicated that he had created the account today, with only her as his followed account. There was just one post, published half an hour ago, featuring a photo taken moments ago in the car, showing her asleep in his embrace while he affectionately nuzzled her cheek. The caption read, "Finally got my hands on her." Chapter 93. my son. The impact of those words resonated deeply within Xu Muwan. Lingering in her mind throughout the afternoon class, even Liang Lulu, seated beside her, kept repeating it. Kai Bao, Fu Xiao is too good at this, finally got her, doesn't he? That just slapped those fools in the face? Kai Bao, I didn't expect you and Fu Xiao to be like this alone together. Come here, baby, into my arms. Liang Lulu laughed exaggeratedly, playfully beckoning with her fingers, drawing the attention of those around them. The comedic nature of her antics was undeniable. Thankfully, Xu Muwan had grown accustomed to Liang Lulu's character. Glancing at Fu Xi's post, she felt a rush of shyness and bit her lip. Could such a coincidence exist? She clicked to follow him back and pinned his account. Lulu, do you think I should respond? Xu Muwan noticed that Fu Xi's post had garnered over 1 million comments, causing her heart to race, wondering if going public was too hasty. Are you silly? Of course you should respond. Let those who look down on you see how tenderly Fu Xiao treats you as you sleep. Liang Lulu gazed at the photo, growing more thrilled by the moment, seeming more animated than the reality itself. Xu Muwan couldn't help but chuckle at Liang Lulu's remarks. Alright, should I post something now? Post it, I'll be the first to like it. Do you want me to help you with the caption? No need, I've already thought of one. Xu Muwan retweeted Fu Xi's post, cautiously tapping her finger on the screen. Fearful of making a mistake, her caption read, my son, and she tagged Fu Xi. Since Fu Xi's Weibo only followed her, netizens were left curious about who had captured Fu Xi's heart, causing Xu Muwan's follower count to soar. Upon returning to the office, Fu Xi heard the distinctive ringtone of his phone and immediately pulled it out, seeing Xu Muwan's recent post, which caused him to break into a wide grin. Bai Nan, who had just entered, witnessed the scene, his young master grinning foolishly at his phone like a simpleton. It was a sight he had never seen before. Fu Xi quickly commented below, baby, I adore you. He then took a screenshot of this page and shared it on WeChat Moments, selecting the recent selfie along with the photo of Xu Muwan curled up asleep in the car. And of course the picture from their outing to the amusement park, creating a 9-grid collage with the caption, my beloved. He sent it out beautifully. In that moment, Fu Xi truly felt the essence of being in love. Finally understanding why others had once been willing to fight for love, it was because he too would be a mere shell of himself without her. Bai Nan, observing his master's current state, found it hard to watch. Young master, do you know what you look like right now? Bai Nan had initially intended to say more, but the icy glare from Fu Xi silenced him. The Li and Ciye families are downstairs. Do you want to meet them? What do you think? Fu Xi retorted. Bai Nan shook his head vigorously and exited. Meanwhile, the Fu family estate was bustling with excitement. Fu Hanyang and Xu Min sat on the couch, with the butler nearby and servants gathered around, each taking turns commenting, sir, look, not only on Weibo, but the young master also posted it on Moments, so many pictures, and I was the first to like it. Madam, Miss Su also posted on Weibo, responding to the young master, wow, Miss Su is so beautiful, I can hardly imagine how sweetly the young master dotes on her, allowing her to sleep so soundly in his arms. I am the essence of lemon beneath the lemon tree. Quiet, quiet, you have left me momentarily perplexed, unsure whether to peruse my WeChat Moments or scroll through Weibo. Xu Min, adorned with reading glasses, hastily taps on her phone screen. The servant, lacking Fu Xi's WeChat contact, can only hover behind Xu Min, observing, the butler is always a step ahead. Sir, madam, do take a look at the messages circulating in our group. Bai Nan has shared a photo of the young master with a foolish grin. The elderly couple eagerly clicks to view, and indeed, they are quite busy at the moment. There is scarcely any time to send messages inquiring about Fu Xi's situation. At school, Xu Muwan gazes at the comments Fu Xi has replied with, lingering over them for an extended period. Although they consist of merely a few words, they take her an eternity to digest. Baby, I really adore you. She cannot comprehend or articulate the dialect of Dangdu, yet she understands the simpler phrases this one sentence conveys. I like you very much. Still reeling from that, she stumbles upon Fu Xi's Moments again. As she gazes at these photographs, she is left bewildered as to when he captured them. For some reason, she prefers the clandestine moments he records of her over his public displays. It seems all the more sweet. Oh, enough already, I'm laughing so hard I might drool. Liang Lulu leans in to catch a glimpse of Fu Xi's Moments. There is hardly a girl who does not relish her boyfriend's public acknowledgement, let alone when it pertains to Fu Xi. Hearing this, Xu Muwan instinctively touches her mouth, wondering where the drool might be. Lulu, are you very happy? Xu Muwan nods. That's right, I hope you remain happy always. I believe Fu Xiao can ensure that. Liang Lulu gazes at Xu Muwan, who is enraptured in sweet love, genuinely pleased for her. How wonderful it is that the once timid and insecure girl is now destined to shine brightly in the embrace of sincere affection. Indeed, even if she does not fully realize this potential, she will have no regrets. You mentioned wanting to find a place. What price range are you considering? They are both in the group now, seeking assistance from everyone, hoping for a swift response. Xu Muwan contemplates. Currently, her income is relatively stable, and should she find the time, she might take on a part-time job. 2 bedrooms and a living room, ideally around 2,500, including utilities, preferably with convenient transportation. She has also scoured the internet, Typically 2-bedroom apartments in Gangdu are under 2,000. Alright, no problem, but tonight we're going out to celebrate your newfound singlehood, everything is arranged. Xu Muwan naturally does not refuse. Great, I've already informed Fu Sai that I will be going out with you all. Chapter 94, 100% investment in happiness. At 6 in the evening Fu Sai called Xu Muwan as her class drew to a close, wanting to express his grievances. When will you finish? Let me know, and I'll come pick you up. He has his own car. Xu Muwan does not mind being picked up. It just happened to coincide, making it unnecessary to complicate matters. Baby, I'm about to cry. I want to pick you up. Upon hearing the change in his tone, Xu Muwan finds it both amusing and adorable. She initially intended to agree directly but feels an urge to tease him. Then show me how you cry? As Fu Sai stands up to grab his coat, he suddenly laughs upon hearing her words. Baby, you're so naughty. Is it possible that their lines have been reversed? Will it be acceptable to return home later and hold the baby while crying? Fu Sai, with his magnetic voice, utters the gentlest words, causing Xu Muwan to blush even through the phone. I want to keep you. I'll send you the address later, my friends are here. Alright, baby, goodbye. Remember to text me if anything comes up. Before long Fu Sai, who never spares his words in front of the one he adores, shortly after Xu Muwan hangs up, as she settles into the car, a message from Fu Sai arrives. I'll be going out with them later. First, I'll head home to have dinner with grandma, enjoy yourself with them. If anyone bullies you, remember to tell me, your boyfriend will handle it. Fu Sai's concerned messages bring Xu Muwan a sense of reassurance. If anyone bullies you, let me know, your boyfriend will take care of it. Liang Lulu, seated in the back with Xu Muwan, reads the message aloud with a smile. Xu Muwan playfully nudges her forehead. Lulu, it is time you find yourself a boyfriend. Sung Bao, don't say that. Fu Xiao is genuinely thoughtful. He even arranged everything for your grandmother. Renlin agrees, wealthy individuals can hire help, but Fu Sai is hands-on. My friend Jin mentioned that several of his brothers are gathering tonight. The 4 of us should join because Zhou Qi has returned. As Bui speaks, Liang Lulu suddenly raises her voice. Zhou Qi? The young master of the Zhou family, who went abroad for further studies? Yes, I heard he is back to inherit the family business. Is he also a good friend of Fu Sai? Xu Muwan inquires. As she only knows Yuan Jini among Fu Sai's circle, indeed, the 3 of them are practically inseparable. They all attended the same high school, notorious for their mischievous antics, yet they excelled academically. Are handsome, and come from affluent families, leaving the teachers powerless. Bui, due to her connection with Yuan Jini, is well informed about their escapades. Really, I had no idea Fu Sai could be mischievous as well. Xu Muwan muses, intrigued by this new facet of him. However, upon reflection it makes sense. With such a playful demeanor, it's only natural. Speaking of which, it reminds me of Jin mentioning that Fu Xiao was even more mischievous. Once, during a military training session in middle school, a student was accidentally stung by a bee and asked the instructor for leave, but the instructor dismissed him as being overly dramatic. It was said that the student's head swelled up like a balloon. The next day, when a different instructor was stung by a bee, he was unable to continue the training, prompting a change of instructors. According to Jin, it was Fu Xiao's doing. They had just exited the cafeteria when they spotted the instructor answering a call beneath a tree. It remains a mystery how Fu Xiao knew there was a bee's nest there, but he threw a stone, striking the nest directly. The instructor barely had time to escape and ended up getting stung multiple times. Far worse than the student. As Bui drives, she recounts their amusing tales, and the 3 listen intently. Meanwhile, in a hotel suite, Fu Sai dines with his grandmother, not a meal prepared by servants, but one he personally cooked after work. Tailored to be light and suitable for the elderly. Upon realizing Fu Sai not only possesses culinary skills but excels at them, Fu Qing can't help but feel astonished. In this day and age, few wealthy individuals can cook. Xiaoyi, I appreciate your efforts. Fu Qing grows increasingly fond of Fu Sai. Grandma, please don't say that. If you enjoy it, I'll make it often for those whom Xu Muwan cherishes. He extends that affection to their loved ones. He is not inherently a good person, but for Xu Muwan, he strives to be. Fu Qing nods and, once they finish eating, sets down her utensils, unable to refrain from speaking. Xiaoyi, I hope you can be more understanding of Wan. She genuinely likes you, though she struggles to express it at times. Recalling her granddaughter's diary filled with concerns and affections, Fu Qing feels a pang of worry. Fearing Fu Sai might not sense Wan's profound feelings. Fu Sai smiles. Grandma, I understand. Rest assured, Wan merely needs to stand still, and I will run towards her. She doesn't even need to take a single step. He can give his all. As long as it is Xu Muwan, he will find happiness in any effort he expends. Hearing this, Fu Qing is momentarily taken aback, gazing into Fu Sai's eyes, questioning whether he has truly only just fallen for her. In a bar somewhere in Gangdu, Xu Muwan surveys the vibrant lights and intoxicating atmosphere, her heart racing as she sits beside Bui, Lian Lulu and Renlin nearby are drinking and playing games. Perfectly embodying the spirit of strong women among beauties. Why are you two just sitting there? Join us. We came to the bar to drink, especially you, Sang Bao. It's your first time, so you must try. Liang Lulu stands up, eager to pull them in. Wait, I'll just have a cocktail on the side. Bui is apprehensive, recalling the last time she drank too much and ended up with Yuan Jini. Xu Muwan shakes her head. I think I'll stick to juice. Xu Muwan hadn't anticipated they would come to a bar, and to this moment, she still hasn't sent Fu Sai the address. Come on, this is to celebrate your newfound singlehood. Even if you're not drinking, join us for some fun. Renlin and Liang Lulu pulled him over to sit. That moment, a waiter approaches. Hello, ladies, I noticed it's just the four of you. How about considering some male models? The male server had noticed them earlier and, judging by their attire, presumed they had a decent budget. If they were to order male models, he would receive quite the commission. Just as Bui was about to decline, Liang Lulu intervened. Why don't we give it a try? Let us see what male models are like. Why should boys have all the beautiful girls around? Besides, I checked this bar's reviews. The male models are top-notch, with 8-pack abs, just to feast our eyes. Boys love beautiful girls, and girls love handsome guys. It's only natural. Renlin is intrigued, while the other two, who have boyfriends, remain contemplative. Chapter 95. Dare to order male models. At last, 4 individuals sat side by side on the sofa, gazing in astonishment at the 8 male models before them. Is this what they call a group? A group of 8, indeed. They were all clad in white shirts, only partially buttoned, subtly revealing their alluring and muscular abdomens. We agreed to keep this under wraps, didn't we? Bui said nervously, her eyes filled with curiosity and surprise as she looked at the 8 male models. Devoid of any lustful intent, this was my first encounter with real-life versions of them. Xu Muwan nestled among them, couldn't help but let her gaze wander. Renlin remarked, they look so much better than on television. This bar certainly knows how to please. The male models had initially assumed their clients would be wealthy, unattractive women, only to discover 4 young beauties with various charms, sophisticated, spirited, and innocent. Instinctively, they straightened their posture. As the male models began to approach, Liang Lulu, munching on seeds, nearly choked and quickly waved her hands. No, what are you doing? Just stand there. There's no need to come closer. She enjoyed watching male models but had no desire to touch them. Lulu, I thought you might go for it, Xu Muwan teased, squeezing her arm, revealing her to be a mere paper tiger. Can Bao, you don't know, these two just talk big. In practice, they're probably even more timid than we are. Bui chuckled, giving Liang Lulu a playful nudge. Liang Lulu tossed her hair, conceding, I admit, after all, someone is still waiting for her future boyfriend. Renlin's focus shifted. She seemed to have uncovered a secret. Leaning in closer, by the way, haven't you tried anything with your partner yet? Upon hearing this, Bui's face flushed, her entire being feeling somewhat heated. To be honest, despite being with Yuan Jini for so long, they had indeed never ventured into that territory. She shook her head, the revelation stunned even Xu Muwan. If Bui and Yuan Jini had been dating like ordinary college students, it wouldn't be surprising. But they were childhood sweethearts, engaged, and it would be entirely normal for them to have crossed that line given their deep understanding of each other and the support from both families. Such a beautiful love story. However, aside from the last step, they had tried everything else, deciding to save that for their wedding day. As a girl, she felt it wasn't her place to comment. I don't mind, Bui stated with remarkable candor. Yet, she had no inkling that someone would soon take the initiative. Are you truly indifferent? Your partner's physique is no less impressive than these male models, Liang Lulu exclaimed. If it were me, I'd be the one making the move. Lulu, you truly are a flirt. It's not about being a flirt. Having desire for someone you like is a vital part of a relationship. If you don't like him, how can you feel that desire? Xu Muwan nodded seriously in agreement, causing the other 3 to exchange bewildered glances as if they had uncovered a monumental secret. Meanwhile, in an upstairs private room of the bar, Fu Sai took the elevator directly to the 2nd floor. Upon entering, he found Yuan Jini and Zhou Qi already seated, sipping drinks. Darling, long time no see, I've missed you dearly, Zhou Qi exclaimed, immediately rising to embrace Fu Sai the moment he entered. Fu Sai, hands in his pockets, regarded him as if he were a fool. Why are we here? We have our private bar. Zhou Qi casually picked up a drink. Darling, you just don't understand, sometimes a change of scenery adds a little ambience. Who knows, you might even meet your destined woman. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Fu Sai thought of giving him a kick. As far as he was concerned, in this lifetime or the next, his one true love was none other than his darling. Get rid of that nauseating term. My baby has never referred to anyone that way. Before Zhou Qi could respond, Yuan Jini, who had been sitting on the sofa nearby, finally spoke. Zhou Qi, I feel it necessary to remind you that I've recorded what you just said. I'm going to send it to my wife so she knows you intend for me to find my destined woman. Zhou Qi, bewildered, thought to himself, am I really such a despicable person? None of you are worth a dime. I just returned and made it my priority to see who Miss Su is. Is that not considerate? Besides, you all don't seem to welcome me back. Aren't you happy that we no longer have to maintain a long-distance relationship? Fu Sai remained silent, sitting on the sofa with Yuan Jini, clinking their glasses and ignoring Zhou Qi's incessant chatter. Fine, I'll go relieve myself and see if there are any beauties around. If you all are going to ignore me, I'm too heartbroken, Zhou Qi declared, feigning indignation. Do those foreign fans of yours know about this? Yuan Jini couldn't help but ask. Fu Sai pursed his lips, his long fingers twisting the stem of his glass, gently swirling it. Do you think he cares? Can Bao, you must tell me, do you have a desire for Fu Xiao? Wishing you could pounce on him, Liang Lulu exclaimed, utterly excited. And how's Fu Xiao's physique? Although I have my own, I still enjoy hearing about others. Haha. One by one, their curiosity intensified. Xu Muwan felt utterly flabbergasted, unsure how to respond to physique. It seemed she had never truly seen it, perhaps only caught a glimpse of his abs? Lost in thought, she suddenly recalled Fu Sai's faintly flushed ears, causing her cheeks to involuntarily warm. The three of them observed this exchange, sharing knowing glances and stifled laughter. Meanwhile, the 8 male models, feeling neglected, began to question their own physiques. As the 4 women before them engaged in lively banter, they were no longer mere male models but rather resembled 8 bodyguards. Zhou Qi, having finished his business, didn't return to the private room immediately but instead wandered downstairs, genuinely searching for beautiful women. As he descended, those 8 male models caught his eye. He intended to see which woman was so captivating and casually glanced over. Upon recognizing familiar faces seated, he was taken aback, hardly believing his eyes, rubbing them for confirmation. Cleverly, he took a photo with his phone and promptly dashed back upstairs. He had stumbled upon an astonishing secret. 8 male models, they truly dared. Chapter 96, consumed by jealousy and aggrieved to goodness. Do you two know what I've just seen? Zhou Qi nearly dropped to his knees upon entering. The women of these 2 princes were brazenly entertaining male models. Why are you always so loud? How do you expect to inherit the family business like this? Yuan Genie felt his head spinning from Zhou Qi's outburst. Don't worry, soon enough, you'll both be the ones crying. Zhou Qi looked at the 2 men sitting calmly on the sofa, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, leisurely sipping their drinks. He declared, I saw your women downstairs, enjoying drinks and having 8 male models brought to them. The moment his words echoed through the private room, Zhou Qi felt a rush of wind by his ear. When he turned to look, the 2 men's figures had vanished. Goodness, that speed, they could have easily participated in the Olympics. Zhou Qi cursed silently to himself and then turned to head downstairs to witness the unfolding drama. Upon learning that Xu Muwan had also arrived at the bar and had ordered 8 male models, Fu Sai felt a surge of adrenaline, his veins nearly bursting. No wonder he had been waiting for a response and an address for so long. Bad girl, has she become so ungrateful after getting what she wanted? Sob. The 2 men descended almost simultaneously, perhaps due to the commotion or their shared objective. They quickly spotted the 4 girls with the 8 male models. Among them were Bu Yi and Xu Muwan. Who else could it be? Muwan, Bu Yi, they both called out in unison, striding towards them. Upon seeing the male models, their eyes glistened with anger. Do they not know how to dress? Should I strip them all down for you? Fu Sai, witnessing the male models expose their chests, felt rage boiling within him. How could Muwan gaze upon the bodies of other men? His physique was clearly superior. Strip what? I'll simply undress you all and throw you out. Yuan Genie placed his hands on his hips, surveying the row of male models, nearly losing his mind. Of the male models, seemingly recognizing Fu Sai and Yuan Genie, quickly bowed their heads. Yes, Fu Xiao. Yuan Xiao, we'll take our leave. They hurriedly exited, tails between their legs. After sending the male models away, Fu Sai and Yuan Genie turned to find that the girls had vanished. Specifically, Bu Yi was nowhere to be seen. Where's Bu Yi? Yuan Genie scanned the surroundings, spotting Renlin and Liang Lulu, who were pretending to munch on seeds, feigning ignorance. The 2 women acted oblivious. Fu Sai, suddenly chuckling helplessly, could only see the girl facing the sofa, her hands covering her eyes, clearly pretending not to notice him. She can't see me, she can't see me, she can't see me. Renlin and Liang Lulu exchanged knowing glances, unable to contain their laughter. Truly, she was adorably timid. Meanwhile, behind the sofa stood an even timider figure. Baby, don't you want to see me? Fu Sai approached, standing before the sofa, while Renlin and Liang Lulu simultaneously shifted their positions. Lowering their heads, with her eyes covered, Xu Muwan felt as if she could cry without tears. Hadn't it been said that they were not supposed to come here? What was happening now? Being caught at a bar was not a significant issue. But those 8 male models were. Yuan Genie, where are you taking me? I refuse to go back. Before Xu Muwan could react, she heard a piercing scream from behind. Bu Yi. Looking up, she discovered that Yuan Genie had directly carried her away. Liang Lulu, witnessing the scene, stole a glance at Fu Sai's expression. Lin, should we leave now? They had miscalculated, believing that these young masters would never show up at this bar, only to unexpectedly run into them. Renlin remained silent, taking Liang Lulu's hand, while Fu Xiao, we've celebrated Can Bao's newfound single status. Quite enough. It's getting late, so we'll head back to the dorm. Can Bao will be entrusted to you. She hastily uttered a few sentences and then dashed out. Once outside the bar, the 2 took a deep breath. Oh my, Yuan Xiao's expression was utterly terrifying just now. Fu Xiao seemed unfazed. Yet his eyes were filled with a sense of grievance. I noticed that too, and his initial response was actually one of grievance, as if Can Bao had rejected him. Renlin shook her head at the memory of the scene, instinctively shivering. Let's go lest we encounter them when they come out. I'll call my driver to pick us up. We're heading back to school. Inside the bar, Xu Muwan had not yet managed to call out for them not to leave when she was enveloped by a familiar scent. Even hearing his breath helplessly, she felt his presence. Unable to maintain her composure, cautiously lowering her hand, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her large eyes were filled with guilt and anxiety. As she found a handsome face mere inches from hers. She forced a smile. Fusai, what a coincidence, how wonderful it is that I didn't even call you brother Ciye. Bad girl. Sob. You ordered male models, fit young adorable little puppies, and even with dyed hair. It wasn't Timmy, it was Lin and Lulu who ordered them out of curiosity. Curiosity about what? Their faces, their physiques, or perhaps their hair colors. The mere thought of her admiring the male models caused Fu Saya's heart to churn with jealousy. Hearing his sullen voice, Xu Muwan's eyes turned red, her gaze filled with grievance, causing her to feel a twinge of pain. She had expected him to be angry and scold her, but he did not. Xu Muwan leaned forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. No, I don't like them, I'm not curious. I only like you feeling a bit shy. She bit her lip, but thinking of his discomfort. Her hesitation dissipated. If she were to see Fu Sai deliberately admiring beautiful women, she would also feel quite upset. As she embraced him, Fu Sai squatted down to hold her waist, burying his head in her chest. Gently rubbing against her. I'm so jealous, I have abs too, and I'll show you when we get home. But if you like dyed hair, I can dye mine too, just don't look at others. Those just now were nothing but small fright. No, I don't like them, I'm sorry. Xu Muwan felt a bit awkward and shy being rubbed against like that. Hearing this, Fu Sai lifted her up suddenly, leaving her in midair, causing Xu Muwan to exclaim in surprise, clutching him tighter, her legs wrapped around his waist. We're going home. When we get home, I'll show you my abs, and you can touch them as much as you want, and only I'll let you touch them. Fu Sai cradled her bottom with one hand while the other supported her back, his heated face brushing against her neck as he kissed her softly. Xu Muwan trembled at his words and actions. Fu Sai, I'm not. Xu Muwan felt as if she could cry without tears. Her refusal only made her seem pretentious, and the matter of ordering male models could not be overlooked. After they left, no one noticed Zhou Qi, who was grinning excessively, having just witnessed Fu Sai acting all spoiled and aggrieved. Chapter 97. Bringing her to the past life. Zhou Qi had just finished storing his phone and was about to turn away when he spotted the brooding Li Yan standing not far away. Upon seeing Li Yan like this, he instinctively froze. They were friends after all, and it was sudden for him to change like this because of Fu Sai. Hello, regardless, a greeting was in order. Though he wasn't clear on why Fu Sai treated Li Yan this way, there must be a reason. He would still keep his distance. After all, Fu Sai had made it clear, if he chose to be friends with Li Yan, it would mean a severance with him. Without a second thought, he was definitely siding with Fu Ce. Li Yan had witnessed everything that transpired and still couldn't believe what Bai Rueishue had said. In his past life, he had harmed the girl Fu Sai liked for the sake of Bai Rueishue. If all of this were true, it was no wonder Fu Sai treated him this way. He didn't retaliate, which he felt was merely surface level. Fu Sai was one to repay grievances with vengeance. Lin approached Zhou Qi. Qi, shall we have a chat? On Jiuxiang Road, Xu Muwan gazed as the car entered this unfamiliar place. Feeling somewhat puzzled, where was this? Why was Fu Sai bringing her here? Fu Sai, where are we going? Is grandma still waiting for us to return? As she spoke, she reached for her phone to call her grandmother, only to have Fu Sai take it and calmly place it back in his own pocket. We're not going back tonight, I've informed Grandma. Xu Muwan was taken aback. Not going back? Then where were they headed? She instinctively asked. From the moment Fu Sai got into the car, he had tightly held her in his lap. Had she not been accustomed to his clinginess, she would have been far more anxious. Fu Sai showed no signs of concern, continuing to plant soft kisses along her neck, punctuated by intermittent low breaths, creating an utterly intimate atmosphere. In that moment, Xu Muwan realized that Fu Sai was serious. What, touching abs? She had never contemplated such a thing. After all, she had been the first to refuse when male models were mentioned. There were no pills for regret in this world. Fu Sai, Xu Muwan nestled against his chest, feeling the thickness of her jacket and instinctively wriggling a bit. Fu Sai paused, his voice husky. What's wrong? Look up. Xu Muwan, holding onto his neck, spoke softly, as if about to do something. Fu Sai obediently looked up, his gaze still filled with lingering grievance. I'm still feeling upset. He wanted her to comfort him. So to comfort you, I'm sorry. After saying this, Xu Muwan cupped his face and kissed his thin lips. Having had ample practice with Fu Sai's kisses over time, her technique was no longer as chaotic as it had been at the beginning. She slightly opened her eyes, bravely meeting Fu Sai's gaze, her long eyelashes trembling intensely. Understanding her shyness, Fu Sai was enamored by her demeanor. Following her lead, Xu Muwan gently kissed him, sucking lightly on his lips. Fu Sai, with his hand on her waist, felt the tension in her body, seemingly trying to restrain himself. He adored her shy yet proactive nature. When Xu Muwan, unsure of what to do after kissing him, hesitated, Fu Sai seized the initiative, pressing her head back forcefully against his. In an instant, Xu Muwan felt a tingling sensation in her lips. Instead of pulling away, she opened her lips, allowing her tongue to meet his. Fu Sai's heart soared with joy, and the kiss intensified. His hands instinctively slipped off her heavy jacket, leaving her in just a fitted top. Just as Xu Muwan felt she might lose her breath, Fu Sai finally released her lips, trailing kisses to her collarbone and ear. Xu Muwan lowered her gaze slightly, seeing his thick hair resting at her collarbone, a wave of ticklish sensations washing over her. She instinctively let out a soft moan, which ignited Fu Sai's passion. His warm lips found the soft skin beneath her collarbone, while his other hand caressed the untouched side. Fu Sai. Xu Muwan cradled his head. Huh, baby. Fu Sai abruptly lifted his head, their eyes locking, clearly both moved by the moment. The car came to a stop. Xu Muwan bit her lip, pointing out the window. Fu Sai remained silent, nearly watching her, so soft, even though their words were mismatched. Xu Muwan instantly understood what he meant. Are you still angry and feeling wronged? Xu Muwan, rarely serious, asked earnestly. Fu Sai Han-ti expected her to genuinely comfort him. A smile broke across his face, yet he maintained his pride, just a little more. We'll continue later. With that, he opened the car door and carried her out. Upon hearing him say they would continue comforting him later, Xu Muwan did not refuse. Just a little more meant they would share another kiss soon. After getting out, she tried to step down, but Fu Sai wouldn't let go. Be good, it's a bit dark here, and you didn't wear your jacket properly. I'll carry you up. Up, to where? Until now, Xu Muwan still had no idea where he intended to take her. She would soon find out. We're staying here tonight. Xu Muwan glanced around. There were no luxurious hotels, no grand villas, and certainly no towering skyscrapers, only what appeared to be rental apartments or ordinary neighborhoods. Staying here tonight? What did that mean? Fu Sai, watching her little head turning in his embrace, understood her thoughts. I have an apartment here. One left behind by an old friend a long time ago. Fu Sai cradled Xu Muwan as they stepped into the familiar alley, his heart brimming with sentiment. The first time they arrived here, she had supported him, and now it was he who carried her. Not long after his rebirth, he had contemplated bringing her here but hesitated, unsure of how to explain it. He ultimately decided to wait until now. She would surely appreciate it. As Xu Muwan nestled in his embrace, gazing at the deserted street and soaking in the tranquil atmosphere, she felt no fear, only a growing sense of anticipation. The place Fu Sai brought her to had no stairs. Fortunately, it was not a towering building with countless floors, but a modest 5. He effortlessly carried her up without breaking a sweat. Xu Muwan pondered who his friend might be. The surroundings did not resemble the homes of the affluent. Yet they were not lacking either. Compared to the bustling city, this area possessed a more genuine, down-to-earth charm. It wasn't until Fu Sai halted at a door that she finally slipped from his arms. Darling, remember this, it's 502, Building 3 Jiuxiang Road. It belongs to our past life. Chapter 98, the most melodious confession in the world. Xu Muwan was puzzled as to why Fu Sai wanted her to remember. Is this your friend's house? May I know who it belongs to? It was difficult for her to imagine Fu Sai having such relatable friends. Yes, but she has long since passed. Fu Sai spoke the truth. The version of her from their previous life was indeed gone. I'm sorry. Xu Muwan gazed at Fu Sai with a pang of sympathy. A good friend must have been heartbroken, and for some reason. This thought filled her with inexplicable sorrow. It's all right, come on, let us go inside. Fu Sai said, taking her hand and retrieving the key from his pocket. Upon entering, Xu Muwan was astonished by the decor within the house. It was even cozier, more perfect, and more beautiful than she had imagined, exuding a homely atmosphere that seemed at odds with the quaint street outside. When she noticed the adorable pig plushies scattered in every corner, her body froze in surprise. The furnishings and decorations seemed to reflect her own tastes. Xu Muwan hesitated. Fu Sai, is this? Fu Sai, aware of her confusion, stepped closer. Actually, this place was loved by my friend after she passed away. I purchased it. I often stayed here, and after falling for you, I decorated it in a way I thought you would enjoy. Whenever I saw a cute pig plushie while out, I bought it to place in various corners of the house. I felt it would create a warmer atmosphere, bringing me closer to you. Fu Sai patiently explained, feeling a wave of regret within. He could only articulate it this way. Xu Muwan.1.3 She listened intently. He felt a flutter of anxiety at uttering her full name. He seldom addressed her so formally. I, Fu Sai, love you deeply from the moment I first laid eyes on you in your freshman year. I was enchanted. Each casual encounter led to me secretly observing you, evolving into love. Fu Sai struggled to explain his rebirth to her. Even if he did, would it matter? How could he tell her that he had failed to protect her in their past life, causing her untimely demise? He could not bear to. My feelings for you are genuine. I am not sharing this to compel you to believe me instantly, but to convey my intentions. I am willing to change for you, as long as you accept me. The image of the 8 male models from that evening lingered in his mind, stirring unease. Even though he was aware of her secret admiration, he couldn't shake the feeling that if he didn't hold on tightly, she might slip away. As he confessed his feelings once more, Xu Muwan felt a lump in her throat. Tears streamed down her face the moment she lowered her gaze. Fu Sai instinctively reached out, catching her tears in his palm, their warmth startling him. Without a second thought, he cupped her face. What's wrong? Do you not like your boyfriend's confession? Xu Muwan's eyes brimmed with tears, and she struggled to find the words to respond. Should she tell him she had liked him for a long time? She didn't want to, yet felt a sense of reluctance. People often yearn for perfection. Her affection had moved her to tears simply because she cared so deeply. Once she had thought that the person she had admired for so long didn't even know her name, yet now that same individual stood before her, revealing that he had been quietly watching her all along. In this moment, Xu Muwan regretted not being braver in the past. Despite her effort to reach Hongdu, she had merely observed him from afar. If only she had been bolder, perhaps they would have been together by now. Fu Sai, may I have a hug? Xu Muwan's words escaped her lips before her mind could process them, and she had already wrapped her arms around him. A kiss would be nice too. My darling, it was the first time she had requested a hug, and Fu Sai's sweet words flowed effortlessly as he reveled in the moment. Not just a kiss, I wouldn't mind a touch or a glimpse of those abs either. Initially moved, Xu Muwan couldn't help but laugh through her tears upon recalling his thoughts from earlier that evening. Then, if I confess seriously, will you forget about tonight? In retrospect, she had liked him first. Yet it was he who had done all the confessing. Fu Sai felt that her words were even more impactful than a kiss, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. But darling, if I still feel wronged after the confession, a kiss is non-negotiable. Someone was being insatiable. Xu Muwan was well aware of this, yet she willingly indulged him. Alright, you can have it. As he beheld the obedient girl before him, Fu Sai was tempted to steal a kiss. Xu Muwan emerged from his embrace, pulling him to the sofa and placing two pig plushies on either side of him. I'm a bit nervous, let these two spectators keep you company. Her playful words brought a smile to Fu Sai's face. Alright, then I'll hug one more, please girlfriend. Commence my confession. The thought of her formal confession made his heart race uncontrollably. In their previous life, within the memories that belonged solely to them, during his 16 years of waiting, he mused that he could treat this moment as a space from their past life, where he had arranged everything for her to discover his feelings. Leading to her confession, how beautiful that would be. Fu Sai, what I'm about to say may be a tad cheesy, so please don't laugh. Xu Muwan took a step back, her small hands twisting together. Fu Sai, hearing her command, beamed like a sunny boy. Okay, I promise I won't laugh. Xu Muwan collected herself, standing while he remained seated. If outsiders observed, they might think Fu Sai was interrogating her. Do you know what the caption I posted on Weibo means? Without hesitation, she revealed, my son, he was her light, appearing in her life during its darkest moments. I am your light. Fu Sai was well aware of this. His girl had once been disillusioned with both the world and her own life. In his previous life, he had fervently prayed to the divine for a chance to relive the moment she first saw him, but the heavens had denied him perfection. He had anticipated a lengthy declaration from her. Yet all she offered were those two simple phrases, all my wishes at 15 were about you. Fu Sai, your name has inspired me to summon countless courage, overcoming all obstacles to attain what I desired. Never had he imagined that when he rushed toward the light, it had always been there, illuminating his path. Xu Muwan did not explicitly state, Fu Sai, before I even understood what love was, I had already developed feelings for you. Instead, she merely uttered those two sentences. Fu Sai vowed to never forget this day, as the girl stood before him in their little house, delivering the world's most enchanting confession. Chapter 99, struggling to maintain my abs. At 10 o'clock that evening, Fu Sai held Xu Muwan close on the sofa, facing the window. Despite the cold weather, the dark sky was adorned with twinkling stars. Xu Muwan lay partially on Fu Sai, her body already clad in pajamas, her lips more vibrant than ever, with a slight redness at the corners, evidence of a certain someone's affection. Fu Sai, may I take my hand away? Xu Muwan glanced at her hand resting on his abs. She had been exploring them all night. No, you were just enjoying it, weren't you? Do you lose interest once you have it? Fu Sai rolled over, lifting her fully onto him, playfully raising his black pajama top to reveal his impressive abs. Encouraging her hands to explore, thankfully he had installed underfloor heating, so even if he stripped completely he wouldn't mind. Fu Sai, Xu Muwan's face flushed crimson from his boldness. She truly realized then that he had 8 beautifully defined abs. Each one eye-catching. Darling, move your hands a bit. Feel my physique. I said not better than those 8 male models from earlier. Fu Sai clung to this point. Just 2 hours prior, she had been shy while he had bared his chest for her to admire. Now she had grown accustomed to it. Alright, very good. Xu Muwan's response was ambiguous, leaving him unsure if she was genuinely impressed or simply being polite. Really, what about my hair? Do you prefer black, brown, or even blonde? He held her waist with one hand while the other gently caressed the corner of her mouth. Upon hearing this, Xu Muwan immediately recognized it was the hair colors of the male models from that evening. Fu Sai, look at me. She lifted her head from his chest. Actually, I didn't get a good look at them tonight. Baby, do you still wish to see them clearly? Haven't you discerned everything about me yet? Xu Muwan, this hurdle is insurmountable. Her legs simply aren't long enough. No, you're wonderful. I meant that I couldn't even tell what they look like. My eyes only had you in them. I am merely curious about the male models. But that curiosity is fleeting. My affection is solely for you. You are the best in every regard. Previously, I had no ideal type for the boys I liked, but since I fell for you, you have become my ideal. I will not be attracted to any other boys because none of them are you. Fu Sai, this is my first relationship. I may falter in many ways, but you must tell me. And I will improve. I will also comfort you, as long as you don't get angry with me. Alright, Xu Muwan spoke fervently, without a hint of hesitation, her sincerity palpable. Fu Sai felt it, and he saw it. How could she be so wonderful? He himself thought he had overstepped tonight, yet she still indulged him, soothing him, aligning with his desires. Now she came to him stating her shortcomings. Fu Sai could no longer restrain himself and pressed her against his chest. No. You are perfect in every way. I would never wish to anger you, especially since it took so much effort to entice you into my embrace. His words were earnest, otherwise given the recent rebirth. The girl might still be too timid to look him in the eye. Speaking of seduction, Xu Muwan recalled what Lulu had said earlier. Fu Sai, do you know something? Xu Muwan inhaled his scent, feeling an immense sense of security, yet she still summoned the courage to voice her doubts. So, is there something you are hiding from me? She hadn't shared with him until now. Truly, she found it difficult to rely on him. No. Xu Muwan replied sullenly, still unwilling to let him know. After all, it didn't matter to her. What about the house hunting matter? Why didn't you ask for my help? In truth, Fu Sai understood her thoughts. It was simply that she didn't wish to trouble him, believing that their relationship should not involve too many external factors. Ultimately, it boiled down to her being overly calculating with him. How did you know? Xu Muwan sat up in his embrace, and Fu Sai followed suit, facing her. I guessed, ever since you came from your hometown, you haven't mentioned anything about renting a place. With your personality, it's impossible there hasn't been any movement. The only possibility is that you didn't intend to seek my help. Fu Sai's deep-set eyes were filled with helplessness. Xu Muwan saw this. It's not that I don't intend to seek your help. It's just that having you by my side makes me feel immensely content. I approach everything with vigor, knowing you can resolve matters, but I can handle things myself. If I truly cannot resolve something, I will definitely seek you out. Xu Muwan spoke nothing but the truth. Being with him made her happy every day. Did she still need to concern herself with such issues? Would you be willing to live here? You would stay here, and Grandma would live next door. I've purchased the adjacent unit as well. Eventually, I'll break down the wall between us. Fu Sai pointed to the wall as he spoke. Xu Muwan froze momentarily. Here, she genuinely liked it, not merely because the decor was to her taste, but more so due to an inexplicable allure. The moment she stepped inside, she felt more at ease than ever. A sense of belonging enveloped her, as if this place was her home. As for why she couldn't quite articulate it, Fu Sai noticed her hesitation and pressed on. You could pay me rent. It would be like you're supporting me for a little while. Alright, I want to spend my girlfriend's money. He tugged at Xu Muwan's sleeve. If a man were to say such a thing outside, he would undoubtedly be drowned in disdain by netizens. Yet, who could deny that the person before her was Fu Sai? Upon hearing this, Xu Muwan thought, well, that could work. She could indeed pay him a normal rent. Alright, it's settled then. I'll pay you rent each month at market price, and once everything is arranged, I'll bring Grandma over to live with us. Good, Fu Sai exclaimed, filled with excitement upon hearing her agreement. She was back to their home. That night, Fu Sai did not share a room with Xu Muwan but instead lay on the sofa gazing at the ceiling, a satisfied smile gracing his features. In his previous life, he had simply occupied the sofa for a month while she slept in the room, leading a strangely harmonious existence. Ironically, during that month, the girl had naively believed his injury had not healed and had never considered that his feelings for her had deepened. How wonderful it was to open his eyes and find her still by his side, no longer in an empty room. Chapter 100. How does she always manage to surprise him? The following day, Xu Muwan slept soundly in her room, her phone incessantly bombarded with notifications. Perhaps she had forgotten to turn off the network before sleeping, as her phone was ringing incessantly. Reluctantly, Xu Muwan opened her eyes and fumbled for her phone. Upon seeing a plethora of voice messages in her dormitory group chat, she was momentarily taken aback, instinctively clicking on them. Oh my gosh, did you all check your phones? An earth-shattering announcement. I lost all sense of sleep. Our school's forum is about to explode. I can't stop laughing. Calling Kanbao. Quickly tell me, is your Fu Xiao behind this? Xu Muwan was momentarily bewildered, her sleepiness vanishing entirely. She exited WeChat and navigated to the school forum. An array of eye-catching titles greeted her. Scandalous female college student unwilling to admit this is our school's girl, incorrigibly promiscuous, just drop out already. Xu Muwan clicked in with curiosity. To her horror, she encountered some shocking images, making her want to close her phone, fearing she had stumbled upon an inappropriate website. Suddenly, she recalled Lulu's earlier question about whether Fu Xiao was involved, and she halted her actions. Gritting her teeth against the visual assault, she continued to examine the explicit photos. When she recognized the individuals in the images, her heart dropped. They were the very two girls who had publicly ridiculed her yesterday. Alongside by Ruixue realizing it was them, Xu Muwan continued scrolling through the comments. The further she went, the more nauseated she felt, almost physically ill. The images depicted three individuals together. It was impossible to reconcile the glamorous facade of these two with the reality. Xu Muwan scrolled through the myriad of comments. Comment 1, oh my gosh, how can these women be so wild? 666. Comment 18, what on earth, they put on such a pure front, yet behind the scenes they re so scandalous. Who leaked this, and why is there no pixelation? Honestly, I love this. Comment 66, one for the previous comment, I also love it. Can we still stay at school after this? Comment 108, the photos are still too modest. Who knows how wild they are behind the scenes? They might even be playing in a group. Don't ask me how I know. I am a detective. Comment 388, damn it, how disgusting. Yesterday they publicly accused others of seduction, yet they themselves would be unwanted even if they stripped naked. Comment 999, by the way. Doesn't anyone find it strange? We live in an era of the internet. Not only can these photos be posted, but even subtle hints can't be published. How has this remained up for so long? I refuse to believe there's no one backing this. Comment 1001, could it be Fu Xiao? After all of those two stirred up trouble yesterday, as she read these comments, Xu Muwan felt a vague sense of suspicion arise. She returned to WeChat, continuing to listen to the messages in her dormitory group. Don't doubt it, I dare bet it was definitely Fu Xiao's doing. Help, if I were Canbao, I'd be utterly captivated. Who would dare provoke me now? I ask you, who else? Canbao, wake up, quickly check what your Fu Xiao has done. He has posted on Weibo wall for you. Wait, where is he? Why hasn't she said anything? Canbao also remains silent. Oh no, could they both have been completely devoured by their boyfriends? Are they unable to get up? Will they miss class today? I think that's likely, especially since last night. One man was furious, and the other felt wronged. In the dormitory group there were over 99 voice messages from Lian Lulu and Rin Lin. Both were in the dorm, yet they could still send voice messages and chat so animatedly? After finally piecing everything together, Xu Muwan, driven by her suspicions, leapt from her bed and dashed out of her room. She found the sofa empty and soon heard sounds coming from the kitchen. She walked over to investigate, spotting a familiar figure clad in a pink apron adorned with a pig motif, diligently preparing breakfast. Lost in concentration, he was unaware of her presence. Fu Sai. Xu Muwan gazed at him. Her lips parting slightly. Fu Sai heard the sound and immediately turned, and upon seeing her, his previously serious demeanor softened. Noticing something, he furrowed his brow, turned off the stove, and approached her. Good morning, baby. Fu Sai walked over and, without a word, swept her into his arms. Xu Muwan instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Although there is underfloor heating, it remains somewhat chilly, and I find myself yearning for you. You may call upon me at any time. When Xu Muwan expressed his sentiment, he responded with a multitude of replies. How could one not feel the desire to share in such a moment? Were the matters concerning the school you're doing? Xu Muwan approached the subject directly. Fu Sai's body stiffened, seemingly taken aback by her inquiry. Do you not appreciate my actions? Did she perceive him as excessively cruel? Considering she was a woman, yet, if given the choice again, he would undoubtedly act in the same manner. Xu Muwan shook her head and playfully swung her feet, which were wrapped around his waist. If I disliked your actions, would I have forgotten to wear shoes? On the contrary, she found a certain enjoyment in it and held no pity for them. Having endured countless similar experiences, she understood their true nature. I did not mention it to you because I deemed it unnecessary. At that time, I clashed with my roommate as well, but that does not imply that you cannot seek vengeance on my behalf. Quite the opposite, I am genuinely touched and delighted to have a boyfriend who stands by me unconditionally. I should feel honored. Upon hearing the girl's words, Fu Sai leaned in closer, taking 2 steps forward, pressing her against the wall, his thumb caressing her lips, his voice a husky timbre that Xu Muwan had never encountered before. Darling, how do you manage to surprise me so profoundly each time? Xu Muwan felt her breath hitch beneath his intense, unfathomable gaze, her eyelashes fluttering. How could I possibly know that you were acting to assist me? To forego thanking you and then chastising you for your actions, what difference would there be between me and those naive girls? Xu Muwan swore she had no intention of criticizing those innocent girls. Indeed, you are uniquely yourself, distinct from them. Fu Sai's words drew him nearer, his proximity increasing. Darling, does your mouth still ache? Upon hearing this, Xu Muwan immediately grasped his implication. How was she to respond? To say it no longer hurt would imply his affection could be freely bestowed. While admitting pain might suggest she hesitated to share a kiss with him, could he not simply lean in for a kiss without waiting for her answer, after a prolonged silence without a response? Fu Sai noticed her bashful expression, and in an instant, understanding dawned upon him. He swiftly turned and seated her upon the marble countertop of the kitchen, lifting her chin before claiming her lips with a commanding kiss.